The young man from the Blue Star, Xiao Se, tragically succumbed to a sudden death after an all-night reading of Dolua's system of interdimensional theft and found himself transported to the world of battle through the heavens, where he activated the Yibao system. A notification chimed, congratulating the host for exchanging a seasoning jar for the Heaven-Defying Bottle. Another notification sounded, congratulating the host for trading a hemostatic powder for a demonic sword. Yet another, celebrating the host's exchange of a doll for a little kitten. Long Kuei exclaimed, brother, I will never leave you again. Xiao Yan pondered, why has my burning decision transformed into a mere artifact? Where has my Ihua gone? And what of my wife? Tang San lamented, how has my 8 spider lances turned into chicken claws? And my Zhuge divine crossbow into a slingshot? What has happened to my celestial herbs? And how did my soul bone become pork ribs? Han Laoma exclaimed, how did my Heaven-Defying Bottle turn into a seasoning jar? Dai Mubai questioned, how has my martial spirit, the white tiger, mutated into an evil fire monkey? Yu Xiaojing wondered, why do I suddenly possess an egg? Xiao Yan, 1-star dough fighter, level, advanced. A profound silence enveloped the arena as the crowd fell into a hushed stupor. Almost everyone gazed in awe at the luminous stone tablet upon the high platform, emblazoned with 4 resplendent characters. After a moment of dazed silence, the audience collectively swallowed hard. At 11 years old, being a 1-star dough fighter, what does this signify? In the entire Xiao family, and even in the whole of Wutan City, he was the youngest dough fighter in a century. With such a prodigy, the Xiao family is destined to soar to great heights, murmured a figure of authority from the VIP section, tinged with envy. Practicing Qi at 4, achieving the 9th stage of Do Qi by 10, and breaking through to the 10th stage by 11, forming a Do Qi vortex and ascending to dough fighter. What a genius. Why couldn't he be the son of this prominent leader? This sentiment was not just his, but echoed in the hearts of all middle-aged and elder attendees present. Meanwhile, the young men and women of the Xiao family in the square began to murmur among themselves. Xiao Yan truly deserves the title of our family's greatest genius in a century. No, he should be hailed as Wutan City's greatest genius in 100 years. Indeed, no wonder he is regarded as a soul-level figure of the Xiao family. The title of genius is well-deserved. Xiao Yan will surely lead our family to glory, remarked a voice from the high platform near the testing stone tablet. As he listened to the waves of admiration and awe from the crowd, a subtle smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips, his vanity thoroughly satisfied. In his previous life, he was merely a mediocre young man, but by a twist of fate, he traversed into this vast continent of Do Qi. With the formidable soul of a reborn individual, Xiao Yan emerged as a rising star within the Xiao family, a star that shone ever more brightly, even hinting at the possibility of eclipsing the sun itself. Clearly, the son welcomed this prospect, for it was none other than his father, Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Xiao family. A son who excels naturally brings honor to his father. Gazing at the testing stone tablet, where the words 1-star dough fighter glimmered, the middle-aged tester remained in a daze for a prolonged moment before regaining his composure. He respectfully addressed Xiao Yan. Young Master Xiao Yan, congratulations on becoming a dough fighter. In a few days, you may go to the Do Qi Pavilion to select a Do Qi technique. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, clearly pleased with the tester's respectful demeanor. With a faint smile, he turned and, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, slowly made his way to the side of 2 young maidens. However, at the back of the crowd in the square stood a solitary figure, incongruous with his surroundings. This was a strikingly handsome youth clad in the ordinary garb of a Xiao family disciple, nearly the same age as Xiao Yan. While all eyes were fixated on Xiao Yan, he remained calm and collected, leaning against a tree trunk with his eyes half closed, lost in thought. Casting a glance at Xiao Yan, who was surrounded by many of the Xiao family's female disciples, particularly Xiao Mei and Xiao Suner, the youth's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Now, with Xiao Yan's reputation at its zenith within the Xiao family, he carried himself with an air of superiority towards all, save for his father, Xiao Zhan. It was no wonder that the next 3 years of vanishing Do Qi would subject Xiao Yan to the ridicule of nearly everyone in the Xiao family. Next, Xiao Se called the middle-aged tester once more from the high platform. Unsurprisingly, all attention was drawn to the brilliance of Xiao Yan, leaving the almost invisible youth overlooked. Hearing the middle-aged man's call, the youth lifted his gaze and walked slowly toward the high platform. He effortlessly placed his hand upon the testing stone tablet and, after inputting a modest amount of Do Qi from within, paused. In the next moment, 5 characters illuminated the stone. 5-stage Do Qi. Xiao Se, 5-stage Do Qi, level, intermediate. Compared to his demeanor during Xiao Yan's test, the middle-aged tester's attitude was markedly indifferent, though he did not exhibit any mocking expression. 11 years old with 5-stage Do Qi might not qualify as an extraordinary genius, yet it positioned him above average within the Xiao family. Your talent is quite commendable. With 5 years remaining, if you can break through to 7-stage Do Qi before the age of 16, you may continue your cultivation within the family. The middle-aged tester encouraged the youth in accordance with protocol. Thank you. The youth nodded slightly, his calm visage unchanged by the tester's encouragement. Quietly, he turned and descended the testing platform. He navigated through the throng surrounding Xiao Yan and returned to his previous spot beside the tree trunk, awaiting the conclusion of the testing ceremony. However, unbeknownst to anyone, as the youth passed by Xiao Yan and a young maiden in a purple dress, she cast a scrutinizing glance his way, pondering, clearly at the 9-stage Do Qi, yet tested as 5-stage Do Qi. Has he concealed his true strength? Leaning against the tree trunk, the youth, known as Xiao Se to the middle-aged tester, snapped a drooping branch, reflecting inwardly, sigh. Has it already been 11 years? Like Xiao Yan, Xiao Se harbored a secret unknown to all. He was a traveler from the Blue Star. In his previous life, he was a front-end programmer who, after a long night of reading the fan-fiction Dolua's system of interdimensional theft, tragically passed away. Upon awakening, he found himself transported into the world of battle through the heavens, a tale he had once read, and had become a member of the Xiao family. Most importantly, both of his parents were formidable dome masters. Alas, when he was merely 3 years old, the former patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Lin, perished, leaving the Xiao family bereft of the protection of a Do Wang-level powerhouse. As the saying goes, when the wall collapses, everyone pushes, and when one clings to vast wealth without the strength to protect it, the outcome is all too inevitable. The Xiao family was compelled to retreat to the small border town of Wutan, within the realm of the Gamma Empire. For being a prestigious family of fighters, they fell to the status of one of the so-called 3 great families of Wutan. Tragically, Xiao Se's parents perished while escorting the women, children, and elderly of the Xiao clan to safety, sacrificing themselves to ensure the family's escape. It is lamentable that Xiao Se's father, who presided over the Xiao family's laws with an iron hand and unwavering impartiality, offended many during his lifetime. Consequently, when a steward dedicated to safeguarding the young Xiao Se attempted to return to the Xiao family in Wutan, they were thwarted by the machinations of petty individuals and denied entry. In a state of helplessness, the aged steward was left to raise Xiao Se alone. This exile lasted for 3 long years. It was during these 3 years that Xiao Se missed the opportunity to intercept Xiao Sun. However, he did not allow this to weigh heavily on his heart. After all, a mere tool who had been utilized by Xiao Yan for 2 years was hardly worthy of his affections. As Xiao Se matured, under the steward's tutelage, he learned to cultivate his Do Qi and demonstrated extraordinary talent for martial training. At the tender age of 4, he began to cultivate his Qi, and by 6, he had achieved the 3rd stage of Do Qi. This news reached the elders of the Xiao family, who had always been at odds with Xiao Yan, and they were overjoyed, promptly welcoming Xiao Se back into the fold. The rising prestige of Xiao Yan in recent years had left the elders nearly breathless. This was due to his son, Xiao Yan, who was endowed with remarkable talent, having also begun cultivating Qi at 4 and reaching the 4th stage of Do Qi by 6, surpassing even Xiao Se. Thus, when they learned that Xiao Se had achieved the 3rd stage of Do Qi at 6, guided only by a servant of the household and lacking any cultivation resources, they recognized that the opportunity for retaliation had arrived. Hence, in a united effort by the elders, Xiao Se was thrust into the spotlight to be compared with Xiao Yan, aiming to undermine Xiao Yan's standing within the Xiao family. As a time traveler of a bygone era, Xiao Se was certainly not one to passively serve as a puppet for the elders. He was well aware of the adage that the tall tree attracts the wind. Thus, for the past 5 years, Xiao Se concealed his talents, elevating his Do Qi by 1 stage every 2 years, maintaining a balance that neither drew disdain nor elevated him to the level of adulation reserved for Xiao Yan. It is precisely due to Xiao Se's strategic modesty that the elders' plans to counter Xiao Yan came to naught. Presently, Xiao Se's Do Qi has reached the 9th stage, merely a step away from breaking through to the 10th stage, where he could condense his Do Qi into a cyclone and become a true fighter. With a casual flick of the willow branch in his hand, Xiao Se cast a glance at Xiao Yan and mused, Xiao Yan truly has the fortune of fate. Reflecting on the month prior when Xiao Yan covertly embezzled family funds to purchase a gathering pill for his son, Xiao Se felt a pang of envy. The ring containing the greatest opportunity for Do Pu was particularly tantalizing to him. Regrettably, the boy Xiao Yan was not foolish. That ring, a treasured relic of his mother, held more significance for him than for anyone else. Xiao Se could not afford to risk an assault to seize it. Setting aside whether he could defeat Xiao Yan, there was also the matter of the devoted Xiao Sun, who constantly lingered around him. Should he be discovered attacking Xiao Yan, it would likely spell the end of his own life. As for following in the footsteps of other time travelers and seizing the ring during Xiao Yan's period of despondency, Xiao Se had no intention of doing so. The esteemed Yao Lao had already awakened. If one were to attempt to deceive him for the ring, Yao Lao might very well regard them as a second Han Feng and eliminate them on the spot. Xiao Se was acutely aware of the old man's heightened suspicions following his betrayal by Han Feng. Even in accepting Xiao Yan, he had observed him for 3 long years before making a decisive choice. Over time, Xiao Se resigned himself to the idea of relinquishing his ambitions for the ring. Very well, even without Yao Lao, I shall still grow stronger. I shall rely on foresight and seize the opportunities one am aware of first. Suddenly, a melodious and ethereal female voice resonated in Xiao Se's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving enlightenment. The eBao system is loading. Chapter 2. The Easy Exchange System. The Easy Exchange System? Xiao Se was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped that this was akin to the trope he had encountered in the fanfiction of Doloa continent from his previous life, where the protagonist belonged to a certain lineage. Could it be that Xiao, too, is a child of destiny? Ding. System loading complete. Would you like to bind it? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Se chose to bind it. Ding, binding the Easy Exchange System. Ding, binding complete. Upon hearing the system's notification echo in his mind, Xiao Se, familiar with the narrative conventions of novels, eagerly inquired, System, could you elaborate on your specific functions? Ding, this system is named the Easy Exchange System. As the name suggests, it facilitates exchanges. The system acts as an intermediary, allowing the host to trade items contributed by them with any item from the myriad realms of existence. Ding. As the host is binding the system for the first time, 5 exchange opportunities are awarded. Would the host like to utilize them? Exchange? While the protagonist of that lineage might resort to theft, I, Xiao Se, am here to trade. How intriguing. Nonetheless, I shall wait for now. This place is too crowded. After casting a discreet glance around the bustling throng and noting no one was paying him heed, Xiao Se rose, pretending nonchalance, and strolled leisurely towards the back mountain of the Xiao family. The back mountain of the Xiao family boasted a magnificent waterfall concealing a hidden cave, with the waterfall acting as a natural barrier. It bore a striking resemblance to the water curtain cave from the journey to the west in Xiao Se's previous life on Blue Planet. This cave was an accidental find of Xiao Se's, left behind by predecessors. The cave led directly to a stone chamber, wherein a square stone platform resided at its center. Above the platform, a ventilation opening allowed sunlight to stream in, illuminating the entire chamber. Unfortunately, prior to Xiao Se's arrival, this cave had already been visited, leaving behind only a few bottles of ineffective elixirs, utterly devoid of value. System, let's exchange this twig in my possession, Xiao Se declared, surveying the empty stone chamber. He removed the twig he had been chewing and excitedly called out in his mind. Ding! Item exchange in progress. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the storage soul tool. 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight, belonging to the protagonist Tang San of the Doloa continent. As he felt the twig in his hand vanish, transforming into a belt, Xiao Se couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell? In Nodding City of Doloa continent, Tang San and Xiao Wu had just received their soul master subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall, seeking out a fine restaurant for their monthly culinary indulgence. Xiao San, we no longer have to endure the meager fare at the academy cafeteria, Xiao Wu exclaimed exuberantly as she ordered a lavish spread. Take it easy, Xiao Wu. No one is competing with you, Tang San remarked. I don't care. Today, I intend to indulge my cravings. Remember to accompany me to buy clothes after we finish eating, Xiao San, she playfully added. Tang San shook his head with a wry smile and began to savor the feast. Suddenly, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an unusual sensation at his waist. Looking around, he saw no suspicious individuals among the other diners, all of whom lacked soul power. Xiao San, what's wrong? Xiao Wu inquired, observing Tang San's anxious demeanor. Nothing. Xiao Wu, are you full? Once you are, we should leave, he replied, recalling his years of training in Tang Sec's secrets. Realizing that the one who had touched his waist was no ordinary foe. Yes, I'm full, Xiao Wu chirped, tilting her delicate chin with a smile. Tang San's gaze shifted to the table, his mouth twitching slightly. He had yet to eat, yet the table was already cleared. Very well, I shall settle the bill, he said, rising and reaching for his waist storage soul tool. Wait, this sensation feels off. Looking down, he gasped, what the hell, it's been stolen. How did my 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight turn into a twig? At that moment, the restaurant owner approached with a predatory gleam in his eyes, smiling pleasantly. Are you two ready to settle the bill? 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight. ISNT that the gift from the scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang to Tang San? How fascinating. Xiao Se murmured to himself as he began to inspect the items. He found over 500 gold soul coins. And upon comparing them with the gold coins from the Duki continent, he noted that aside from differing insignia, their shapes, sizes, and weights were nearly identical, yielding a small fortune for him. The Xiantian treasure record? Perhaps Tang San believed that no one in the Dolua continent could decipher traditional characters. Thus, he meticulously transcribed the entire manual. Regrettably, Xiao Se found it of little use, except for the techniques of ghost shadow misty steps, controlling the crane to catch the dragon, and 100 solutions of hidden weapons, which he could employ at the Dough Fighter stage. After all, the Duki continent did not rely on soul rings for skills, lacking even a decent martial arts manual. Additionally, Xiao Se discovered 2 Zhuge divine crossbows and various assorted hidden weapons, likely crafted by Tang San, which would suffice for dealing with Dough fighters and Dough masters for the time being. After examining the 24 compartments, he found little of value and decided to strap it around his waist as he lacked a spatial ring, using it as a temporary storage solution. System. Display my personal panel. Xiao Se commanded in his mind. Ding! The host personal panel is now open. As the system's notification resonated in his mind, a translucent screen materialized before Xiao Se, displaying the following information. Host, Xiao Se. Gender, male. Age, 11. Cultivation, 9th rank Dough Chi. Techniques, none. Dough skills, crushing stone palm. Yellow rank, intermediate. Exchange opportunities for, what is this? In the lower right corner of the translucent screen, Xiao Se noticed an option resembling a user manual from his previous life, mobile phone. Mimicking the act of tapping a phone screen, he tentatively clicked it, prompting a new pop-up to appear. System instructions. This system is a functional system and lacks self-awareness. The usage instructions are as follows. After thoroughly reading the system instructions, Xiao Se was enlightened. This was a semi-finished system, named Easy Exchange System. Its primary function, exchange items. The system serves as an intermediary, enabling the host to trade items they contribute for any item from the myriad realms. From the intricate notes in the system's instructions, Xiao Se deduced several crucial points. 1. There is a certain probability of transaction failure. Items will not be refunded in the event of failure. 2. Items of the same type have a chance to increase the probability of exchange. 3. Upon first binding to the system, 5 exchange opportunities are granted. Each subsequent natural month, 1 exchange opportunity is awarded. Exchange opportunities refresh once per month and cannot be stacked. 4. For each rank increase in the host's strength, the system will automatically issue a patch for the host to enhance the system. 5. Other functionalities must be discovered by the host independently. For exchange opportunities remain, I must make the most of these. Moreover, once the hour of the rat passes tonight, it will be a new month. Xiao Se mused, stroking his smooth chin thoughtfully. Chapter 3. The Celestial Bottle? Xiao Se pondered carefully, realizing that he currently sought 2 essential items, Qi Gathering Powder and a martial arts manual. The former would aid him in elevating his Dough Chi from the 9th to the 10th tier, allowing him to condense a Dough Chi vortex and become a true fighter. The latter would provide him with the necessary techniques to master after achieving the status of a fighter. As for the so-called yellow grade techniques from the Xiao family, Xiao Se held them in utter disdain. Naturally, even if he desired them, they would not be bestowed upon him, for to outsiders. Xiao Se was merely at the 5th tier of Dough Chi. Having made up his mind, Xiao Se produced 2 jade vials from his bosom and placed them upon the stone platform. These were the very vials he had discovered in the stone chamber, each originally containing a now ineffective, unknown elixir. After someone had gotten to them first, the vials had been left behind due to their loss of efficacy. With a mindset of resourcefulness, Xiao Se cleaned them and filled them with salt and spices. When hunger struck during his cultivation, he could directly catch fish from the waterfall below for grilling and seasoning. System, exchange the jade vial in my possession, Xiao Se declared, raising the vial filled with spices. In his mind, he called out, Ding. Congratulations, host, you have exchanged for the Zhuang Tian bottle from Hanli S storage belt in the world of mortal cultivation. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Gazing at the slender, light green bottle in his hand, adorned with intricate dark green leaf-like patterns, Xiao Se couldn't help but exclaim. The Zhuang Tian bottle was a treasure of the infamous Han Mo. It had enabled him to rise from mediocrity to greatness. Truly remarkable. Removing the cork, a bead-sized droplet of azure green liquid appeared at the mouth of the bottle. Witnessing this, Xiao Se's breath quickened. The slender neck, light green body, and dark green leaf patterns indeed confirmed it was the Zhuang Tian bottle, belonging to Han Mo, the protagonist of mortal cultivation. One could only assume that the former master of the reincarnation hall would be unable to track him down, as this was not merely a matter of crossing worlds. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Xiao Se recognized the Zhuang Tian bottle's ability to absorb moonlight, condense green liquid, and accelerate the maturation of spiritual herbs. Time to test its potential. Determined, his gaze swept across the stone chamber until he spotted an inconspicuous tinder sprout at the edge of the central stone platform. Gently dripping the azure-green liquid onto the sprout, he noticed no immediate changes. However, Xiao Se remained undeterred, understanding that even for hastening growth, time was necessary. Stowing the Zhuang Tian bottle in his waist storage belt, Xiao Se lifted the other jade vial containing salt. Whether he could acquire the qi gathering powder hinged upon this attempt. Should he fail, he would have no choice but to seek a scroll to exchange for a martial arts manual. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in breaking through to a fighter, lacking a manual would render his efforts futile. Xiao Se vaguely recalled that in the original text of Battle Through the Heavens, the qi gathering powder was described as a fourth-grade elixir, entirely emerald green and the size of a longan. To enhance his chances, he poured out the salt and found a patch of green wild grass within the stone chamber, crushing it to extract a verdant juice, thereby moistening and coloring the salt. After a brief moment, he fashioned a green salt ball the size of a longan. Tossing the salt ball into the jade vial, he corked it and declared, "System, initiate the exchange." Simultaneously, Xiao Se bowed his head, closed his eyes, and cradled the jade vial with both hands, palms together. Whispering a prayer he had never truly believed in. Ba, may heaven bless me. Please help me acquire the qi gathering powder. Meanwhile, in the world of mortal cultivation, Han Pao Pao, better known as Han Mo, had just completed a dungeon, successfully eliminating all fellow cultivators and returning laden with spoils. Finding a secluded corner, he set up a defensive array to conceal his aura. Han Mo planted the spiritual herbs he had obtained from the dungeon, preparing to use the Zhuang Tian bottle to accelerate their growth to a millennium. Just then, a jade vial flew from his storage belt, and upon grasping it, Han Pao Pao was momentarily taken aback by its unusual feel. Removing the cork, he couldn't help but sneeze and curse. Which son of a dog swapped my precious bottle for a spice jar? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have exchanged for a bottle of elixir within the ancient River S storage. Hearing the system's notification, Xiao Se's eyes lit up, and he eagerly removed the cork, a rich fragrance of elixir enveloping him, swiftly filling the entire stone chamber. The emerald green and longan-sized elixir, with its potent aroma, was undoubtedly the qi gathering powder, exactly as described in the original text and ancient tomes from the Xiao family. Struggling to contain his excitement, Xiao Se recapped the vial and secured it in his storage belt. With the qi gathering powder in hand, he simply needed to exchange for a martial arts manual. Resolute, he hastily left the cave as twilight approached, racing towards the Xiao family estate. After acquiring the qi gathering powder, Xiao Se did not choose to break through to a fighter immediately. Instead, he swiftly returned to his residence. He still had 2 opportunities for exchange that needed to be utilized quickly, lest they go to waste after tonight. Without a doubt, the 4th item Xiao Se needed to exchange for must be a martial arts manual. Otherwise, even if he broke through to a fighter, his cultivation speed would inevitably slow without a manual. Upon returning to his humble abode, he rummaged through his belongings and finally unearthed a tattered scroll. System, commence the exchange. Ding! Exchange failed. Damn it, this is the only scroll I have left. Am I supposed to go out and buy one now? Just as Xiao Se found himself at a loss, a knock echoed from outside his room. The door is unlocked. Come in, he said coolly. The door swung open, revealing a captivating young woman clad in a red dress, her alluring figure tantalizingly obscured beneath the fabric. You're so slow, little pervert, she pouted, clearly displeased. Without needing to guess, Xiao Se recognized her immediately. Xiao Yu. She was the only individual in the Xiao family whom Xiao Se could consider a friend. Aside from her, no one would seek out this once castaway of the clan. As for the caretaker who had raised Xiao Se since childhood, having surpassed his years, he had passed away 6 months prior. I've told you, my name is Xiao Se. Not little pervert, he replied with an air of calm. Oomph. You don't even call me cousin. How can you not be a little pervert? You're clearly just coveting my body, she retorted, puffing out her chest. We're separated by at least 8 generations of bloodline. By lineage, you should call me uncle, not cousin. And besides, I have no interest in little girls. Xiao Se smirked, finding her antics rather amusing. Who are you calling small? I'm not small at all. Xiao Yu exclaimed, resembling a cat whose fur had been ruffled. She leaped onto Xiao Se, playfully clawing at him. Feeling the softness behind him and the faint fragrance emanating from her, Xiao Se's face flushed as he remarked, Indeed. You have grown. Realizing the implication behind Xiao Se's words, Xiao Yu felt a mix of joy and embarrassment, her delicate face blooming with a captivating blush. Xiao Se's intelligence was remarkable. Before the awkward atmosphere could even take hold, he deftly shifted the topic, asking, Xiao Yu, what brings you here? What's wrong? Can I not come to see you without a reason? Xiao Yu retorted, releasing her grip on Xiao Se. Of course, you're always welcome, Xiao Se replied with a smile. Reflecting on their first encounter was quite amusing. When Xiao Se had just returned to the Xiao family, Xiao Yu's grandfather, the esteemed elder of the clan, had introduced them with the intent of fostering a connection. To his surprise, Xiao Yu had resisted vehemently, mistakenly believing her grandfather intended to arrange a betrothal. Naturally, the spirited Xiao Yu was vehemently opposed, causing quite a commotion. Xiao Se, enjoying his solitude, busied himself and never sought her out again. It wasn't until one day, while searching for a training spot in the back mountains of the Xiao estate, that he stumbled upon Xiao Yu, who was about to undress for a bath in the hot spring. Familiar with the original tale, he knew Xiao Yan would come to spy on her. Determined to thwart Xiao Yan's intentions, as soon as Xiao Yu began to remove her outer garment, Xiao Se stepped forward to inform her that Xiao Yan would be arriving shortly for training, suggesting that if she did not mind being observed, she could proceed. With that, he turned and left. Unbeknownst to Xiao Se, that day marked a significant change. Thereafter, Xiao Yu's demeanor towards him underwent a complete transformation, becoming subtly more intimate. Xiao Yu approached Xiao Se's bed and, without hesitation, lay down, murmuring, Hey, little lecher, I have to attend the Canaan Academy's admission assessment tomorrow. Xiao Se was momentarily taken aback, realizing that in the original story, Xiao Yu joined Canaan Academy around this time. With a smile, he replied, Congratulations. Canaan Academy is a prestigious institution in the Duki continent. Would you like me to accompany you? Xiao Yu sat up, looking at Xiao Se with a pleading expression. Sister, the minimum requirement for admission to Canaan Academy is an 8th-tier Duki. With my mere 5th-tier Duki, I fear I will be turned away before even applying. Xiao Se struck. Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, felt a tremor of indignation. Stop pretending. I know you are concealing your true strength. Your cultivation must be at least at the 9th tier. Xiao Se narrowed his eyes. How do you know? Startled by his gaze, Xiao Yu stammered. I followed you from a distance while you trained. Although I don't understand why you're hiding your strength, rest assured, I haven't told anyone. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Se replied softly, Xiao Yu, if you still consider me a friend, I hope you can keep this secret. I will go to Canaan Academy one day, but not just yet. I understand, Xiao Yu said, lowering her head, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. Internally, she mused, just friends? Is it? Noticing her melancholy, Xiao Se added, I will see you off when you leave. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, a smile creeping on her lips, perhaps to divert her thoughts. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes inadvertently fell upon Xiao Se's half-open wardrobe. Are you looking for something? Why is it so messy in here? Xiao Se nodded, responding dismissively. I found some methods to enhance my training speed, and was looking for a scroll to jot them down. Is this what you need? I happen to have an unused scroll. With a graceful motion, Xiao Yu retrieved a black scroll from her spatial ring. Xiao Se's eyes lit up as he took the scroll from her hand, rising on his toes to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, embracing her as he said, Xiao Yu, thank you. You little. Xiao Yu began, but ultimately swallowed the words lecher. She simply enjoyed the warmth of Xiao Se's embrace. As evening approached, Xiao Se returned to the stone chamber. Observing the black scroll laid out on the stone platform, a sly smile crept across his lips. Inside the scroll were illustrations of young couples engaged in various peculiar activities, fully unclothed. Everything from old man pushing a cart to sitting lotus and Lu Jishan pulling up willows. Rubbing his chin, Xiao Se nodded with satisfaction, thinking that such a valuable tome should yield an impressive technique in exchange. With that, he rolled up the scroll and called out in his mind, System, help me exchange this. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have exchanged for an unnamed technique stored in Xiao Yan's spatial ring. Hearing the term unnamed technique, Xiao Se's spirits soared. Could it be the burning decision? He hastily opened the black scroll and, after a cursory glance, drew a sharp breath. The scroll was none other than the burning decision that Yao Lao had given to Xiao Yan in the original story. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Xiao Se's mouth as he thought, I wonder what expression Xiao Yan will have when he sees his technique transformed into something so scandalous. This doesn't count as stealing his opportunity, does it? However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Regardless of the scroll's disappearance, such an important item would certainly be firmly lodged in Yao Chen's memory. Suppressing his eagerness for the burning decision, Xiao Se stored it away. Now that he possessed the technique, and the qi gathering powder, he could confidently prepare to break through to the dosher stage. Resolute, Xiao Se retrieved the qi gathering powder from his pocket, but did not consume it immediately. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged and began to adjust his physical state. The qi gathering powder was a rare find. If he failed, not only would he waste a precious powder, but his cultivation would also regress from a 9th to the 8th tier. Should he jeopardize his progress for impatience, he knew he would never forgive himself. Thus, he approached this moment with utmost seriousness. An hour later, Xiao Se finally felt his body was in peak condition. It was time to consume the qi gathering powder and prepare for his breakthrough to dosher. With a smile, he took the powder from his storage belt. Chapter 5. Breaking through to dosher. As he uncorked the vial, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted into the air, invigorating his senses. Tilting the bottle, a jade-green pill, about the size of a longan, rolled into his palm. Bringing it closer to his nose, Xiao Se eagerly inhaled the delightful aroma. Then, he placed it in his mouth. The qi gathering powder melted instantly, transforming into a warm, pure energy that surged into Xiao Se's body. In an instant, it spread throughout his limbs and veins. Xiao Se's body trembled momentarily. Then his expression returned to calm as he formed several intricate hand seals, rapidly absorbing the surrounding dou qi. The moment the dou qi entered his body, it fused with the pure medicinal power of the qi gathering powder, refining itself into tiny green energy beads. In an instant, the dou qi within the stone chamber began to surge wildly, as wisps of dou qi gathered in abundance. Although a single strand of dou qi might be feeble and invisible to the naked eye, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Before long, wisps of pale white dou qi began to coalesce in the chamber, forcefully entering Xiao Se's body through his mouth and nostrils. In an ephemeral moment, Xiao Se felt an unprecedented relaxation coursing through his body, warm and exceedingly comfortable. However, as the fighting energy continuously flowed into his being and merged with the pure medicinal essence, it was subsequently refined into a verdant energy, causing his visage to contort into a grimace. A series of intense aches emanated from his meridians, initially mild, but with each additional breath of fighting energy, the discomfort intensified. Ultimately, Xiao Se was compelled to grit his teeth in agony. Fortunately, due to his rigorous physical training from a young age, his meridians possessed an exceptional resilience. Though the pain was excruciating, it failed to inflict significant damage upon his channels. At long last, the final trace of medicinal essence was refined. At this juncture, Xiao Se sensed that his meridians were on the verge of rupture, his body swelling alarmingly. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He must swiftly coalesce the fighting energy vortex, lest all his efforts be rendered futile. Drawing a deep breath, he formed several peculiar hand seals, and the surging green energy began to swirl violently around his dantian, creating a vortex. The pale white fighting energy, accumulated from various parts of his meridians, began to converge, flowing unceasingly into the verdant whirlpool. As all the fighting energy coalesced within the dantian, Xiao Se's spiritual awareness keenly perceived that the once green vortex had transformed into a milky white hue. At this moment, he understood that he was on the cusp of the final step, compressing the fighting energy. Calm and composed, he centered himself. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, Xiao Se, though still somewhat unversed, was empowered by the formidable essence of his reincarnated soul, allowing his perceptive abilities to rival those of Xiao Yan 3 years hence. With the aid of this heightened awareness, he swiftly executed the hand seals, causing the fighting energy vortex in his dantian to gradually contract. When the fighting energy had been compressed to a mere palm-sized orb, it finally ceased its transformation. Yet, Xiao Se did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he shouted and pressed further. A rumbling sound, not particularly loud, resonated quietly within Xiao Se, signaling the successful condensation of the fighting energy vortex. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing 1 rank, achieving the level of fighter. System patch reward granted. Upon hearing the system notification echo in his mind, a faint smell graced Xiao Se's lips. Exhausted, he collapsed on the ground, his eyelids slowly descending as he succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he fell into a deep sleep, the stone platform beside him began to fracture, and a tender sprout commenced its rapid growth, swiftly evolving into a miniature bonsai tree nearly half a meter tall. Through the crevices of the stone platform, a glimpse of a dark green, ancient jade treasure chest could be discerned, shimmering with an eerie glow under the moonlight filtering into the stone chamber. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the ventilation hole of the stone chamber, illuminating Xiao Se's pale, youthful face. as he gradually opened his eyes. The first thing he did was check the scrolls and the storage bottle within his waist belt, for they were the foundation of his existence. Thankfully, both the burning decision and the bottle remained intact. With a heavy sigh of relief, a look of contentment spread across his face as he stretched, exclaiming how wonderfully refreshing his sleep had been. Having spent over 11 years in the Dookie continent, this was indeed the most restful slumber he had experienced. Not only had he broken through to the fighter level, but he had also acquired the continent's most enigmatic technique, the burning decision. And it seemed he had been rewarded with a patch. The system could be upgraded. With this thought, Xiao Se called out in his mind, "System, install the patch." Ding. System patch installation in progress. Estimated time, 1 hour. Please be patient, host. Xiao Se chuckled wryly. Indeed, this was a half-finished system. While the system upgraded, he certainly wouldn't remain idle. Rising to stretch his slightly sore limbs, he shifted his gaze to the stone platform. Upon seeing it, a joyful expression blossomed on his face. The sprout had genuinely matured into a bonsai. After a rough estimation, he concluded that this bonsai must be at least 30 years old. Beyond the bonsai, the fissures at the base of the stone platform captured Xiao Se's attention. He discovered that it was hollow inside, and there seemed to be something within. This was peculiar. In the Dookie continent, devoid of any entertainment facilities, Xiao Se often found solace in the Xiao family's library, perusing tomes on herbs and the geography of the Dookie continent. What sort of reincarnator would he be without a heart for alchemy? Armed with the innate spiritual talent bestowed upon him as a reincarnator, he did not claim to possess photographic memory, but after 2 or 3 readings, he could generally commit the information to memory. Over the years, he had nearly exhausted the accessible sections of the Xiao family library. Now, he could recognize most common herb types and their ages with relative ease. At this moment, he could effortlessly identify the bonsai before him as nothing more than an ordinary rohan pine. However, the object beneath the bonsai piqued his immense interest. The shattering stone palm. Stepping back a few paces, Xiao Se lunged forward, gathering fighting energy in his right palm, raising it to sweep across the fissure in the stone platform. This was the only fighting technique he possessed, classified as a mid-level yellow rank, taught to him by the butler initially, and now he had mastered it to perfection. Capable of shattering stone with ease. With a resounding crash, under the might of Xiao Se's formidable palm, the rohan pine's root structure was instantaneously shattered, causing the fissure to rapidly expand, growing wider as stones began to fall away, revealing the hollow space within the stone platform to Xiao Se's gaze. This was a chest. Chapter 6. The Inheritance of the Alchemist. A chest? Xiao Se blinked in surprise. Then a radiant smile broke across his face as he murmured softly, "It seems that the one who arrived here before me merely took the superficial treasures. The true riches are concealed beneath the stone platform." Extracting the treasure chest, Xiao Se found it remarkably effortless to open. Inside the chest lay 3 scrolls, 1 red, 1 white, and 1 black, neatly resting within, accompanied by a letter. The front of the envelope bore 5 grand characters. Autobiography of the Rohan Pine. Gulping audibly, excitement sparkled in his dark eyes. These were fighting techniques. Suppressing his eagerness to snatch the fighting technique scrolls, Xiao Se carefully opened the envelope and began to read. "I am the first Dan Emperor of the Gamma Empire. Rohan Pine. At 4 years old, I began practicing Qi. At 15, I possessed 9 stages of fighting energy, and at 16, I broke through to 10 stages, coalescing the fighting energy vortex. That same year, I became a disciple of an ancient master, learning the art of alchemy. At 18, I officially became a first-grade alchemist. At 20, I broke through to the fighter level and simultaneously advanced to a second-grade alchemist. At 25, I broke through to the great fighter level. At 30, I ascended to a third-grade alchemist and broke through to the doling level. At 50, I broke through to the Do Huang level and advanced to a sixth-grade alchemist. At 70, I reached the pinnacle of Do Huang cultivation. Regrettably, my fortune was limited, preventing me from breaking through to the Do Zone level. Thus, I am here in seclusion. Should a fated individual find this, they must first press the switch on the back of the treasure chest before retrieving the fighting techniques. Within the hidden compartment at the bottom of the chest lies a 5th-grade magical beast, the fire-devouring flood dragon's source beast fire. Along with the insights I have amassed throughout my lifetime as an alchemist. Otherwise, should the beast fire erupt, the survival rate for those below the Doang level is 0. I sincerely hope you take good care of yourself. The Emperor Dan, the Arhut Pine, has left behind his legacy." Upon finishing this letter, Xiao Se couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He murmured to himself, "Goodness, had I not read this letter beforehand, the moment I retrieved the combat technique, The beast fire hidden within the secret compartment of the treasure chest would have erupted, and not only would I have failed to obtain the combat technique, but my very life would also have been at stake. It seems this Emperor Dan did not wish for future generations to forget him. Furthermore, this treasure chest appears to possess the ability to isolate soul energy. No wonder the previous visitors were oblivious. Having secured the letter, Xiao Se moved to the back of the treasure chest and, upon careful inspection, indeed discovered a button the size of a fingernail. Gently pressing it, the treasure chest slid open horizontally to reveal a concealed compartment. In an instant, the temperature within the cave soared dramatically. On the left side of the secret compartment lay a dark green jade bottle, quietly resting there. Peering through the jade, Xiao Se could faintly discern a flickering azure flame within. Could this be the source beast fire of the 5th-tier magical beast, the Flame Eater? If unleashed in its entirety, it would be capable of slaying any formidable foe beneath the rank of Dowan. Xiao Se refrained from foolishly attempting to touch it, given that he had only just embarked on his journey as a fighter and had yet to cultivate any martial arts. Such an act would undoubtedly be tantamount to suicide. Resisting the tempting allure of the beast fire, he shifted his gaze to the right side of the hidden compartment. There, he beheld a gleaming black ring adorned with a brilliant dark blue gemstone, within which he could vaguely make out the inscription of a character. This was a mid-grade storage ring. Xiao Se gasped in astonishment, his face alight with joy. Taking the storage ring, he slipped it onto his left thumb. Upon channeling his Do Chi to sense it, he discovered an expansive inner space, roughly estimated to exceed 100 cubic meters. Retrieving the letter left behind by the Arhut pine, Xiao Se attempted to store it within the ring. A beam of ethereal light emanated from the gemstone, illuminating the envelope, which was swiftly absorbed within. In the next moment, the dark blue gemstone projected a translucent figure, its upper half only visible, appearing indistinct and unstable, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Before Xiao Se could fully comprehend the situation, the figure transformed into a streak of light, piercing into his mind through his forehead. At that instant, he felt as though his head might explode as an overwhelming flood of memories pertaining to fire control, soul perception, material recognition, and alchemical formulas surged into his consciousness. Simultaneously, a voice, both dignified and tranquil, echoed within his mind. To the fortunate one, congratulations. You have successfully passed my final assessment. Your ability to promptly store my letter in the storage ring signifies your gratitude. This remnant soul contains the accumulated experiences of my lifelong journey as an alchemist. You are perfectly suited to inherit and propagate my alchemical techniques. After a prolonged moment, once he had fully absorbed the memories of the alchemist, Xiao Se finally regained his composure. In that instant, the world felt considerably clearer, and his mind was no longer shrouded in confusion. Now he possessed the memories of a peak 6th-tier alchemist. All he required were the necessary materials and practice to elevate his abilities and truly become a 6th-tier alchemist. It seemed he had struck gold this time. To leave behind a remnant soul with the power of a peak Do Huang, it appeared that the soul of this Emperor Dan, the Arhut pine, rivaled that of Han Feng, the 6th-tier alchemist from the original tale. Beep, patch installation complete. Beep, system personal panel automatically open. Host, Xiao Se, gender male. Age, 11. Cultivation, 1 starfighter. Do Chi attribute, fire, with a hint of wood. Martial art, none. Combat technique, shattering stone palm, yellow tier intermediate. Exchange times, 1. System warehouse, none, 1 cubic meter. Gazing at the translucent screen before him, Xiao Se was momentarily taken aback. This system update had added the display of Do Chi attributes and the system warehouse features. He retrieved the Palm Sky bottle from his storage belt. Such a vital treasure would not remain on his person. He then called out in his mind, "System, store the Palm Sky bottle in the system warehouse." No sooner had he spoken than the Palm Sky bottle vanished from his hand. Upon checking the system panel again, he found the warehouse section now included an item named Palm Sky bottle. A satisfied smile spread across Xiao Se's face. Indeed, it was the Palm Sky bottle. It seemed he would no longer have to worry about alchemical materials, as they would be abundantly available. As he spoke, Xiao Se extracted the 3 combat technique scrolls from the treasure chest, closed the chest, and stored along with the beast fire and the 3 scrolls in the storage ring. He then retrieved the burning decision, the only remaining martial art in his possession. From memories of the alchemist Arhut Pine, he had learned the method to refine the Flame Eater's beast fire. Now, he would first cultivate the burning decision. Once he consumed the beast fire, he should be able to elevate the level of burning decision to yellow tier intermediate. Resolute in his intent, he tidied up the stone chamber and then seated himself, opening the burning decision scroll and channeling his Do Qi into it. The latter transformed into a stream of informational heat, surging into Xiao Se's mind. The transformation of Do Qi officially commenced. Chapter 7. The Fallen Genius. 2 hours later, Xiao Se successfully converted the attribute-less milky white Do Qi within his body into the unique Do Qi of the burning decision. Extending his fair hand, he felt the Do Qi circulating, spiraling through his arm's acupoints and converging in his palm, gradually emitting a soft yellow glow. The burning decision was still only at the yellow tier low level. Within the introspection of a fighter, he could clearly see that the milky white Do Qi in his body had completely transformed in a pale yellow Do Qi. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Xiao Se couldn't help but exclaim. Stowing away the now indistinct black scroll, he retrieved the earlier 3 scrolls. The first, a red scroll, a sword technique combat skill, the Crimson Flame Sword Breakthrough, rank, Advanced Xian tier. This technique allows the user to conjure a sword of flame to attack foes, with a number depending on the user's strength. At higher cultivation levels, it can be simplified into a colossal sword, its power rivaling that of a low-tier earth rank combat technique. When combined with extraordinary fire, its might could match that of a mid-tier earth rank technique. The second, a white scroll, a movement technique combat skill, the Ethereal Smoke Steps, rank, Advanced Xian tier. This technique dances between reality and illusion, with steps as light as smoke, rendering the user nearly imperceptible. It consists of 2 layers. The first focuses on evasion, while the second enhances speed. When combined, one can tread through heavy snow without leaving a trace or getting wet. The third, a black scroll, a secret technique combat skill. The concealment technique, rank, unknown. This technique can directly obscure one's cultivation by 1 rank, with the highest realm capable of completely hiding one's cultivation, rendering it indistinguishable unless encountered by someone who has practiced the concealment technique. Otherwise, those beneath the Do Zone rank cannot see through it. Surveying these 3 combat technique scrolls, a radiance smiled blossomed on Xiao Se's youthful face. The arrival of these 3 techniques was indeed timely. He has fully compensated for the missing offensive martial arts techniques and lightness skills, particularly the final secret technique, which initially caused him concern about his ability to conceal his power after breaking through to the fighter level, given the considerable difference between fighting spirit and the essence of combat. Now, everything has been resolved effortlessly. With a determined mind, Xiao Se commenced his focused training. The following morning, the sun shone brightly, and the skies were devoid of clouds. Within the rocky chamber of the cave, Xiao Se sat cross-legged on a mat. The warm sunlight streamed through the ventilation opening at the top of the stone chamber, illuminating his fair and youthful visage. Slowly, Xiao Se opened his eyes, having completely solidified his cultivation. Next, he could gather the herbs from the memories of the Arhut pine and attempt to concoct some hemostatic powder and healing pills. Both the hemostatic powder and the healing pills are of the first-grade variety, possessing certain healing properties. The former was personally formulated by the Arhut pine, taking on a viscous consistency that allows for rapid clotting of wounds. While it may not rival the coagulation powder crafted by the renowned 8th-grade alchemist from the original narrative, its efficacy is undoubtedly commendable. The latter, passed down from the ancient teachings of the Arhut pine, takes the form of pills that can be ingested for internal injuries or crushed for topical application, accelerating the healing process of wounds. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Se exited the cave and made his way towards the Xiao family residence. However, he first needed to see Xiao Yu off. The enrollment at the Canaan Academy had concluded yesterday, and it was anticipated that Xiao Yu had been accepted. Out of both sentiment and propriety, Xiao Se felt it necessary to bid her farewell. Employing the ethereal smoke steps, he swiftly traversed towards the Xiao family. Although Xiao Se had merely grasped the rudiments of the first level of evasion, it sufficed to allow him to navigate the winding mountain paths with ease. Upon returning to the Xiao family estate, Xiao Se resumed his customary low profile. As he walked along the cobblestone path, he overheard several young members of the Xiao family in an adjacent courtyard chattering animatedly, seemingly discussing something of note. He could vaguely discern the names Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan. Curiosity piqued, he slowed his pace and strained to listen. Hey, have you heard? Yesterday, the Canaan Academy came to Wutan City for enrollment, and cousin Xiao Yu officially became a student of the academy after passing the assessment. Wow, cousin Xiao Yu truly lives up to her reputation as the family's second prodigy after Xiao Yan. At merely 15 years of age, she has broken through to the 8th tier of fighting spirit and gained admission to the Canaan Academy. The Canaan Academy is a prestigious institution on the continent of fighting spirit, reputedly more formidable than even the royal family of the Gama Empire and the Yunlan sect. Indeed, cousin Xiao Yu is undoubtedly a genius of the Xiao family. But speaking of which, was Xiao Yan also supposed to participate in the enrollment at Canaan Academy? Why haven't we heard any news of his acceptance? Ah, you don't know? Yesterday morning, I saw Xiao Yan in a hurry to meet with the clan leader. Even when I accidentally bumped into him, he, unusually, didn't get angry. Shortly after, the clan leader announced internally that Xiao Yan was too young to attend the Canaan Academy. How could this be? Just a few days ago, the clan leader praised him during the family testing ceremony, stating that his talents could rival those of a Do Huang, and that he would surely pass the Canaan Academy's assessment. Listening to the conversation that gradually faded into the distance, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of Xiao Se's lips. As expected, Xiao Yan's fighting spirit had vanished, indicating that the medicinal elder had indeed awakened. Xiao Yan, oh Xiao Yan, I eagerly anticipate how your life will unfold over the next 3 years. At that moment, Xiao Se stood anxiously outside Xiao Yan's door, her bright eyes filled with concern. She gently rapped on the door. Brother Xiao Yan, you haven't stepped outside for 2 days. The meals I prepared for you remain untouched outside your door. If this continues, your health will surely suffer. Why? Why has my fighting spirit disappeared? Xiao Yan internally roared within the confines of his room. In the span of a single night, his cultivation plummeted from a 1-star fighter to the 9th tier of fighting spirit, and now, merely 2 days later, it had further declined to the 8th tier. For Xiao Yan, this was undoubtedly a thunderous shock, an indescribable humiliation. Having gone 2 days without food or water and with sleepless nights, his body had entered a state of extreme weakness, yet that no longer mattered. His spirit, tormented, could only imagine the mortification he would face when others learned of his regression. He envisioned everyone mocking him, belittling him, and even those girls who once fawned over him would gradually distance themselves, deeming him unworthy of the title of the Xiao family's greatest prodigy in a century. I refuse to accept this. Why? Why does my fighting spirit diminish? Why does every bit I absorb vanish without a trace? He bit down hard on his lower lip, oblivious to the blood that flowed forth. Consumed by his despair, Xiao Yan fell into an almost pathological state of cultivation. Yet even as he absorbed vast quantities of fighting spirit, it would dissipate before he could refine it. Sooner you should leave. Do not disturb my training. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yan's weak voice emerged from within the room, devoid of his former vigor, replaced instead by despondency and gloom. Chapter 8. Xiao Se was curious. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yan's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of fury. Leave quickly. If you truly regard me as your brother, then go. Do not disturb my training. But brother Xiao Yan, I get out. Xiao Yan's words were laced with anger. Stunned, Xiao Se was taken aback. This being the first time Xiao Yan had raised his voice at her. Heartbroken, she exited the courtyard, but not before reminding him, Brother Xiao Yan, I am leaving now. But remember, a person is made of iron and rice is steel. Do not neglect yourself. If you're troubled, you can always come to me to talk. Concealed in the shadows, Ling Ying witnessed this exchange, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. How dare Xiao Yan treat his young lady in such a manner? However, recognizing that Xiao Yan was the only person of significance to her in the Xiao family, he restrained his ire. Upon closer observation, he discovered that Xiao Yan's cultivation had indeed diminished to the 8th tier of fighting spirit. He then sent a message to Xiao Se. Miss, it appears that young Master Xiao Yan's fighting spirit has dropped to the 8th tier. What? Xiao Se froze momentarily, her mind reading. No wonder brother Xiao Yan had confined himself to his room, refusing to eat, seemingly possessed by his training. Old Ling, do you know why brother Xiao Yan's fighting spirit has vanished? With Ling Ying's fighting spirit assistance, Xiao Se inquired. Ling Ying shook his head. Aside from his weakness due to lack of sleep and nourishment, everything else appears normal. I understand, old Ling. Please keep a close watch on brother Xiao Yan's condition. If you notice anything unusual, let me know at once. Understood, he replied obediently. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Se slowly exited the courtyard where Xiao Yan resided. Just then, a familiar figure approached from the distance, causing her to pause in surprise. Is that him? Was he doing near brother Xiao Yan's residence? Miss, this boy named Xiao Se is a talent that rivals young Master Xiao Yan. He has already broken through to the fighter level, leaning caution from the shadows. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se's delicate brows furrowed slightly in confusion. But old Ling, why is he hiding? It is not that Xiao Se holds a particular fascination for the youth before her. Rather, it is the fact that he possesses extraordinary talent and is the only individual from the Xiao family who remains impervious to her allure. Ling Ying paused momentarily. lapsing into silence before gently articulating. Perhaps it is due to his tumultuous background that this young man has cultivated such admirable character. He demonstrates an impressive ability to safeguard himself, exhibiting restraint and a knack for concealing his true capabilities. He is neither foolish enough to feign weakness to deceive others, nor does he shine too brightly in the spotlight. Miss, have you noticed that he plays a role in the Xiao family that is almost transparent? Aside from slight acquaintance with that girl named Xiao Yu, most of the younger generation in the Xiao family cannot even recall his name. Throughout the entire exchange, he never uttered a word about Xiao Yan. For to do so would starkly contrast Xiao Yan's temperament with his own, revealing a significant disparity. Even a minor setback nearly brings him to his knees. Xiao Se nodded gently, her heart in accord with Ling Ying's assessment. She had specifically instructed Ling Ying to investigate Xiao Se's background. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by family servants. Due to his father's unyielding nature during his lifetime, he had offended many, and after his parents' demise, he became a castaway of the family. Had he not displayed exceptional talent for cultivation at the tender age of 6, he might never have crossed the threshold of the Xiao family. With a smile, Xiao Se approached Xiao Se and said, "Cousin Xiao Se, what a coincidence to encounter you here." Although she was aware that Xiao Se posed no threat, her cultivated demeanor would not allow her to disregard him. Additionally, it provided an opportunity to discern his intentions. Xiao Se was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had noticed Xiao Se exiting Xiao Yan's courtyard and had intended to ignore her, focusing solely on finding Xiao Yu. To his astonishment, she took the initiative to greet him. "Is there something on your mind, Miss Se?" Xiao Se replied, maintaining a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant. While others sought to curry favor with her, he had no inclination to act as a sycophant. He, Xiao Se beat her lip, showing no surprise at the youth's demeanor. A charming dimple appeared on her delicate face as she smiled sweetly. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely noticed you here alone and wanted to offer my assistance." Upon hearing this, Xiao Se discreetly glanced toward Xiao Yan's courtyard, understanding her underlying concern. It seemed she feared he might discover that Xiao Yan's cultivation had regressed. He replied nonchalantly, "It's no trouble at all. I merely promised Xiao Yu that I would accompany her when she departs for the Xiao Yan Academy." Xiao Se's smile widened, genuine and devoid of pretense. "Cousin Xiao Se, you might be running late. Cousin Xiao Yu is already packed up and left early this morning. She's likely about to set off. You might still catch her if you hurry." Xiao Se's lips twitched, a shadow of vexation crossing his face. If he truly missed her, he feared the next time she returned, she would chase him down with a sword. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and hastened towards the Xiao family's exit, heading in the direction of the Xiao Yan Academy's assembly point, all the while exclaiming, "Thank you." Observing Xiao Se's flustered demeanor, Xiao Se couldn't help but smile, murmuring to herself, "What an intriguing individual." Unbeknownst to both Xiao Se and Xiao Se, on the second floor of Xiao Yan's courtyard, he was gritting his teeth, having witnessed the entire exchange through the gap in the window. In Wutan City, at the designated assembly point for new students of the Xiao Yan Academy, Xiao Ning was holding Xiao Yu's hands, bidding her a heartfelt farewell. "Sister, I will miss you. Quit your whining. Don't let your tears and snot fall on me." Xiao Yu retorted, disdain evident as she pushed away her overly sentimental brother. Wiping his tears, Xiao Ning lowered his head, his expression one of dejection as he replied, "I understand." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu spoke earnestly, "All right, you're a grown man. Stop crying at every turn. And don't always be envious of Xiao Yan. You can't compete with him. Learn from Xiao Se. He is mature and steady, unflappable in the face of challenges." As she spoke, Xiao Yu scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate Xiao Se's figure. Xiao Ning's expression darkened. He was one of the few in the Xiao family, alongside Xiao Yu and Xiao Se, who knew of Xiao Se's formidable strength. In his understanding, this younger cousin, despite having a lower cultivation level than him, possessed a terrifying combat prowess. Several private challenges had ended with him returning battered and bruised. "It's time for us to depart," urged the new student mentor, Ruo Lin, to Xiao Yu. "Oh, coming," Xiao Yu responded. Having searched in vain for Xiao Se, her beautiful eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Biting her lip, she thought to herself, "Has that little lecher forgotten the time? How infuriating. When he returns next time, I shall teach him a lesson." Just then, a familiar, slightly magnetic voice approached from afar. "Xiao Yu, I apologize for being late." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu turned to the source of the voice. Upon recognizing him, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. In the astonished gazes of Xiao Ning, Ruo Lin, and the new students of the Xiao Yan Academy, she leapt into his arms, exclaiming, "You little lecher! I thought you had forgotten." Chapter 9. The beginning of alchemy in the rear mountains of the Xiao family. A figure clad in azure darted like a specter along the rugged mountain paths, pausing intermittently to examine certain spots. Purple leaf orchid, bone-washing flower. I never expected the Xiao family's rear mountains to harbor such an abundance of unharvested medicinal herbs. It seems they have been preserved due to their relatively low age. However, this poses no issue for me. I fear not their age, but the absence of seeds, Xiao Se murmured softly as he surveyed several medicinal plants before him. After Xiao Yu's departure for the Jianan Academy, Xiao Se once again plunged into his immersive training. By day, he practiced combat techniques and agility outside his stone chamber in the cave. By night, he refined his fighting energy within the chamber, while also placing the Heaven-Defying Bottle beneath the ventilation opening to absorb moonlight and condensed green liquid. His life revolved around this cyclical routine. Capitalizing on the ethereal nature of his training, Xiao Se thoroughly excavated and transplanted all the medicinal herbs he encountered into a small valley he had discovered. Above the valley, mist swirled, obscuring the view from the mountain's peak to the valley floor. The only path leading into this small valley was a narrow cliff that could accommodate only a single person at a time. Below the cliff lay a bottomless chasm, perilously steep, which Xiao Se had concealed with branches and rubble, ensuring that it went unnoticed. Having gathered all the medicinal herbs from this area, Xiao Se arrived at the small valley. Observing the flourishing medicinal garden that nearly enveloped the entire valley, a satisfied smile spread across his face. These plants were prepared for his alchemical studies. He had spent over half a month collecting such a bounty of herbs, which the liquid condensed within the Heaven-Defying Bottle had nurtured from seedlings to several decades, even up to 100 years in age. Though he had considered purchasing the herbs directly from the market, his financial constraints prevented him from doing so. The remaining gold coins would be needed for future purchases of first-tier magical cores and the refinement of second-tier medicinal pills, thus compelling him to rely on his own efforts. This also served as an excellent opportunity to test the efficacy of the Heaven-Defying Bottle. Skillfully harvesting all the mature medicinal plants and categorizing them, Xiao Se returned once more to the stone chamber in the cave. Eagerly, he removed the ring from his neck, infusing it with a surge of fighting spirit. A deep blue luminescence surged forth, and a medicinal cauldron, approximately half a meter in height and entirely crimson, materialized within the stone chamber. The cauldron featured two openings, equipped with a fire channel, and a specially designed aperture atop its lid for the insertion of medicinal ingredients during the alchemical process. This was one of the few remnants left behind in the ring of the revered Dan Emperor, Luhansong. Though the two-opening cauldron possessed no extraordinary qualities, it was a cherished gift from his esteemed master upon his apprenticeship, and thus Luhansong had preserved it diligently, never parting with it even in times of adversity. It was fortuitously suited to alleviate Xiao Se's pressing predicament. He could now embark on his alchemical endeavors. However, as a precaution, he decided to first attempt transforming his internal fighting spirit into flame. At present, Xiao Se merely possessed the alchemical memories of Luhansong and had yet to put them into practice. It was akin to guarding a vast treasure trove. Its key being his very self, strength, talent, and alchemical experience were all indispensable. Only by harmonizing these elements could he fully unlock the potential of this treasure. Resolute, Xiao Se lifted his right hand in accordance with Luhansong's memories, gently touching the fire channel on the side of the cauldron. A faint yellow, fighting spirit surged forth from his right arm, cascading into the cauldron. In the next moment, a muffled sound echoed as the yellow fighting spirit entered the cauldron, rapidly transforming into a swirling, burning flame of the same hue. Was it truly this effortless to conjure a flame? It seemed his innate talent was rather commendable. As the flame materialized successfully, a flicker of joy illuminated Xiao Se's otherwise calm visage. A splendid beginning indeed. Next, he needed to attune himself to the faint wood attribute residing within him. Slowly closing his eyes, he focused his mind, unleashing his formidable soul perception, which swept through his being in search of the elusive wood energy. Minutes passed 125, but still, Xiao Se had yet to locate the wood energy within. Yet, he exhibited no signs of impatience. Although he lacked a fighting spirit testing sphere, the system's personal panel had indicated that his fighting spirit was primarily fire, tinged with a hint of wood, suggesting it could be found. It was simply a matter of difficulty in the initial search. At last, on the 8th minute, he sensed the faint wood energy within him. He had finally located it, and now he needed to channel this energy into the cauldron to neutralize the violent elements within the flame. Exhaling slowly, Xiao Se extended the ring finger of his left hand and lightly tapped the opposing fire channel of the cauldron. A wisp of pale green energy flowed from his fingertip, gradually entering the cauldron. In an instant, the once turbulent yellow flames within the cauldron calmed, becoming remarkably gentle, devoid of their previous ferocity. Success! Xiao Se's eyes brightened with excitement. The first-grade medicinal concoction, the hemostatic powder, required the following ingredients: hemostatic herb and qi-nurturing fruit. Recalling the self-formulated recipe of the Dan Emperor Luhanson, his soul perception penetrated the cauldron as he diligently controlled the gentle flames within. With a flicker, the ring glimmered, and a delicate red hemostatic herb appeared in his hand. He flicked his fingers, accurately dropping the herb into the designated aperture atop the cauldron. On his first attempt, Xiao Se failed to manage the flames in time. The herb emitted a burnt aroma, and within moments was reduced to charcoal, expelled from the cauldron's opening. The temperature had been too high. The second attempt fared slightly better. Yet the hemostatic herb succumbed to the flames once again, becoming charred and ejected from the cauldron. It was evident the heat was still excessive. The third attempt unfolded over 10 long minutes. After exhausting 10 hemostatic herbs, Xiao Se finally discerned the optimal temperature for the herb's combustion. The 11th hemostatic herb was cast into the cauldron, its essence transforming into a small quantity of pale white powder. The extraction was complete. Xiao Se let out a heavy sigh, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. With a cultivation technique of merely low-grade yellow tear, nearly a third of his fighting spirit had been depleted. The alchemical memories of Luhanson, while seemingly straightforward in recollection, proved to be immensely challenging in practice. He possessed the pinnacle of Dohuang cultivation and a soul strength equivalent to a 6th-grade alchemist, coupled with vast alchemical experience. In stark contrast, Xiao Se only held the memories of a 6th-grade alchemist, with both soul perception and cultivation lagging behind, and a complete lack of practical experience. Nevertheless, he resolved to persevere. In comparison to others who groveled for alchemical tutelage, he considered himself fortunate. He still had auxiliary medicinal pills required for consuming beast fire to concoct. Slowly then, he murmured softly, embarking on the extraction of the remaining 2 ingredients. Chapter 10. The Demon Sword of Longke. Armed with the experience of refining the hemostatic herb, Xiao Se successfully extracted the essences from 7 qi-nurturing fruits and 4 poppy flowers. Regrettably, the quality left much to be desired. After completing the first batch of hemostatic powder materials, Xiao Se refrained from hastily merging the 3 medicinal essences. The fusion of medicinal powers proved to be far more complex than the extraction of essences. Repeating the previous processes, as the number of extractions increased, both the success rate and the quality gradually improved. 2 hours later, Xiao Se had entirely exhausted his fighting spirit, collapsing weakly to the ground. He had only managed to refine 5 batches of medicinal essences. Although each batch surpassed the last in quality, it remained insufficient. Enduring the pain of his depleted fighting spirit, Xiao Se struggled to rise and sat cross-legged before the cauldron, activating the burning decision technique to restore his fighting spirit. He would then continue refining the medicinal essences. When hunger struck, he ventured to the waterfall to fish and grill. When fatigue overcame him, he would rest in a cave for a brief respite. This cycle repeated, and at long last, after a week of relentless toil, Xiao Se had successfully refined all the hemostatic herbs, qi-nurturing fruits, and poppy flower from the valley's medicinal garden. He had amassed 200 portions of materials. After consuming the earlier 20 batches of lesser quality medicinal essences, Xiao Se finally concocted his first ever medicinal pill, the hemostatic powder. Gazing at the viscous substance contained within the jade vial, a smile blossomed on Xiao Se's face. At last, I can truly call myself an alchemist. He hoped this first vial of medicinal powder would bring him good fortune. The system exchanged the vial of elixir in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the demon sword sealed within the demon restraining tower of the world of Xianjian Qixia 3. A demon sword? A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Se's face. A demon sword indeed. Reflecting on his past life, he felt a profound sense of regret upon witnessing Long Kuei's second plunge into the sword-forging furnace. He had never imagined it would ultimately fall into his hands. Scanning his surroundings, he noted the hemostatic powder had vanished, yet the demon sword was nowhere in sight. After a fruitless search, Xiao Se called out in his mind, "System, didn't I exchange for the demon sword? Where is it?" Ding! The system has activated the warehouse function. All exchanged items will be stored in the system warehouse. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Se's understanding was illuminated. With a flicker of light, a peculiar sword, adorned with strange runes and emanating a violet glow, materialized and hovered before him. Unlike the heavy and formidable demonic sword depicted in the game, the one before him exuded a certain elegance reminiscent of characters in a television drama. It was of moderate size, neither cumbersome nor insubstantial. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Se cautiously approached the sword, which seemed to sense his presence, beginning to tremble violently and emit a piercing shriek that resonated with an endless sorrow and loneliness. This sound weighed heavily on Xiao Se's heart. Sensing the shift in his emotions, the sword ceased its mournful wailing, allowing him to draw nearer. As he grasped the hilt of the sword, Xiao Se felt his internal energy being rapidly siphoned away, the purple glow emanating from the sword becoming increasingly brilliant. Goodness, if it keeps draining me like this, I might just become another anti-inflammatory, he muttered under his breath, his expression darkening. Yet, he had no intention of relinquishing his hold. Deep down, he sensed that releasing the sword might mean missing out on a momentous opportunity. With a roar directed at the heavens, Xiao Se gripped the hilt tightly, exerting force to lift it above his head, causing his palms to split and blood to trickle forth. A dull thud echoed as the blood stained the hilt, the sword emitting a muffled sound as the purple light began to retract. At this juncture, Xiao Se's pale face was dotted with beads of sweat. His cultivation technique, the burning decision, was merely at the low yellow tier, lacking both depth and endurance. Once the sword absorbed his energy, his internal force was drained completely. As the purple light fully receded, Xiao Se could no longer sustain himself, the sword slipping from his grasp with a clang as it fell to the cold ground. His shoulders, which had been straining to maintain balance, finally relaxed, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air while his chest heaved violently. The soreness permeating his body made even the slightest movement feel like an insurmountable challenge. Summoning his remaining strength amidst the cries of anguish, Xiao Se struggled to rise, his trembling hands forming the seals of his cultivation as he gradually closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. Having a profound understanding of the original narrative, he knew that this was the opportune moment for cultivation. As Xiao Se diligently sought to restore his internal energy, the sword emitted a low, humming sound. Two beams of light, one red and one blue, shot forth from it, intertwining before coalescing into a graceful maiden clad in flowing sleeves and ethereal garments. This enchanting figure oscillated between hues of blue and red, her form undulating as though she lacked physical substance, revealing glimpses of the scenery behind her through her delicate figure. Gazing intently at Xiao Se, who was seated on the ground, striving to recover his energy, a hint of melancholy graced the maiden's exquisite features. She approached him, lifting her jade-like hand as if to caress his cheek, yet hesitated. Sensing the profound depletion of his internal energy, she realized he needed to recuperate swiftly. Taking a seat gracefully upon a nearby stone slab, resting her chin on her hand, she observed him quietly, her expression shifting from sorrow to one of reassurance and affection. After an hour of closed-eye meditation, the once dim and lifeless vortex of energy within Xiao Se began to glow with renewed brilliance, its luminosity nearly doubling. Upon inspecting his cultivation level, he discovered he remained at the first star of the fighter tier, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Gradually opening his eyes, the weariness and soreness dissipated, leaving him with an unparalleled sense of comfort. He stretched languidly, twisting his neck as his joints cracked, eliciting a contented sigh. "Brother, you are awake." The melodious voice that graced his ears was intoxicatingly beautiful. "Goodness!" Xiao Se exclaimed, turning to behold the maiden clad in flowing sleeves. There, a girl in blue, seated gracefully, her chin resting gently in her hand, gazing at him with tender eyes. "Brother, you finally remember Long Kuei." Upon hearing her name, the maiden, who had initially harbored some reservations, sprang into his embrace. The sensation of soft warmth enveloped him, and Xiao Se felt an almost surreal disconnection. In his mind, he called out, "System, what is happening? I know the soul of Long Kuei is sealed within the sword, but why does she call me brother? I am not Jing Tian." Ding, the system guarantees quality. The moment the sword and the hemostatic powder exchanged, Long Kuei's fate was irrevocably altered. "So, I have replaced Long Yan in her memories, becoming her brother?" Ding indeed. Chapter 11. The marvelous utility of the demonic sword. Lowering his gaze to the gentle, bashful Long Kuei in his arms, he could not precisely feel her warmth due to her ethereal state. Yet the longing and affection she had harbored for a millennium resonated deeply within him. Exhaling slowly, Xiao Se's dark eyes brimmed with compassion as he resolved silently. "Since I have taken Jing Tian's place, I shall ensure that the events of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 do not unfold. Long Kuei, we are no longer in the kingdom of Jiang. From now on, you shall call me brother," he said, gazing at the maiden who appeared to be several years his senior. a smile gracing his lips. Brother? But Long Kuei has always called you Wang Xiong. She tilted her head, puzzled. Let us change it. Wang Xiong is too vague. It lacks the intimacy of brother. Xiao Se patiently explained. Vague? Intimate? Long Kuei raised her beautiful chin, smiling. Since brother prefers Long Kuei to call him that, then I shall do so. Such a good girl. Xiao Se tenderly caressed Long Kuei's delicate face. In The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, Jing Tian had often done the same. As she experienced the long-awaited comfort after a millennium, tears of joy streamed down Long Kuei's cheeks. Brother, from now on, Long Kuei will never part from you again. Indeed. Xiao Se nodded, simultaneously resolving in his heart. Rest assured, Long Kuei, we are both exiles in this foreign world. Wherever we may find ourselves, I will never let you leave my side, nor will I allow you to face the fate of the sacrificial sword. Long Kuei, are you now a soul entity? Xiao Se inquired, sensing that at this moment, Long Kuei lacked a physical form. Although he could still touch her, it felt ethereal, as if she might dissipate at any moment. Long Kuei nodded slightly, her expression turning somber as she softly replied. Long Kuei's body was consumed the moment it was cast into the forging furnace, leaving my soul to reside within the demonic sword to preserve my existence. A gentle smile graced Xiao Se's face as he reassured her, do not worry, Long Kuei. Your brother will forge a new body for you, bringing you back to life. What did you say? Long Kuei gazed at him incredulously, excitement bubbling forth as she asked, Brother, is that true? Can Long Kuei really be revived? Xiao Se affectionately ruffled Long Kuei's hair, smiling, have I ever deceived you? Brother never lies to Long Kuei. He promised to find me in my next life, and he has kept that promise. Long Kuei believes in her brother. Wiping her tears, her eyes glistened with determination. Long Kuei, can you return to the sword now? You are currently a soul entity, and if you go out like this, you may fall into danger if seen by ill-intentioned individuals, Xiao Se remarked with a smile. Long Kuei can, but the inside of the sword is dark and uninviting. However, for my brother, I am willing to endure, she said, transforming into a blue light and slipping back into the sword. Xiao Se gradually rose, picking up the demonic sword from the ground. As he gripped it, he was almost toppled by its weight, exclaiming in astonishment, it's so heavy. The enchanted sword quivered slightly, emitting the gentle and melodious voice of Long Kuei. Brother, in its ordinary state, the sword weighs over 100 pounds, making it quite challenging for you to wield at your current cultivation level and age. However, as the true master of the sword, you can attempt to adjust its weight to a more suitable level. Xiao Se nodded in understanding, quietly infusing it with his fighting spirit. The sword trembled momentarily, and its silhouette flickered before suddenly reducing in weight by nearly tenfold. With a casual flourish, Xiao Se found it remarkably easy to handle, nodding in satisfaction as he smiled and said, Thank you, Long Kuei. From now on, I shall carry the sword on my back, and when no one is around, you may emerge from it. Brother, it need not be so complicated. The sword has absorbed your blood and can now be summoned into your body. Long Kuei's soft voice resonated once more from within the sword. Is that so? Let me give it a try, Xiao Se thought, and in an instant, the sword transformed into a violet light, burrowing into his right hand. Raising his hand, he focused intently and noticed a 1-inch-long pattern of the sword's design appearing at the joint of his forearm. How does it feel, brother? Long Kuei inquired, this time communicating directly into Xiao Se's mind. Indeed, it is quite convenient. Xiao Se nodded in approval and continued. Long Kuei, can you possess me as well? In the original story, Yao Lao had temporarily inhabited Xiao Yan's body, allowing him to elevate his cultivation from a fighter to a Do Huang's power level in a short period. After a brief silence, Long Kuei gently responded, Brother, I can certainly attempt it. As soon as the words left her lips, a brilliant blue light enveloped Xiao Se's right arm, expanding to envelop his entire being, forming a delicate veil of azure around him. At that moment, his eyes shimmered with a faint blue glow, obscuring their true depth. His cultivation level had astonishingly risen to that of a great fighter. Upon sensing his newfound power, Xiao Se gasped in astonishment, realizing that Long Kuei's soul had elevated him directly from a 1-star fighter to a 7-star great fighter. Not only that, but his spiritual energy had significantly increased as well. Brother, Long Kuei has absorbed a millennium's worth of ghostly energy within the sword, granting her an exceptionally powerful soul. With your current physique, you can only sustain a minuscule portion of Long Kuei's soul energy, she reminded him softly. That is sufficient, Long Kuei. How long can we maintain this state? Xiao Se inquired internally. Currently, it can last for about half an hour at most. Beyond that, your body may not withstand it. Long Kuei replied, her tone tinged with concern. That will suffice. With that, Xiao Se took a seat before the medicinal cauldron, merging the remaining essence of the herbs he had refined to concoct a hemostatic powder. The results exceeded his expectations. The process was remarkably smooth, and the previously arduous concoction of the hemostatic powder was completed in mere moments, yielding a product of far superior quality than before. Having refined over 180 portions of materials in less than half an hour, he was delighted to find that, apart from a few that were of mediocre quality, the rest were of excellent grade. After completing the hemostatic powder, Xiao Se endeavored to concoct an injury recovery pill. With Long Kuei's soul energy supporting him, he succeeded with ease, bringing him immense joy. Previously, due to limitations in his cultivation and spiritual perception, he often needed to experiment for quite some time to find the optimal flame control point for each type of pill. However, with Long Kuei's spiritual power bolstering him, he found himself almost effortlessly mastering the craft. Now, he felt ready to attempt the refinement of second-grade pills. Chapter 12. Cultivation Essence Liquid. With the enchanted sword safely within his body, Xiao Se exited the Xiao family estate, navigating the spacious streets until he arrived at a medium-sized market owned by the Xiao family, located slightly west of Wutan City. Brother, there are so many people here. Long Kuei's excited voice echoed in his mind. Observing the bustling crowd around him, Xiao Se smiled and replied, "This is a medium-sized market belonging to the Xiao family, designed as a trading hub for mercenaries near the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Then, is there something you wish to purchase?" Long Kuei's ethereal voice chimed at his thoughts. "Indeed, I intend to refine a second-grade pill that will assist me in my cultivation, known as Cultivation Essence Liquid. I have all the necessary materials, but I currently lack a first-grade wood-type magic core," Xiao Se gently responded, caressing the magical sword pattern on his right forearm. Sensing his tenderness, Long Kuei smiled and said, "Let me assist you in searching, brother. Although I cannot fight, my perception remains quite keen." "Thank you," Xiao Se replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips at her admission of not being able to fight. While in her blue state, it was true she could not engage in battle. However, in her red state, she likely possessed extraordinary combat prowess, though he wondered just how formidable it could be. As he wandered deeper into the market, Xiao Se realized that the items traded there were considerably more valuable than those at the entrance, increasing the likelihood of finding a first-grade wood-type magic core. After visiting several stalls, he encountered a variety of magic cores but found none of the wood type he sought. "Brother, 300 meters to the southwest, there is a crystal emanating with elemental energy. That should be the wood-type magic core you're searching for." Long Kuei's voice suddenly resounded in his mind, just as he began to feel fatigued. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se's eyes brightened, and he thought, "Thank you, Long Kuei." He quickly made his way to the stall indicated by her, bending down to grasp a green crystal stained with blood and lightly tossing it in his hand. He then turned to a rather unassuming middle-aged mercenary behind the stall and asked with a smile, "Good sir, from which beast does this magic core originate?" Noticing Xiao Se's attire as a disciple of the Xiao family, the middle-aged mercenary promptly responded with enthusiasm, "Ah, young master, you have an excellent eye. This is the magic core of a first-grade ghostwood fox, considered among the finest of first-grade cores. It took 3 of my brothers to finally take down that beast." As he spoke, the mercenary's eyes glistened with a hint of sorrow, and after a brief pause, he continued, "If you fancy it, I assure you, I won't cheat you, just 700 gold coins." For a fleeting moment, Xiao Se felt a pang of empathy, but the price that followed made him unable to suppress a smirk. A standard first-grade magic core typically ranged from 400 to 450 coins, with even the best not exceeding 500. To charge 700 for a first-grade ghostwood fox magic core was to underestimate his intelligence. Wiping the blood from the ghostwood fox magic core, Xiao Se placed it back down and replied coolly, "That is quite steep. I doubt I could wander the entirety of the Monster Beast Mountain Range and find a first-grade magic core worth 700 gold coins. While the ghostwood fox is indeed a troublesome first-grade beast, I find your tale of losing 3 brothers hard to believe. They couldn't have been fighters. I will offer 450 coins. If that is unacceptable, I shall seek elsewhere." Had he not noticed the decent quality of the wood-type magic core, he might have been tempted to walk away. Seemingly caught off guard by the sharp insight of this 11 or 12-year-old boy, the middle-aged mercenary suppressed his naive demeanor, his smile faltering as he replied awkwardly, "That is a bit less considering we brothers also have our struggles. After all, this is a ghostwood fox, a notoriously challenging opponent among first-grade beasts." Xiao Se shook his head and said, "It is precisely because I am aware of the ghostwood fox that I made my bid, 450. The typical price for a first-tier magic core hovers between 400 and 450, This is already my utmost offer. Would you care for a bit more? 500 gold coins. The middle-aged mercenary appeared distinctly displeased with this figure. 450. Any more, and I shall take my leave. Xiao Se fixed his gaze upon the mercenary. 490. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se turned on his heel without a word and began to depart. Wait. 480. 470. Damn it, 450, it's yours. Xiao Se turned back with a smile, remarking as he engaged in the transaction. I am merely running an errand for someone. What more do you expect of me? The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, his earlier demeanor of earnestness and affability dissipating. Spare me. I see you are genuinely intent on purchasing, and I am indeed in need of funds to treat my brother's injuries. Otherwise, do you think I would sell to you? He took the Ghostwood Fox magic core and, in order to ensure the successful concoction of the essence refining liquid, Xiao Se searched the surroundings. Before long, he spent his remaining 420 gold coins on an ordinary first-tier would attribute magic core and then ambled leisurely toward the exit of the imitation market. His gold coins were nearly depleted, and with nothing particularly special left to acquire, it would be futile to retain them. As he approached 500 meters from the exit of the imitation market, the commotion of a gathering crowd captured Xiao Se's attention. Through the throng, he discerned Xiao Yan and Xiao Se being obstructed by a lecherous-looking young man, behind whom stood a group of middle-aged brutes of rather unseemly appearance. Xiao Se gauged the situation and found that most of the middle-aged men were fighters, with at least a combat aura of the 8th tier. To his surprise, it was Galio. It seemed Xiao Yan's combat aura had dwindled to the 4th tier. He was about to face a tough ordeal. Muttering softly, Xiao Se swiftly maneuvered into the crowd. In the center of the throng, Galio's gaze, mingled with fervor and unabashed admiration, was fixated on the graceful figure of the young lady before him. Xiao Se, what a serendipitous encounter to find Miss Se here, he mused, unable to resist, licking his lips, with a slight furrow of her delicate brows. Xiao Se was about to reprimand him when she noticed Xiao Yan stepping forward to position himself protectively in front of her, angrily admonishing Galio. Galio, what is your intention? Step aside immediately. Xiao Yan, brother. Xiao Se cast a worried glance at him. In the past, Xiao Yan would shield her from storm, and she would have felt immense joy. However, now that he possessed only a combat aura of the 4th tier, any confrontation would surely place him at a disadvantage. Xiao Yan, it is you again, meddling in my affairs. Galio's pallid face twisted into a scowl as he glared at Xiao Yan, his pupils filled with malice. Observing this, a lean middle-aged man behind Galio leaned in to whisper, Young master, father has instructed us not to engage in conflict with the Xiao family, especially with Xiao Yan. Silence. Galio snapped, delivering a sharp slap to the man's face without turning his head. He harbored a healthy respect for the #1 talent of Wutan City, especially since his father had warned him against direct confrontation. Yet as the crowd swelled, eager to witness the unfolding drama, Galio's pride could not allow him to back down, especially in front of Xiao Se. How could he, Galio, show weakness in such a situation? The 13th chapter unfolds, titled The Infamy of the Useless. Similarly, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of uncertainty. In the past, he would have been fearless. He believed that with the prestige of being Wutan City's foremost talent, even if he were not a match for Galio's lackeys, they would not dare to lay hands upon him. Ultimately, the situation would devolve into a duel between him and Galio. As a fighter, dealing with Galio would have been a mere trifle. However, times had changed. His combat aura had diminished again, leaving him with merely 4 tiers. Engaging Galio in a duel was an assured path to defeat. He could not afford to lose, for the secret of his vanishing combat aura would inevitably come to light. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue when the Xiao family, and indeed all of Wutan City, learned of his plight. His reputation as a genius would be obliterated, replaced by endless mockery and scorn. Galio, vacate the Xiao family's imitation market, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Suppressing his shock, Xiao Yan issued a stern warning. The moment his words left his lips, the onlookers erupted in cheers. Galio, be gone. Young Master Xiao Yan is magnanimous. Indeed, young Master Xiao Yan is the #1 talent in Wutan City, the youngest fighter in a century. Do not test his patience. Haha, Galio. Beware lest young Master Xiao Yan ruin your life. Hearing the taunts and jeers from the crowd, Galio's expression darkened further, veins bulging on his face as he seethed with rage. Xiao Yan, do you dare to fight? The declaration sent shockwaves throughout the area, plunging it into a hush of stunned silence. After a brief pause, laughter erupted, ringing out in raucous derision. Haha, Galio, a mere 7th tier fighter, dares to challenge Xiao Yan, who has already broken through to the ranks of fighters. It is laughable, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yes, young Master Xiao Yan, accept his challenge. Give him a lesson. As Xiao Yan faced the furious, almost irrational Galio, he furrowed his brow. Still not out of his 3-year slump. His temperament and approach were far less refined than they would be 3 years hence. Provoked by Galio, he found himself in a precarious position. To fight? How would he fight? With only 4 tiers to face Galio's 7? Would he risk breaking his own limits? Standing nearby, Xiao Se sensed Xiao Yan's unease and stepped forward. Galio, you are not worthy to challenge my brother Xiao Yan. Instead, let me experience your prowess. Not worthy? At this, Galio, who had briefly hesitated and regretted his rashness, felt a surge of fury swell within him. Shifting his gaze from Xiao Se to Xiao Yan, he taunted what? The illustrious first talent of the Xiao family requires the protection of a woman? With a knowing glance at his lean companion, Galio prompted him, and the man, skilled in the art of verbal assault, began to jeer. Haha, so Xiao Yan is just a small man. The title of first talent is mere pretense. With this encouragement, Galio's lackeys joined in the mocking. I bet he is lacking in manhood. What a fraud of a genius. Our young Master Galio is the true talent. The mercenaries affiliated with the Xiao family would not remain idle. For them, pleasing Xiao Yan translated to ingratiating themselves with the Xiao family. They countered nonsense. What kind of so-called young master is Galio? Barely 19, with only a 7th-tier combat aura? He should take a good look in the mirror. Yes, young Master Xiao Yan. Go for it. We support you. Amidst the cacophony of insults exchanged between the two factions, Xiao Se observed the scene with quiet amusement, almost bursting into laughter as he murmured to himself. It seems that Xiao Yan's secret of losing his combat aura can no longer be concealed. Brother, it seems someone has been scanning you with spiritual power. A melodious voice echoed in Xiao Se's heart, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. I understand, Lung Kuei. Unless it threatens my life, you must never expose yourself. His fist, concealed within his sleeve, was clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure. He detested this sensation of his fate resting in the hands of others, and the only one who could scrutinize him with soul power, aside from Sun as subordinate. The Do Huang Ling Ying was no other. I understand, brother. It was still Lung Kuei's voice, but it now carried a hint of spirited boldness. Contrasting with her previous elegance, Xiao Yan recognized at this time it was the red Lung Kuei responding. As they spoke, Xiao Yan ultimately succumbed to the vanity brought on by public expectation, steeling himself to accept Galio's challenge. The mercenaries of the Xiao clan and Galio's sycophants tacitly retreated, clearing a sufficiently spacious battleground for the two young masters. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Galio stood 10 meters apart, both uncertain, neither intending to make the first move. However, their hesitation did not deter others from inciting excitement. Some mercenaries eager for spectacle began to chant loudly. Young Master Xiao Yan is formidable. Young Master Xiao Yan is amazing. The support for Xiao Yan surged like a tidal wave. Even the sycophants of Galio lost faith in their master. Amidst this cacophony of encouragement, Xiao Yan's confidence experienced a fleeting resurgence. Observing Galio's fearful expression, his confidence swelled further, prompting him to voice words he would scarcely believe himself. Perhaps this time, he could truly defeat Galio with just 4 segments of Do-Chi. As the onlookers' gazes converged on the two in the center of the arena, the crowd continued to swell. Not far behind Xiao Yan, Sun gripped her delicate jade-like hand tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the arena, a hint of veiled concern flickering in her autumn-like eyes. Truth be told, no matter how blindly confident Sun was in Xiao Yan, 4 segments of Do-Chi were still 4 segments, unless employing extraordinary means. It was impossible to triumph over 7 segments of Do-Chi. This was an unbreakable rule of the Do-Chi continent. Under the expectant gazes of countless onlookers, Xiao Yan opted to strike first. Seizing Galio's moment of hesitation, he inverted his palms, a faint aura of Do-Chi swirling around them, and propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of speed, launching towards Galio. Stone Shatter Palm. Closing the distance rapidly, he raised his right palm, channeling all his strength into a fierce strike aimed squarely at Galio's chest. The Stone Shatter Palm was a mid-level yellow class technique, accessible to those of the Xiao clan with 5 segments of Do-Chi or above. Galio could not have anticipated that Xiao Yan would disregard his identity as a fighter and choose to launch a sneak attack. Caught off guard, he could only hastily summon his Do-Chi to defend, bracing himself against Xiao Yan's palm with his chest. To Galio's astonishment, the excruciating pain he had envisioned never materialized. Instead, he felt merely a substantial force, slightly greater than that of an average adult. With a resounding thud, Galio was propelled several meters back, landing heavily on the ground. The crowd erupted in wild cheers at the sight of Xiao Yan sending Galio flying with a single strike. Meanwhile, Galio's sycophants rushed to assist him, lifting him up. "Young master, are you injured?" A diminutive, thin middle-aged man inquired with concern as he helped Galio to his feet. Galio touched his chest, utterly bewildered. He had taken a direct hit from a fighter. Yet he felt no harm whatsoever. Chapter 14. The infamous title of Useless. Part 2. Shaking off the support of the thin middle-aged man, Galio approached Xiao Yan, patting his chest defiantly. "Xiao Yan, why don't you try hitting me again?" With his confidence soaring to its zenith, Xiao Yan immediately unleashed another stone shatter palm at Galio. However, this time, Galio, forewarned, was not sent flying. He merely staggered a few steps back, standing firmly in place. Having absorbed Xiao Yan's palm directly without a scratch, incredulous expressions illuminated the faces of all present, except for Xiao Se and Sun Er. Among the crowd, some astute mercenary fighters quickly discerned the anomaly, shouting, "Young Master Xiao Yan did not utilize Do Qi just now. That was Do Ji Qi." The moment those words fell, they struck like a stone cast into a pond, sending ripples throughout the crowd. All began to murmur. "How is that possible? Isn't young Master Xiao Yan a fighter? Fighters should use Do Qi. How could it be Do Ji Qi?" Indeed, and judging by that display, he should only possess around 4 segments of Do Ji Qi, certainly not exceeding 5. Hearing the murmurs around him, a ghastly, mocking smile crept upon Galio's pale visage. "Aha, Inewite. Xiao Yan, you are indeed no longer a fighter." As he spoke, he lifted his right foot and kicked towards Xiao Yan's abdomen. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's body bent like a bow, flying backward several meters. Gasping, he knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen as he retched violently. Clearly, Galio had unleashed his full power in that kick. The crowd watched with wide eyes, disbelief etched across their faces as they observed Xiao Yan being kicked away. "Xiao Yan, brother Xiao Yan, are you all right?" Upon seeing Xiao Yan spew bile from the force of the kick, Sun Er rushed to his side, helping him up. The questioning gazes around them pierced Xiao Yan's heart like needles, shattering his pride, dignity, and the title of genius he had held. At this moment, the emotional wounds inflicted upon Xiao Yan surpassed the physical pain. "Go away." Hearing Sun Er's concern call, Xiao Yan forcefully shook off her delicate hand, clutching his stomach as he fled. Were it not for his promise to accompany her shopping, he would never have found himself in this predicament. "Brother Xiao Yan," Sun Er called out, watching him retreat into the distance. After a pause, she followed after him amidst the astonished and envious glances of the crowd. "Brother, aren't Xiao Yan and Sun Er your kin? Why do you not assist them?" Within the crowd, Xiao Se heard Long Kuei's puzzled voice in his mind. "Xiao Se Ismail Fantli," replying, "They are not my kin. My only family is Long Kuei." "Hee, thank you, brother." Upon hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Long Kuei's beautiful face, though it soon faded slightly as she frowned. However, Long Kuei does not like that Galio. Judging by his demeanor, he has undoubtedly harassed virtuous women on numerous occasions. Xiao Se responded with a smile. "Since Long Kuei dislikes him, then I shall teach him a lesson on your behalf. Long Kuei, close your eyes and retract your soul power perception. Wait until I call for you before returning to your normal state." Long Kuei understands. In the magical sword space, Long Kuei obediently lifted her beautiful, fair chin and replied. Glancing at the dissipating crowd, Xiao Se discreetly locked onto Galio with his soul power, retrieving 3 steel needles imbued with neurotoxic substances from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, executing the 10th-ranked throwing technique from the Xiantian treasure record, Bat Wing Reincarnation. Amidst the cover of the crowd, no one noticed the lethal steel needles in Xiao Se's hand. Meanwhile, Galio was still basking in the joy of having defeated Xiao Yan, buoyed by the praise of his sycophants to the point of elation. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Galio reveled in the ecstasy of victory, 3 steel needles, laced with neurotoxin, shot forth from Xiao Se's hand in a straight line, then arced and dispersed. The needles struck true, piercing 2 egg yolks and a fried dough stick, sending a jolt of numbness through Galio's lower body, followed by a chilling scream. Blood stained the front of his trousers. Observing Galio's plight, a smirk graced Xiao Se's lips, yet he did not linger. With a ghostly footstep, he transformed into a wraith and silently departed from the marketplace. Upon leaving the marketplace, Xiao Se did not return home, but hastened back to the rear mountains of the Xiao family. After circling a few times and confirming through Long Kuei's senses that Ling Ying was not pursuing him, he plunged into the waterfall cave. Within the cave, as he entered the stone chamber, Long Kui eagerly flew out from the magic sword space and leaped into Xiao Se's embrace, wrapping her jade arms around his neck playfully. Brother, what did you do to that Galio? Xiao Se affectionately ruffled Long Kuei's hair, smiling as he replied, Nothing significant. I merely ensured he can no longer commit evil. He wished to shield Long Kuei from such unsavory matters. On behalf of those girls, thank you, brother. Long Kuei beamed, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she giggled. After indulging in some playful banter with Long Kuei, Xiao Se retrieved 2 first-grade wood-type magic cores and a previously refined medicinal essence from his storage belt. He looked at Long Kuei with a hint of urgency, saying, Long Kuei, my current abilities are insufficient to concoct the second-grade damn medicine for the spirit-nourishing liquid. So I must rely on you shortly. Rest assured, brother, Long Kuei replied, her heart swelling with joy at the thought of helping him. With a gentle smile, she leaned closer to Xiao Se. Meanwhile, in the tranquil courtyard of the Xiao family, a stunning figure stood elegantly. The young girl, clad in a delicate lavender dress, gazed serenely at the sky. A gentle breeze caressed her, causing the fabric to cling to her graceful form, highlighting her perfect contours. At that moment, Sun Er's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of worry crossing her exquisite eyes. The confidence and pride she admired in her brother Xiao Yan had vanished. After a prolonged silence, Sun Er suddenly spoke, her melodious voice evoking a sense of spiritual cleansing. Come fort. As her words echoed, a strange black mist materialized beside her, coalescing into a human shape. Ling Ying, tasked by the ancient clan to protect Sun Er in secrecy. Miss, Ling Ying knelt before her, speaking respectfully. How is young Master Xiao Yan? Sun Er inquired calmly. Upon hearing her question, a bitter smile crept onto Ling Ying's face. Young Master Xiao Yan has sustained only surface wounds. He is not gravely harmed. However, the blow he received seems rather substantial, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Have you discovered the cause of young Master Xiao Yan's loss of fighting spirit? Sun Er's brows knitted slightly. Ling Ying shook his head. I am powerless, and have yet to uncover any anomalies. Chapter 15. The Auction House. Hearing this, Sun Er sighed softly, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. After a moment, she spoke quietly. After tonight, I wish to never see Galio again. You know what must be done? Miss, there is no need for such drastic measures. Ling Ying replied with a weary smile. What, do you intend to defy my command? At her words, Sun Er's expression hardened, and 2 golden flames flickered ominously in her dark, beautiful eyes. The old servant dares not, but present, Galio is suffering a fate worse than death. To kill him would only grant him an undeserved mercy. Ling Ying wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, speaking earnestly. Worse than death? Sun Er, how is it? A trace of surprise flashing in her lovely gaze as she inquired coolly. What do you mean? When you pursued young Master Xiao Yan, Galio was ambushed, losing his manhood. Ling Ying explained, adjusting his posture respectfully. Lost his manhood? Sun Er's face flushed with a sudden warmth, her icy demeanor dissipating as she could not help but ask. Do you know who was responsible? I do not know, Mississippi. At that time, I feared for your safety, so I followed. However, I do have a suspect. Who is it? Sun Er's interest was piqued. Xiao Se. Cousin Xiao Se? He was present in the marketplace? Sun Er recalled Xiao Se favorably, acknowledging his character and talent. With enough opportunity, he could become a renowned powerhouse in the continent. Ling Ying nodded. Indeed, Mississippi. I happened to see him hiding in the crowd. After you and young Master Xiao Yan left, only Xiao Se had the motive and audacity. I have a lingering suspicion that he is somewhat peculiar. Should we monitor him? No need. Today, cousin Xiao Se intervened discreetly, likely wishing to prevent the Xiao family from being wronged. As long as he does not target brother Xiao Yan, we need not concern ourselves with him. Sun Er replied indifferently. Understood. With a slight bow, Ling Ying transformed in a black mist and vanished from sight. The following day, in the morning, Xiao Se donned a grand black cloak and arrived at the entrance of the middle auction house. Wow, brother, this building is so luxurious. More impressive than the palace we visited in the kingdom of Jiang. Long Kuei's exclamation resonated in his mind. Xiao Se smiled. Indeed. One day, I shall build you an even grander one. He, in the magic sword space, Long Kuei's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as she giggled. Then I shall thank you, brother. But what are we here for? To auction the spirit-nourishing liquid, Xiao Se replied. The spirit-nourishing liquid? Isn't that what you need, brother? We only concocted 2 bottles, and one of them was subpar, due to material issues. What will you do? Long Kuei queried in surprise. Eventually, both bottles will be used. We will auction the inferior one for gold coins to purchase more materials for refining the spirit-nourishing liquid. More importantly, I need ingredients to concoct the third-grade Dan medicine, I Spirit Dan, to assist in refining the essence fire of the fifth-grade magical beast, the fire-eating flood dragon. With the beast fire aid, I believe I can concoct the spirit-nourishing liquid without relying on your power, Xiao Se elucidated. No need to rely on Long Kuei's power? Upon hearing this, Long Kuei grew anxious, her beautiful eyes shimmering with moisture. Brother, did Long Kuei do something wrong? I will correct it. Hearing her concern, Xiao Se chuckled helplessly and explained, You are perfect, Long Kuei. It's just that every time I borrow your strength for alchemy, it inadvertently consumes your soul power. Although you may not feel it now, over time, your soul may weaken and fall into a dormant state. You wouldn't want brother to be unable to see you, would you? Familiar with the original story, Xiao Se understood the consequences of Xiao Yan's excessive reliance on Yao Lao's strength, leading to severe depletion of Yao Lao's soul power and ultimately causing him to fall into slumber to protect Xiao Yan. While he was uncertain whether Long Kuei's 1,000-year cultivation matched Yao Lao's, he was apprehensive about a similar fate befalling her. Long Kuei comprehended and reassured him, but brother, do not consider Long Kuei a burden. Relieved by Xiao Se's explanation, she was most afraid of him resenting her. Xiao Se smiled as he entered the auction house, under the vigilant gaze of the guards at the door. Upon entering the grand hall, a refreshing coolness enveloped me. My gaze traversed the opulent and spacious interior, eventually settling on a room marked with the illustrious words Treasure Appraisal Room. Stepping inside, I discovered a middle-aged man languidly seated at a table. As he heard my footsteps, he lazily lifted his head, his brow slightly furrowed as he regarded the figure cloaked in black robes. His expression quickly transformed into a professional smile. Sir, do you intend to appraise some treasures? Indeed, came a raspy voice from beneath the black cloak, altered through the soul power wielded by Long Kuei. Approaching the table, I casually retrieved a jade bottle of verdant hue from my waist and placed it gently upon the surface. Upon seeing the jade bottle, the middle-aged man's expression shifted subtly. He cautiously picked it up, bringing it close to his nose for a delicate sniff. After a brief moment, he looked back at me, his eyes now imbued with a hint of reverence. Are you a pharmacist, esteemed sir? Yes, the raspy voice affirmed once more. With this confirmation, the middle-aged man's demeanor visibly softened, and he respectfully inquired, May I ask, esteemed sir, what kind of elixir is this? What effects does it possess? It is the cultivation essence, classified as a second-tier elixir. Consuming it or using it in a medicinal bath can significantly enhance the cultivation speed of fighters, though it is solely effective for them. Enhancing the cultivation speed of fighters? The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. While fighters do not adhere to the rigid training methods associated with fighting energy, their meridians remain relatively weak. An elixir capable of accelerating their cultivation is exceedingly rare. And while it may not lead to an immediate fatality, the risk of meridian damage rendering one incapacitated is quite substantial. Rest assured, the effects of this essence are exceedingly gentle, with no side effects. Even for those training in fighting energy, they would merely expel it from their bodies due to an inability to absorb it, I explained slowly, perceiving the middle-aged man's skepticism. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted once more. Cautiously, he returned the jade bottle to its original place and responded with utmost respect. Esteemed sir, may I kindly request that you wait a moment? I need to summon Master Gunny for a personal appraisal. Be swift and return promptly, I replied, waving my hand nonchalantly. Settling into a nearby chair, I closed my eyes to rest. The middle-aged man nodded in deference and hurriedly exited the room. Within the room, I remained silent, pondering to myself, I wonder if Yafei has arrived. Chapter 16. Xiao Yan has been incapacitated, and so has Galileo. After a while, the middle-aged man returned, accompanied by an elder. The elder was clad in azure robes, adorned with an emblem of an elixir furnace on his chest, featuring 2 silver lines that shimmered with an air of nobility. Esteemed sir, allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is Master Gunny, the primary director of our auction house. A 2-star great fighter and also a second-tier pharmacist, the middle-aged man eagerly introduced, bowing slightly. Upon hearing the name Gunny, I felt a slight start beneath my black cloak. Quietly assessing him, he bore the characteristic pride of a pharmacist, yet his cultivation level had not reached the 3-star great fighter rank as depicted in the original text. It seemed Yafei had yet to make her entrance. As I discreetly scrutinized him, Gunny was also observing me. He noted my modest height and slender build, recognizing the distinctive leather gloves I wore. Although obscured by my robe, certain traits were still discernible. Inwardly, Gunny speculated, could he be a frail old man? If he were to learn that I was merely 11 years old, just a month shy of 12, he would likely be stunned into disbelief. The middle-aged man bowed to me and then cautiously retrieved the jade bottle from the table, presenting it to Gunny. Taking the jade bottle in hand, Gunny brought it close to his nose, inhaling its fragrant aroma. His eyes narrowed slightly as he poured a drop of the milky liquid into his palm. Fixated on the milky liquid, he deftly extracted a slender silver needle, which emanated a faint wave of fighting energy, and slowly dipped it into the liquid, stirring delicately. As time elapsed, the proud expression on Gunny's face gradually faded, replaced by solemnity. Moments later, he returned the milky liquid to its bottle and turned his gaze back to me, now tinged with a hint of reverence. He then addressed the middle-aged man in a subdued tone. What this esteemed sir has stated is indeed accurate. The essence has reached second-tier quality. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Turning back to me, his eyes now reflected both awe and gratitude. Esteemed sir, do you wish to auction this essence? Yes. Arrange for the earliest possible auction, and please prepare the necessary medicinal materials. The cost of the materials can be deducted from the auction proceeds. I nodded, producing a list from my pocket. Of course, this is no problem at all. Please take this token and proceed to auction room number 1. An auction is currently underway there. We will prepare your medicinal materials accordingly. The middle-aged man replied with a smile, handing me a black iron token. Very well. Accepting the token, I followed the attendant out of the room. As I departed, the middle-aged man looked at Gunny and quietly inquired, Master Gunny, is he truly a pharmacist? Indeed, his soul perception is remarkably acute. There's no doubt. Gunny nodded slightly, glancing at the list in the middle-aged man's hand, falling into contemplation. To my surprise, part of the list contained materials intended for concocting third-tier elixirs. Under the guidance of the attendant, I arrived at auction room number 1. Finding a secluded corner, I sat down, my gaze fixed on the auction stage. Yet, after a mere glance, my interest waned. The auctioneer, though a beautiful woman, lacked the captivating allure of Yafei. The mature charm that could leave men weak in the knees was conspicuously absent. Instead, my attention was drawn to the 3 individuals seated at the head of the room. In the center sat Xiao Yan, the patriarch of the Xiao clan. To his left was Galio, the leader of the Galio family, and to his right was Obapa, the head of the Oba family. After the beautiful auctioneer extolled the virtues of the cultivation essence, it came as no surprise that the atmosphere in the auction house grew fervent. The ability to enhance the cultivation speed of fighters was an enticing prospect for the majority present, who were all at the fighter level. I bid 10,000. I bid 11,000. 12,000. The bidding voices flowed incessantly. I bid 20,000. However, after Galio made his offer, the voices of competition gradually began to dwindle. Huh, Galio, are you planning to use this for your son? Obapa chuckled lightly, teasing him. Hearing this, Galio frowned and retorted coldly, What's wrong with that? Oh, nothing. It's just that I also wish to use it for my son. In a few years, he too will need to break through as a fighter. Moreover, even if my son has no use for it, I could always give it to my grandson. Obapa replied with a sardonic smile, then loudly declared, 21,000. Perceiving Obapa's veiled implications, Galio's expression darkened, and he raised the bid to 30,000 in a fit of irritation. 30,000, 31,000, in less than a tease time. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, the 2 men escalated the price to 41,000. 50,000. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke up. The clamor in the hall abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to Xiao Yan, including those of Galio and Obapa, who were momentarily taken aback by the unexpectedly high bid from Xiao Yan. Huh. It seems the patriarch of the Xiao clan intends to reserve this for that one renowned as the greatest genius of Wutan City in a century. It appears I have heard that the once gifted genius has become a mere shadow of his former self, reduced from a formidable fighter to a pitiful wretch with only the cultivation of a 4-star doqi. It seems he is incapable of absorbing the energy contained within the spiritual liquid. Who knows when Xiao, that great genius, will reclaim his former prowess. By then, the efficacy of the spiritual liquid may very well have diminished. With a smirk, Galabai remarked. Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance at Galabai and replied coolly, Isn't your son also a failure? The corner of Galabai's mouth twitched, his voice faltering. Observing the exchange between the two, the onlooker, Obapa, shrugged with a smile. Choosing to withdraw, his own son, with talent inferior even to Galabai's, was 20 years old and at a mere 7-star doqi. Hoping for a breakthrough to become a fighter within 3 years was utterly unrealistic, so he felt no urgency. Yet, Xiao Yan was relentless in his taunts, continuing, "My son Xiao Yan's do qi may have vanished, but at least he can cultivate it back. Your son Galileo has lost his. Well, he may never regain it. Ha ha ha." With that final remark, Xiao Yan erupted into laughter. In his conversation with Galabai, Xiao Yan had not bothered to lower his voice. One could even describe his tone as bordering on a shout. Galileo had been castrated yesterday, and under the Galabai family's deliberate attempts to suppress the news, very few were aware. Now, however, those present could hear everything quite clearly. Everyone understood that Galileo had lost his manhood. Is it true that Galileo has been castrated? Indeed, it's true. I was there at the scene. When I mentioned it earlier, you all were skeptical, but now that the clan leader has confirmed it, you must believe it. This is hilarious. That once privileged playboy has met his downfall. The chorus of laughter and gossip about Galileo filled the air, even causing the matter of Xiao Yan's lost do qi to be subconsciously overlooked. Nothing was more sensational than his castration. Chapter 17, Devouring Beast Fire. Galabai's face contorted with anger as he retorted, "Xiao Yan, don't be so smug. Don't think that just because I lack evidence, you are beyond reproach. My son Galileo's castration is undoubtedly linked to your son Xiao Yan and that girl, Xiao Se. Then bring forth your evidence and seek justice." Xiao Yan replied with a contented expression, "I could just as easily claim that my son Xiao Yan's do qi disappearance was your son's doing. You're quite cunning, Xiao Yan. This enmity between us has now been established," Galabai said, his fingers clenched so tightly that they creaked. "Enough talk. Are you raising the bid or not? If not, I will simply claim it." Xiao Yan yawned, appearing somewhat impatient. "Of course I will raise it. I bid 60,000. In a fit of rage, Galabai waved his hand. "Adding 10,000. Adding 10,000? How generous of you. I bid 80,000. Xiao Yan yawned again, his demeanor languid. 100,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Galabai announced a sky-high price. However, as soon as the words left his lips, regret washed over him. No matter how precious the Peiyuan's spiritual liquid was, it was ultimately a second-tier pill. Across the entire Do-Chi continent, he had never heard of any second-tier pill being worth 100,000 gold coins. "You've won." Unsurprisingly, it was evident to all that Xiao Yan was deliberately provoking Galabai. Yet, in his fury, Galabai remained blissfully unaware. His expression shifted to one of shock, and under Obapa's gleeful gaze, he finally grasped that he had been outwitted. "Xiao Yan, you are ruthless," he spat, leaving behind a harsh remark as he turned to the auctioneer, urging him to complete the sale. In a remote corner, Xiao Se was utterly bemused. Recalling the original text and naively believing that Xiao Yan's loss of do qi would land him in trouble with Xiao Yan, only to find that the stronger preyed upon the weaker, thus benefiting our Xiao. Returning to the appraisal master, under the awed gazes of Gunny and the middle-aged man, Xiao Se accepted the gold card and the ring containing the medicinal materials, departing from the auction house. Strolling leisurely, he sought a secluded corner, ensuring that Ling Ying was not monitoring him before removing his black robe and storing it in the ring. Then returning to the stone chamber beneath the waterfall in the back mountains of the Xiao clan. Within the stone chamber, with the assistance of Long Kuei's soul power, Xiao Se's do, qi cultivation and spiritual realm ascended to above the great master level, and it was without any surprise that he successfully refined a third-tier pill, the ice spirit pill. The following day, at dawn, Xiao Se dedicated an entire night to adjusting his physical and mental state to its zenith. "Brother, are you truly going to consume this beast fire? Although it poses no threat to Long Kuei, your strength is only that of a one-star fighter, and it remains perilous." Gazing at the jade vial containing the beast fire, Long Kuei expressed her concerns. "Do not worry. According to the memory of that Dan Emperor's remnant soul, as long as I have the ice spirit pill to assist me, I should only endure a modicum of physical discomfort," Xiao Se replied with a smile. In truth, Xiao Se himself felt uncertain. For using the ice spirit pill alone to subdue the beast fire was only feasible when one's cultivation level achieved at least the mid-level of the Xian tier. Xiao Se's cultivation was presently at the low level of the Huang tier, lacking the endurance and depth necessary. However, such concerns were of little consequence to him now. The unpredictable nature of the world dictated that greater strength equated to a higher chance of survival. "But, Long Kuei, if I cannot even bear this small risk, how can I speak of growing stronger, of protecting you, or of being with you forever?" Xiao Se responded resolutely. Moved by Xiao Se's conviction, Long Kuei lifted her beautiful, fair chin, transforming into a blue light that darted into the magical sword pattern on Xiao Se's right hand. The moment she entered the magical sword space, The gentle and graceful blue Longkui instantly morphed into the fiery and flamboyant red Longkui, whispering, "Brother, Longkui will ensure your safety." The beast fire, unlike the exotic fires, lacked sentience, requiring no spiritual assimilation. One merely needed to create a small space within the Do Chi swirl capable of accommodating the fire seed to achieve subjugation. Yet, while this may sound simple, the execution was fraught with difficulty. In the original text, Xiao Yan only managed to cultivate a minuscule fire seed using the accompanying purple crystal source and nearly lost his life in the process. Whereas the beast fire before Xiao Se was directly extracted from a 5th-tier magical beast, the fire-devouring flood dragon. Even a Do Wang-level expert would think twice before approaching it. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Se sat cross-legged on the cold ground, slowly closing his eyes and forming the hand seal of the burning decision, allowing his soul power to penetrate the Do Chi swirl for perception. Following the method inscribed in his memory, he began to carve out a small space within his internal Do Chi swirl. Half an hour later, Xiao Se suddenly opened his eyes. He had succeeded. Retrieving the jade vial containing the ice spirit pill, he uncorked it, tilting the bottle, and a pill the size of a longan, entirely snow-white, tumbled out into the palm of his hand. Bringing it to his nose for a sniff, he placed it in his mouth. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved, instantly transforming into streams of icy energy that flowed through Xiao Se's limbs and veins, forming a light frost within his body. Exhaling a breath of cold air, he murmured, "Success or failure rests upon this. I hope I can endure." Lifting the jade vial containing the beast fire, feeling the intense heat radiating from it, Xiao Se gritted his teeth, uncorked the vial, and brought it to his lips, directly swallowing the fire seed. The moment the fire seed entered his body, Xiao Se was overwhelmed with pain, tears streaming down his face as if he were swallowing a scalding dumpling straight from the pot, without chewing, suffering intensely. As the saying goes, when one's cultivation is lacking, they must rely on pills to make up for it. This time, Xiao Se had prepared 5 ice spirit pills. With tremendous pain coursing through him, Xiao Se once again retrieved an ice spirit pill, placing it within his mouth, which brought him considerable relief. Channeling the fighting energy within his body, he utilized his soul perception to gradually direct the beast fire into the swirling vortex of fighting energy. The process of subduing the beast fire was an arduous one, and before he knew it, 2 hours had slipped by, during which time the ice spirit pill had been entirely consumed. Just a little more, just a little more. Enduring the searing torment of the beast fire within him, Xiao Se exerted himself to guide it into the vortex of fighting energy. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, the intricate patterns of the magic sword on his right hand suddenly glimmered with a dazzling crimson light. Under the influence of this blood-red radiance, the last fragment of beast fire, yet to enter the vortex, was suddenly drawn into the space, as if pulled by some invisible force. In that instant, even the meridians within Xiao Se that had been scorched healed remarkably. The beast fire was successfully subdued. "Long Kue, is it you?" he murmured weakly as he collapsed on the ground. "Brother, are you all right?" Long Kue inquired anxiously. The magic sword patterns on Xiao Se's arm shifted from red to blue, and the blue-hued Long Kue emerged from within. Noticing Xiao Se's state, she hurried to support him. Chapter 18. The Red Long Kue, Born of Sisterly Love. Xiao Se shook his head and replied with a smile, "I am fine, just a bit fatigued." "Do you know what has transpired?" Long Kue, seemingly unaware, lifted her delicate chin, her gaze momentarily evasive. "Long Kue, can you still transform into red?" Xiao Se questioned. "Brother, I." Before Long Kue could finish her sentence, Xiao Se continued, "It's not that I dislike you, no matter what form you take. You will always remain my dearest kin." Long Kue nodded slightly. "Can I see what you look like in red?" Xiao Se asked with curiosity. Long Kue paused briefly before her body erupted in a cascade of red light. In an instant, her hair, flowing sleeves, and pupils transformed a vivid red, and even her essence seemed to amplify. Simultaneously, her entire aura underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. If the blue Long Kue was gentle and demure, the red Long Kue exuded a fiery and bold temperament. "Brother, the transformation into red Long Kue is complete." Although still a spiritual entity, she could not feel warmth. After a moment, it seemed that red Long Kue had had her fun, and she finally released Xiao Se. Seeing Xiao Se's face flush a deep crimson, red Long Kue playfully pinched his cheek, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, your face is so soft. I never expected you to be so handsome and adorable in your childhood." Suppressing the urge to succumb to a nosebleed, Xiao Se cleared his throat and said, "Long Kue, you must be more mindful." "Hee hee." Red Long Kuei giggled, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she leaned in closer, whispering, "Such things are only done to you, brother." Xiao Se held back the impulse to reprimand Red Long Kuei, giving a light chop to her head with a feigned sternness. "Long Kuei, a girl should learn to be modest. You cannot behave this way. Also, pull your clothing up a bit. You did splendidly when you were blue. Very modest." Red Long Kuei pouted, touching her slightly sore head, and retorted, "But I distinctly heard your heartbeat quicken just now, and according to male physiological responses, you want to take me down, brother." As she said this, she turned her head and added softly, "The size of the clothing is not determined by me. I wear the same attire as my original self, except mine is just a bit larger. Hey, I heard you, Long Kuei. Be careful, or I will inform your original self." "Xiao Se, brother, don't." Long Kuei hurriedly interjected. "If you tell her, she will get angry. And then she won't let me out." Seeing the anxious look on Red Long Kuei's lovely face, Xiao Se smiled gently and embraced her, softly saying, "Do not worry. Whether you are red or blue, I will always protect you. Thank you for using your soul power to repair my damaged meridians just now. I just hope you won't use it so recklessly next time." Red Long Kuei's power derived from the Millennium ghostly energy in the realm of the immortal sword. However, in this world, only soul power and fighting energy existed. In a spiritual state, soul power recovered slowly through the absorption of fighting energy. And unless one had miraculous herbs like the Seven Spirit Illusion Essence to restore soul power, one could be said to lose it with every use. "Brother, I understand," Red Long Kuei replied, fully aware of Xiao Se's concerns. Nevertheless, should Xiao Se encounter danger again, she would not hesitate to rush to his aid. With a flash of blue light, Red Long Kuei reverted to her blue form. Blue Long Kuei nestled against Xiao Se, appearing somewhat bashful, yet not wanting to leave his side. She opened her arms, embracing him, and softly asked, "Brother, what did you and the Red Me discuss just now? She didn't do anything inappropriate, did she?" Red Long Kuei's personality contrasted sharply with Blue Long Kuei's. The latter's mind envisioned Red Long Kuei behaving mischievously with Xiao Se. "Ahem, it was nothing. The red form is quite splendid. Regardless of which you are all wonderful," Xiao Se affirmed, giving a thumbs up to Blue Long Kuei. Upon hearing this, Blue Long Kuei felt relieved and swiftly changed the subject, saying, "Brother, you have successfully subdued the essence beast fire of the 5th tier beast, the fire-devouring flood dragon. Why not test its power?" Xiao Se nodded slightly, raising his right hand as the fighting energy coursed through his veins to his arm, ultimately releasing a ball of azure-white flame from his palm. At the moment the fire surged forth, the temperature of the stone chamber increased significantly. "Is this the beast fire?" Long Kuei exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the azure-white flame in Xiao Se's hand. "Indeed," Xiao Se affirmed with a smile, extending a ring that was red on the outside and blue on the inside. "Long Kuei, I will now absorb the beast fire to advance my burning decision technique. If you find yourself with nothing to do, you may return to the magic sword space, read a book, or even practice embroidery. This low-level storage ring contains everything you need." "Thank you, brother." Long Kuei understood that after subduing the beast fire, the process of absorption would not pose significant danger. So she acceptingly took the ring. 2 hours later, the absorption of the beast fire was complete. The pale yellow fighting energy vortex within Xiao Se had completely transformed into azure white. "I never expected my cultivation to leap from a 1-star fighter directly to a 4-star fighter, with my burning decision evolving from a low-level yellow tier to a mid-level yellow tier. While this beast fire may not match the rank of the purple fire cultivated by Xiao Yan through the accompanying purple crystal source in the original text, as the essence beast fire of the 5th tier fire-devouring flood dragon, its energy is indeed formidable. Initially, after nearly a month of arduous training, Xiao Se was merely a step away from becoming a 2-star fighter, but this absorption of beast fire allowed him to surpass that milestone, with the residual energy further elevating him by 2-star levels. "Brother, I can sense that you have grown significantly stronger. Upon witnessing Xiao Se regain consciousness, Long Kuei set aside her book and joyfully rushed to his side, wrapping her arms around his. "Yes, I have indeed grown much stronger. Next, I can diligently practice the Crimson Flame Sword, which is a fire-controlling technique," Xiao Se replied, slightly nodding as he raised his right hand, conjuring an ancient long sword formed of azure-white flames from his palm. "Beep, the month-long period has ended, and the exchange opportunities have been refreshed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 exchange opportunity." With a casual flick, he retrieved a scroll adorned with precious imagery from within, and in his mind, Xiao Se called out, "System, exchange this scroll." At present, what he lacked most was combat techniques. Relying solely on a single advanced profound technique, the Crimson Flame Sword, was insufficient. Chapter 19. The Soul Return Formula. Ding! Congratulations! Host has exchanged for the Soul Cultivation Secret Method Soul Return Formula from an ancient relic in the vast world. Hiss! Upon hearing the term Soul Cultivation Secret Method, Xiao Se couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This was a technique capable of tempering the soul and enhancing its power, originating from the vast world. One could only imagine that even a Do Saint-level powerhouse would be tempted to kill for it, not to mention those alchemists. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Se calmed his excitement and elation. A flash of golden light appeared in his hand, and a jade bamboo slip materialized out of thin air. He traced the special runes etched on the surface of the jade slip, and with a gentle smile, he pressed his thumb and index finger together, shattering the slip into dust. A milky white glow quietly emerged from the shattered jade slip, transforming into a stream of information that flowed into Xiao Se's mind. Soul Return Formula. Through the communication with the natural spirit energy of a world, tempers soul power. Feeling the influx of new information in his mind, Xiao Se revealed a satisfied smile. He sat cross-legged, forming the hand seal for the Soul Return Formula, refining his still nascent soul power. 2 hours later, Xiao Se slowly opened his eyes, stretching comfortably. Although his soul power had not seen a marked improvement, his mental state felt unprecedentedly invigorated, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reserve of energy. Long Kuei, come here. He called out to Long Kuei, who was embroidering nearby. Brother, do you need something from Long Kuei? Long Kuei looked up at the sound of his voice. Noticing Xiao Se had exited his training state, she immediately put away her embroidery tools into her spatial ring and gracefully approached him, affectionately linking her arm with his and smiling. Xiao Se affectionately pinched Long Kuei's delicate face and said with a smile, I have a method for cultivating the soul for you to try. As he spoke, he extended his index finger and gently pressed it against Long Kuei's forehead, quietly releasing his soul power to impart the Soul Return Formula cultivation method into her mind. Feeling the sudden influx of peculiar information in her mind, Long Kuei was momentarily startled, her thoughts drifting. After a while, she regained her composure, seated herself cross-legged, closed her eyes, and formed the same hand seal as Xiao Se had earlier. A strange scene unfolded before them. Blue light suddenly enveloped Long Kuei, swirling around her and forming a miniature whirlwind, which danced around her form. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, a bitter smile crept onto Xiao Se's lips. Why does it feel as if the Soul Return Formula is more suited for Long Kuei than for me? It appears exceptionally appropriate for those in a soul state. With a shake of his head, Xiao Se chose not to dwell on it further. Opting not to disturb Long Kuei, he moved to another corner of the stone chamber, retrieving an alchemical cauldron to begin concocting the essence cultivation liquid. Time passed gradually, and before long, it was the break of dawn on the following day. Xiao Se slowly opened his eyes, observing the neatly arranged 10 vials of essence cultivation liquid before him, nodding in satisfaction as he murmured, I suppose I can now barely be considered a second-tier alchemist. The previous afternoon, Long Kuei had entered a state of ethereal meditation. Xiao Se, naturally, had no intention of leaving the stone chamber to practice combat techniques while safeguarding her. Whenever his fighting spirit waned, he would sit on the stone slab, employing the burning formula and soul return formula to restore his combat and soul power. To his astonishment, he discovered that the burning formula and soul return formula could operate simultaneously, and the speed of combat energy absorption had significantly increased after the soul return formula facilitated the communication with the natural spirit energy. This revelation filled Xiao Se with excitement, akin to acquiring a new training cheat. Brother, your soul return formula is truly remarkable. The soul power I expended last night while subduing the beast fire has fully recovered in just one evening. Long Kuei suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, exiting her meditative state and leaping into Xiao Se's embrace, her stunning visage radiating excitement. Xiao Se gently nodded, tenderly stroking Long Kuei's head, and smiled. That's wonderful. Let's head out. Long Kuei nodded with a smile. Upon exiting the stone chamber, Xiao Se caught a plump fish from the river beneath the waterfall, resolving their breakfast dilemma. Afterward, he practiced his footwork and combat techniques for 2 hours, took a bath in the river, changed into fresh attire, and set off towards a miter auction house. At the miter auction house, in the appraisal room, the second-tier alchemist Guanai was presently astonished, his mouth agape as he gazed at the 10 jade vials before him, alongside hundreds more scattered across the floor. The 10 vials on the table contained essence cultivation liquid. No need to elaborate on their efficacy. To the left on the ground lay 180 vials of the first-tier healing pill, blood-stanching powder, while to the right were 130 vials of the first-tier injury recovery pill, healing pill. We have also entrusted your auction house to sell them. Each possesses certain healing properties. Notably, the healing pill is somewhat unique, as it can be crushed into powder and applied to wounds for external healing or ingested to expedite recovery from internal injuries. The raspy voice jolted Guanai from his reverie. The old hand cautiously picked up a vial from the table, inhaling its scent before extracting a silver needle for a meticulous examination. The results left Guanai astounded. For every vial of the Essence Cultivation liquid was of exceptionally high quality, far surpassing the one previously auctioned by the Gale family at an exorbitant price. Some even reached a flawless state. Flawless means devoid of any impurities, perfect in every respect. Achieving flawless quality in second-tier alchemy is a feat even third- or fourth-tier alchemists struggle to attain. Thus, it is highly likely that this individual is a third-tier alchemist or above. Exhaling deeply, Guanai turned to Xiao Se with an expression of reverence, saying, "Sir, the quality of these 10 vials of Essence Cultivation liquid far exceeds that of the previous one. I suggest we promote them for 3 days before selling. This way, your returns will be maximized. As for the healing medicines on the floor, our auction house is willing to buy the blood-stanching powder at 150 gold coins per vial, and the healing pill at 200 gold coins each. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Se was momentarily taken aback. The raspy voice continued, "Are you not going to inspect them?" Concerning the prices, Xiao Se had no objections. He recalled that the blood-stanching powder, as per the original text, sold for barely 100 gold coins per vial. Thus, 150 gold coins for blood-stanching powder and 200 gold coins for the healing pill was already a generous offer. Can I not trust you? Heuni Chakith. I wonder how the collection of combat techniques I entrusted to your auction house is progressing. Xiao Se subtly shifted the topic. Immediately after you departed, I arranged for personnel to visit the Miter auction house headquarters overnight. They just delivered it this morning. I was just lamenting my inability to contact you, Guanai replied, clapping his hands. No sooner had the applause echoed than the door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a red qipao, her demeanor captivating and enchanting as she gracefully entered, holding a silver tray. Chapter 20, Jaffe. Esteemed sir, here are the close combat techniques you requested, the explosive fist, the sky-rending leg, and the heavy elbow strike, all of which are of the low-level profound grade. Additionally, the medicinal materials you required are also included. With her crimson lips slightly parted, a captivating woman gracefully approached Xiao Se, bearing a silver tray adorned with 3 scrolls of combat techniques and a low-grade storage ring. Her voice, sweet and delicate, sent shivers down one's spine. The enchanting tone caused a slight tremor in Xiao Se's heart, compelling him to channel his Guyuan soul decision in order to regain his composure, while inwardly cursing, Demonis. Without the need for formal introduction, Xiao Se had already surmised the beguiling woman's identity, the chief auctioneer of the middle auction house, the future Empress of Gold, Yafei. Esteemed sir, allow me to introduce our newly appointed chief auctioneer, Yafei, who has just arrived from the sacred city of Jiama. These combat techniques are her offerings for you, Guanai remarked with a chuckle. Xiao Se nodded slightly, accepting the low-grade storage ring from the silver tray. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the 3 scrolls of low-grade combat techniques within the ring. He stated nonchalantly, "You may deduct the cost of these techniques from the proceeds of your elixir sales. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for now. I will return later. Please, esteemed sir, do not rush away," Yafei interjected with a gentle laugh, covering her red lips with her delicate hand, halting Xiao Se as he prepared to depart. "What else is there?" came Xiao Se's hoarse voice from beneath his black cloak. Observing the figure enveloped in black attire, even the hands adorned with standard gloves, Yafei's brows furrowed slightly. The beauty she prided herself on seemed ineffective before him. With a resigned pout, she cast a discreet glance over Xiao Se. After surveying him, she found nothing of particular note except for the peculiar storage ring in his grasp. A tinge of disappointment welled up within her, and exchanging glances with Guanai, she gently bit her red lip and inquired, "Esteemed sir, it is rare to encounter an alchemist without a badge. May I ask your esteemed name? To reveal one's true capabilities to others is an act of folly." "Very well, since you wish to know my name, you may call me Master Pu," Xiao Se rasped, uttering the name of a certain rotund figure from his previous life on Blue Star. So it is Master Pu. Should you require any elixirs for auction in the future, do bestow your patronage upon our middle auction house, Yafei replied with a charming smile, her bosom gently undulating before her, creating a mesmerizing curve. The hoarse voice emerged once more, and without waiting for Yufei or Gu and I to respond, Xiao Se turned away, leaving the appraiser's chamber and striding towards the entrance of the middle auction house. As she watched Xiao Se's retreating figure vanish, Yufei's playful smile abruptly faded. Turning her head towards Gu and I, she questioned with a hint of confusion, "Uncle Gu and I, have I inadvertently offended him?" Gu and I shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. The higher the level of the alchemist, the more eccentric their temperament tends to be. It is not something we can easily fathom. A high-level alchemist? Could he be even more formidable than you, Uncle Gu and I? Yufei asked, slightly taken aback, unable to suppress her curiosity. I cannot compare to him. Just the cultivation of that Peiyuan spirit liquid. Even if given the formula, I might not be able to concoct it. Moreover, the ability to refine flawless second-grade pills surely indicates his prowess is no less than third grade, if not reaching fourth grade. Gu and I replied, astonished, shaking his head with a wry smile. Even with the formula, one cannot produce it? Yufei's beautiful eyes narrowed, her lips curving slightly upward as if casually remarking. Upon hearing her words, Gu and I's heart raced, and he quickly cautioned, "Miss, do not act recklessly. The formula is the lifeblood of an alchemist. Offending an unknown great alchemist is not a wise endeavor. Should anything occur, it would be akin to disturbing a hornet's nest." Decades ago, the renowned Cheek family of the Jia Ma Empire learned this lesson in blood. Gazing at the anxious expression on Gu and I's face, Yufei helplessly rubbed her smooth forehead and chuckled. "Uncle Gu and I, where are your thoughts wandering? How could I dare offend an alchemist of third grade or above?" Though new to this world, Yufei understood the importance of discretion. "That is good, very good." Relieved by Yufei's words, Gu and I exhaled deeply. He had genuinely feared that she, in her youthful naivety, might embark on a foolish venture. After exiting the middle auction house, Xiao Se meandered about, ensuring no one was observing him before he slipped into a secluded corner to remove his black cloak. He traversed the Xiao family estate and headed straight for the back mountain, disregarding the small room allocated to him by the Xiao family, deciding not to return. As he entered the stone chamber of the cave, Long Kuei emerged from the pattern of the demonic sword, transforming into a vibrant red before Xiao Se's gaze. "Brother, that woman harbors ill intentions towards you. Do not be deceived by her." Long Kuei, in her bold and flamboyant form, leapt into Xiao Se's embrace, cautioning him. A Xiao Se tugged at the corners of his mouth, glancing down at the Somali trench, which could drive any man mad with desire, and swallowed hard, replying, "I understand." Of course, Xiao Se held back one thought unspoken. He too harbored ulterior motives towards her. Seeing Xiao Se's acknowledgement, Long Kuei's enchanting face broke into a satisfied smile, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Brother, should I go and eliminate her tonight? Do not act foolishly. She merely seeks to uncover my true identity. Moreover, as a girl, do not resort to threats of violence so easily." Startled by Long Kuei's suggestion, Xiao Se hit interjected. To eliminate such a captivating being would surely break his heart. "Oh, if brother forbids it, then Long Kuei shall not proceed." Long Kuei pouted, her icy demeanor softening. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, Xiao Se quickly shifted the topic. "Long Kuei, you should be skilled in combat, yes?" Hee. Long Kuei smiled and stepped back, playfully waving her dainty fists. "Long Kuei is quite formidable. Back in the demon ceiling tower, those monsters were left in ruins by my hands." Xiao Se nodded slightly. "Very well. For the time being, you shall be my sparring partner. Once I have mastered the current combat techniques, we shall leave the Xiao family and venture forth into the world." Xiao Se was acutely aware that remaining within the confines of the Xiao family served no purpose. In fact, he needed to be wary of impending dangers. From the moment he obtained the demonic sword, he had planned to depart from the Xiao family. However, he had delayed due to his insufficient mastery of combat techniques and the limited options available to him. After all, one cannot rely solely on the Crimson Flame Sword for every confrontation. Thus, he entrusted the middle auction house to procure a set of close combat techniques involving fists, feet, and elbows alongside the Crimson Flame Sword, the Ethereal Smoke Step, and the Beast Fire as his trump cards for self-preservation. Chapter 21. Cultivation. In the grove behind the Xiao family's mountain, nearly a month had elapsed since the auction of 10 bottles of Peiyuan spirit liquid. As usual, Xiao Se engaged in practice with Long Kuei. Explosive fist, shattering leg, heavy elbow strike. Utilizing the ethereal smoke step, he closed the distance to Long Kuei, his expression stern as he unleashed a flurry of punches, elbows, and kicks, attacking with lightning speed. Yet each attempt was effortlessly thwarted by Long Kuei. This was the first time in a month that Xiao Se had managed to approach Long Kuei, and he was determined not to squander such a rare opportunity. He unleashed every technique he had learned, even resorting to the crane-seizing dragon technique. Yet he found no success. Each time, he nearly struck Long Kuei. It felt as though he were striking a soft sponge. The frustration of his failed attempts was indescribable. Through his soul perception, Xiao Se sensed that Long Kuei was enveloped in a peculiar force field, reminiscent of the psychokinesis depicted in the anime of his previous life on Blue Star. As the close-range assault proved ineffective, Xiao Se abruptly altered his strategy, leaping backwards to a distance of 10 meters from Long Kuei. Upon landing, he slightly bent his arms upwards, summoning 2 orbs of azure-white flames that danced in his palms. He raised his arms above his head, where the 2 orbs gradually merged into a fireball exceeding 1 meter in diameter. Slowly lowering his arms until his palms reached waist level, Xiao Se focused his mind, and the azure-white fireball split into 7, transforming into 7 azure-white flame swords that circled around him. With a fierce cry, the 7 flame swords changed direction, propelled towards Long Kuei with formidable force. The sudden onslaught of the flame swords elicited a flicker of surprise in Long Kuei's enchanting eyes as she transformed into a phantom, effortlessly evading each attack. However, the Crimson Flame Sword, being a high-tier profound technique, would not be so easily dismissed. After her evasions, the swords under Xiao Se's control redirected and surged back toward her. Long Kuei continued to dodge, but the flame swords pursued relentlessly, seeming determined to strike their target. After a brief entanglement with the swords, her delicate brows furrowed in impatience. Raising her jade hand, she conjured a massive blood-red scythe, which clashed with the incoming flame swords. The sound of ringing metal echoed as the 7 azure flames were repelled, unleashing a burst of crimson light. Gazing at the deflected swords, Xiao Se was taken aback and couldn't help but inquire, can energy attacks also be deflected? Retracting her hand, Long Kuei twirled her scythe, a playful smile gracing her face as she looked at Xiao Se, teasingly remarking, "Brother, it seems you are destined to lose to me once again." Not yet. With his right hand raised, palm facing upward, Xiao Se summoned the azure-white battle chi around him, causing 7 flame swords to materialize behind him once more. He concentrated his chi into his right hand, gripping his elbow with his left, as the sword converged into a colossal azure flame sword stretching 3 meters in length. "Crimson Flame Sword, break the limits," he proclaimed, pointing the sword forward. With an imperious force, the azure flame giant sword shot toward Long Kuei, accompanied by a sound akin to the breaking of air. Faced with the imposing weight of the flame giant sword, Long Kuei's radiant smile faded slightly. Without performing any elaborate movements, her blood-red scythe dissipated into a crimson light that gathered on the tip of her ring finger. With a gentle tap, it collided with the tip of the flame giant sword. The sudden turn of events caused Xiao Se's pupils to constrict as veins bulged on the back of his hand, channeling the last remnants of his battle chi into the sword. However, the disparity between them was overwhelming. Cracks began to form along the length of the flame giant sword. With a thunderous boom, the sword shattered into countless fragments, reverting to the initial azure-white beast fire and scattering into the air before vanishing. The explosive aftermath sent Xiao Se, depleted of his chi, hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, just as he was about to crash into a large tree behind him. Long Kuei teleported to his side and caught him. Looking down at the unconscious Xiao Se in her arms, Long Kuei examined him carefully, sighing in relief upon realizing that he had merely exhausted his chi and sustained no injuries. "You've gone too far to have reduced your brother to this state," echoed the gentle reproach of Long Kuei in her mind. Feeling a pang of guilt from Long Kuei's words, Long Kuei explained, "This was what brother asked me to do, but I will take responsibility. Quickly, let us prepare a medicinal bath for him." This time, Long Kuei refrained from chastising Long Kuei, recognizing that her concern had clouded her judgment, causing her to forget the original purpose of Xiao Se's training. "Very well," Long Kuei nodded, lifting him effortlessly in a princess carry and hastening toward the waterfall cave. Upon entering the stone chamber, she retrieved the bathtub Xiao Se had prepared beforehand, filling it with water. With her telekinetic control, the water temperature quickly reached an optimal level, and she added the essence-enhancing liquid. The essence-enhancing liquid possessed 2 remarkable uses. One for internal consumption, significantly amplifying a fighter's cultivation speed, and the other for a medicinal bath, which, while not greatly enhancing cultivation speed, effectively alleviated fatigue, healed hidden injuries, and restored battle chi. Seeing Xiao Se in a tattered state, Long Kuei felt an unusual shyness wash over her. Brother is quite fatigued now. Let us undress him and place him in. She recalled Lan Kuei's voice in her mind. At this, Han Kuei's cheeks flushed deeper. Despite her bold and fiery personality, she had never experienced matters of intimacy. Tentatively, she asked, "Perhaps you should come help?" In response, Lan Kuei's tone softened and her face turned crimson as she hesitated for a moment, biting her lip before declaring, "I will do it. For brother." Lan Kuei is willing to do anything. Upon hearing Lan Kuei's resolute statement, Han Kuei sighed softly, murmuring, "Let me handle it. I was born to protect you. Besides, if it's for brother, what is a mere shred of embarrassment?" As she spoke, Han Kuei gently began to remove Xiao Se's garments. With each layer that fell away, a tall and perfect physique revealed itself to her, shattering the barriers of her shyness. Her dark red eyes curiously gazed upon him, while Lan Kuei, hidden within Han Kuei, also felt her cheeks flush as she urged, "Hurry, place brother in the tub." Subsequently, she selectively slipped into a state of sleep. Alricht, Hong Guyakuyasit, tenderly cradling Xiao Se as she placed him into the bath. Chapter 22. The increasingly reclusive Xiao Yan. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. Warm rays filtered through the ventilation of the stone chamber, caressing Xiao Se's fair face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Last night, Xiao Se had a dream, a delightful dream, where he encountered the beloved goddess of his past life, Yun Yun, alongside Medusa and Bibi Dong. This dream was a blissful escape for Xiao Se, who bore the soul of both Yun Tao and the martial spirit of his previous life. Wait a moment. Something feels off. It seems something is pressing down on me. What the? Glancing down, Xiao Se nearly exclaimed aloud. He found Lan Kuei nestled against his chest, his arms wrapped around her slender waist. It was indeed Han Kuei. Recollecting the events of the previous day, engaging in routine combat practice with Han Kuei, enduring her blows. Though this time it had escalated a bit. With the strength of a 4-star fighter, he had unleashed the Crimson Flame sword break the limits despite his already depleted chi. Following the exhaustion and the explosive aftermath, he had fainted. It must have been Lan Kuei who brought him back to the stone chamber. Did I? A cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he hesitated to think further. Releasing his embrace around Han Kuei, he placed his hands on her delicate shoulders and gently shook her, murmuring, Lan Kuei. Upon hearing Xiao Se's call, Han Kuei rubbed her slightly hazy eyes and slowly opened them, only to find herself reclining in the bathtub. As memories of the previous day's events flooded her mind, a deep blush crept across her fair cheeks. "Brother," she murmured, her face aflame, her gaze evasive as she dared not turn to face Xiao Se. Observing the crimson hue that extended to the nape of her neck, Xiao Se offered an awkward, bitter smile, pondering whether anything had truly transpired between them the night before. "Nothing happened, right?" he inquired, as the spirited Han Kuei began to exhibit an unexpected shyness. Relieved at her response, Xiao Se silently rejoiced, thinking that is fortunate. Otherwise, I would have no idea how to confront Lan Kuei, for although our personalities differ, our bodies are one and the same. Yet, Han Kuei's next words nearly caused Xiao Se to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Brother, it was just when Lan Kuei was helping you scrub your back, and then..." Xiao Se experienced a moment of social demise. After dressing, he consumed a drop of Pei Yuan spirit liquid and commenced his practice of the burning decision and returning to Yuan soul decision. An hour later, following over a month of arduous training, his cultivation finally broke through to the 5th star of the fighter stage. However, Xiao Se found it difficult to rejoice. Although he had not achieved the final step, he had learned from Han Kuei that they seemingly crossed the boundaries of friendship and kinship the previous night. Lan Kuei remained unaware of this development. Fully attired, Han Kuei stepped directly into the intricate patterns of the magic sword in Xiao Se's hand. Both tacitly agreed not to mention the events of the prior evening, yet the bond of siblinghood appeared to be quietly transforming. Exiting the cave, Xiao Se made his way straight towards the Maitel auction house. Due to his engrossment in cultivation, he had yet to retrieve the 10 bottles of Pei Yuan spirit liquid he had previously entrusted to be auctioned at Maitel. As he passed by the Xiao family residence, Xiao Se opted for his customary low-key approach. Strolling along the cobblestone path of the square, he noticed that today, the Xiao family seemed particularly desolate. At this hour, there would typically be numerous young men and women of the Xiao clan practicing, yet now, the square lay empty. "Xiao Se," a familiar voice called from behind, growing nearer. Turning his head, Xiao Se squinted into the distance and was taken aback upon recognizing the figure approaching, Xiao Ning. Moments later, Xiao Ning reached Xiao Se's side. Resting a hand on his shoulder while panting, "Finally found you. If you had taken any longer, I would have gone to the back mountain to search for you. What is it that you seek me for? Xiao Se asked, momentarily startled. Given his connection to Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning was one of the few acquaintances he had within the Xiao family, and he had never expressed any romantic interest in Xiao Sun. Knowing Xiao Se's formidable strength, Xiao Ning maintained a relatively amiable attitude towards him. Hee, you've been cooped up on the back mountain practicing every day. You might not even know this, but quite a number of significant events have transpired over the past 2 months since the last Qi test. Xiao Ning chuckled. Significant events? What events? Although Xiao Se was well aware that the major event Xiao Ning referred to was most likely related to Xiao Yan's loss of Qi, he feigned ignorance. You'll find out soon enough. Just follow me. Today, the clan leader and the 3 elders are holding a clan meeting, and all family disciples are required to attend. A mysterious smile graced Xiao Ning's face as he draped his arm around Xiao Se's shoulders, leading him towards the Xiao family's assembly hall. Following Xiao Ning through the cobblestone square, they eventually came to a halt outside the solemn assembly hall. Xiao Ning naturally took on the task of knocking on the door, announcing, "Grandfather, clan leader, and the 2 elders, I've brought Xiao Se." "Come in, Ninger," came a warm, aged voice from within. "Let us go. My grandfather has invited us in," Xiao Ning said, pride evident as he patted Xiao Se's shoulder. Xiao Se nodded casually, already weary of such abrupt and unproductive clan meetings. Upon entering, the hall proved quite spacious by the time Xiao Se and Xiao Ning arrived. It was nearly filled with people. At the head of the room sat clan leader Xiao Yan and the 3 elders. To their left, several elder members of the Xiao clan, all of whom had reached the Dome Master stage, were seated alongside some outstanding younger family members, including Xiao Mei. On the other side, a few more Dome Master level elders and outstanding younger clan members occupied their seats, yet the position of the first seat remained conspicuously empty. A spot typically reserved for Xiao Yan, the Xiao family's most talented individual. Casting a discreet glance around, Xiao Se caught sight of Xiao Yan's solitary figure in the far corner near the door. At this moment, he exuded none of his former vigor, instead radiating an aura of dejection. Not far from Xiao Yan, an empty seat remained, with Xiao Sun seated beside it, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing in Xiao Yan's direction. Regrettably, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to her gaze, hunched over with his fingers interlaced, covering his youthful face, elbows resting on his knees, projecting a demeanor of impenetrable isolation. Upon noticing Xiao Ning and Xiao Se's arrival, the eldest elder spoke first, pointing to the empty seat beside him with a smile. You may sit next to your grandfather." Xiao Ning glanced at the vacant seat beside Xiao Sun, then at Xiao Se, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "Yes, grandfather." Ever since Xiao Yan's talents had vanished, Xiao Ning was aware that his grandfather, the eldest elder of the Xiao family, had intentions to support him in usurping Xiao Yan's former position. However, occupying that seat would mean he could not sit beside Xiao Sun. In the face of love and filial piety, he ultimately chose the latter. Chapter 23. The increasingly distorted Xiao Yan. Though reluctant, the thought that the seat beside Xiao Sun would not be occupied by Xiao Yan, but rather by the uninterested Xiao Se, offered Xiao Ning some solace. Clan leader, 3 elders. As Xiao Ning settled in, Xiao Se also stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the 4 seated at the head of the hall. Just find any seat." Xiao Zhan waved his hand dismissively, already burdened with enough worries to spare no attention for this ordinary young member of the Xiao family. Unfazed by Xiao Zhan's demeanor, Xiao Se understood that he was merely going through the motions. Whether he returned after his experiences in the outside world was still uncertain. Surveying the hall, he found the only remaining seat was beside Xiao Sun. Naturally, he approached the vacant spot beside her. "Miss Sun, would you mind if I sit here?" Xiao Se waved, his tone neither servile nor obsequious. Sun glanced towards Xiao Yan's direction, noting that he still showed no intention of sitting beside her, and then replied to Xiao Se, "Cousin Xiao Se, please feel free." Xiao Se nodded slightly, settling down beside her and closing his eyes to rest. The surrounding youths of the Xiao family watched in astonishment as Xiao Se so nonchalantly took a seat next to Xiao Sun. They couldn't help but feel envious, knowing that several had attempted to sit there before, only to be rejected by her. Even Xiao Yan shot a resentful glare at Xiao Se, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves, turning pale as he recalled the scene from 2 months prior, when Xiao Sun and Xiao Se had been laughing and conversing at his courtyard door. Anger simmered within him, wishing he could confront Xiao Se and beat him senseless. Xiao Yan's and the other youths' reactions did not escape Xiao Se's notice, yet he paid them little heed. The Xiao family was merely a transitional phase for him. Coughing softly, the elder of the Xiao clan surveyed the surroundings. Upon confirming that all direct descendants of the Xiao family were present, he turned to Xiao Yan and stated indifferently, "Patriarch, since everyone is gathered, let us commence the clan meeting." Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, reluctantly gesturing with his hand. The clan meeting begins. After a series of inconsequential discussions, the clan meeting finally approached its conclusion. Xiao Yan cast a detached glance over the assembly and solemnly inquired, "Esteemed members, do any of you have proposals to put forth? If there are none, this clan meeting shall be adjourned." Upon hearing this, the elder discreetly signaled to a middle-aged man with a prominent beard beside Xiao Ning. "Patriarch, 3 elders, I have something to express." The bearded man stood up and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan and the other 3. Noticing the man rise, Xiao Yan knitted his brows and asked, "Xiao Ba, what is it that you wish to say?" "Ah, Xiao Ba, your cultivation has reached the 7th star of the Dome Master Realm, making you an indispensable member of our Xiao family. Your suggestions will be given due consideration by the Patriarch and us elders," the elder replied with a smile. The other 2 elders immediately echoed their agreement. Seeing the 3 elders nod, Xiao Ba took a deep breath and declared with a grave tone, "I propose the abolishment of the position of young clan leader held by Xiao Yan." The moment his words fell, it was akin to a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Crash! Xiao Zhan's countenance darkened to an extreme as he crushed the jade cup in his hand into shards. The atmosphere in the hall turned bizarrely tense. There were expressions of shock, regret, sympathy, and, more prominently, schadenfreude. Just 2 months ago, he was still a fighter. A month ago, he became a 4-star Do Chi practitioner, and now he has only 3 stars left. Let us see how this so-called genius of our Xiao family continues to act with arrogance, some young disciples murmured. Following the revelation of Xiao Yan's diminishing Do Chi, many of the younger generation shed their previous subservience. Upon hearing Xiao Ba's proposal to abolish Xiao Yan's position, their expressions shifted to one of glee and mockery. Observing Xiao Zhan's exceedingly grim expression, Xiao Ba felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Nevertheless, upon receiving reassuring glances from the 3 elders, he steeled his resolve. "Patriarch, I understand that Xiao Yan is your son, but for the sake of our family, we must take this step. In the past, as young clan leader, he consumed more than half of the cultivation resources allocated to the younger generation. If he were genuinely talented, it would be justifiable. But now that he has only 3 stars of Do Chi, continuing as before would not only squander family resources, but also hinder the progress of other talented individuals. It is simply not worth the cost," Xiao Ba stated with a resigned sigh. When the topic of cultivation resources arose, murmurs of discontent filled the hall among the younger generation, expressing sentiments they themselves found hard to believe. No wonder Xiao Yan advanced so quickly. While we struggle to soak in a medicinal bath even once every 10 days, he seems to be bathing in it daily. If I had that, I could become a fighter by the age of 12. "Patriarch, I believe Xiao Ba makes a compelling point. We should not waste our cultivation resources on someone devoid of talent," the elder said with an affable smile directed at Xiao Zhan. The phrase devoid of talent weighed heavily in the air. "Indeed, Patriarch, we should allocate these resources to cultivate more geniuses for the Xiao family," the second elder chimed in. "I concur with Xiao Ba's proposal," the third elder nodded. With the 3 elders leading the charge, several influential elders within the clan also began to voice their agreement. Eager to advocate for their own offspring, Xiao Zhan's expression darkened to a point of near fury, feeling deeply constrained, almost tempted to resort to violence. He had never anticipated that these 3 cunning old foxes would incite so many people against him. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Xiao Yan's voice, stifled with suppressed rage, abruptly reverberated through the hall. "Elders, Xiao Ba, I may forfeit the resources, but the proposal to abolish the young clan leader position is something we may not acquiesce to." The hall fell into a sudden silence, all eyes turning towards the corner where Xiao Yan stood, his voice ringing out defiantly. "Xiao Yan, this is a clan meeting. It is not your place to speak. Silence yourself," the second elder reprimanded sternly. "Xiao Yan, step back. This is a clan meeting, and the higher-ups will determine the specifics," the third elder stated indifferently. At this, Xiao Yan slowly rose, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he retorted, 2 months ago, why did you not dare to speak to me in such a manner? Was it because you fear my potential and the retribution that would follow once I grew powerful?" His gaze shifted, scanning the younger generation in the hall. Upon catching sight of Xiao Mei's averted eyes, the smirk on his face deepened as he fully grasped the family's sinister nature. Yet, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the fact that his previous arrogance mirrored that of those who now derided him. it was merely a change of roles. Chapter 24. The Anomaly of Sun. Throughout the squabble between Xiao Yan and the three elders, Xiao Se remained indifferent, his eyes gently closed. Reflecting on his battle with Hong Kuei, contemplating where he had erred and which movements had faltered. "Brother, why is it so noisy outside?" Long Kuei's languid yet melodious voice suddenly resonated in Xiao Se's mind. Unlike Hong Kuei's tone, this voice was exceptionally gentle, cleansing the soul. Xiao Se recognized it was Long Kuei. "Long Kuei, are you awake?" He smiled faintly in response within his thoughts. "Yes, Long Kuei hasn't slept so soundly in a while. But it's rather noisy outside," came Long Kuei's sweet voice once more. "Do not mind it. Shall I sing you a song, dear sister?" Xiao Se offered with a smile. "Yes, please sing, brother. I will listen," Long Kuei replied. In a magical sword space, Long Kuei lay on the soft bed Xiao Se had prepared. Reminiscing about the scene from the previous day when Hong Kuei had undressed him, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star," Xiao Se hummed softly, a melody only he could hear. Beside Xiao Se, Sun was briefly taken aback. While others may not have caught his soft humming, her inherently strong soul sensed it. Turning her head to glance at Xiao Se, Sun furrowed her delicate brows slightly, murmuring to herself, "What song is this? Why does it feel so familiar?" After pondering for a moment and failing to recall, she sighed in frustration and chose not to dwell further, redirecting her gaze back to Xiao Yan. At this moment, tensions between Xiao Yan and the three elders had reached a boiling point. "Xiao Yan, do you truly wish to continue holding the position of young clan leader?" The elder inquired, his eyes narrowing. It was not that Xiao Yan desired the title. It was a matter of his father's reputation. If he were to lose the young clan leader position, how could his father ever establish credibility among the clan members? Xiao Yan spoke with conviction. The position of young clan leader has always been held by the capable. In the past, Elder Xiao Lin secured the title by defeating the previous clan leader's son, thus becoming the patriarch. Our family should not tarnish ancestral traditions merely because you are the clan leader's son. Hearing the word credibility, the elder inwardly scoffed, directly placing a heavy accusation. The actions of the three elders to abolish Xiao Yan's title were merely a strategy to undermine Xiao Zhan's authority in the clan and vie for greater personal gain. Xiao Yan's expression stiffened, rendered speechless by indignation. "Yinner, cease your words. The ancestral family laws must not be violated." The voice of Xiao Zhan, filled with helpless authority, echoed through the hall. Although he was aware that the three elders were deliberately seeking trouble, their assertions were not unfounded. Not only was the position of the young clan leader reserved for the capable, but even the clan leader himself was chosen for his superior prowess. Xiao Zhan's ascension to the position was solely due to being the most skilled member of a Xiao family. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's decree, the elder's face broke into a satisfied grin. With a grand gesture, he solemnly proclaimed, "In light of this, I hereby officially announce the removal of Xiao Yan from the position of the young clan leader. He shall be demoted to an ordinary disciple of the Xiao family, relocated from a main residence, and his cultivation resources will be reduced by 90%, with his monthly allowance cut down to 10 gold coins. The surplus resources and gold will be allocated to the more promising youth of our clan." As soon as the elder's words fell, a wave of derision swept through the assembly. 3 stages of fighting energy? Even if his talent were to return, he would not be able to break through to a fighter for at least 7 or 8 years. Alas, who could have imagined he would act so arrogantly, dismissing everyone but his father? At 12 years old, he barely possesses 3 stages of fighting energy, while others his age typically have at least 4. It is only fitting that he be expelled from the family after squandering our resources for years. The scornful murmurs pierced Xiao Yan's ears like daggers, causing his breath to quicken. As the dust settled, he cast a glance at Xiao Zhan, who appeared suddenly aged and with a tight throat. He fled the conference hall without a backward glance, leaving behind a solitary and desolate silhouette. He needed to release the pent-up fury within him. With the dismantling of Xiao Yan's position as the young clan leader, the clan assembly concluded without incident, and the elders alongside the younger generation began to disperse. Cousin Xiao Se, the clan meeting has ended. It is time to leave." Sun, who had intended to pursue Xiao Yan, hesitated for a moment before gently nudging Xiao Se and calling out to him. Xiao Se slowly opened his eyes, surveyed the departing crowd, and then turned his gaze to Sun, his expression one of mild surprise. It was remarkable that despite Xiao Yan's departure, Sun had not followed him. "Oh, thank you." Xiao Se nodded in acknowledgement before rising to depart. "Cousin Xiao Se, please wait a moment." Just as Xiao Se stepped outside the hall, Sun's soft voice rang out behind him. Turning around, Xiao Se spoke in a calm tone. "Miss Sun, Is there something you require? And no, nothing much, she stammered. I merely wish to inquire about the tune you were humming in the hall earlier. It seemed familiar. Her large, glistening eyes blinked innocently as she smiled. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Se frowned slightly. The melody he had hummed was a children's song from Blue Star. Sunner should not have been familiar with it. If she had heard it, it was likely that it was sung to her by Xiao Yan, the traveler from another world. Realizing this, Xiao Se scolded himself for being careless. Sunner possessed a naturally strong soul force and could hear even the faintest sounds. I believe you may have misheard, Miss Sunner. I did not hum any tune. I have affairs to attend to. Farewell. Without waiting for a response, he turned and strode away from the Xiao family estate. Watching Xiao Se's retreating figure, Sunner felt bewildered by his cold demeanor. After standing there for a while, she stomped her foot in frustration and pouted. Humph. If you won't say anything, then let it be. In a desolate alley of Wutan City, Xiao Se surveyed his surroundings with piercing eyes. Long Kuei, is anyone watching us? He inquired mentally. Brother, rest assured, the soul force user from the last incident did not follow us. The light and agile voice of Long Kuei resonated in his mind. Xiao Se nodded slightly and conjured a black cloak, swiftly donning it. After ensuring that his appearance would not be recognizable, he stepped out onto the street, heading towards the central miter auction house. Navigating through the watchful eyes of the guards, Xiao Se expertly made his way to the gem appraiser. The middle-aged man, seated at a desk, momentarily froze upon seeing Xiao Se, then quickly rose and approached him with respect, asking, "Are you Master Pu?" "Indeed," came the familiar raspy voice from beneath the cloak. Although the appraiser noted that Xiao Se appeared slightly taller than he had a month prior, he dismissed it and excitedly ushered him into the VIP room. In the VIP room, Xiao Se savored the aroma of fine tea. Just then, a light, melodious footstep approached, and a graceful figure slowly entered through the door. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a stunning woman clad in a red gown, exuding an enchanting allure with her curvaceous silhouette. "Ah, Master Pu, it has been nearly a month since your last visit to our miter auction house," her sweet, honeyed voice floated to his ears, causing his heart to flutter slightly. Yafei walked gracefully towards him, enveloping the air in a fragrant breeze. Once again, their proximity allowed Xiao Se to experience her mature charm. Her beautiful face, adorned with sparkling, elongated eyes, seemed to exude temptation at every moment. Her gaze subtly traced the elegant curve of her swan-like neck, almost entrancing him into a trance, while her slender waist was so delicate it could be encircled with a single hand. As she moved slightly, revealing a glimpse of her flawless, porcelain-like legs, it ignited a fervor within him. Cursing under his breath at the enchantress, Xiao Se set down his teacup and spoke in a husky voice. "I have been preoccupied with formulating alchemical recipes of late. May I now receive the payment for the auction potions? Of course, that is only natural. Our miter auction house prides itself on its integrity." Yafei concealed her lips with a delicate hand, giggling softly. With a graceful wave, she summoned a maid who entered with a golden card, presenting it to Yafei. "Master Pu, for the auction of 10 bottles of spirit-nourishing liquid, 180 bottles of hemostasis powder, and 100 healing pills, the total comes to 735,000 gold coins. As a holder of our VIP card, you enjoy a reduced fee of only 2%. The remaining amount is all contained within this card." Yafei smiled as she handed over the golden card. Xiao Se furrowed his brow, refraining from accepting the card. In a raspy voice, he suddenly inquired, "What about the 3 rolls of low-level Xin-class fighting techniques? It seems you did not deduct any fees for them." "Ha, Master Pu jests. Last time, out of mere curiosity, I may have inadvertently offended you. Consider the low-level Xin-class fighting techniques as a humble apology," Yafei replied with a charming smile. Shaking his head, Xiao Se accepted the golden card. Then with a flicker of ethereal light, 10 bottles of spirit-nourishing liquid appeared on the table between them. Yafei's eyes widened in surprise as she beheld the gloved hand that had produced the potions, momentarily disregarding the sudden appearance of the 10 bottles. Despite the raspy voice suggesting an elderly man, the skin revealed between the glove and the cloak-esque sleeve was as delicate and fair as that of youth, adorned with a purple totem resembling a long sword. An elusive glimpse that left her questioning, was this truly an elderly man? "Here are 10 bottles of Pei Yuan spirit liquid. I have a strong aversion to being indebted to others. You did not offend me last time, so I shall accept the money. As for the 3 scrolls of combat techniques, charge whatever is appropriate. Simply deduct it from the auction fees." The raspy voice beneath the black robe resounded once more. At this, Yafei snapped back to reality, for she was merely a novice, lacking the shrewdness she would possess 3 years hence in the original narrative. Observing Xiao Se once again produce 10 bottles of Pei Yuan's spirit liquid for auction, a flicker of gratitude sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Little did anyone know that the 3 scrolls of low-level Xian rank combat techniques had actually come from Yafei's own purse, solely to leave a favorable impression on Xiao Se. Facilitating future alliances. Enough with the refusals. I am somewhat acquainted with your miter family. You are intelligent, yet still require refinement. These are the items I wish to procure. So please assist me in preparing them. The raspy voice echoed again, followed by Xiao Se producing a list. Thank you for your understanding, master. Yafei nodded slightly. Accepting the list, her lovely eyes once again revealing surprise. Aside from various herbs for concocting third-grade elixirs, the list also contained numerous wilderness survival tools. What seems to be the issue? Xiao Se inquired nonchalantly. No issues at all. Your Pei Yuan spirit liquid can be promoted today, and the auction can commence tomorrow. The herbs and survival tools will require some time to prepare. To avoid delaying your schedule, I suggest you collect everything after the auction concludes tomorrow. Yafei smiled. Very well. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Xiao Se stood, preparing to depart. I shall see you off. Upon noticing Xiao Se's intent to leave, Yafei stored the Pei Yuan spirit liquid and gracefully rose, leaving a trail of fragrant air. Xiao Se nodded slowly, accepting her company. The two walked to the entrance of the miter auction house before parting ways. Standing at the entrance of the miter auction house, Yafei gazed at Xiao Se's receding figure, murmuring to herself, he is indeed an intriguing individual. Just then, the familiar raspy voice echoed in her mind. Have you forgotten to discern the authenticity of the Pei Yuan spirit liquid? Upon hearing this, Yafei hurried to find Gunny for verification. Upon learning that they were all genuine, she sighed in relief, yet couldn't help but pout, feeling a sense of grievance towards Xiao Se's mischievousness. Exiting the miter auction house, Xiao Se found an unoccupied corner to remove his black robe. Uncharacteristically, he did not return to his training, but wandered aimlessly through the streets. His mood was quite pleasant, for in just a few days, he would leave the Xiao family to embark on his own adventures. Brother, you seem to be in high spirits. The melodious voice of Long Kue resonated in Xiao Se's mind. Not too bad, Xiao Se replied with a smile. Is it because of that woman named Yafei? Long Kue inquired. Xiao Se tugged at the corner of his mouth. Long Kue, why would you think that? Because when you were with that Yafei, your heartbeat quickened as if. Long Kuei's voice trailed off like a whisper. As if what? Xiao Se's interest was piqued. As if you were holding Long Kue. In the space of the demon's sword, Long Kuei's cheeks flushed, her pearly teeth biting her rosy lip as she spoke softly. Cough, cough. At her words, Xiao Se coughed awkwardly twice, redirecting the conversation. My joy does not stem from that. Rather, it is because I will soon leave Wutan City to explore the world. And I intend to take you along. Hee, thank you, brother. Long Kuei's response clearly delighted her. After meandering around Wutan City for half an hour and purchasing 2 half-face masks, Xiao Se decided to return to the Xiao family S-back mountain to train. Having found nothing else of interest, as he rounded the Xiao family's Bluestone Plaza, he encountered an unexpected figure at the intersection of the mountain path. Xiao Yan, Xiao Se. Both were taken aback, staring at one another in surprise before exclaiming each other's names. Observing the despondent and defeated expression on Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Se nodded slightly, ready to continue on his way, when he suddenly sensed a formidable soul force sweeping over him. He quickly activated the Return to Origin Soul technique and the Concealment technique to hide his presence. The Concealment technique allowed one to mask their cultivation level by 1 rank, while the Return to Origin Soul technique not only forged soul power, but also possessed the effect of concealing one's soul force. Brother, just now, it seemed that a strong soul force was released from that Xiao Yan's ring, and the owner of that soul force appears to be a soul entity, albeit a very weak one, as if it could fall into slumber at any moment. As Xiao Se activated the Concealment technique and the Return to Origin Soul technique to conceal his soul force and combat energy, Long Kuei's light voice echoed in his mind. Yes, I sensed it too. Xiao Se responded. Did they notice you? Rest assured, brother. Long Kue remains within the demon's sword. As long as I do not actively emit any aura, no one can detect me. Furthermore, with your Return to Origin Soul technique, I can conceal my soul force while probing. I just thoroughly scanned the owner within that ring. Long Kuei's voice was filled with mirth. Did you discover anything? Upon hearing this, Xiao Se felt a wave of relief wash over him and inquired again. Nothing of note. The ring has a soul mark set within it, and I can only ascertain that the soul is quite feeble. Unless we can erase the soul mark, we cannot delve deeper. A sigh resonated from Long Kuei's mind. Moments later, feeling the soul force that had been scanning him dissipate, the furrow in Xiao Se's brow began to ease. He silently nodded at Xiao Yan, sidestepping him, and caught a glimpse of the faintly glowing ancient ring on Xiao Yan's finger before proceeding along the mountain path. Watching Xiao Se's figure gradually recede, Xiao Yan felt a torrent of complex emotions. Once, every disciple of the Xiao family had bowed and scraped before him. Yet now, even this Xiao Se, whom he had deemed insignificant, began to disregard him. Although he did not receive mockery or scorn from the other Xiao family youths. The memory of Xiao Se's close interactions with Sun 2 months ago and their proximity earlier today filled Xiao Yan's eyes with a glimmer of barely concealed resentment. Strength. If only I had strength, Meyer would not distance herself from me, and Sun would not share laughter with that Xiao Se. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan took another path up the mountain. As Xiao Yan lamented, the ancient ring on his finger flickered, revealing the awakened and rejuvenated soul power of Yao Lao. Strange. I distinctly sensed the keen soul power emanating from that Xiao Se from afar, just now. How could it vanish upon approach? Could it be that I misperceived? Cursing inwardly, Yao Lao slipped back into slumber once more. Inside the stone chamber of the cave, as midnight approached, Xiao Se sat cross-legged in the center, forming a cultivation seal, while evenly inhaling and exhaling the combat energy of the heavens and earth. The moon shone like a silver disk, and countless stars twinkled. The pure moonlight poured through the ventilation of the stone chamber, illuminating Xiao Se's fair face, rendering him exceptionally handsome. Brother, it's time to rest. In a few days, we shall venture out for training. Now is the time to rejuvenate your spirit. Long Kuei had prepared the bedding and was already lying down. Coming. Upon hearing Long Kuei's call, Xiao Se emerged from his meditative state, shedding his outer garments and boots before slipping into bed, where Long Kuei nestled into his embrace. It was evident that this was not their first slumber together. Although Xiao Se practiced diligently late into the night, he still required rest, as his prowess as a fighter had yet to reach the level where cultivation could substitute for sleep. Over time, Long Kuei had developed the habit of preparing the bed and reminding him to rest. Comfortably nestled in Xiao Se's arms, Long Kuei whispered, "Brother, it seems Xiao Hong hasn't come out all day, not even to train with you during your practice." Xiao Hong was the name Long Kuei used to refer to Hong Kuei, and privately, Hong Kuei would call her original form Long Kuei Xiaolon. Both Hong Kuei and Long Kuei addressed Xiao Se as brother, while Xiao Se referred to them collectively as Long Kuei. "Perhaps she is simply tired. Let us sleep now," Xiao Se replied somewhat sheepishly, recalling that he had touched her body the night before, even indulging in an inappropriate gaze. Long Kuei slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Although she did not require sleep, she relished lying in Xiao Se's arms, finding great solace therein. Beep. The 1-month period has elapsed, granting the system an opportunity for exchange. Hearing the system's notification in his mind, Xiao Se fell into contemplation. He wished to exchange for a combat skill, but realized that there appeared to be no blank scrolls remaining. His gaze shifted to the bedside cabinet, where a lone egg remained in the basket, a remnant from Long Kuei's preparation of dinner. Grasping the egg, Xiao Se called out in his mind, "System, exchange this egg." Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a draft from the world of Doluo continent. Authored by Yu Xiaojie. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Doluo continent. Heaven-Do Empire, Fasnuo province, Nodding City. Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojiang's dormitory. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang sat at his desk, organizing his invincible theory materials. Today, he was particularly elated, for his prized disciple Tang San had just broken through to the 20th level of soul power. This meant that with the acquisition of a second soul ring, he could become a great soul master. A great soul master under the age of 10 was virtually unheard of, setting aside the woman with a twin martial soul who had once eluded him. Yu Xiaojiang had never encountered another capable of achieving this feat before turning 10. Xiao San truly brings honor to me as a teacher. If he cultivates his twin martial souls in the future, my invincible theory will gain recognition and admiration from the world, he mused. Suddenly, a flicker of resentment flashed in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, and his previously calm visage twisted into a snarl as he coldly declared, "One day, I will make those who once looked down upon me pay dearly. And Bibi Dong, just wait, I will prove it to you." After uttering these harsh words, Yu Xiaojiang's contorted face returned to calmness as he tidied the somewhat disheveled materials of his invincible theory. Stifling a yawn, he made his way to bed, preparing to sleep. Just as he was about to settle onto the mattress, an excruciating pain surged through his lower body, akin to having the yolk of an egg brutally extracted and replaced with a significantly larger, intact eggshell. Unable to contain himself, Yu Xiaojiang let out a pitiful scream. However, the torment did not cease there. The sudden onset of pain took him by surprise, causing him to sit down more forcefully. At that moment, as he plummeted onto the bed, a sharp crack echoed as the eggshell shattered, and the yolk and egg white spilled forth. Another deafening scream reverberated through the air, echoing outside through the cracks of doors and windows. That night, the entire faculty and student body of Notting Academy faced an inevitable sleepless night. Chapter 27. Xiaoning's Invitation. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. Warm rays of sunlight streamed through the ventilation, illuminating the cheeks of Xiao Se and Long Kui. Xiao Se slowly opened his eyes, gently extracting his slightly sore arm from Long Kui's snowy neck, then carefully donned his clothing. He settled onto a nearby stone slab, retrieved some nourishing spirit liquid, took a small sip, and activated the burning decision and reversion of soul techniques, entering a state of cultivation. The early morning, brimming with vitality, was the perfect time for cultivating combat energy. An hour later, the faint aroma of food wafted into Xiao Se's nostrils, forming a hand seal to conclude his meditation. He awakened from his cultivation. Turning his head, he noticed that Long Kui had prepared breakfast in the corner of the stone chamber. "Brother, you're awake. Come eat. Breakfast is just ready." Upon seeing Xiao Se cease his training, a gentle smile graced Long Kui's beautiful face. Xiao Se nodded slightly, rising to stretch his somewhat stiff legs, and walked over to Long Kui, exclaiming, "Long Kui, what have you cooked today? It smells delightful." Hee. Long Kui chuckled, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she replied, "It's lean meat porridge, made with your favorite beef." As she spoke, Long Kui extended her delicate hand to retrieve a small bowl, carefully filling it before offering it to him. Accepting the bowl, Xiao Se inhaled the enticing scent of the beef porridge, and without hesitation, he took a generous mouthful, ignoring whether it was hot. Watching him gulp down the porridge, a smile spread across Long Kui's lovely face. She cherished the moments spent with Xiao Se, seated on the stone slab. Xiao Se consumed the beef porridge until only a little remained. Although Long Kui, as a spiritual entity, did not require sustenance, she relished the life she shared with Xiao Se and also partook of a bowl. After finishing the last bowl of beef porridge, Xiao Se contentedly patted his still flat abdomen and gave Long Kui a thumbs up, jokingly saying, "Long Kui, your culinary skills are exceptional. Whoever marries, you'll be truly fortunate." "I don't want to get married. I want to be with brother forever," Long Kui declared, her expression turning urgent at the mention of marriage. The jade bowl in her hand clattered to the ground as she leapt into Xiao Se's embrace. Xiao Se was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt. Perhaps he had gone too far with his jest. Gently stroking Long Kui's head, he reassured her, "Long Kui, I was just joking. I don't want you to get married. Even if someone else wishes to marry you, I would never allow it." "Really?" Long Kui asked, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes as she looked up at him, her eyes red. "Of course it's true," Xiao Se affirmed earnestly. His words were devoid of any falsehood. If someone sought to marry Long Kui after her revival, he would be the first to object. "Is it really true?" Long Kui pressed on. "Yes, really," Xiao Se assured her, nodding firmly. "Then let's make a pinky promise," Long Kui suggested, extending her tiny pinky. "Promise," Xiao Se replied, intertwining his pinky with hers. "Promise to hang on forever and never change." After solidifying their promise, the two exchanged smiles as they looked into each other's eyes. "Brother, did you get up last night to cook something?" Long Kui suddenly inquired, snuggling against him. "No, why do you ask?" Xiao Se responded, puzzled. "The egg we had left over last night is missing. I was going to save it for you to make egg flour porridge." Long Kui pouted, explaining. Upon hearing the term egg, Xiao Se suddenly comprehended the situation, a smirk involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth, as he recalled that he had exchanged it with Yu Xiaojiang. To this day, Yu Xiaojiang's egg remained warm in his storage. He then rubbed the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, I remember now. I suddenly felt a bit hungry last night and roasted it using beast fire." Upon hearing this, Long Kui slightly nodded, harboring no suspicion, and rose to tidy up the dishes. Upon exiting the cave, Xiao Se practiced his combat skills in front of the waterfall for an hour before gradually descending the mountain towards the middle auction house. Today marked the day of the auction for the cultivation liquid, and it was also one of his final days in Wutan City. 3 days hence, he would depart, and upon his departure, he could not ascertain how long it would be before he returned. Perhaps he would only return on the enrollment day of the Jianan Academy, for he was determined to acquire the Falling Heart Flame, ranked 14th on the Extraordinary Fire ranking. Traversing the necessary route to the middle auction house, Xiao Se once again encountered someone he wished to avoid, Xiao Ning. "Hee, Xiao Se, you've arrived at a fortuitous moment. I must tell you, the middle auction house sent an invitation to our Xiao family yesterday." Besides the family head and 3 elders, they generously offered 10 additional slots, all reserved for the family's core members. Even that useless Xiao Yan, being the son of the clan leader, is not qualified to participate. I specifically requested an extra slot for my grandfather. Come, let me broaden your horizons. Xiao Ning placed a hand on Xiao Se's shoulder, appearing overly familiar. Xiao Se glanced at Xiao Ning with a hint of disdain and replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Thank you. No need for thanks. Given your relationship with my elder sister, we are practically family," Xiao Ning declared confidently, thumping his chest. In truth, he had yet to mention that this slot was originally intended for Suner, who had declined it. "Xiao Ning, hurry up. If you don't move, you will fall behind," urged one of the Xiao family core members affiliated with the Grand Elders faction. "Oh, coming." Xiao Ning responded, then patted Xiao Se's shoulder again, smiling, "Let's hurry and catch up." Xiao Se nodded slightly, following Xiao Ning to the middle auction house. It must be said, the promotional efforts of the middle auction house were indeed substantial. Just yesterday, Xiao Se had delivered the cultivation liquid to the auction house, and today, various forces in Wutan City had gathered at the auction venue, observing the throngs of people ahead, under the guidance of a servant from the middle auction house. Xiao Se entered the VIP passage alongside Xiao Yan and 3 others. Upon entering the auction room, Xiao Se, who initially intended to sit in a secluded corner, was drawn to a more prominent position by Xiao Ning's insistence. Xiao Se, do you know what treasures will be auctioned at the middle auction house today?" Xiao Ning inquired, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "I do not." Xiao Se feigned ignorance, shaking his head. "Allow me to enlighten you. The cultivation liquid is a second-tier pill that accelerates a fighter's cultivation speed. Do you know Tang San, the owner of the Yulai Inn on the west side of Wutan City? Just a month ago, he was a mere 8-star fighter, stuck at that level for years without breakthrough. After spending a fortune to acquire the cultivation liquid, he broke through to 9 stars in just a few days and is now working hard to advance to a dome master," Xiao Ning explained, adopting a wise demeanor. Chapter 28. Yet again discovered by Yafei. "Oh," Xiao Se responded with a calm demeanor. "Aren't you astonished? This is a second-tier pill that can help fighters break through quickly and has no side effects." Xiao Ning exclaimed, astonished. While astonishment is warranted, the cultivation liquid feels rather distant from us. Setting aside the price, even if we were to acquire it, we are still merely at the stage of refining our dou qi and cannot utilize it. Rather than chasing after this elusive pill, it would be wiser to focus on diligent training and strive for an early breakthrough to dou fighter, Xiao Se remarked lightly. The 3 elders of the Xiao family seated in front exchanged glances, their expressions contemplative, and they nodded in unison, internally agreeing with Xiao Se's perspective. The Grand Elder earnestly addressed Xiao Ning. "Ninger, Xiao Se is correct. After the auction concludes, you should promptly return to your training. Even if our Xiao family manages to purchase the cultivation liquid today, it will only be used by the higher-tier fighters and direct descendants who have made significant contributions to the family to strengthen our core forces." "I understand, grandfather." Perhaps he would treat Xiao Se's words as mere background noise, but as the Grand Elder of the Xiao family, he dared not disregard his grandfather's counsel. Noticing Xiao Ning's dejected demeanor, Xiao Se couldn't help but smile wryly, choosing not to further discuss the cultivation liquid. His gaze shifted a short distance away, where he spotted members of the Gale family and the Obaba family also entering the auction room. Amidst the crowd of the Gale family, Xiao Se suddenly felt a gaze filled with coldness and resentment. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Gale Ao, whom he had emasculated over a month ago in the simulated market. At this moment, Gale Ao was scanning the Xiao family members. After failing to locate his target, he was about to withdraw his gaze when it inadvertently met Xiao Se's. Immediately, a sinister smile crept across his face, and his lips moved as if to say, "The Xiao family's little wretch had better not fall into my hands or else." Narrowing his eyes while staring at Gale Ao, Xiao Se returned a faint smile, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his lowered gaze. Having no intention to engage in a confrontation with Gale Ao, it was evident that should their paths cross, he would not spare him either. After practicing a few techniques of capturing the crane and subduing the dragon, he turned his attention to the auction stage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yafei, donned in a red qipao, gracefully ascended the auction stage. The slightly form-fitting attire accentuated her alluring figure, captivating nearly all attendees with ardent gazes, including Xiao Yan, the clan leader of the Xiao family. Noticing Xiao Yan's fervent gaze, Xiao Se couldn't help but smirk internally, chastising him for his lack of restraint. Before shifting his focus back to practicing the capturing techniques he had acquired from Tang San storage belt, Xiao Se estimated that while the technique's power might not be impressive, suitable only for dealing with fighters of similar levels, its intricacy was commendable, rivaling that of some low-level mystical techniques. If utilized adeptly, it could potentially counter mid to high-level close combat techniques of the mystical tier. With enticing red lips slightly parted, Yafei playfully greeted the audience with a few words, her delicate voice and alluring curves igniting an atmosphere of fervor throughout the venue. Observing the sudden eruption of excitement in the hall, a glimmer of pride flashed in Yafei's heart. After more than a month of acclimatization, she had come to understand the extent of her beauty's allure to men. With a subtle smile, she surveyed the crowd, her gaze pausing momentarily on the young boy seated behind the three elders of the Xiao family. Yet this young lad, appearing to be around 12 or 13, did not look her way, instead lowering his head to gaze at the ground. This realization made Yafei aware that her beauty had seemingly been disregarded, prompting her delicate brows to furrow slightly before relaxing once more. With an imperceptible shift of her gaze away from Xiao Se, Yafei's alluring red lips parted slightly as she delicately raised a small hammer, tapping it against the table, and cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. Our first item for bidding is the long-awaited Pei Yuan spirit liquid." As she spoke, her graceful hand gestured, and a maid approached the auction stage, carrying a silver tray adorned with a jade vial. Under Yafei's adulation, the price of the Pei Yuan spirit liquid soared dramatically, particularly for those vials of immaculate quality, which reached an astronomical price nearing 100,000 gold coins. The 10 vials were swiftly snatched up, leaving the subsequent auction items rather lackluster. Mere trinkets such as necklaces and hairpins, which only the indulgent young masters, blinded by desire, would consider purchasing. The atmosphere gradually diminished, and Xiao Se lost interest in cultivation, opting instead to await the auction's conclusion in silence, so he could collect his earnings and procure the materials and herbs he desired. Xiao Se, how utterly boring. After the Pei Yuan spirit liquid auction, it's all rather unexciting, sighed Xiao Ning, crossing her legs with a hint of dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Miss Yafei's beauty on stage, I dare say this auction would have been doomed. Xiao Se merely nodded, his fingers brushing over the tattoo of the demonic sword on his right sleeve, replying indifferently, indeed. Xiao Ning glanced at Yafei on the stage, then turned toward Xiao Se, hesitantly asking, "I say, Xiao Se, you're not actually disinterested in women, are you? With such a stunning beauty up there, and yet you seem more captivated by your own hand. If I didn't have Sun'er in my heart, I might even feel tempted myself." "Wait a moment, what is that design?" Grabbing Xiao Se's right hand and rolling up his sleeve, she exclaimed, "Wow, what a striking, sword-shaped tattoo. Xiao Se, where did you get that? I want one too." Though Xiao Ning's voice was not particularly loud, her peculiar behavior quickly drew the attention of Yafei on the stage. Upon noticing the familiar design on Xiao Se's fair wrist, a flicker of surprise crossed Yafei's mind. Could this young lad be Master Pu? Reflecting on this, she compared her memories of Master Pu with Xiao Se's physique, concluding that if he donned a black robe, they could indeed be cast from the same mold. Xiao Se, aware of Yafei's gaze, recalled their previous encounters, noting that she had always worn gloves, seemingly preventing any exposure. Wait a moment. When he received the gold card from her hand yesterday, had he inadvertently revealed a bit? As this realization dawned on him, he cursed himself for his carelessness, a bitter smile emerging. It seemed that this enchantress had indeed discerned his identity. Chapter 29, getting straight to the point. The auction concluded splendidly, and Xiao Se once again reaped substantial rewards amidst the intrigue of the three major families, causing the price of the spirit liquid to soar. The 10 vials of Pei Yuan spirit liquid ultimately fetched over 700,000 gold coins, leaving Xiao Se grinning from ear to ear. With no desire to linger further, he turned to Xiao Ning and said, "Xiao Ning, the auction has ended, and I must return to my cultivation." Truly a cultivation fanatic, Xiao Ning scoffed, a mischievous smile creeping on her lips as she coaxed. "Don't you wish to see Miss Yafei? When it comes time for the handover, you'll have the chance for some close interaction. You're fond of that girl named Xiao Sun'er, yet you seem intrigued by Yafei. Are you not concerned about being devoured, leaving nothing but bones?" Xiao Se shot her a glare, replying coolly, "I have no interest." With a chuckle, Xiao Ning said, "There is no comparison between a garden flower and a wildflower. Besides, Sun'er doesn't even pay me any mind. A little I canny never hurt anyone. But you mustn't betray my sister. She is," as she trailed off. Xiao Ning hastily covered her mouth, her voice barely a whisper. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's name, Xiao Se fell silent. She was still just a naive young girl when it came to emotions. If she remained as genuine as she was now, then Xiao Se would not mind adding another wife in the future. "Well then, I shall take my leave. You may linger here at your leisure," he said, patting Xiao Ning on the shoulder before rising to depart. Silently exiting the auction house, Xiao Se meandered through a nearby, bustling market, before slipping into an uninhabited alley, donning his previous large black robe to completely conceal his figure. Only then did he slowly return to the auction venue. Yafei, knowing Xiao Se would attend today, had already arranged for a watchful eye within the auction house, waiting for his arrival. Thus, as soon as Xiao Se entered, a demure maid greeted him respectfully in the reception room. Sitting quietly in a chair, Xiao Se picked up the fragrant tea on the table, taking a delicate sip. He cast a glance at the shy girl standing nearby, but said nothing, fully aware of the unspoken rules of the workplace. This maid was specifically designated by the Mitre auction house to attend to esteemed guests and fulfill their requests. Xiao Se regarded this with disdain. He had no such peculiar inclinations. As the girl's nervousness lingered, approximately 7 or 8 minutes passed before hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The girl exhaled heavily in relief. Haha, Mr. Pooh, you've arrived quite early. I just finished the handover with a client, and I hope that Ali hasn't caused you any trouble. The voice arrived before the figure, its soothing and delicate timbre sending a shiver through Xiao Se. The door swung open, and Yafei glided in with graceful steps, moving toward Xiao Se. With each stride, her proud bosom subtly rose and fell, tracing an enchanting arc. Enchantress. Xiao Se silently cursed again, setting down his teacup and nodding slightly. Seeing Xiao Se's nod, the maid named Ali felt a wave of relief wash over her, bowing respectfully before gradually retreating from the reception room. Noticing Xiao Se's lack of discontent, Yafei also breathed a sigh of relief, her lovely face radiant with a charming smile as she discreetly scrutinized him. Since deducing that Pooh was likely a little-known youth from the Xiao family, Yafei regretted heeding Gu Ni's advice to assign him a maid, a boy who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old. Still in the throes of emotional innocence, could hardly be expected to be interested in such a girl. However, she had never anticipated that Master Pooh would arrive so promptly. This only served to strengthen Yafei's suspicions. The sword-shaped tattoo had drawn her attention to Xiao Se while on the auction stage, and it was no coincidence that Master Pooh appeared shortly after Xiao Se departed. Such serendipity was unheard of. The auction has concluded, hasn't it? Rasped a voice from beneath the black robe. Yes, Yafei replied, lifting her beautiful, fair chin with a smile. With a graceful gesture, she caressed her storage ring, producing a golden card, and said with a smile, Master Pooh, the total auction price for the 10 vials of Pei Yuan spirit liquid is 765,000 gold coins. After deducting a 2% tax rate along with the cost for the purchased herbs and outdoor supplies, as well as the fees for the 3 low-grade Xian-level combat skills per your instructions, the remaining amount is all contained within this card. Taking the gold card, Xiao Se nodded slightly. It was indeed remarkable for second-grade pills to be auctioned at an average price exceeding 70,000 gold coins. However, upon noticing Yafei's gaze sweeping over his hands, he frowned and slowly said, I am quite satisfied with this price, but Miss Yafei, is my hand truly so captivating? And what about my herbs and outdoor supplies? In a husky voice, the first half of the sentence brought a slight smile to Yafei's charming face, yet the latter half caused her expression to change dramatically. Fortunately, possessing a commendable mental fortitude, Yafei swiftly regained her composure, her enchanting demeanor returning as she pursed her crimson lips and smiled sweetly, saying, Master Pooh must have misunderstood. I merely thought it rather inconvenient for you to always don a black robe and gloves, so I had someone specially tailor a set of black robes for you. As for your medicinal herbs and outdoor supplies, they have been meticulously prepared. With a gentle gesture, Yafei beckoned, and 2 maidens entered, each carrying a silver tray. They paused beside Xiao Se, bowing slightly as they carefully placed the trays on the table before gracefully retreating from the reception room. Master Pooh, here are your herbs and outdoor supplies, each stored within 2 low-grade spatial rings. In this black robe, crafted from the silk of a second-tier magical beast, the black silkworm, is resistant to ordinary blades. It is a complimentary gift from our auction house. I hope you will accept it. Yafei indicated the tray with the spatial rings, then pointed to the tray with the black robe, smiling warmly. How thoughtful. As he accepted the spatial rings and the robe, a youthful voice unexpectedly emerged from beneath the black robe. But Miss Yafei, you clearly discern my identity. Is this little charade not tiresome? The sudden shift in Xiao Se's tone startled Yafei, who covered her red lips with her jade hand and exclaimed, Master Pooh, you sure? Xiao Se made a shushing gesture and slowly removed his hood, revealing a rather handsome face. Lower your voice. I would prefer not to draw undue attention. Staring at the youthful visage before her, Yafei inhaled deeply and sighed. Should I address you as Master Pu or as little brother Xiao Se? Meeting Yafei's somewhat anxious gaze. Xiao Se's expression grew earnest as he countered. What do you think? Under Xiao Se's penetrating scrutiny, Yafei's heart fluttered and her smile faded. She tossed the question back to him. What would you like me to call you? Just call me Xiao Se. That ridiculous alias, Pu, is merely a borrowed name from a plump old man, Xiao Se replied, lifting a cup of fragrant tea and downing it in one gulp. With a soft laugh, Yafei's previously tense expression transformed. Little brother Xiao Se, you certainly have a knack for surprising others. By the way, this Pei-Yuan spirit liquid, it couldn't possibly be your concoction. Could it? Yes, Xiao Se replied, blinking his clear eyes and offering a deliberately ambiguous response. At his words, Yafei shot him an exasperated glance before skillfully shifting the topic. So, with all these outdoor supplies, are you planning to venture out? Indeed, Xiao Se nodded slightly, his tone nonchalant. I intend to leave Wutan City for some training. Training outside at such a young age seems rather perilous. Yafei exclaimed in astonishment. Fortune favors the bold. Besides, I am not entirely unprepared, Xiao Se said gently, caressing the magical sword tattoo on his right hand. I truly don't understand you. Wouldn't it be better to remain in the Xiao family and cultivate your skills? With your alchemist qualifications, you should receive substantial support from the Xiao family. Yafei's heart ached slightly. She had fled to this small city precisely because she lacked any innate talent for cultivation. With a hint of derision, Xiao Se scoffed, substantial support? If you had inquired even a little into my background, you would not hold such a belief. Moreover, do you truly think that blindly revealing your talent is beneficial? The tall tree invites the wind. Isn't Xiao Yan, the Xiao family's prodigy of a century, a prime example? Yafei fell into contemplative silence, recognizing that despite being born into a prominent family, her inherent charm and lack of cultivation talent had subjected her to the constant threat of arranged marriages. Perhaps resonating with the sentiments, Yafei unexpectedly uttered words that were entirely uncharacteristic of her. Perhaps you are right. However, I truly envy you for being able to seize control of your own destiny. Actually, you can too. To her astonishment, Xiao Se offered a surprising response. What do you mean? Yafei inquired, bewildered. To avoid being controlled by your family, there are essentially two paths. I have chosen the shortcut of abandoning my so-called family. While you are perfectly suited for the second path, Xiao Se said, pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea and taking a delicate sip. Yafei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What path? Xiao Se spoke earnestly. To evade family control, one must seize control of the family. Your Miter family is a commercial dynasty, and you possess a natural talent for business. You could very well embark on that path. The notion struck Yafei like a revelation. Her lips pursed as she repeated Xiao Se's words, contemplating them deeply. After a moment of reflection, Yafei smiled wryly, looking at Xiao Se. I truly wonder where you learned such wisdom at your tender age. Self-taught, Xiao Se replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his unease. He certainly wouldn't disclose that these were merely reflections of his future inner dialogues. When do you plan to leave? Yafei asked hesitantly. In 3 days, Xiao Se responded. Such haste. When do you intend to return? Yafei continued her inquiries. Perhaps in a year. Perhaps 2, or maybe even 3, Xiao Se replied with uncertainty, even to himself. Then I shall eagerly await your return and growth, Yafei said, extending her delicate hand with a radiant smile. Nodding slowly, Xiao Se grasped her tender hand, unexpectedly parting with it almost immediately. You too. Gazing at the mature, yet youthful Xiao Se, Yafei couldn't help but sigh. Are you truly only 12 or 13? I feel like a mere child in your presence, as if you can see through me entirely. Dismissing the trivial topic, Xiao Se donned his hood once more, waving his hand as he rose to exit the reception room, his voice returning to its earlier huskiness. Until we meet again, if fate allows. Until we meet again, Yafei echoed, watching Xiao Se's retreating figure, a rare, knowing smile gracing her lips. 3 days later, in the early morning, Xiao Se meticulously checked all supplies, leaving a letter in the Xiao family residence he hadn't occupied for a long time before departing Wutan City to embark on his journey to strengthen himself. In the inky darkness of the small forest, moonlight cascaded down like delicate gauze, enveloping all in its embrace. Through the gaps in the leaves, speckles of silvery light danced upon the ground, creating exquisite patterns. Clad in a black robe fashioned from black silkworm silk and adorned with a half-mask purchased in Wutan City, Xiao Se trudged through the dark woods with heavy steps, the magical sword strapped to his back. Today marked the 3rd day since Xiao Se had left Wutan City, and accustomed to solitude, he felt no sense of loneliness. For whether in his past life or this one, Xiao Se had long embraced solitude and learned to revel in it. Besides, this time he had Long Kuei for companionship. The magical sword he bore was a part of his training. Intentionally severing the connection with it made the sword weigh over 100 pounds, stifling much of his internal energy, making each step a struggle. What should have been a 2-day journey had turned into 3 arduous days. Brother, it is completely dark now. Why not rest for the night? A light and melodious voice suddenly emanated from the magical sword. All right, Xiao Se replied. Xiao Se nodded slightly, unsheathing the enchanted sword from his back, severing a tree, and kindling a bonfire. In the pitch-black thicket, the flames danced with a delicate grace. Leaning against a tree trunk beside the fire, Xiao Se munched on hard rations, savoring a moment of tranquility. Brother, where do we plan to go? The ethereal voice of Long Kuei echoed from within the sword. The monster beast mountain range. Xiao Se replied with a smile after swallowing his food. Isn't the back mountain of the Xiao family the monster beast mountain range? Why venture so far? Long Kuei inquired, puzzled. The location we occupy is the eastern part of the monster beast mountain range. By traversing through here, we can reach our ultimate destination, the Tagore Desert. Besides, the monster beast mountain range may harbor unforeseen opportunities. As a notable traveler, he would not overlook the cave that contained the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire and aerial combat techniques. Furthermore, he, like many of his kin, adhered to the principle of taking the protagonist's path, leaving the protagonist without options. With 5 years remaining until Queen Medusa claimed the blue lotus earth fire. If he could locate it within this time frame and gather the 3 materials needed to consume foreign flames, with Long Kuei's power, he would still have a significant chance of obtaining the blue lotus earth fire. Then, brother, please be cautious. If danger arises, I can't possess you. Or let Xiao Hong assist you. She is quite formidable, Long Kuei chimed cheerfully. Xiao Se shook his head. Quite the opposite. I cannot easily accept your assistance. Without enduring bloodshed and brutality, I cannot grow. Unless I find myself in a life-or-death situation, I would prefer you remain uninvolved. Chapter 31. The first encounter with the little medical sage. In Qingshan Town, also known as Monster Beast Town, due to its proximity to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, mercenaries who thrived on the edge of danger roamed the streets year-round. They congregated in groups, exchanging boisterous banter, discussing little more than the most beautiful women, the strongest liquor, and the fiercest magical beasts. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely, and a young man stepped through the town gates. His half-mask concealed his age, but the fairness of his chin suggested he was quite young, a mere boy, dressed in a flowing black silk robe and bearing a peculiar long sword. Though the blade remained obscured, the hilt alone betrayed its extraordinary nature. The half-mask obscured his visage, yet the angles of his jaw indicated a striking appearance. He strolled along the cobbled streets, observing his surroundings as if in search of something. The masked figure of Xiao Se, with the enchanted sword slung across his back, naturally attracted considerable attention. However, he paid little mind, navigating through 2 streets until he finally reached his first destination, Wanyaozhai. Upon entering the spacious establishment, an unusual fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, refreshing to the senses. Noticing Xiao Se's entrance, a young store clerk who had been enjoying lunch set aside his bowl and approached with a professional smile. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? After inhaling the herbal aroma, Xiao Se replied coolly, where can I find the yellow lotus essence? Upon hearing yellow lotus essence, the clerk scoffed dismissively, gesturing toward the corner of his shop. The yellow lotus essence is a low-grade material, priced at 100 gold coins each. Feel free to pick as you wish. With that, he turned back to his meal. Xiao Se nodded slightly, unfazed by the clerk's condescension, and wandered to the corner to select his items, enjoying the solitude in the absence of attention. His gaze scanned the towering piles of yellow lotus essence, yet disappointment washed over him. Clearly, he lacked the fortune of the destined child, Xiao Yan, who could effortlessly find a piece of blood lotus essence. Just as he prepared to casually select a couple of yellow lotus essences to satisfy the requirement, a melodious voice drifted down from the second floor of Wanyaozhai. Gue, this afternoon I will accompany the herbal gathering team to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Please help me collect the herbs drying in the backyard. Turning his head towards the voice, Xiao Se caught sight of a charming young girl. She was an exquisite beauty, clad in a light blue corseted dress, exuding an ethereal elegance. Her gently smiling cheeks radiated a refreshing aura. In terms of beauty, she might not rival Long Kuei or Sun Er, but her willow-like waist, cinched by a green ribbon, was the slenderest Xiao Se had ever seen, even more so than the delicate Long Kuei. It seemed as though a mere gust of wind could easily break her. Leave it to me, little medical sage, The young clerk who had previously attended to Xiao Se proclaimed, thumping his chest. The girl, addressed as the little medical sage, nodded slightly and exited the establishment. Gazing after her retreating figure, Xiao Se stroked his chin, an idea forming in his mind. He promptly selected several well-formed pieces of yellow lotus essence and brought them to the counter, paying while inquiring, "Might I ask? I just overheard that young lady say the herbal gathering team is heading to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Do you source your herb from there?" The clerk accepted the large bag of coins from Xiao Se, and upon noticing the spatial ring in his hand, his disdainful expression softened slightly. "Indeed, the Monster Beast Mountain Range is rich in medicinal resources. Our Wan Yao Zhai periodically invests substantial funds to recruit mercenaries as escorts to gather herbs there. We are set to depart in half an hour. I suspect they have already begun assembling at the town entrance." Nodding slightly, Xiao Se stored the yellow lotus essence in his spatial ring and exited the apothecary, heading directly towards the town entrance. From a distance, he could hear commotion. A middle-aged man was beating a drum, calling out loudly, "Wan Yao Zhai is heading into the Monster Beast Mountain Range for herb gathering, recruiting 50 mercenaries of 2-star strength or above, with a reward of 500 gold coins each, first come, first served." Most mercenaries gathered around scoffed at the middle-aged man's announcement. 500 gold coins for risking their lives in the Monster Beast Mountain Range seemed like a mockery. Seeing the crowd's indifference, the man narrowed his eyes and added, "This time, the little medical sage will also be accompanying us." Upon hearing the name of the little medical sage, the previously indifferent mercenaries exchanged glances, and those who believed themselves capable surged towards the middle-aged man. Observing the sudden influx of eager mercenaries, Xiao Se chuckled wryly. It appeared that even 4 years in advance, the little medical sage's reputation in Qingshan town still commanded a throng of followers. He too pushed his way into the crowd. The 50 spots were fiercely contested, leading to chaos and even near violence among the mercenaries eager to register. However, Xiao Se, utilizing the ethereal smoke steps, skillfully navigated to the forefront. The last spot. The middle-aged man cheerfully tapped his drum, addressing the jostling crowd. "Count me in." A slightly hurried voice from the masked boy rang out before the man. Staring at the not-so-tall masked youth before him, the middle-aged man frowned, chuckling awkwardly. "Young sir, our requirement is for fighters of 2-star strength or above. You appear to be no more than 15 or 16. Is that correct?" The emphasis on age suggested that the middle-aged man suspected the boy was merely a sheltered family scion who had sneaked out. And Wan Yao Zhai had no desire to babysit. Complications could arise should something go awry. "Kid, have you weaned yet? Sneaking out like this. Be careful your family doesn't spank you. Youngster, if you have any sense, step aside and don't waste my time." The final spot was snatched away, prompting a chorus of curses from the mercenaries who had been lured by the reputation of the little medical sage. Xiao Se paid no heed to their vitriol, instead approaching a nearby tree, roughly the size of a human leg. Raising his right leg, he enveloped it in a swirl of yellow, fighting energy. With a fierce shout echoing in his heart, he unleashed the sky-splitting leg, his right leg infused with a ferocious momentum, slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh towards the tree. Crack! The tree succumbed to the force and splintered, the severed trunk hurtling several meters away and skidding across the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Whether such prowess would earn him a place in the medicinal herb gathering team remained to be seen. Dusting off his hands, which bore no trace of dirt, Xiao Se turned to the astonished middle-aged man with a smile. "Ha! Indeed, young brother, your leg technique is commendable. That strike would cause even a 3-star fighter to retreat in caution," the middle-aged man exclaimed, nodding in awe. He produced a pouch of gold coins and smiled. "You shall have the last spot. Here are 250 gold coins. The remainder will be given upon your return." "Very well," Xiao Se replied casually. Accepting the coins, he stood aside, his sole purpose in joining the herb-gathering team being to locate the cliffside from the original story, and perhaps forge a friendship with the little medical sage, indifferent to the reward. Chapter 32. The Approaching Little Medical Sage. "Haha, young brother, impressive indeed. To withstand the attack of a scorpion-tailed demon wolf, a creature renowned for its ferocity among first-tier magical beasts, is a remarkable feat." The surrounding mercenaries occasionally cheered for Xiao Se. Just moments ago, the herb-gathering team had been ambushed by the scorpion-tailed demon wolf. Faced with such a swift and powerful adversary, coupled with its venomous tail, several had been injured and succumbed to poisoning. Thankfully, Xiao Se intervened in time, drawing his demonic sword and cleaving the beast away, thus sparing his companions from its toxic onslaught. Receiving the mercenaries' accolades, Xiao Se merely smiled, concealing any semblance of pride or arrogance, as he quietly followed the herb-gathering team towards their destination. For him, the scorpion-tailed demon wolf posed little threat. Had it not been for the suppression of his fighting energy by the demonic sword, he could have easily dispatched it with a single blow. However, he merely relied on his predominantly suppressed fighting energy, his own strength, and the sword's sharpness to repel it. This was merely a part of his training. Everyone, we still have some distance to go before reaching the herb-gathering site. Let us take a brief respite. A gentle voice from a young girl suddenly broke the tranquility of the team. Upon hearing her words, the group slowed their pace, instinctively halting to glance back at the girl, who wore a warm smile, nodding in agreement. After a brief discussion, they designated a dozen individuals to stand guard while the rest took turns to recuperate their fighting energy. Having only fought once, Xiao Se's energy expenditure was almost negligible. Once fully restored, he exchanged pleasantries with a nearby mercenary, citing a need for privacy, and discreetly slipped away from the herb-gathering team into the nearby thicket. He ventured along the area where a cliff might be located, casually searching for any medicinal herbs along the way. After traversing the thicket, he finally discovered a steep cliff, beneath which lay a lush, verdant forest, a sight to behold. Standing at the cliff's edge, he ignored the nearby white orchid fruit, peering downwards. At first glance, nothing appeared amiss. He then mentally inquired, "Long Kuei, is there a cave at the base of the cliff? Please check for me." "Of course, brother," came Long Kuei's melodic response. Moments later, she relayed, "Brother, it seems there is indeed a cave below." Hearing this, Xiao Se felt a surge of excitement. Clearly, accompanying the Wan Yao Zhai herb-gathering team had been a wise decision. He then touched his storage ring, summoning a thick climbing rope from thin air. Securing himself to a nearby tree trunk, roughly the size of a human leg, Xiao Se tugged at the rope to ensure its sturdiness. With a light push against the ground, he leapt directly down towards the base of the cliff. Shortly after his descent, a faint azure figure emerged from the dim thicket. She approached the cliff's edge, observing a pale white flower bearing crimson fruits, then glanced at the climbing rope tied to a nearby tree trunk, murmuring softly, "Why would one abandon the valuable white orchid fruit to venture down the cliff? Are they unaware of its worth, or is there something below?" A gentle breeze swept by, dispersing the clouds in the sky, and warm sunlight illuminated the ethereal beauty of the girl's face. It was the little medical sage. Meanwhile, guided by Long Kuei, Xiao Se finally neared the cave entrance. Gazing at the dark maw before him, he was yet to exhale a sigh of relief when an instinctive shiver coursed through him. His senses abruptly alert as a faint whoosh echoed. A shadow swiftly shot towards him. Under the sunlight, he recognized the assailant as a rock serpent. Without hesitation, he raised his free hand, conjuring a swirling azure flame, and struck at the serpent with force. As the flames collided with the rock serpent, a series of crisp cracks ensued. Under the searing heat of the beast fire, the serpent writhed violently before it succumbed, plummeting into the seemingly bottomless valley. With the rock serpent dispatched, Xiao Se felt a momentary relief but remained vigilant. He extended his spiritual awareness to ensure the dark cave posed no danger. Once satisfied, he loosened the rope slightly, carefully stepping onto the cliffside, and propelled himself into the cave. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Long Kuei's melodious voice echoed his mind. "Brother, it seems someone above is gripping your rope and preparing to descend." "Someone?" Xiao Se's brow furrowed at the news. Just as he was about to unleash his beast fire to sever the rope, he spotted a familiar azure figure emerging from above, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It was indeed the little medical sage. "Brother, should we deal with her?" asked Hong Kuei, who had remained silent for quite some time. Xiao Se shook his head. "No need. With her abilities, she is no match for me. And besides, she is a kind-hearted girl. There is no necessity to harm her." He then approached the stone door within the cave, feeling around until he found the mechanism to open it. As the door creaked open, 3 chests resting upon a stone table, along with the bones of a long-deceased inhabitant, lay revealed before him. Without hesitation, he hurried to the bones, retrieving the hidden remnants of the purifying Lotus Demon Fire scroll nestled within a finger bone. He then located the key on the skeleton, unlocking the second and third chests. Claiming the flying combat technique Eagle-S Wing and the offensive technique Roaring Lion into his storage ring. Only after securing the treasures did he rush back outside to check on the little medical sage's situation. What he encountered, however, was a sight that left him both amused and exasperated. The little medical sage was desperately clinging to the rope, her feet lacking any leverage, anxiously bouncing up and down. Beneath her flowing azure skirt, glimpses of white undergarments were visible. This sight piqued Xiao Se's curiosity, Did the girls of the fighting energy continent eschew pants? Both Sun Er and Shui Yu did, and now the little medical sage as well. With a startled cry, the little medical sage could no longer hold on, her hands slipping, and she plummeted straight towards the valley below. Xiao Se shook his head in resignation and leapt forward, unceremoniously wrapping his arm around the waist that had captivated countless souls in Qingshan town, while with his other hand, he grasped the rope, as if grasping a lifeline. The little medicine fairy entwined her delicate hands around Xiao Se's neck and waist, too frightened to open her eyes. The two of them hung from the cliff in an exceedingly ambiguous posture. Hey, it's all right now. You can open your eyes, Xiao Se gently shook her soft form, offering a reminder. Upon hearing his call, the little medicine fairy slowly opened her tightly shut beautiful eyes and gazed at Xiao Se, who was holding her. Her pallid complexion flushed slightly as she stammered, Thank you. Chapter 33, Dividing the Treasure. Xiao Se furrowed his brow, feigning anger as he said, What were you thinking coming here? If it weren't for me, you would likely have perished. Under Xiao Se's piercing gaze, the little medicine fairy's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, she awkwardly chuckled, I saw a medicinal herb that I wanted to collect, that's all. Truly, she was utterly incapable of crafting a convincing lie. The cliff was surrounded by sheer walls, barren and desolate. Aside from that white orchid at the cliff summit, where could there possibly be any medicinal herbs? Xiao Se shot her a disdainful glance, gesturing toward the cave and scoffing, I believe you are more interested in that cave. Aren't you? At his words, the little medicine fairy's heart tightened, and her jade hand instinctively moved to her waist, retrieving a pouch of medicinal powder. Just as she was about to scatter it, Xiao Se's voice rang in her ear again. We are currently suspended from a cliff. If you wish for us both to perish, then by all means proceed. Why you're not thinking of silencing me, are you? I must tell you, don't act recklessly. Many of the mercenaries above owe me favors. If they discover you've killed me, they will surely not let you off, the little medicine fairy stammered, rendered speechless by his words, not to the extent of murder, but as for other matters. A playful smile graced Xiao Se's lips as his gaze slowly descended to the little medicine fairy's budding flower-like form. You rogue. Under his scrutiny, the little medicine fairy, disregarding everything else, prepared to scatter the powder. It seemed majestic gone too far. Xiao Se immediately intervened, saying, All right, I have no interest in you, who are lacking in curves. I was merely joking. If you dare to act recklessly, I will take us both down with me, she retorted with a huff, gripping the pouch tightly, ready to unleash its contents at any moment. Xiao Se raised his chin toward the cave's entrance, responding nonchalantly, Since we've come this far, let's venture inside together. Hold on tight. Without waiting for her reply, he tightened his embrace around her slender waist, exerted force, and with a light touch of his toes against the cliff wall, propelled himself into the darkness of the cave. Releasing her waist, Xiao Se raised his right hand, and a surge of azure-white flames erupted forth, illuminating the cave in an instant. Staring in awe at the flickering flames in his hand, the little medicine fairy exclaimed, You condensed real fire. You must be a fourth-rank alchemist. Xiao Se shook his head, producing a torch from his spatial ring and igniting it, handing it to her. I'm not that formidable. This is merely beast fire. Now let's proceed inside. Taking the torch, the little medicine fairy nodded, her heart filled with trepidation as she followed Xiao Se into the cave's depths. Once inside, Xiao Se casually retrieved several torches, igniting them and thrusting them into the cave walls, instantly brightening their surroundings. Wow, so many precious herbs. Upon spotting a patch of medicinal plants in a corner of the cave, the little medicine fairy's eyes sparkled, and she rushed to the flower bed, elated as if she had found treasure. She then turned her gaze towards a stone table at the cave's center, discovering 3 stone boxes, 2 of which had been opened. Has someone been here? She asked Xiao Se. No one has been here. I took the items within the boxes and came out to check upon hearing noise outside. Xiao Se replied nonchalantly, then removed his mask. Seeing Xiao Se's youthful and delicate face, the little medicine fairy's cheeks flushed instantly, and she couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect you to be so young. I truly admire your courage to venture into the monster beast mountains all alone. You aren't much older yourself. We are evenly matched, Xiao Se retorted, smirking as he approached the first stone box. Let me be clear, although I don't mind sharing some spoils, I won't be giving you anything from the first 2 boxes. Let us see what is in the last one together. If it proves more useful to you, then you may have it. Thank you. The little medicine fairy beamed as she walked alongside him. One must admit, women are creatures of aesthetics. Having seen Xiao Se's appearance, her previous wariness seemed to have vanished. With eager anticipation, Xiao Se retrieved the key and unlocked the stone box, revealing a colorful scroll. The 7-colored poison manual. As he slowly unfurled the scroll, the little medicine fairy's eyes lit up. Noticing her intense gaze, Xiao Se smiled softly, folding the scroll and handing it to her. Though I'm an alchemist, this poison manual is of no use to me. You seem eager for it, so take it. Who is eager? The little medicine fairy pouted, her cheeks flushed as she turned away from his gaze, murmuring, "Thank you." Xiao Se smiled lightly, stating, "Did we not agree beforehand? If it proves useful to you, then it is yours." He then cast his attention to the corner's medicinal patch and the coins, saying, "Now, it is time to divide the remaining treasures." "Sure." The little medicine fairy lifted her delicate chin, smiling, "You may take whatever you wish. Having obtained this 7-color poison manual makes my trip worthwhile." Xiao Se contemplated, then approached the herb patch, gathering the ice spirit flame grass and a few other herbs for crafting a 3rd-rank recovery pill. Turning to the little medicine fairy, he declared, "I will take the ice spirit flame grass and these few herbs. Your eyes are sharp, taking the best ones, but there are still so many rare herbs here. Is it all right if I take them all?" she asked, pouting playfully. "Hee, the rest hold little use for me. If you like them, take them all," Xiao Se chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. The little medicine fairy smiled brightly. "That's true. I almost forgot you are an alchemist. I shall graciously accept." With that, she stepped to the herb patch, gathering herbs while casually asking, "By the way, I still don't know your name." "My name is Xiao Se, as in the ancient instrument." "Se, eriplaid kuli." Xiao Se, what a beautiful name. The little medicine fairy nodded slightly, continuing her harvest. "Those coins belong to me." Xiao Se pointed to the corner where a fortune of gold lay. "I only care for herbs. Coins are of little consequence to me. Having gained such a significant benefit today, you can keep them all," she answered without hesitation. Xiao Se nodded slightly and waved his hand, collecting all the coins into his spatial ring. A moment later, the little medicine fairy completed her collection of herbs. "I plan to return to the medicinal team. What about you? Would you like to join?" she asked with a smile. "I intend to cultivate in the monster beast mountains for a while and will not return to the medicinal team," Xiao Se replied, shaking his head. After a brief hesitation, he looked back at the little medicine fairy, his eyes growing serious. "You should not tell anyone about today's events, not even your personal maid. I am indifferent, but money can stir the heart. Human nature is the most unpredictable thing. Those mercenaries will not care about the favors you owe them when faced with absolute profit." Upon hearing Xiao Se's warning, the little medicine fairy nodded thoughtfully, replying earnestly, "Understood. Please be cautious in the monster beast mountains. I would hate to lose you as a friend." By some twist of fate, the little medical immortal extended her delicate jade hand toward Xiao Se. He nodded slightly, grasping her tender and exquisite hand with utmost certainty. Chapter 34. The Grief of Dai Mubai. "Take care," she uttered as she released his hand, her cheeks flushing crimson as she turned to venture into the dense forest. Observing her enchanting silhouette gradually disappear among the trees, Xiao Se smiled and shrugged, trailing behind until he saw her return to the rear of the team before he turned to leave. "Brother, it seems you hold that girl named Little Medical Immortal in high regard." A light-hearted voice echoed in Xiao Se's mind, belonging to Long Kuei. Xiao Se smiled fondly, responding internally. This Little Medical Immortal is far from ordinary. She possesses a rather peculiar and sinister constitution, known as the poisonous body of calamity. This rare physique is inherently toxic, capable of causing death upon contact. Those endowed with such a constitution can continuously strengthen themselves by consuming poisons, with greater toxicity leading to swifter enhancement and virtually no upper limit. However, every advantage carries a drawback. Once the toxins within the bearer reach a certain threshold, the poisonous body will become uncontrollable, ultimately resulting in death by 1,000 poisons. Upon hearing this, Long Kuei's expression grew grave, her brow furrowing as she replied, "Isn't she then quite perilous?" Xiao Se smiled and remarked, "That depends on the wielder. In my eyes, no power is inherently righteous or wicked. What truly matters is the actions of those who wield such power." Beep, the 1-month period has elapsed, and the exchange count has been refreshed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an exchange opportunity. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Xiao Se's lips curled into a slight smirk, and his pace quickened. Before long, guided by Long Kuei's keen soul perception, Xiao Se located an abandoned cave at the edge of the Beast Mountain range, where he spread high-tier, demonic beast excrement and odor-masking powder, then sat cross-legged within to restore his fighting spirit to its peak before commencing the exchange. This time, he sought to see if he could acquire something akin to flames. With a subtle curl of his right palm, a bluish-white flame surged forth from his hand. "Let us add a little something extra," he declared. Without hesitation, He retrieved a first-tier magic ape core purchase from the marketplace, and in an instant, the core was scorched into a medicinal liquid, swirling amidst the flames. System, initiate the exchange for this flame in my hand. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 levels of soul power from Dai Mubai in the world of Dolua Continent. Dolua Continent, on the playground of Shrek Academy. The principal, Flander, surveyed the 3 lined-up students with a beaming smile, nodding approvingly as he said, "Excellent. Today, I am delighted to announce that not only has Oscar joined our academy, but Dai Mubai has also broken through to level 30 this morning. Once he obtains another spirit ring, he will set the record as the youngest soul master in the academy's history. First, on behalf of the academy, I extend my congratulations to him." Upon hearing of Dai Mubai's breakthrough to level 30, Oscar gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "A 13th level soul master." He had thought that being a naturally gifted food system soul master who reached the great soul master level at the age of 12 was exceptional. But he never imagined that there was a 13th level soul master among their ranks, a feat he believed he could not surpass. Beside him, Ma Hongjun echoed the sentiment with admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, Boss Dai, you're incredible. Breaking through to soul master at 13. I'm truly impressed. Ha, as long as you both are willing to put in the effort, I believe you will not fall short at my age." Dai Mubai replied with a light laugh, standing tall and calm. Though modest, the pride in his voice was unmistakable. "Indeed, Mubai is correct. Xiao Oscar, Hongjun, both of your talents are equally exceptional. One is a naturally gifted food system soul master, while the other wields the formidable bee spirit, the evil fire phoenix. With diligence, surpassing Mubai in the future is not beyond the realm of possibility," Flander earnestly encouraged, directing his words toward Oscar and Ma Hongjun. "Yes, Principal," they chorused excitedly, clearly motivated by Dai Mubai's impending promotion to Soul Master. Though how long this motivation would last remained uncertain. Observing the spirited expressions of Ma Hongjun and Oscar, Flander nodded in satisfaction, clearing his throat to continue. "Originally, I had prepared new lessons for you today, but since Mubai has reached level 30, the scheduled classes are cancelled. For today, you all should conserve your energy. Tomorrow, I will personally lead you to the Stardow Forest to assist Mubai in hunting for his 3rd spirit ring. Hongjun, come with me to the shop shortly," Flander instructed, looking at Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly replied, "Yes, Principal." Flander's shop was located in Soto City, and Ma Hongjun's visit was not merely to observe the shop, but to address the issues arising from the evil fire associated with the spirit. Hearing this, Dai Mubai couldn't suppress a smile, walking over to Ma Hongjun and patting him on the shoulder, playfully admonishing, "Take it easy, don't get drained." "Don't underestimate the owner of an evil fire spirit," Ma Hongjun retorted, pushing Dai Mubai playfully. "Mubai, what are you all talking about?" Oscar, still new to the academy, looked at Dai Mubai with confusion. Dai Mubai chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. You'll understand in due time." "Mubai, since Xiao Oscar is new and unfamiliar with the academy, why not take him around to explore and help him settle into a new dormitory? It's too cramped for 3 grown men to share a single room," Flander suggested, looking at Dai Mubai. "Leave it to me, Principal," Dai Mubai readily agreed, leading Oscar toward the dormitory, already planning how to have Oscar address him as Boss Dai. Before long, the two arrived at a humble hut near the dormitory. Upon entering, Dai Mubai summoned his soul power to disperse the dust that threatened to settle on them. He turned to Oscar and said, "Xiao Oscar, how do you find this room? Although it's a bit dirty now, I'll ask the nearby villagers to help clean it up, and you can move in tonight." Just as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai suddenly felt the darkness cloud his vision, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his steps faltering as he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Oscar reacted swiftly. Catching him with concern, "Mubai, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Before he could utter a reassuring word, a wave of sinister fire surged within Dai Mubai's abdomen, causing him to feel a swelling sensation, his entire body turning crimson and radiating heat. "Oscar, something terrible is about to happen." Chapter 35. The Grief of Oscar. "Mubai. Oh no, Boss Dai, are you okay? Don't scare me. I'll go find a principal right now." Seeing Dai Mubai's sudden change, Oscar's heart sank, sensing an impending catastrophe as he attempted to set him down and dash for the door. However, before he could escape, a powerful hand grasped his shoulder, causing his bones to ache painfully. A ghostly and chilling voice, mingled with a fervent breath, resonated in his ears like a paradoxical fusion of fire and water, softly whispering, "Xiao Yan, where are you headed?" I'm going to seek the dean's assistance to ascertain what has transpired with you." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Oscar's forehead as he suppressed the ache in his shoulders. He turned to face Dai Mubai, only to find the latter gazing at him with an unusually intense fervor, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Is that so? Then off you go. To Oscar's surprise, Dai Mubai released his grip on his shoulder. Oh, very well. Oscar's throat constricted slightly, and before he could exhale a sigh of relief, Dai Mubai grasped his shoulder once more. Wait, are you truly going to find the dean? Yes, I genuinely intend to seek the dean. Oh, then be on your way. All right, all right. As he spoke, Oscar turned and hastily prepared to depart. Observing Oscar's flustered retreat, a teasing smile crept across Dai Mubai's flushed face. With a swift motion, he struck Oscar's nape with the edge of his hand. Oscar felt a sudden rush of wind behind him. Although he was a great soul master, his food-type abilities lacked offensive power. Caught off guard by the ambush, he could only sense a sharp pain in his neck before darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. With a fervent gaze fixed upon Oscar's crumpled form, Dai Mubai panted heavily, licking his lips. He casually closed the door behind him and bent to hoist Oscar's limp body, slowly making his way toward the pit. An epic confrontation was about to unfold. Beep! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Dai Mubai's level 10 soul power from the world of Dolua continent. Hearing the system's notification in his mind, Xiao Se was momentarily taken aback, before finally responding internally. What the hell? It's actually soul power. By the way, I hope that beast fire won't incinerate that cursed eye. Beep! The flames exchanged by the host have entered Dai Mubai's body in the form of a violent fighting spirit, which will only induce heat, not directly burn him. However, if not released promptly, Dai Mubai's body temperature will continue to rise, ultimately leading to his demise by overheating. Damn! Xiao Se cursed silently, rolling his eyes. He had inadvertently provided him with an additional tier of the combined Ape Demon Core Elixir, a concoction renowned for its potency. Once fused with that heat, the outcome would be unimaginable and extraordinarily dramatic. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Se inquired within his mind. System, can I refine this soul power? Beep! Energy-type items, once extracted from the warehouse, will be delivered to the host in the form of pills, which the host may choose to ingest for refinement as deemed appropriate. Upon hearing the system's explanation, a glimmer of gold flashed in Xiao Se's hand, revealing a milky white pill the size of a longan. The energy contained within the pill was remarkably pure. Although it lacked the robust and silky nature of fighting spirit, it was superior in gentleness. Sensing the refined energy within the orb, Xiao Se hesitated not, lifting it to his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a surge of pure white energy that coursed through Xiao Se's limbs and meridians, nourishing his body. Influenced by the energy fluctuations within Xiao Se, Long Ke released her soul power and, upon confirming the absence of anyone nearby, emerged from the magic sword. To her astonishment, she observed Xiao Se's physique undergoing visible changes. His skin, previously slightly yellowed from prolonged exposure to the sun during their journey, swiftly regained a smooth, fair complexion. His shoulders broadened slightly, and his height saw a significant increase, while even his youthful, handsome visage appeared increasingly chiseled. If he had once looked around 15 or 16 while masked now, without the mask, he resembled a striking young man of that very age. 2 hours later, Xiao Se gradually opened his eyes, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort flooding his body. A smile crept onto his lips as he murmured to himself, with the 7-star fighter. This level 10 soul power has propelled me up 2 ranks, and my physical strength seems to have notably improved. One unexpected delight. Noticing Xiao Se awaken from his meditative state, Long Kuei's face lit up with a gentle smile. Brother, you're awake. What did you eat to grow so much taller all of a sudden? Upon hearing Long Kuei's words, Xiao Se slowly rose, taking a moment to assess his current physique. He had indeed grown considerably. If he had previously stood at just over 1.6 meters, he now reached 1.7 meters. Although his body still appeared somewhat slender, his muscle definition was remarkable, and the once loose black silk robe now fit him snugly. I have indeed grown taller. What I just refined was an energy pill known as soul power. While its potency may not rival that of fighting spirit, it significantly benefits my physique. Xiao Se affectionately caressed Long Kuei's cheek and replied with a smile. Hee hee. Long Kuei giggled at Xiao Se's affectionate gesture, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, revealing an expression of sheer enjoyment. I have a feeling that you will grow even taller and more handsome than when you were in Jiang country. You mustn't complain about me being short then. You are just fine as you are now, and considering you only live to 17, once I refine your body, you will undoubtedly grow normally, Xiao Se assured her. Long Kuei nodded with a smile. While Xiao Se relished the closeness with Long Kuei, it did not diminish his fighting spirit. Rather, witnessing her remain in this ethereal state only intensified his resolve to grow stronger. With his expression returning to its usual steadfastness, Xiao Se lightly touched his spatial ring, producing a pitch-black scroll, the advanced flight fighting technique, Wings of the Eagle, also known as the Purple Cloud Wings. Crafted through a secret method utilizing the wings of the 5th-tier flying magical beast, the Black Flame Purple Cloud Eagle. Long Kuei. I am now going to begin my training in the flight fighting technique obtained from the cave. I would appreciate your protection during this time, Xiao Se said, looking at Long Kuei. Rest assured, brother, if anyone dares to intrude, I'll have Xiao Hong teach them a lesson, Long Kuei declared, shaking her small fists in a fierce yet adorable manner. Xiao Se nodded, slowly unfurling the black scroll, shedding his upper garments to commence his training. Before long, after a fierce contest with the remnants of the Black Flame Purple Cloud Eagle Soul, Xiao Se ultimately emerged victorious, successfully extending 2 auxiliary meridians from the main channels along his spine. Simultaneously, 2 delicate purple eagle wing tattoos adorned his back. The training of the Purple Cloud Wings was a success. Chapter 36. In the blink of an eye, 3 months pass, breaking through to the 9-star fighter. Time flowed gently, and in a flash, Xiao Se had spent 3 months within the Beast Mountain range. During this period, he first devoted half a month to mastering the advanced fighting technique, Roar of the Mad Lion, followed by seeking out first-tier magical beasts within the mountain range to challenge, honing his combat skills while gathering necessary medicinal materials. Occasionally encountering second-tier magical beasts, he adeptly managed to navigate each encounter thanks to his fighting techniques and strategic advantages, even managing to slay a few second-tier beasts despite the odds. Xiao Se refrained from utilizing the power of the magic sword in battle, treating it merely as an ordinary longsword. He had come to refine his combat skills, not to rely on external aids to crush his foes. In this brutal and ruthless training environment, not only did Xiao Se successfully solidify his previously skyrocketed 2-star strength, but he also broke through an additional star during the middle of the 2nd month, achieving the status of an 8-star fighter. Similarly, he has never given up on alchemy. With the soul forging of the Guiyuan Soul Decision, he has become adept at concocting 2nd-grade pills. And even in the realm of 3rd-grade pills, he can occasionally achieve success in 1 or 2 out of 10 attempts. He firmly believes that once he officially breaks through to the Dome Master level, refining 3rd-grade pills will no longer pose a challenge. Beyond his cultivation, it is imperative to mention the 3 instances of system exchanges during this period. Ever since he exchanged for Dai Mubai's 10th-level soul power, his luck seems to have taken a downer. The 1st month resulted in a failed exchange, and the 2nd yielded only a pair of shoes. However, in the 3rd month, just yesterday, he successfully acquired the Zongheng sword technique from the world of Qin Shi Mingyu, which was initially a martial art but, with the system synchronization, transformed into a combat skill. Upon a cursory glance, although its power is not particularly formidable, comparable to mid-level Xin-class techniques like the 100 Steps, Flying Sword, and All-Direction Slash, it excels in its intricate maneuvers. This effectively enhances Xiao Se's close combat abilities, serving as a form of psychological reassurance. However, if he could unleash both the 100 Steps, Flying Sword, and All Directions Slash simultaneously, he might just achieve the might of a high-level Xin-class combat skill. In the inner edge of the Demon Beast Mountain range, on a cliff obscured by towering trees, Xiao Se is gradually recuperating the consumed Do Qi within him. Not long ago, he had engaged in a fierce battle with a blood-ringed serpent, a magical beast on the verge of reaching the 3rd tier, for one of the primary ingredients needed to concoct the Blood Lotus pill, the Blood Lotus fruit. It must be said that this beast possesses strength akin to the pinnacle of Dome Masters, making it a formidable opponent against which Xiao Se was outmatched. Both parties were intent on obtaining the soon-to-ripen Blood Lotus fruit. The former sought to use it to break through to the 3rd tier, while the latter desired it to concoct the Blood Lotus pill and consume foreign flames. Neither side was willing to concede easily. Faced with a 2nd-tier peak magical beast that outstripped him in both speed and strength, Xiao Se found himself in a rather vexing predicament. The serpent's keen swiftness rendered his Qi Yin sword attacks nearly futile. Had it not been for his mastery of high-level Xian-class movement techniques and sharp soul perception, he would likely have succumbed within 3 exchanges. Consequently, he resorted to a strategy of diversion, continuously casting beast fire to provoke the serpent, leading it into a nearby valley and luring it into a prearranged pitfall, where he unleashed the Qi Yin sword's breaking extremes, targeting its most vulnerable oral cavity, delivering a crushing blow that ultimately felled the beast. "Brother, how are your injuries?" The concerned voice of Long Kuei suddenly echoed in his mind. Xiao Se chuckled inwardly, responding. Rest assured, before the battle, I consumed the pulse protection pill and bone regeneration pill. Although I endured several strikes from the blood-ring serpent, my meridians suffered minimal damage, and the injuries I sustained are merely superficial. After a couple of hours of recuperation, I will be fully restored. The pulse protection pill and bone regeneration pill are both second-grade pills. The former safeguards the meridians from harm, while the latter boasts superior healing effects compared to injury recovery pills. Upon hearing that Xiao Se was unharmed, Long Kuei's anxious heart finally settled, but she soon questioned, "Brother, given how perilous it was just now, why didn't you utilize the power of the demon sword? If you had, defeating the blood-ring serpent would have been a breeze." Xiao Se smiled and replied, "Though the demon sword is powerful, I have yet to undergo sufficient honing. Relying solely on external objects while neglecting one's own growth is not a sustainable approach. I aim to avoid it whenever possible, especially under circumstances where I can manage. This, too, serves as part of the training experience." Long Kuei understood, responding then, "Brother, please recover quickly. I will protect you." Xiao Se added, "Yes, and please investigate the blood lotus tree below. The singular blood lotus fruit has yet to mature, which is why I refrained from harvesting it. However, I have applied some growth elixir to it, and I expect it to ripen in a few hours. The so-called growth elixir is, of course, derived from the Heaven-Defying Bottle. Long ago, during his time in the back mountains of the Xiao clan, Xiao Se had already filled a jar with green liquid, subsequently diluting and storing it in jade vials to avoid revealing the secret of the Heaven-Defying Bottle to others. Presently, the medicinal materials required for the pills he cultivates are all derived from the elixirs condensed within the Heaven-Defying Bottle, cultivated to their utmost potential. Naturally, he often relocates many of the materials to his cultivation area, reserving only the rarest ones, like the current situation, for careful tending. Time passes swiftly during cultivation. 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, and unbeknownst to him, afternoon had arrived. On the cliff, Xiao Se abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, exhaling slowly, exclaiming in delight, "I am about to break through." He then took out a vial of cultivation liquid and swallowed it. After a brief moment of silence, a gentle flow of energy suddenly surged from Xiao Se's body, flooding in with fervor. As the energy poured in, a faint azure-white glow radiated from his skin, which had already been nourished by soul power, transforming it to resemble warm jade. Moments later, Xiao Se's eyes flew open, their deep black irises emanating a piercing brilliance. Sensing the significant surge of dou qi within him, a radiant smile spread across his handsome face. He had finally achieved his breakthrough. It seems that the earlier battle with the blood-ring serpent provided him with the opportunity to do so. Although the difference between an 8-star Dou fighter and a 9-star Dou fighter may seem trivial at first glance, the disparity in speed and strength conferred by their respective realms is immeasurable. Armed with several Xian-class combat techniques and the Qi-Yin sword's breaking extremes, an ultimate move rivaling low-level D-class techniques, Xiao Se felt confident that within the entirety of Qingshan town, no one could pose a threat to him. "Brother, congratulations on your breakthrough." Long Kuei's light-hearted laughter echoed within the demon sword. "Yes, it's time to harvest the blood lotus fruit." Xiao Se nodded slightly, just as he was about to descend to collect the fruit. Faint voices drifted up from below the cliff. Chapter 37. A reunion with the little physician. "Hey, have you heard? A few months ago, the little physician found a treasure left by her predecessors amidst the magical beasts, and they say it contains Xian-class techniques." "Xian-class techniques? Is that true?" "Surely not. I don't know. This information comes from the Wolf Head mercenary group. Now, not only do members of the Wolf Head mercenary group want that Xian-class technique, but even the head of the Wan Yao Zhai is interested. The little physician's situation seems rather dire. Should we go help her? After all, she has frequently extended her kindness towards us." The head of Wan Yao Zhai and the leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group, Mu Shi, are both Dou masters. If you wish to court death, then be my guest. Perched atop the cliff, listening to the distant discussion growing closer, Xiao Se furrowed his brow, inwardly reflecting. It seems the little physician has indeed been discovered. "Brother, are you planning to rescue the little physician?" Long Kuei's gentle voice suddenly chimed in his ear. Xiao Se nodded slightly, echoing, "We have crossed paths before." Long Kuei smiled brightly, saying, "Then, brother, go ahead with your current strength. There should be no one in Qingshan town capable of threatening you." "I thought you would try to dissuade me," Xiao Se remarked, somewhat surprised. "Hee. Long Kuei can tell that you have a special connection with that little physician. I assume you must have known her for quite some time." From the moment Long Kuei first laid eyes on the little physician, she discerned that Xiao Se's regard for her was unlike that which he held for other girls. He was even willing to willingly share the hard-won treasures of the cave, albeit they were of no use to him. This singular act had never transpired with any other girl. In response to Long Kuei's inquiry, Xiao Se nodded gently, refraining from denial. Indeed, he had known the little physician in his previous life, silently plucking the blood lotus fruit. Xiao Se avoided contact with the mercenaries and made his way directly toward the direction of Qingshan town, at the periphery of the Beast Mountain range. Upon returning to the town and immersed in the bustling sounds of people coming and going, Xiao Se could not help but shake his head in contemplation. He had spent several months in the Beast Mountain range, and, perhaps due to the inherently social nature of humanity, he felt an indescribable sense of relief upon re-entering human society. Without lingering on the town's clamor, he turned down several streets, following the route etched in his memory, and soon arrived at the Wanyaozhai. To his surprise, the previously quiet establishment had significantly heightened its security, with at least 2 guards stationed at every exit, both inside and out. Observing the guards, Xiao Se furrowed his brow. His immediate priority was to locate the little physician without alarming the master of Wanyaozhai. If he were to attract unwanted attention, and the little physician slipped away, it would be a grave miscalculation. Thus, he activated his concealment technique, masking all traces of his presence, and cautiously approached the rear wall of the medicinal garden, scaling it with agility and stealthily entering the estate. Evading the guard's notice, he recalled the tactics employed by the original protagonist, Xiao Yan, and swiftly seized a maid, covering her mouth as he whispered menacingly, "Where's the little physician? Speak quickly. Should you dare to remain silent or cry out, I will strip you of your garments and cast you outside." Tears streamed down the maid's face as she was threatened by Xiao Se, and after a moment of hesitation, she nodded slightly and pointed the way to the little physician's room. Securing the information regarding her whereabouts, Xiao Se swiftly incapacitated the maid with a precise strike and concealed her in a hidden corner before carefully making his way to the little physician's chamber. Before long, after evading several patrolling guards, Xiao Se found himself at a serene lakeside room. Apart from the lake at its back, the doors and windows were guarded, leaving him with no option but to submerge himself in the waters of the lake and employ the ethereal smoke step, cautiously slipping into the open room through the window. Upon entering, a peculiar aroma of medicinal herbs assaulted his senses, a scent all too familiar, reminiscent of the sedative once used by the little physician. In a flash, he activated the second layer of the ethereal smoke step, instantaneously appearing behind an assailant, muffling her mouth and gesturing for silence. "Little physician, it is I." Upon hearing Xiao Se's familiar voice, the little physician paused in surprise before nodding gently. Noticing her acknowledgement, Xiao Se slowly released his grip on her lips. "You are Xiao Se?" she inquired, stepping back a few paces and gazing at him in astonishment. Xiao Se rolled his eyes, retorting, "Who else could it possibly be? Where's your mask? And how have you grown so much taller in just a few months?" With her question, the little physician felt a wave of relief wash over her, gazing up at Xiao Se with wide eyes as she peppered him with inquiries. "I am still in my growth phase. It is only natural to grow quickly," Xiao Se replied dismissively, unable to divulge that he had taken advantage of Dai Mubai's soul power to experience such rapid growth. Understanding dawned on the little physician. No wonder she had nearly failed to recognize him. With a light laugh, she approached the table, crossing her legs as she sat down and smiled. "So, what do you think? Am I considerate? Upon hearing you were in danger, I rushed to save you, and you, on the other hand, have taken a liberty to ambush me." With a soft chuckle, the little physician brushed her hair back and sighed. "Well, I had no other choice. My abilities are lacking. When a strange man suddenly burst into my room, I had to resort to such means for self-preservation." All right, you're not that weak. For those below the Dome Master level, how many can stand after being struck by your poison?" Xiao Se waved his hand dismissively, then inquired, "Now tell me, how did you end up getting discovered? Could it be that you foolishly divulged the cave's secrets to someone?" At his words, the little physician's smile faded slowly, shaking her head in resignation. "I am not that foolish. It was Mu Li from the Wolf Head mercenary group. He has been pursuing me for some time. After I rejected him, he bribed my personal maid, who sneaked into my room and, upon noticing the sudden influx of precious herbs, informed Mu Li. Consequently, he has been spreading rumors outside that I have discovered the cave left by predecessors, containing not only various rare herbs, but also profound techniques. Even a master of Wan, Yao Zhai, believed him." As she recounted the tale, a cold laugh escaped the little physician's lips. "He aims to render me unable to stand in Qingshan town, all to draw me into his embrace. How laughable. So, you're hiding in Wanyaozhai, utilizing its resources to study the poisons from the 7-colored poison scripture?" Planning to leave after some time? Xiao Se asked with a smile. Not entirely correct. The little physician shook her head, her delicate features softening into a gentle smile. I was also waiting for you to come and rescue me. Then let us depart. Xiao Se replied with a smile, not elaborating further. Now that he had broken through to the 9th star dough fighter level, armed with the crimson flame sword, ethereal smoke step, and the roaring lioness song, he harbored no fear even against the dough master. Should he encounter an opponent far beyond his capabilities, he could wield the demonic sword to vanquish them, and if worst came to worst, he had Long Kuei as his last line of defense. Let us go. I will lead you out. Xiao Se gestured toward the door, where 2 guards from Wan Yaozhai stood. With a soft laugh, the little physician shook her head. Fear not, I am not unprepared. Yesterday, that old fellow with the surname Yao came to suggest that I hand over the so-called profound techniques. I offered him a cup of tea. Xiao Se's eyes brightened. You poisoned that old bastard? Yes, with a type of slow-acting poison from the 7-color poison scripture. Extremely difficult to detect. If he does not obtain the antidote within a month, even a dome master will meet his demise. The little physician smiled as she placed the last jade vial into her storage ring. Looks like that old scoundrel is in for a world of trouble. To offend you, the little poison mistress is truly unfortunate, Xiao Se remarked with a sigh. What did you say? The little physician shot him a glance, her eyes narrowing at his reference to her as the little poison mistress. Nothing, nothing. Let us head out, he said, opening the door and gesturing for her to proceed. Now that's more like it. Satisfied with Xiao Se's humility, the little physician nodded and stepped out of the room. The 2 guards stationed outside exchanged glances upon seeing the little physician emerge with an unfamiliar boy, blocking their path. One guard spoke in a dispassionate tone. Without the master's orders, the little physician cannot leave this room. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll leave quickly and avoid trouble. The other guard added flatly. Many in Qingshan town had benefited from the little physician's kindness, and the guards regarded Xiao Se as a brash youth seeking to play the hero. Huh, I am merely a physician hired by Mr. Yao. I have not signed a contract of servitude. Where I go is none of his concern, the little physician retorted coolly, a smirk playing on her lips. That doesn't matter. Wan Yaozhai belongs to the master, and everyone must obey his commands. As the petite healer was on the verge of unleashing her wrath, a voice emerged from behind her, belonging to Xiao Se, who remarked, engaging them in reason is futile. Allow me to handle this. With a slight nod, the petite healer retreated behind Xiao Se. He advanced slowly between the 2 guards, remaining silent, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he leaped upwards, spreading his legs wide before executing a split, channeling a powerful force as he delivered a fierce kick to the lower regions of the 2 guards. Sky-splitting leg. As Xiao Se's commanding shout echoed in his mind, his legs surged with energy, a slightly yellowish aura enveloped his shins, and he struck the guards with tremendous force. A piercing scream pierced the heavens, accompanied by the sight of the 2 guards being propelled several meters away before finally coming to a halt. They clutched their bloodied groins, howling in agony, their bodies convulsing momentarily before succumbing to unconsciousness amidst their excruciating pain. Hiss! From behind Xiao Se, the petite healer gasped in shock, her red lips twitching as she remarked, Xiao Se, you are truly ruthless. Hee. In times of chaos, one must employ severe measures. I have merely incapacitated their manhood without taking their lives. That is already a display of mercy, Xiao Se replied, casting a benevolent smile toward the petite healer. You are a devil, aren't you? Observing Xiao Se's seemingly harmless demeanor, the petite healer took a few steps back, her delicate frame trembling involuntarily. The agonizing cries of the 2 mercenaries had swiftly attracted the attention of other patrolling guards, who swarmed toward the petite healer's door. This is bad. The guards are closing in. Upon seeing the rapidly approaching guards, the petite healer's expression darkened as she furrowed her brow. Do not worry, just stay behind me, and leave everything to me. With an affable smile still adorning his face, Xiao Se strode towards the oncoming guards, gradually quickening his pace until he transformed into a shadow, plunging into the crowd and employing the same tactics once more. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with guards whose strength ranged from 2 to 5 stars, and utilizing the advanced technique of the mystic level S ethereal steps, Xiao Se dispatched one guard after another, the sounds of his strikes echoing as each fell to the ground, suffering fates akin to those of the earlier 2 guards, their lower regions reduced to a gruesome state, clutching their bloodied trousers and fainting from the pain. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of the more resilient guards remained conscious but were left powerless to resist. Let's go. Petite Yeli. Xiao Se turned to the petite healer with a smile. staring in shock at the fallen guards. The petite healer's elongated eyes were filled with astonishment. Upon hearing Xiao Se's call, she finally snapped back to reality and replied, "Oh, I'm coming." Having witnessed the fate of the previous guards, none of the sentinels stationed at the entrance dared to obstruct Xiao Se and the petite healer, fearful of meeting the same disastrous end. As they reached the exit of the estate, Xiao Se and the petite healer coincidentally encountered Mr. Yao, who had just returned to the 10,000 medicinal hall. Mr. Yao glanced at Xiao Se, then at the petite healer, and finally fixed his gaze upon the terrified guard beside him, bellowing, "What are you waiting for? Quickly apprehend the petite healer. Do not let them escape." However, after witnessing Xiao Se's merciless strikes, none of the guards who had previously obeyed Mr. Yao's orders dared to act. Realizing that his call went unanswered, Mr. Yao discerned that something was amiss and, with a smile, turned to the petite healer, saying, "Petite healer, where are you planning to go? Why did you not inform me of your departure?" In response, the petite healer let out a cold laugh. Stepping beside Xiao Se and whispering, "Be cautious. Mr. Yao is a one-star fighter, and even Mu Shi, the leader of the Wolf-Head mercenary group, does not dare to provoke him lightly. Just watch me." Xiao Se nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further. The petite healer slowly approached him, calmly stating, "Given the current situation, Mr. Yao, it is unnecessary for you to continue feigning innocence. Instead, you might want to check for a half-foot-long bruise on your left elbow." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yao's heart tightened as he rolled up his sleeve, and indeed, he discovered a bruise on his arm. His expression twisted with rage as he pointed at the petite healer, exclaiming, "You dare to poison me? Mr. Yao, my tea is not so easily sipped. In a month, the bruise will spread to your heart, and by then, your demise will be inevitable. Of course, you could also choose to sever this arm right now." The petite healer replied with a light laugh, her demeanor unfazed. Her gentle voice lingered in Mr. Yao's ears. Although evening was approaching, the heat still clung to the air. Yet he felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, utterly unprepared for the cunning of the usually gentle petite healer. In the face of the illusory mystic-level techniques and the prospect of losing his arm, he ultimately opted for the latter. Moments later, with great reluctance, Mr. Yao declared, "Provide me with the antidotes formula, and I will let you go. I am well aware of Mr. Yao's duplicitous nature. Let us depart, and I will give it to you." The petite healer replied, shaking her head nonchalantly. Her indifference caused Mr. Yao's heart to sink further, gritting his teeth. He finally conceded, "Very well, I agree." Seeing Mr. Yao relent, the petite healer turned and smiled at Xiao Se, saying, "Let us be on our way." Having avoided confrontation, Xiao Se shrugged nonchalantly and proceeded to exit the estate, with the petite healer closely following. As they traversed the estate grounds, Mr. Yao trailed behind with the remaining 7 or 8 guards, his face dark with displeasure. Upon reaching a relatively open area, to Xiao Se's surprise, the petite healer summoned the blue eagle from the original story. "Is that Xiao Se guayirdi instinctively? This is Xiao Yan. After we parted ways last time, I encountered it while gathering herbs. It had sustained severe injuries, and I saved it, thus becoming good friends," the petite healer explained, waving her jade hand affectionately at the circling blue eagle, then turning to smile at Xiao Se, nodding slightly as the blue eagle drew nearer. Xiao Se wrapped his arms around the petite healer's slender waist, bending his knees before launching into the air, finally landing steadily on the eagle's back. Standing atop the eagle, the petite healer intended to toss the antidote formula to Mr. Yao, but Xiao Se snatched it away. "What are you doing?" the petite healer asked, bewildered. "Nothing much. Just that old bastard plotted against you. So, I thought I would add a little something extra," Xiao Se replied with a mischievous grin, retrieving a dark green pill from his storage ring, carefully infusing it with a hint of energy, then enveloping it within the formula before tossing it toward Mr. Yao's position. As the formula was crumpled and thrown down, Mr. Yao's mouth twitched as he leaped to catch it. Upon opening the paper, he heard a muffled explosion as the dark green pill erupted, releasing a cloud of powder that enveloped his face. Before he could express his anger, Mr. Yao felt darkness descend before his eyes and promptly lost consciousness. A peculiar, intoxicating fragrance wafted from Mr. Yao's body, permeating the nostrils of the surrounding guards, igniting a primal desire within them as they fixated on the unconscious Mr. Yao, their eyes ablaze with fervor. "Little Yao Yao, I'm coming for you." Gazing at the slumbering Mr. Yao sprawled on the ground, all the guards present murmured fervently among themselves, then slowly approached the spot where he lay. On the back of the eagle, the petite healer stared intently at Mr. Yao, who was engulfed by 7 or 8 guards below, a look of bewilderment gracing her exquisite features. She brushed a few strands of hair from her forehead and tilted her head to glance at Xiao Se, inquiring with puzzlement. Or the pills you wrapped in the prescription just now? Oh, it's nothing much, Xiao Se replied nonchalantly. I simply concocted a pill using the fruit of the sleepy tree harvested 1,000 years ago, combined with a second-tier ape demon core I hunted a month prior, and some stimulants to awaken primal instincts. A mischievous grin danced across his face as he added, I infused a trace of fighting spirit into the pill. Should anyone unwrap the paper, the pill will explode into powder. Sleepy tree fruit? Ape demon core? Stimulants for awakening primal instincts? The petite healer was momentarily taken aback, then directed her gaze downward at Mr. Yao's dire predicament. Realization dawned, and her face flushed crimson as she shot a glare at Xiao Se, pouting, such a young age. Yet you engage in such mischief. Seeing the healer's flustered indignation, Xiao Se chuckled lightly, wisely steering the conversation away. So, where do we plan to head next? The petite healer shook her head, replying, I'm not certain. We have yet to find a suitable resting place. We should leave Qing Shantown for now. At this moment, they were still ahead of the original timeline, and thus she had not yet discovered that small valley. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se nodded slightly and, after a brief silence, stated, I have found a secluded little valley in the Monster Beast Mountains, rich in medicinal herbs. However, I cannot access it for long periods due to my inability to fly. With Xiaolan as our mount, we can easily reach it. We can settle there. Really? The petite healer's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, but before that, we must pay a visit to the Wolf Head mercenary group, as the mastermind behind your predicament resides there. Xiao Se chuckled softly, a smile adorning his lips. It was also a perfect opportunity for him to assess the results of his cultivation over the past few months. Upon hearing Xiao Se's intent to seek vengeance for her, the petite healer felt a flicker of gratitude in her beautiful gaze. After a moment of contemplation, she expressed her concerns. Perhaps we should reconsider. The Wolf Head mercenary group has over 100 members, and their leader, Mu Shi, is a formidable fighter. I worry. In response, Xiao Se nodded slightly. For certain reasons, I am indeed not suited for prolonged combat, but I isn't it fortunate that you are here. Me? The petite healer pointed at herself in astonishment. Quickly realizing his implication, you mean to use poison? Xiao Se smiled and nodded affirmatively. That is indeed a splendid idea. Although the poisons I have learned from the 7-color poison manual may not be lethal to high-level fighters, they should be capable of incapacitating those below 5-star combatants. A sense of pride illuminated her lovely face as she retrieved a pill, stating, this is the antidote I formulated. While the poison may not affect you significantly, consuming the antidote will reduce some of your fighting spirit expenditure. Taking the pill, without a moment's thought, Xiao Se flicked it into his mouth. Possessing the memories of a 6-tier alchemist, he could discern the pill's effects at a glance. Touching the storage belt at his waist, Xiao Se produced 2 crossbows. Smiling as he said, I also have these 2 Zhuge crossbows, which pack quite a punch. With a moment's inattention, even a fighter could sustain injuries. Use them for your protection. While you release poison from the air, I'll confront them below. Observing Xiao Se's unwavering resolve as he consumed the antidote she provided, the petite healer's beautiful countenance softened imperceptibly, clearly pleased by his unreserved trust in her. Accepting the Zhuge crossbows, she inquired with a smile, how do I use this? This way like this. As Xiao Se instructed the petite healer on how to wield the Zhuge crossbows while heading towards the Wolf Head mercenary group stronghold. The atmosphere within the mercenary group was anything but tranquil. In the grand hall, revelry and merriment abounded. The leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group, Mu Shi, along with the second leader, Gan Mu, and the third leader, Hao Meng, were indulging in pleasure, surrounded by beautiful women and fine wine. Suddenly, a scruffy-looking youth burst into the hall, his expression one of alarm as he shooed away the dancing maidens, exclaiming, Father, something terrible has happened. The Wanyao pharmacy has just been attacked. Chapter 40. The First Signs of Brilliance. Upon hearing that the Wanyao pharmacy had been raided, the previously disgruntled crowd fell into an immediate, stunned silence, enveloped in an eerie stillness. While the Wanyao pharmacy may not have matched the Wolf Head mercenary group in overall strength, it certainly held its own in terms of elite combatants. Notably, Mr. Yao, the head of the Wanyao pharmacy, was renowned as a fighter on par with Mu Shi. Speak. What exactly transpired? Mu Shi, seated at the head of the table, gripped his wine glass tightly, his expression calm. As the leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group, Mu Shi was not only powerful but also exceptionally astute. Otherwise, he would not have been able to elevate the group to one of the 3 major mercenary factions in Qingshan Town. It was the petite healer. Mu Li stammered, recounting the intelligence he had gathered, Mr. Yao has suffered severe injuries, his life uncertain, and the Wan Yao pharmacy is gravely weakened. I believe the petite healer and that mysterious youth will soon come looking for us. How tragic. The assembly, except for Mu Shi, murmured in shock at the dismal fate of Mr. Yao and the guards of the Wan Yao pharmacy, instinctively covering their lower regions. Is the poison truly capable of incapacitating fighters? Mu Shi furrowed his brow as he listened to Mu Li's account, eventually bursting into hearty laughter after a moment. Ha ha. Father, how can you still laugh at a time like this? Everyone knows that the petite healer was ensnared by Mu Li's schemes. They will undoubtedly come for revenge soon. Mu Li's voice trembled with fear as he swallowed hard. He was still young and did not wish to face dire consequences, nor did he want to be shamed. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you not see that this presents a splendid opportunity for our wolf-head mercenary group to unify Qingshan town? Mu Shi surveyed the hall with a beaming smile, his expression one of cunning delight. Now that Mr. Yao has been severely injured, the Wan Yao pharmacy is practically defenseless. If we swallow up the Wan Yao pharmacy, the wolf-head mercenary group will ascend to the most powerful faction in Qingshan town. At that point, we can seize the chance to absorb the other 2 mercenary groups as well. Wouldn't that be splendid? Upon hearing this, the eyes of those present gleamed with greed, as the prospect of unifying Qingshan town was undeniably enticing. Wealth and beauty would surely follow. Of course, there were also a few clear-headed individuals among them. The second leader, Gan Mu, cupped his hands and addressed Mu Shi. Boss, what about the petite healer and that mysterious youth? After all, the petite healer was wronged by Mu Li. Given the Wan Yao pharmacy's dismal fate, we cannot expect to remain unscathed, he cautioned. Indeed, Mu Shi nodded slightly. What you say holds merit, but there is no need to be overly concerned. The fact that the youth chose to use poison against Mr. Yao instead of attacking directly indicates that he likely does not possess the strength of a fighter. The opponents he faced previously were all below 5-star combatants. As long as we are cautious of his poisons, we can easily eliminate him. Boss is wise. The hall erupted in excitement at his words. Just as the crowd reveled in the prospect of soon unifying Qingshan town, a mercenary rushed in from outside, breathless and alarmed. 3 leaders. It's bad. A youth wielding a strange purple sword has barged in. What? The hall erupted into chaos at this revelation. In the minds of those present, the figure of the mysterious youth who had turned the Wan Yao Zhai upside down loomed vividly. Mu Shi was equally taken aback by the news, momentarily stunned before a cold smirk crept onto his face. How many men did he bring? Is Xiao Yan by his side? The mercenary shook his head, fear evident in his voice. Just one. Mu Shi was taken aback, then elated, bursting into laughter. Indeed, you tread the path of heaven but refuse to walk it. Yet you throw yourself into hell unbidden. Z, San Z, arm yourselves and bring the brothers with me. Remember to be cautious of his poison. Yes, Captain. Hearing this, the crowd in the hall licked their lips, as if they could already envision the dawn of the wolf-head mercenary corps ruling over Qingshan town. As they exited the hall and reached the entrance of their base, they beheld a youth clad in black robes, standing with a faint smile. At his feet lay 2 mercenaries, responsible for guarding the entrance, while nearby, several others writhed in agony, blood pooling beneath them. Ah, so you are Mu Shi, the leader of the wolf-head mercenary corps. I have long awaited this meeting. I am Xiao Huohua. Your son Mu Li has offended my friend Xiao Yan. I have come to seek retribution. If you are wise, hand Mu Li over for a proper beating, and I shall take my leave. The youth's gaze swept over the hurrying mercenaries, finally resting on the one-eyed, bearded middle-aged man at the forefront, and with a flick of his wrist, he brandished his sword. Smiling. How audacious, Xiao Huohua. Today marks your demise. Mu Shi, observing the fallen mercenaries, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, raising his hand to point at the youth with a cold snort. Hearing his name called out, Mu Li was instantly petrified, his spirit fleeing as he trembled behind Mu Shi. Unfazed by Mu Shi's threat, the youth glanced at the trembling Mu Li, his eyes filled with mockery. As Xiao Se displayed such arrogance, Mu Shi, in a fit of rage, chuckled darkly. A glimmer of light flashed from his storage ring, revealing a broadsword in his grasp. Just as he was about to strike, a voice rang out from behind him. Hey boss, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Leave this kid to me. I could use a little exercise. Be careful, this kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Watch out for his poison and leg techniques. Gao Ming had just broken through to the 8-star fighter rank and, aside from Mu Shi and Gan Mu, was the strongest in the wolf-head mercenary corps. Given his mastery of the rock attribute technique, known for its formidable defense, even Mu Shi would have to exert considerable effort to subdue him. Just watch, boss. My belly is ample enough to shield against any low blows. No matter how cunning this kid may be, he won't breach my defenses. Gao Ming chuckled, shaking his ample girth as he slowly approached Xiao Se. Gazing at the sword-wielding youth, Gao Ming licked his greasy lips, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. You are Xiao Hua, correct? Mark this day well. It will be your death anniversary next year. Remember my name, Gao Ming, the third captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. With that, Gao Ming clenched his iron fist, a faint earthy-hued aura encasing his body, crackling ominously, before he charged at Xiao Se like a massive tank. Observing the oncoming Gao Ming, Xiao Se's lips curled slightly. He could now confirm that this rotund fool was indeed as Mu Xi had described in the original text. He then flicked his magic sword, a deep yellow aura enveloping the blade before transforming into a violet sword light, slicing through the air with a fierce wind as it surged toward Gao Ming. Clang! The hefty and slender figures brushed past one another, a piercing sound of clashing metal reverberating through the air, accompanied by a violet flash that severed through Gao Ming's neck. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth, and a large head soared into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily at Mu Xi's feet. In a single strike, the 8-star fighter Gao Ming was slain. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. To eliminate Gao Ming, the third strongest of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. With a single blow, this level of power was something even their leader, Mu Xi, could not achieve without resorting to a lethal move. Above, perched upon the back of an eagle, Xiao Yixian gazed down in stunned disbelief. Despite her belief that she had adequately assessed Xiao Se's strength, she could not fathom that he would be capable of dispatching Gao Ming in an instant. After the brief moment of shock came relief. She had prepared herself to unleash her most potent poison to eliminate everyone and rescue Xiao Se should he falter. Mu Xi's eyes bulged with rage as he glared at Gao Ming's decapitated head, blood still oozing from the skirmish. A seasoned warrior like Mu Xi could discern that Xiao Se had yet to advance to the rank of fighter sage, currently hovering around the 9-star fighter level. Yet this very 9-star fighter had effortlessly dispatched his most reliable enforcer, known for his defense. Most alarmingly, it appeared that the youth had done so with a mere flick of his wrist, not even employing his full strength. Damn it, how on earth did he accomplish that? Murmuring curses under his breath, Mu Xi's gaze fell upon the intricately engraved purple longsword in Xiao Se's grip, an unmistakable glint of greed flickering in his eyes. He then roared at his men, "Do not panic. That brat is at most a 9-star fighter. His ability to kill Gao Ming was entirely due to that purple longsword. As long as we avoid that weapon, taking him down will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Kill! Kill! Kill!" At his command, the crowd erupted in chaotic fervor. As the mercenaries fixated their malicious gazes upon Xiao Se, they entirely overlooked the imminent danger descending from above. With a detached demeanor, Xiao Se regarded the encroaching mercenaries with a cold smile. Indeed, while his ability to defeat Gao Ming relied on the magical sword's razor-sharp edge, the ease with which he had struck at Gao Ming's neck had not depended on any external assistance. Kill! Gan Mu, standing beside Mu Xi, refrained from rushing forward, instead wielding his spear to direct his subordinates into the fray. The cacophony of battle cries, laced with fear, drowned out all else. Suddenly, from the sky, a dozen crossbow bolts, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, shot towards Gan Mu and Mu Xi's backs. The sound of the bolts piercing through the air was masked by the mercenary shouts, and Gan Mu remained blissfully unaware. Only Mu Xi, having surpassed the fighter rank, sensed the impending threat instinctively. "Fool, get out of the way," he shouted desperately to Gan Mu. Confused, Gan Mu had no time to comprehend as, in the next moment, several crossbow bolts struck him from behind, piercing through his chest. "This is impossible." Gan Mu's disbelief morphed into horror as he looked down at the bloodied bolts embedded in the ground before him, then lowered his gaze to his own mangled chest. His eyes filled with utter despair and resentment as he collapsed into a pool of blood. The second captain is dead." A terrified scream erupted from the crowd, and those mercenaries who had been assaulting Xiao Se, already stricken with fear, scattered like leaves in the wind. Observing the bolts that had narrowly missed him and the sight of Gan Mu lying lifeless in a pool of blood, Mu Xi broke into a cold sweat. Just moments ago, had he hesitated even for a second, unprepared as he was, he would have faced a fate far worse than death, even with his fighter rank power. "Damn it! Stop!" Mu Xi bellowed at the fleeing mercenaries, his gaze locked onto Xiao Se, eyes filled with fury. The surrounding mercenaries halted their flight upon hearing Mu Li's roar, rallying their spirits and standing beside Mu Xi, casting fearful glances at Xiao Se. "You despicable brat!" Resorting to underhanded tactics, Mu Xi brandished his broadsword, directing it menacingly at Xiao Se, his voice brimming with seething rage and resentment. It came as no surprise to Xiao Se that the little medical fairy Zhuge Divine Crossbow had not claimed Mu Shi's life. He merely smiled and shrugged, his demeanor calm. You can encircle me, so why shouldn't I keep a few tricks up my sleeve? When it comes to treachery, you are the progenitor. I am but your pupil. Listen up, everyone. Watch out for those hidden arrows. Today, I shall flay him alive. At that moment, Mu Shi, consumed by fury, could no longer maintain his composure, especially after losing two of his most capable subordinates. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the sky as a massive blue eagle swooped down, unleashing a torrent of white powder that quickly enveloped the entire courtyard. Except for Xiao Se, who had previously dealt with a few blocking mercenaries and retreated outside the courtyard gate. Everyone below, including Mu Shi, found themselves covered in dust. As a wisp of powder entered his nostrils, Mu Shi felt dizzy, and his fighting spirit surged forth uncontrollably. The effects of the white powder were swiftly suppressed. Regaining his senses, Mu Shi bellowed, "This powder is toxic. Retreat at once." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Everyone but him had been contaminated by the white powder and collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Seeing that the mercenaries on the ground were not in mortal danger, Mu Shi sighed with relief, brandishing his broadsword and leaping through the courtyard gate, his deep yellow fighting spirit surging forward as he aimed to strike at Xiao Se. "You brat, today I will flay you alive." "Humph, how foolish," Xiao Se scoffed, his lips curling into a sardonic smile as he gripped the magic sword tightly. He struck first, unleashing a powerful wind-splitting attack. The clash of the broadsword and the magic sword sent forth a shower of sparks accompanied by a deafening metallic clang. In the next moment, both combatants were forced back several meters, their weapons embedding into the ground and carving deep furrows before they came to a halt. The first exchange revealed them to be evenly matched. How astonishing! This brat possesses such strength. Mu Shi was astonished that his full-force strike had not shattered Xiao Se's defenses. Though he maintained a facade of calm, his gaze was locked onto Xiao Se's magic sword. In his eyes, the peculiar and eerie long blade not only sliced through iron like mud, but likely augmented its wielder's strength as well. Otherwise, a mere 9-star combatant would not be able to withstand a full-on assault from a combat master like himself. Strictly speaking, Mu Shi was not mistaken. The magic sword indeed provided significant enhancements to its master, allowing for the slaying of opponents beyond one's rank with ease. However, he was unaware that Xiao Se had not invoked the sword's powers at all. Xiao Se, too, was taken aback by Mu Li's prowess. Just moments ago, he had executed a defensive technique from the Qin time moonlight swordsmanship that could dissipate most of an opponent's force, a rare defensive sword maneuver. Yet, it had still failed to completely neutralize Mu Li's assault. His internal energy surged, and his arm tingled from Mu Li's powerful blow. After a brief pause, the two clashed once more, their swords and broadswords colliding, sparks flying in every direction. Gradually, Mu Shi noticed that Xiao Se's sword techniques were becoming increasingly fierce, both intricate and seemingly more powerful. Damn it, this brat is using me to hone his swordsmanship. At this point, the seasoned Mu Shi had yet to realize that he was being utilized as a whetstone. The unpredictable sword techniques, while perhaps not overwhelmingly powerful, were complex and exquisite beyond his prior experience, combining to leave him feeling increasingly fatigued despite his superior strength. With a grim expression, he fixated on the spirited Xiao Se as they fought from inside the courtyard to outside and back again. Mu Shi ultimately abandoned his pride in close combat. Raising his broadsword high as a torrent of combat master-level fighting spirit erupted from within, enveloping his body and forming a thin veil of energy. Fighting spirit manifesting as a veil? Observing Mu Shi finally unleashing his true power, Xiao Se's expression grew serious. He understood that Mu Shi was now prepared to fight to the death. He swiftly retrieved a recovery pill from his storage belt, consuming it before gripping his magic sword and assuming a ready stance. "You are indeed formidable. Give it a year or two, and I might truly struggle against you. Alas, your impatience will cost you dearly today." Windblade dance. With a deep exhale, Mu Shi's broadsword began to whirl violently, creating a multitude of illusory blades that coalesced into a dense net of slashing edges. The Windblade dance, a low-level mysterious combat technique, had once secured Mu Shi's position as the strongest in Qinshan Town. "You think you're the only one with high-level combat techniques? I have them too." As the dense net of blades descended upon him, Xiao Se let out a cold laugh, the recovery pill settling in his stomach as an eerie blue-white flame flickered to life in his hands. Raging lions roar. With a booming shout, A colossal energy lion burst forth from the tip of his magic sword, its body cloaked in azure flames. The ferocious roar echoed through the heavens. Those mercenaries nearby, incapacitated by the powder, felt their eardrums rupture, blood streaming from their ears. The space around the energy lion shimmered and warped under the intense heat emanating from its flames. Wherever the lion passed, the ground was scorched, leaving behind dark footprints. This was one of Xiao Se's achievements from months of training, merging beast fire with combat techniques to unleash overwhelming power. However, such power came at a cost. As the might increased, so too did the consumption of fighting spirit. Without the recovery pill, he could only unleash this technique once given his current reserves. The oppressive heat and aura in the air caused Mushi's pupils to constrict. He could hardly believe that this mysterious youth concealed such depths of strength. Biting his lip, he realized that in this moment, retreat meant death. The contest would be determined by who could unleash their techniques with greater efficacy and who could endure longer. He poured his fighting spirit into his broadsword with reckless abandon, preparing to collide with the fiery energy lion. Boom! The massive energy lion collided with the blade net, initially entangled but quickly overwhelmed by its ferocity and heat, shredding the net to pieces and breaking through to strike Mushi squarely in the chest. The lion's head sent Mushi flying, crashing through the courtyard wall and finally crashing against a high, thick earthen embankment outside, where it came to a halt. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the energy lion detonated, shattering the embankment and sending debris flying. As a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, Xiao Se's figure, sword in hand, gradually emerged, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the sky above, the little medical fairy, witnessing the overwhelming defeat of the combat master Mushi, covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Gazing at the towering earth mound, now devastated by explosions, the petite healer, Xiao Yan, took a moment to comprehend the chaos. Gently caressing the feathers of her blue eagle, she gracefully descended into the courtyard. Leaping down from the eagle's back, she approached the pallid yet smiling Xiao Se, who was visibly fatigued. With a tender touch on his back, she inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Xiao Se shook his head lightly, responding, "I'm fine, just running low on fighting energy." That's a relief. With Xiao Se unharmed, the tension in Xiao Yan's heart dissipated. She turned her gaze towards the direction where Mushi had been launched, softly asking, "What about Mushi?" Xiao Se, concentrating his spiritual sense, shook his head. "I can no longer sense his life force, but we must deliver the final blow." As he spoke, his eyes darted towards Mu Li, lying incapacitated several meters away. A slight smirk graced his lips as he retrieved 5 steel needles laced with neurotoxin from his storage belt, throwing them with precision to pin down Mu Li's limbs. A piercing scream erupted as Mu Li jolted awake from his unconsciousness, helplessly writhing in pain as he was pinned to the ground. "I'll leave Mu Li to you. Old grudges and new ones combined. I shall finish off that old fellow Mushi." Xiao Se gestured towards Mu Li before gradually making his way towards Mushi's location. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, her expression darkening as she followed in the direction indicated by Xiao Se. Shortly after, Xiao Se dealt the final blow to Mushi and acquired a jade card worth 100,000 gold coins. Moleskrais ceased. Approaching Xiao Yan, Xiao Se looked down at the lifeless Mu Li and asked in bewilderment, "What did you do to him?" "He finished. I merely administered a poison that ensures he will never awaken." Xiao Yan sighed softly, a hint of resignation in her smile. "You truly are kind-hearted. He has caused you considerable harm," Xiao Se remarked with a smile, reflecting upon her compassion. "Kind-hearted?" Xiao Yan tenderly touched her abdomen, turning away slightly as she softly repeated Xiao Se's earlier words, lost in thought. Observing her gesture, Xiao Se furrowed his brow, wondering if Xiao Yan had awakened her calamity-poisoned body. He then gently patted her shoulder, smiling, "Don't dwell on it. As long as people don't harm me, I want to harm them. There is no need for guilt towards someone who seeks to do you harm." "Thank you, Xiao Se." Glancing at the fair hand resting on her shoulder, Xiao Yan's delicate features broke into a gentle smile. "All right, let us go." Xiao Se chuckled, wrapping his arm around her slender waist as they leaped onto the eagle's back. Xiao Yan caressed the blue eagle's feathers, waving her jade hand, causing the eagle to emit a cry before soaring toward the Beast Mountain range. Not long after Xiao Se and Xiao Yan departed, the news of Mushi and his son's demise swiftly spread throughout Qingshan town, leaving everyone in shock. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly gentle Xiao Yan harbored such a formidable ally? Mr. Yao, the head of the Wan Yao Zhai, awoke from his stupor and, upon learning of Mushi's death, abandoned any thoughts of revenge, resigning himself to misfortune. Of course, these matters were of little concern to Xiao Se, as he intended to avoid Qingshan town upon returning to the eastern part of the Beast Mountain range, opting instead to wait near the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Chapter 43. The Awakening of the Calamity Poison Body. Before long, Xiao Se and Xiao Yixian arrived above the valley described in the original tale. Gazing down at the vast gorge shrouded in clouds, Xiao Yixian gasped in astonishment. Isn't this the area where Wan Yao Zhai usually gathers herbs? Xiao Se nodded, smiling. At the very bottom lies a natural canyon formed by a basin. Surrounded by barriers and lacking any passage, coupled with the mist above, few are aware of its existence. Indeed, Xiao Yixian elegantly tilted her fair chin, guiding the blue eagle toward the valley floor. As the blue eagle descended, passing through the dense fog, both Xiao Se and Xiao Yixian noticed that the energy of heaven and earth within the valley was significantly denser than in the outside world. Upon landing, Xiao Yixian discovered, just as Xiao Se had said, that the valley was home to various precious herbs, and the fragrant aroma of medicine, infused with rich energy, enveloped them, invigorating her spirit. What do you think? Quite a place, isn't it? Xiao Se observed her enjoyment with a gentle smile. Absolutely marvelous. I never imagined you could uncover such a treasure. Xiao Yixian beamed, turning to look at Xiao Se. As long as you're satisfied, moving forward, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I plan to remain here until I break through to the dosher level. This place is abundant in herbs, so you can study the 7-colored poison scripture here. Just remember to leave the roots when you gather herbs. I have concocted a nurturing liquid that will help them regrow quickly. Seeing the cheerful expression on Xiao Yixian's face, Xiao Se spoke with an air of negotiation, despite the declarative tone. Xiao Yixian nodded affirmatively, her eagerness evident as she welcomed the prospect of such a bountiful place. An unexpected thought crossed her mind. Perhaps living here with him wouldn't be so bad. Noticing her acceptance, Xiao Se smiled, retrieving a single-person tent from his storage ring. As he set up the tent, he remarked, "It is getting late. You can use this tent for the night, and tomorrow I will build 2 wooden houses. And what about you?" Watching his adept movements, Xiao Yixian's cheeks softened with a gentle smile. "Me?" Xiao Se paused, a mischievous grin appearing on his face as he turned towards her. "There's only one tent here, so of course we'll share it. Get lost." At his words, Xiao Yixian's smile faltered as she pulled out a packet of harmless powder from her bosom and tossed it at him. As darkness enveloped the sky, after sharing dinner, the two engaged in a conversation about their experiences. Amidst Xiao Se's playful teasing, Xiao Yixian's cheeks flushed as she retreated into the tent. In the distance, by the campfire, Xiao Se had just finished gathering herbs needed for alchemy. After applying the diluted green liquid from the palm heaven bottle, he sat cross-legged on the cool stone slab, channeling the burning decision and returning to origin soul decision, absorbing the abundant energy of the surrounding environment. It was undeniable that the dense energy greatly enhanced his cultivation speed. An hour later, feeling a slight swelling in his meridians, Xiao Se exited his meditative state, reflecting, "Alas, the level of my cultivation method is still too low. Even with such rich energy, breaking through to dosher will still take several months. I'll have to see what I can acquire by the end of this month. Otherwise, I'll need to find a way to obtain the accompanying amethyst source. I wonder if Hong Kuei can handle that Linus. Brother, what are you pondering?" The enchanting figure of Long Kuei gracefully floated out from the demon's sword, settling beside Xiao Se, her delicate hand entwining with his arm as she smiled. Upon hearing her, Xiao Se tenderly caressed Long Kuei's beautiful face, replying, "Nothing much. Just contemplating how to enhance my strength swiftly. By the way, what do you think of Xiao Yixian?" Long Kuei, with a playful glint in her eyes, gazed at Xiao Se and smiled mischievously. "Brother, you wouldn't want Xiao Yixian to become my sister-in-law, would you?" "Normally, I would oppose it since I don't know her well, but after today's interactions, surprisingly, I find her to be quite a lovely girl." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Se's weathered face flushed with embarrassment. He gently caressed Long Kuei's cheek, playfully pinching it while feigning annoyance. "Oh, how dare you tease your elder brother?" As her delicate face was fondled, Long Kuei's expression softened, and with a hint of mischief in her voice, she murmured, "Brother is simply special to the little healer." The two siblings engaged in light-hearted banter, eventually leading Xiao Se to embrace Long Kuei, expressing heartfelt words, "If one day I decide to marry, the first person I shall wed will undoubtedly be you." Startled by this unexpected declaration, Long Kuei, nestled in Xiao Se's arms, blushed deeply, and then transformed into a blue light, darting into the magic sword. Observing her flustered retreat, Xiao Se chuckled and shook his head, retrieving the alchemical cauldron from his spatial ring to commence his potion making, alternating between refining potions and restoring his fighting spirit in a repetitive cycle. The night passed in silence. The following morning dawned bright and clear. Warm sunlight filtered through the mist that enveloped the valley, casting a gentle glow upon Xiao Se's fair complexion. Stretching languidly, he noticed that the little healer had yet to awaken, prompting him to begin constructing a wooden cabin. He felled trees, shaped wood, laid the foundation, and erected the structure seamlessly. With his keen spiritual perception, the sword's sharpness, and his exceptional swordsmanship, Xiao Se effortlessly fashioned the timber into the desired forms. Before long, a quaint two-room cabin was completed, furnished with 2 beds and a set of tables and chairs, establishing a modest yet cozy abode. Stepping outside, Xiao Se surveyed the freshly built cabin with satisfaction, a smile gracing his features. However, upon turning towards the tent, he realized it was nearly noon, and the little healer still showed no signs of waking. A twinge of unease crept into his heart as he cautiously lifted the tent flap, only to be met with a toxic haze permeating the air within. Swiftly, he extended his hand, unleashing a powerful gust of wind fueled by his fighting spirit to disperse the noxious fumes. As the toxic mist cleared, the little healer's form became visible. Her delicate figure curled slightly, eyes tightly shut, and her once porcelain-like face now shimmering with iridescent hues. Has the calamity poison body finally activated? Xiao Se, shaking his head in disbelief. He retreated several meters, settling onto the cold stone slab to await her awakening in silence. Brother, is this the calamity poison body you spoke of? Long Kuei's curious voice echoed in his mind. Indeed, Xiao Se replied gravely, nodding as he gazed skyward, whispering to himself, perhaps I can assist her in overcoming this. In Xiao Se's understanding, there were 3 potential methods to help the little healer with her calamity poison body. The first was the poison pill method, derived from the old alchemist. The second involved the soul bones from the Dolua continent, which could contain toxins, thus averting the eruption of the calamity poison body. However, this was not a long-term solution, as the capacity of the soul bones was limited. Should the toxins exceed the dose zone level, the soul bones would lose their efficacy unless they were of the evolving variety. The third method was the poison fruit from the world of pirates, which could, in a sense, completely resolve the calamity poison body issue. Moreover, in the Duki continent, there were no sea prison stone factors to exploit as weaknesses. Yet, the chance of obtaining it remained exceedingly slim, as Xiao Se had yet to exchange for any items related to the pirate world. Among these 3 options, the second was the easiest to pursue, as items from the Dolua continent had become frequent visitors in his exchanges. Sometimes, Xiao Se mused that perhaps the creator of this system bore a grudge against the likes of Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and Yu Xiaojing, similar to his own. Indeed, I harbor a grudge against them, and I shall not rest until I have thoroughly humbled Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and Yu Xiaojing. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Perched upon the flat stone slab, Xiao Se observed the little healer, feeling a sense of unease. In an effort to forge a bond with her, he had once chosen to present the 7-colored poison scriptures to her. Now, due to that wretched butterfly effect, the calamity poison body had activated 4 years earlier than anticipated. He was left to wonder whether this was a mistake or a blessing. Sighing softly, Xiao Se fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, the iridescent glow on the little healer's cheeks began to fade. Is she about to awaken? He murmured quietly. Not long after, the little healer slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her delicate hands moving slightly as she propped herself up, covering her enchanting face. A hint of exasperation crept into her expression as she lamented, "Damn it, I couldn't hold back again." Unbeknownst to her, she remained oblivious to Xiao Se's presence. As her back faced him, hearing her soft, plaintive voice, Xiao Se's heart stirred. He rose slowly, extending his fair hand to gently stroke her head. Feeling the warmth above her, the little healer stiffened momentarily before relaxing, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She turned to face Xiao Se, her eyes glistening with a hint of red, and asked, "Why are you awake so early? It's already past noon. I've built the wooden cabin, and I've even laid out fresh bedding. You'll no longer have to sleep in the tent." Xiao Se replied softly, a smile gracing his lips as he gestured toward the nearby cabin. Upon hearing this, the little healer's eyes widened slightly as she gazed at the rustic wooden structure, then looked back at Xiao Se, lowering her head as a flicker of melancholy crossed her face. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. "So you've seen it?" "Yes. The calamity poison body," Xiao Se replied with a wry smile. "You didn't touch me, did you?" The little healer's tone turned urgent, as if recalling something significant. While you are undeniably beautiful, I'm still not yet 13. I could never engage in such vile acts. At the very least, I must wait another 2 or 3 years, Xiao Se teased with a playful grin. Go to hell. At his jest, the little healer's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully struck his chest with her delicate fists. She then pressed on. Stop being so frivolous and answer me. Did you or did you not? I did not, for reasons beyond your understanding. I possess a deeper knowledge of the calamity poison body than you do at this moment, Xiao Se replied, shaking his head as he took hold of one of her tender fists, smiling gently. With Xiao Se's light-hearted banter, the little healer's spirits lifted significantly. A single tear traced down her delicate cheek as she lowered her gaze, hesitantly asking, Aren't you afraid of me? Meeting her averted gaze, Xiao Se released her hand, a warm smile gracing his lips as he gently enveloped her in his embrace. Startled by the sudden warmth, the little healer's body tensed, her heart racing as she found herself frozen in place, allowing Xiao Se to hold her without resistance. Whispering tender words into her ear, he said softly, In my eyes, no power is inherently evil. It all depends on whether the wielder can maintain their true essence and adhere to their moral compass. As long as you remain at peace with yourself, what harm is there in becoming a poison master? At his words, the little healer snapped back to reality, her tears halting as determination sparkled in her eyes. Thank you, Xiao Se, she murmured, gradually closing her eyes and extending her arms to embrace him. Her delicate face nestled against his chest, and in that moment, everything was understood without the need for words. After some time, they released each other, yet neither displayed any awkwardness, merely exchanging warm smiles. With Xiao Se's support, the little healer stepped into the wooden cabin. How you find it? Though simple, it is certainly far more comfortable than sleeping in a tent. In the living room, Xiao Se gestured around the room with a hint of pride in his smile. Indeed, it was quite impressive. There was even a living room. Gazing at Xiao Se's face, which radiated warmth and joy, the little medical fairy felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Her lips parted slightly, and in a voice barely audible to herself, she murmured, Thank you, Xiao Se. Perhaps you will be my only friend. No matter what I become in the future, even if I am known as the fearsome poison maiden before you, I will always remain the little medical fairy of Qingshan Town. As soon as her words fell, a familiar breath brushed past her ear. Just friends? It seemed to tease, implying that they could take a step further. Suddenly, Xiao Se's unexpected closeness startled the little medical fairy like a frightened kitten. Her hair stood on end, and she instinctively pushed Xiao Se away, her delicate face flushed with an enticing hue. In a fluster, she rushed into one of the smaller rooms, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Watching the little medical fairy's flustered retreat, Xiao Se chuckled softly, slowly approaching the door. He tapped lightly and playfully called out, Little medical fairy, I'm counting on you for lunch. I'll go gather some medicinal herbs. Oh, and by the way, the affliction poison body is not as terrifying as you might think. There are ways to alleviate it. With that, Xiao Se turned and left the wooden cabin. Once Xiao Se's footsteps faded, the little medical fairy, her cheeks still flushed, opened the door. Touched by Xiao Se's trust in her to prepare lunch, her mind wandered back to his teasing words about taking things further. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, she stomped her foot and hurried outside. Before long, Xiao Se returned with herbs, and the little medical fairy had finished preparing the meal. Wow, I can smell the aroma from afar. Ha, little girl, bring me a bowl, he exclaimed, hastily sitting down on a stone slab in a rather arrogant manner. Seeing Xiao Se's exaggerated demeanor, the little medical fairy couldn't help but giggle. Fetching a jade bowl and offering him some rice soup, she playfully scolded, Be careful, you might poison yourself. Chapter 45. The Vast Sea and the Universe Shield. Before long, the small pot of rice soup was entirely consumed by the two. Licking his lips, Xiao Se handed the jade bowl to the little medical fairy, who was washing the pot, and smiled, Little medical fairy, this rice soup is truly delightful. How did you manage to make it taste so good? Didn't I tell you? I added poison, the little medical fairy replied with a playful laugh as she accepted the bowl. Xiao Se smirked, rolling his eyes at her, and retorted, It seems I shall have to call you the little poison maiden from now on. With the memory of a sixth-tier alchemist, he could easily discern whether the rice soup was poisonous or not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have trusted her so completely. This was not a matter of cunning, but merely a basic means of self-protection. All right, from now on, you can call me the little poison maiden, and I will be responsible for feeding you poison. Surprisingly, the little medical fairy was not displeased. On the contrary, she seemed quite excited. Seeing her enthusiasm, Xiao Se wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and stammered, Well, maybe let us skip that idea. After the little medical fairy finished washing the bowl, The two entered the wooden cabin. Xiao Se enjoyed a cup of tea that the little medical fairy had brewed, and then, with a serious expression, he said, "Little medical fairy, I know of 3 methods to resolve your affliction poison body." 3? Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy's beautiful eyes lit up, and she leaned closer to Xiao Se, eagerly asking, "What are the 3 methods?" Xiao Se pressed down on her slightly trembling body and hastily explained, "Don't rush. Let me finish. The first method is the simplest, yet the most difficult. Find a devil fruit called the poison fruit. Once consumed, you can transform into a poison being, freely switching between poison and flesh. Any excess toxins in your body can be expelled through excretion. However, I wouldn't recommend it, as this implies you would need to frequently excrete, and your breath could potentially harbor deadly toxins, unless you find a way to negate the side effects of the poison fruit. Of course, the prerequisite for this is that I must first find the poison fruit." Upon hearing the words about excretion and poisonous breath, the little medical fairy felt a wave of nausea. If that were the case, what would be the difference from being a walking corpse? She quickly inquired, "What about the second method?" "The soul bone," he continued, "is a substance produced within soul beasts similar to magical beasts. Rather than being mere bones, it is a form of energy. Once this energy is integrated into your body, it can store toxins and effectively suppress the outburst of toxins within you." Before the little medical fairy could respond, Xiao Se went on, "The third method involves the poison pill technique, which is the most effective and fundamental. By condensing the toxins in your body into a poison pill, you can then consume and refine it to gain control over the toxins. However, I only know of this method. I have yet to master it. Additionally, condensing a poison pill requires 3 exceedingly rare materials. First, 3 types of unusual flames. Second, the magic core of 7th-tier heaven poison scorpion dragon. And third, Bodhi transforming saliva." As she listened to Xiao Se's string of unfamiliar terms, the little medical fairy's eyes widened, her delicate face turned pale, and a hint of despair appeared at the corners of her mouth. Noticing the despondent expression on her face, Xiao Se gently reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm telling you this to let you know that the affliction poison body is not insurmountable. If it weren't for me giving you the colorful poison sutra, you wouldn't have awakened your affliction poison body so early. In due time, I will definitely find a solution for you." The little medical fairy nodded firmly, her jade-like hands gripping her skirt tightly, a wave of determination flooding her heart. As time passed, ever since Xiao Se revealed the nature of the affliction poison body, life in the valley grew tranquil and serene. During the day, Xiao Se practiced combat skills and swordsmanship, while at night, he honed his medicinal skills and refined his fighting spirit, interspersed with adequate sleep. Meanwhile, the little medical fairy continued her studies of the colorful poison sutra. Notably, Xiao Se translated the Xiantian treasure record into the language of the Duki continent and handed it to the little medical fairy. In addition to self-defense techniques, it contained various deadly poison formulas, some of which posed a threat even to Dowang. Upon receiving it, the little medical fairy treasured it like a precious gem. Perhaps because Xiao Se was aware of her identity as a poison master, he did not distance himself from her. And the little medical fairy completely opened her heart to him, even teasingly responding to his flirtations from time to time. Each time, Xiao Se would leave her blushing, causing her to hurriedly retreat into the wooden cabin in a flurry. The peaceful days in the valley continued to pass, and on the final day of the month, in the early hours of the morning, Xiao Se's system received a notification. "Ding, the month-long period has ended. Refresh the exchange opportunities. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 exchange chance." Upon hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Xiao Se's lips curled into a smile as he lightly touched his storage ring, retrieving a white rib bone, a remnant of a first-tier magical beast, the unicorn bull, which he had gnawed on for a midnight snack. Now, he not only had to consider himself and Long Kuei, but also needed to think of the little medical fairy. Exchanging similar items could increase the likelihood of a successful exchange. If he could obtain a soul bone, that would be even better. "System, exchange this rib bone," Xiao Se commanded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for exchanging the vast sea and universe shield from the world of Dolawa continent. Wow, I can't believe it's the vast sea and universe shield. This item is practically a life-saving artifact." In the Tiando city, within the prince's mansion of the Tiando Empire, the 4th prince, Shui Peng, accompanied by a beautiful woman clad in splendid garments, approached the treasury door. "I'm sorry, Prince Shui Peng, but without the emperor's permission, no one is allowed to enter." Before the gateway, 2 armored knights, their long spears slightly inclined, clashed with a resonant clang, obstructing Avalanche and his companion. "Your Highness Avalanche, did you not promise to take me to select a treasure? Why is this path blocked?" The beautiful woman beside Avalanche tugged at his arm, pouting playfully. Upon hearing her words, Avalanche furrowed his brow. The lovely woman beside him was one he had pursued with great effort. Had she been an ordinary girl, it would have been different. Yet, her father wielded considerable power, being one of Emperor Xiao's most trusted ministers. If Avalanche aspired to the throne, he would need to rely on her father's influence. He stepped forward, embodying the utmost arrogance, and delivered a resounding slap to each of the guards. Who gave you the audacity to obstruct the path of this prince? Open the way at once. I possess the imperial token. As he spoke, Avalanche produced a precious token adorned with a swan motif from his soul guide, raising it with a flourish. The guards, upon seeing the token, promptly knelt, clearing the path. Avalanche, eager to impress his companion, selected an exquisite necklace and laughed heartily as he departed the treasury. Little did anyone know that, in the early hours, the national treasure known as the Han-Hai Qianquan shield, nestled deep within a brocade box, had transformed into a mere rib steak. Years later, by mere chance, Tang San would come into possession of this box, only to discover it contained nothing but a bone akin to those on his own body. However, such details are a tale for another time. Chapter 46, The Heist in the Beast Cave. I can't believe it's the Han-Hai Qianquan shield. This artifact is truly a lifesaver. Upon receiving a notification from the system in his mind, Xiao Se couldn't help but voice his thoughts. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the Han-Hai Qianquan shield from the system's space, and instantly, the entire room was enveloped in a brilliant radiance. As the light gradually dimmed, a translucent blue gemstone materialized before Xiao Se's eyes. This triangular gem, roughly the size of a palm, shimmered with rippling water-like patterns, radiating an ethereal glow akin to a living entity. Sensing the potent energy emanating from the Han-Hai Qianquan shield, Xiao Se smiled, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall upon it. The moment the blood made contact, it was swiftly absorbed by the gemstone. In the next instant, a faint blue light drifted from the shield, penetrating Xiao Se's brow. Ultimately, the Han-Hai Qianquan shield itself merged into his forehead. At that moment, Xiao Se distinctly felt a connection forming with the Han-Hai Qianquan shield, and it seemed as though his soul power surged slightly. Simultaneously, 4 skill notifications appeared in his mind: Han-Hai Protective Shield, Qianquan Binding Shield, Han-Hai Fury, and Qianquan Demon Breaking. He paid no heed to the last 2 skills, but the Han-Hai Protective Shield and Qianquan Binding Shield were of significant importance. The former could completely conceal his form and aura, even rendering him intangible, while the latter could immobilize any soul power that was 3 times less than his own, allowing for the opportunity to seize treasures and facilitate his escape. In the realm of Do Huang and Do Zong, these abilities were undoubtedly treasures of immense value. I've struck gold, Xiao Se exclaimed in excitement. Brother, what has brought you such joy? Reacting to Xiao Se's exclamation, Long Kue floated out from the magic sword, smiling curiously. Hee, I've acquired something marvelous. Long Kue, let us venture out to steal treasures tomorrow. Xiao Se grinned, gently caressing Longue's delicate cheek. Huh? Long Kue tilted her adorable head, perplexed, her expression filled with question marks. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. Inside the wooden cabin, Xiao Se took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Through the door, he caught the enticing aroma of food wafting from the living room. Supporting himself with his hands, he leaped from the bed, swiftly donned his boots, and hurried out the door. In the living room, a few small dishes were already set upon the wooden table. At that moment, the little medical sage entered cautiously, carrying a small pot, placing it on the table before withdrawing her slightly reddened jade hand, gently blowing on her lips. Look at you, burning yourself. You could have left such tasks to me. Xiao Se chuckled, shaking his head as he walked over to her, taking her hand and applying a healing ointment from his storage ring to her burnt skin. Feeling the warmth of Xiao Se's palm and the coolness of the ointment, the little medical sage's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied, I only did it because I saw you were still asleep. My apologies. However, next time you can simply kick down my door. I rarely sleep at night, as I'm usually engaged in cultivation. Xiao Se smiled, evenly applying the ointment, sealing the bottle, and handing it to her. You keep this, such beautiful hands must not be harmed. Xiao Se's compliment made the little medical sage chuckle, accepting the jade bottle with a smile. Then I shall not be polite. After stowing away the jade bottle, the two sat down and enjoyed their breakfast together. The atmosphere warm and cozy. I need to step out for a while. Wait for my return, Xiao Se remarked casually after taking a sip of rice porridge. You've broken through to Doshur? At his words, the little medical sage was taken aback, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. It had only been a little over a month since Xiao Se reached the 9-star doja, and even if the valley was rich in energy, breaking through to doshi in such a short time was astounding. Don't be ridiculous, it's not that quick. I'm heading to the monster beast mountain range to find something, and once I obtain it, I should be able to break through to doshi. Xiao Se replied with a smile. How long do you expect to be gone? The little medical sage nodded slightly, a hint of reluctance flickering in her beautiful eyes. If all goes well, I should return before evening. Xiao Se estimated the journey to the lair of the purple crystal wing Lion King and replied truthfully. Evening? She murmured softly, her delicate face brightening into a gentle smile. Go ahead, I will wait for your return. Once I break through to doshi, I shall take you on a tour of the Do-Chi continent and seek materials to resolve your poison body issue, Xiao Se declared, finishing the last sip of porridge and setting down his bowl and chopsticks with a smile. Under the watchful gaze of the little medical sage, Xiao Se unfurled his violet wings and soared out of the valley. He had already informed her about the contents of the other 2 stone boxes in the cave. Thus there was no need for secrecy. Exiting the valley, Xiao Se retracted his violet wings and switched to a swift pace. As he had yet to advance to doshi, and his cultivation was only at the intermediate yellow rank, he had little do-chi to spare. He hurried along the way, and by midday, Xiao Se finally arrived at the heart of the monster beast mountain range, halting his rapid steps. He suppressed his aura and landed atop a towering tree. Gazing up, his eyes swept over the majestic and perilous mountains in the distance, where a vast cave came into view. Concealed by the trees, a massive lion head adorned with horns faintly emerged at the entrance of the cave. Brother, is that the lair of the purple crystal wing Lion King? Long Kuei's soft voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Once I activate the Hanhai protective shield, you shall guide me into the cave. Together, we shall raid its lair. Xiao Se nodded, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. With a playful giggle, she advised, be cautious, dear brother. However, given the formidable strength of this beast, it might be prudent to summon Xiao Hong. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, she would be better equipped to protect you. Observing the faintly mischievous smile curling at Xiao Se's lips, Long Kuei sensed that the azure crystal wing Lion King was about to encounter misfortune. The Hanhai Qingquan Jacques gradually emerged from Xiao Se's brow, ascending to hover above his head, where it released a radiant azure barrier, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Long Kuei was now free to emerge. As Xiao Se's words faded, the enchanted sword upon his back shimmered with a brilliant white light, and the alluring Hong Kuei materialized before him. It has been a while. Long Kuei, Xiao Se greeted with a warm smile, opening his arms in embrace. Since 4 months prior, when Xiao Se had pulled Hong Kuei into the bath, she had not made a formal appearance. Indeed, it has been quite some time, brother, Hong Kuei replied, her cheeks flushing slightly at the embrace, before reciprocating with open arms. Chapter 47. The accompanying purple crystal source. Long Kuei, do you stand a chance against the azure crystal wing Lion King? Xiao Se inquired, his voice laced with hesitation. Long Kuei nodded briefly before shaking her head. I should be capable, but the rules of this realm are rather peculiar. As a mere soul entity, I cannot unleash my full power. At best, I can exhibit strength equivalent to a peak human Dohuang. And what about the power that is conjoined with me? Xiao Se pressed further. With a wry smile, Long Kuei shook her head. Your current physique and soul can only endure a minuscule fraction of my power. To some extent, it would even be easier to engage in combat independently. Realizing the implications, Xiao Se smiled. Then, let us not squander your strength. While we do not shy away from a fight, it is wise to outsmart our foes. Expending your precious soul energy over a trivial item within that beast's lair would be unwise. Indeed, I shall heed your counsel, Hong Kuei replied with a gentle nod. Xiao Se continued with seriousness. Although I have manifested the Hanhai protective barrier, the azure crystal wing Lion King cannot perceive our forms or detect our presence. There exists a limitation. Should I move over long distances, my internal energy will deplete swiftly. I will require your assistance to carry me over. Long Kuei acknowledged this with a solemn nod, swiftly lifting Xiao Se into her arms and soaring towards the lair of the azure crystal wing Lion King. Nestled in Hong Kuei's embrace, Xiao Se felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Being cradled in a princess carried by a girl was undeniably embarrassing. As they soared over the head of the azure crystal wing Lion King, there was not a hint of detection. They glided past the guarding beasts, the highest of which was merely at the 4th tier and utterly oblivious. In Long Kuei's embrace, Xiao Se entered the lair. a naturally formed cavern illuminated by the brilliance of many embedded purple crystals that radiated a bright violet glow. Casting a glance at the enchanting cave, Xiao Se couldn't help but marvel at nature's exquisite craftsmanship. With a soft chuckle, he shook his head, knowing he had no time to admire the cavern's beauty. He whispered, "Long Kuei, let us proceed. If we encounter a fork, we shall take the left path." "Understood," Hong Kuei replied, quickening her pace as they ventured deeper into the cave. Thanks to the Han Hai protective barrier concealing their presence, neither of them needed to worry about being discovered. After navigating through numerous passages, they finally arrived at a junction. With Xiao Se's guidance, Long Kuei darted into the left corridor without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, a stone platform formed from accumulated purple crystals came into view, upon which rested a basketball-sized purple orb quietly situated. "Is this the accompanying purple crystal source?" Xiao Se panted slightly, gazing at the orb that exuded a searing heat. "Brother, is this the item you seek? Would you like me to assist you in opening it?" Long Kuei inquired, observing the excitement on Xiao Se's face. Shaking his head, Xiao Se replied, "Brute force will not suffice. This object absorbs attacks and cannot be breached in such a manner. Only the purple spirit crystals that fall from the Azure Crystal Wing Lion King can break it open. We must first retrieve the purple spirit crystals from another passage. The young Azure Crystal Wing Lion King should be in that direction, and will undoubtedly be hiding the crystals." "Very well," Long Kuei nodded slightly, her form flickering as she carried Xiao Se out of the corridor, heading towards another passage. Moments later, their surroundings opened up again. In the center of the lair lay a diminutive Azure Crystal Wing Lion King, lazily dozing. Seeing the much smaller creature, a sly smile crept onto Xiao Se's lips. He then reached to his waist, producing a pale purple fruit that appeared in his hand, casually tossing it beyond the reach of the Han Hai protective barrier, where it landed beside the slumbering young lion. "Brother, what is this?" Long Kuei asked, eyeing the fruit with curiosity. This is a purple smoke fruit, favored by fire attribute beasts. I've infused it with a special sleeping powder and the essence of the aversion flower. This little one will be out for at least an hour after consuming it," Xiao Se chuckled. Ordinary sleeping powder would be ineffective against the third-tier Azure Crystal Wing Lion King, merely inducing a brief nap. However, concocting it from herbs aged over 1,000 years made all the difference. As the purple smoke fruit landed outside the Han Hai protective barrier, it immediately released a unique fragrance that wafted through the air. The young lion, enticed by the alluring aroma, stirred from its slumber. Just as it prepared to devour the fruit, an unusual red beam struck its forehead, causing the little lion to stiffen, its eyes rolling back as it collapsed into unconsciousness. Xiao Se heard Long Kuei's melodious voice beside him. "Brother, if you wish to put it to sleep, you need not go to such lengths." Turning his head to glance at Long Kuei, who was retracting her delicate hand, Xiao Se's lips twitched into a smile as he gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive." Approaching the spot where the small beast had been lying, Xiao Se tapped on the smooth, flat purple crystals, producing a resonant sound. At last, a hollow echo came from the edge of one crystal. Hearing the sound, Xiao Se's heart leaped with joy. He swiftly pried the purple crystal slab open, a blinding light bursting forth, the dazzling violet glow nearly blinding him. As the light subsided, a fist-sized diamond-shaped purple crystal came into view. "Is this the purple spirit crystal?" The energy within is indeed dense, though it pales in comparison to the accompanying purple crystal source, Long Kuei remarked, curiously inspecting the crystal. "Yes, let us depart quickly. We must retrieve the accompanying purple crystal source before that group of beasts realizes our presence," Xiao Se urged, nodding in agreement. With Long Kuei's assistance, they returned to the cavern where the accompanying purple crystal source was located. Without further hesitation, Xiao Se grasped the purple spirit crystal. Its pointed tip aimed downwards as he plunged it into the purple orb resting on the stone platform. Crack! The sound of shattering crystal echoed as a fissure spread across the surface of the orb. After a brief pause, it began to widen, culminating in a sudden explosion that created a small hole. Violet liquid seeped from the breach, and Xiao Se, quick on his feet, positioned 8 jade vials to catch the flowing essence. Simultaneously, the Azure Crystal Wing Lion King, resting at the entrance of the cave, sensed the disturbance within and abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing a deafening roar as it surged into the lair with the swiftness of a phantom. "Who dares to intrude upon my dominion? I shall see him perish." As the words left his lips, the amethyst-winged Lion King accelerated with renewed ferocity. Driven by the bond of blood, he hastened towards the fork in the path where his cub was located, only to find the young beast lying unconscious on the ground, with the amethyst crystal inexplicably vanished. After confirming that the cub was not in mortal peril, the amethyst-winged Lion King let out a sigh of relief. But then a sudden realization struck him, and he roared in fury. "This is bad," the concomitant amethyst source. With his enraged roar, he rushed towards another cavern along the fork. Chapter 48. The Departure of the Little Medicine Immortal. A deafening roar echoed throughout the cavern, causing the passageway to tremble violently, dust cascading from the ceiling. Hearing the distant yet approaching roar, Hong Kuei furrowed her brows and exclaimed anxiously, "Brother, that beast has discovered us." "Fear not. I have already collected everything." With a slight smile, Xiao Se completed the final vial of concomitant amethyst source, a mischievous grin playing upon his lips. He then retrieved a brush, dipped it in ink, and, recalling Xiao Yan's visage, leisurely painted his likeness on the most conspicuous part of the amethyst stone platform. Accompanied by the words, "Xiao Yan was here." Before long, the amethyst-winged Lion King arrived at the amethyst stone platform, staring at the shattered purple orb, devoid of any concomitant amethyst source. His eyes nearly bulged with rage, and upon seeing the ghastly face of Xiao Yan painted on the platform, his fury surged, unleashing a torrent of scorching purple flames that obliterated the stone platform. "Ah, Xiao Yan, how I long to see you dead." The amethyst-winged Lion King roared to the heavens, venting his wrath before turning away. He resolved to issue a death order beneath the Beast Mountain range, vowing to hunt Xiao Yan to the ends of the earth. In a corner of the cavern, Xiao Se and Hong Kuei remained concealed within the protective barrier of the vast sea, completely undetected by the amethyst-winged Lion King. "Brother, you are quite the rascal." Hong Kuei laughed softly, covering her crimson lips. "Ha, that Xiao Yan fellow is no saint, so it suits me to let him take the blame," Xiao Se chuckled. Gradually approaching the shattered amethyst stone platform, he took out a jade vial, covered his right hand with the fire-eating Jiao beast flames, and collected a small handful of purple fire into the vial. "Brother, what do you intend to do with that flame? Without the amethyst-winged Lion King's fighting spirit to sustain it, it will extinguish in a few hours. Even if you refine it, it would be a futile endeavor." Unable to unleash its full potential, Hong Kuei remarked, slightly puzzled at Xiao Se's actions. "It is precisely due to its weakness that it is easier to absorb. Once I return, I will refine it within my body, and subsequently use the concomitant amethyst source to cultivate a new purple fire seed, which I can then consume." Xiao Se explained patiently with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Long Kuei's eyes brightened with understanding, and she stepped forward, wrapping her delicate arms around Xiao Se's neck, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly brilliant." "Yes," Xiao Se accepted her praise with a smile, not deigning to admit he had borrowed a trick from the original work of Xiao Yan. With a vast sea barrier cloaking their presence, the duo successfully exited the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair. However, upon witnessing the chaos unfolding in the vicinity, they realized the magnitude of the trouble they had stirred. Shaking his head in astonishment, Xiao Se felt little turmoil within. Chaos was merely chaos, and it had little bearing on him. He swiftly made his way towards the valley. Before long, just before nightfall, they returned to the valley. "Little Medicine Immortal, I have returned." The amethyst-winged flame was absorbed into his body as Xiao Se joyfully dashed into the wooden cabin, only to find it utterly deserted. Even the Little Medicine Immortal's room devoid of any trace of her presence. "Little Medicine Immortal, Little Medicine Immortal," Xiao Se called out, his voice resonating throughout the valley. Yet there was no response. "Brother, I explored the valley, and it appears the Little Medicine Immortal has already departed. Could she have gone out?" Long Kuei's melodic voice wafted from the magic sword, drifting beside Xiao Se. Xiao Se shook his head in disappointment. "I sensed something was off during breakfast, but my eagerness for the concomitant amethyst source clouded my thoughts. Perhaps she truly has left, not wishing to burden me." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Xiao Se turned and hastily re-entered the wooden cabin. Underneath the teapot on the wooden table, he finally discovered a letter pressed beneath it, alongside two small vials, one black and one white. Opening the envelope, he beheld a neat script that read, "Xiao Se, by the time you read this letter, I fear I will have already departed. Thank you for the companionship over the past month. It has been the happiest time of my life. Living in this valley with you forever might have been delightful, but it seems I truly cannot rid myself of the poison. In my youth, I once experienced an outbreak of my cursed poison body, resulting in the death of my parents and the entire village. I am destined to be a harbinger of misfortune. I do not know when my cursed poison body might erupt again, so to avoid dragging you down, I must choose to leave. Forgive my selfishness. I will do my utmost to seek the materials you mentioned. The method for the poison pill may be challenging, but I still hold hope for the soul bone and poison fruit. If I one day find any of these items, I will come to seek you. So please do not disdain me for being a poison master. By the way, the black vial contains poison, a potent toxin capable of threatening even a Dowan. It is from the Xiantian treasure record you provided. The white vial is the antidote I concocted myself, so be careful not to mix them up, or you might find yourself poisoned. Yours, Little Medicine Immortal. Contemplating the letter left by the Little Medicine Immortal, Xiao Se's emotions were tumultuous as he picked up the 2 vials, murmuring, "There are no soul bones or poison fruits in this world. Where will you search for them? Brother, has the Little Medicine Immortal truly left?" Unbeknownst to him, Long Kuei had approached Xiao Se, concern etched in her features. "Jis, Xiao Se replied softly," nodding as he handed the letter to Long Kuei. Having accompanied Xiao Se for over half a year, she had learned to read the characters of the Doqi continent. After reading the letter, Long Kuei exhaled deeply, lamenting, "The Little Medicine Immortal is truly a wonderful girl." Indeed, Xiao Se nodded solemnly, suppressing his sadness. Suddenly, his expression turned resolute as he declared, "This is not the time for sorrow. Whether for reviving you or aiding the Little Medicine Immortal in overcoming her cursed poison body, I must grow stronger." Observing Xiao Se's newfound determination, Long Kuei smiled and nodded, making a gesture of encouragement. "Then let us strive together, brother." Jis, Xiao Se replied gravely. Retrieving the jade vial containing the purple fire, as well as the pulse-protecting pill and ice spirit pill, it was time for him to refine the second beast fire. A month later, atop the summit of the valley, on a steep cliff, Xiao Se suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with purple flames. "I did it!" A surge of joy flooded his heart. The vortex of Doqi, having transformed into a bluish-white hue from devouring the fire-eating Jiao's origin beast fire, now housed a thumb-sized seed of purple fire, swirling amidst the vortex like a sun surrounded by planets, beautiful and magnificent. Just as he was about to share his elation with Long Kuei, Xiao Se's expression abruptly changed, sensing a sudden influx of energy from the heavens and earth rushing towards him. "Brother, are you about to break through?" The sudden upheaval within the realm of the magic sword instilled a blend of trepidation and exhilaration in Long Kuei's heart. Although she had previously witnessed Xiao's breakthrough, it had been confined to the level of a fighter. The leap to a master fighter undoubtedly posed substantial risks. "Yes, I shall transcend to master fighter," Xiao declared, unfurling his violet wings and plunging down into the valley. The energy of the cosmos within the valley was exceptionally dense, making it an ideal locale for his imminent breakthrough. Chapter 49, Ascension to Master Fighter. Upon reaching the valley floor, Xiao Se promptly seated himself before the wooden cabin, forming a meditative seal with his hands and delving his consciousness deep within. As he entered a state of cultivation, the abundant energy of the cosmos surged with growing intensity, transforming him into a vortex, immersed in a sea of celestial energy as torrents of energy surged relentlessly into his being. To harness such immense energy proved to be a formidable challenge. In a state of impatience, Xiao Se resorted to swallowing a pulse protection pill, guiding the energy into his body in small increments. Meanwhile, he allowed the residual energy to swirl chaotically within him, protected by the pill's energy shield. Although this erratic energy posed little risk of severe harm, the pain it inflicted was far from bearable for an ordinary person. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Se persevered through the torment, meticulously directing the celestial energy into his meridians. Under the influence of the burning decision technique, it was refined into the purest form of fighting energy, ultimately channeled into the fighting energy cyclone. As the robust fighting energy flowed in, the cyclone surrounding the violet flame seed began to spin at an ever-increasing velocity, deepening in hue and eventually secreting tiny droplets of liquid. Outside the valley, as the cyclone within Xiao Se accelerated, the force of his body's absorption intensified, transforming the invisible energy of the cosmos into wisps of pale blue mist that circled around him, forming a brilliant energy curtain several feet long. With his mind wandering within, Xiao Se distinctly sensed the fighting energy cyclone contracting, yet its contained energy grew ever more potent. Simultaneously, his physical form underwent a sublime transformation, an exhilarating sensation that nearly compelled him to vocalize his delight. After a considerable duration, as the cyclone shrank to the size of his palm, it came to a standstill, now filled with pearly droplets. Gazing at the halted cyclone within, Xiao Se could not suppress a smile of joy, his eyes suddenly wide open. a formidable aura erupting from his being, causing his long hair to dance as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough to Master Fighter. A system patch has been awarded. Would you like to install it? Please install the patch, Xiao Se replied, momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. Ding! Patch loading. Estimated time, 1 hour. Feeling the burgeoning aura within, Longue, who had been patiently waiting beside him, finally relaxed her taut expression, breaking into a gentle smile. Brother, congratulations on becoming a Master Fighter. Indeed, Xiao Se nodded with a smile, retracting his overwhelming aura, rising slowly to caress Longue's delicate cheek. The path of cultivation was often lonely and monotonous, yet having such a devoted companion by his side filled him with immense gratitude. In nearly 7 months, he had transformed from a fighter into a master fighter. It would be an understatement to say he was not exhilarated. Offering Longue a warm smile, he eagerly approached a massive boulder, clenched his fist, and felt an unprecedented surge of strength welling within. The cyclone within his body spun rapidly, and the tiny droplets of liquid energy coursed through his meridians, manifesting as a pale blue fighting energy enveloping his form, creating a gossamer-like garment that flickered with ethereal flames. The liquidification of fighting energy and the ethereal garment were hallmarks of a master fighter. Xiao Se's current garment, born from the burning decision technique's consumption of beast fire, was far superior to ordinary fighting energy garments, imbued with the essence of a fifth-tier fire-devouring beast. Standing firm, Xiao Se abruptly raised his right fist, wreathed in pale blue flames, and struck fiercely at the boulder. Explosive fist. As he bellowed, his right arm bulged with veins, unleashing a sharp and searing force that crashed into the stone. Upon impact, a deep imprint was left, and after a brief moment, a spiderweb of cracks radiated from the point of contact, spreading until the entire boulder shattered with a resounding boom, fracturing into hundreds of pieces. The explosive fist, a low-level Xian-tier fighting technique, contained both a visible and a hidden force. The external force attacked outward, while the internal force acted within, incorporating an explosive effect. Purchased from a Might auction house, it resembled a simplified version of the advanced Xian-tier technique, 8 Extremes Collapse. However, Xiao Se had now mastered it to perfection, its power, when combined with beast fire, surpassing that of ordinary mid-level Xian-tier techniques. Wow, brother, you've grown so strong, Longue exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she watched Xiao Se shatter the boulder. She leaped forward, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck and playfully hanging from him. Indeed, both my attack power and speed, as well as strength and explosiveness, have significantly improved, Xiao Se chuckled, embracing Longue around the waist and spinning her around before gently setting her down. Then, brother, are you ready to consume the purple fire now? Longue inquired, adjusting his slightly disheveled clothing with a smile. Xiao Se shook his head. The fire seed is still quite weak. It likely cannot elevate my technique to the advanced yellow tier just yet. Now that I have ascended to Master Fighter, my body can endure much more. So I shall cultivate for a while longer before consuming it. An hour can feel long or short. And as Xiao Se reveled in the newfound strength that came with becoming a Master Fighter, time slipped away quietly. Ding! System patch loading complete. Ding! System personal panel automatically opened. Host Xiao Se. Gender, male. Age, 12. Cultivation, 1-star Master Fighter. Fighting energy attribute, fire, with a hint of wood attribute. Techniques, burning decision, intermediate yellow tier. Return to Yuan's soul decision, unknown grade. Fighting techniques, crimson flame, sword advanced Xian tier. Ethereal smoke step advanced Xian tier. Raging lion's roar advanced Xian tier. Concealing breath decision, unknown grade. Skyrending leg. Exchange times, 0. System warehouse. Celestial bottle, burning decision. Return to Yuan soul decision. Crimson flame sword. Ethereal smoke step. Concealing breath decision. System. I see that the panel hasn't updated. Is it not similar to the last one? What new features have been added? Xiao Se queried in confusion. Ding. The system has added a X-ray vision feature. X-ray vision? Xiao Se's eyes lit up at the revelation, an unwholesome thought unexpectedly surfacing in his mind. Ding. Activating X-ray vision. As the system notification faded, a fleeting glimmer of white light passed through Xiao Se's eyes. Xiao Se decided that this ability would rot in his heart, even if he were killed in the future. Chapter 50 Xun Anomaly. As a breakthrough fighter in cultivation, Xiao Se no longer has the idea of staying here and is preparing to move on to the next station. The next morning, after resting all night, Xiao Se packed up and paid his respects, closed the doors and windows, and left this small valley where he had lived for nearly 2 months with his magic sword on his back. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Xiao Se traveled while cultivating the purple fire seed, which was accompanied by the birth of purple crystal source. Finally, on the day before leaving the Warcraft Mountains, Xiao Se cultivated the purple fire seed inside his body to the limit that his body could withstand. After devouring the purple fire, he successfully upgraded the burning death to the yellow rank advanced, and his cultivation level was also increased by 1 star, and he was promoted to the 2-star dosher. On a mountain range in the eastern outskirts of the Warcraft Mountains, Xiao Se holds a map in his hand and is carefully examining it. This map was originally purchased at the MIT auction house and depicts most of the information in the eastern part of the Warcraft Mountains and surrounding towns. Brother, is it almost time to leave the Warcraft Mountains? In the midst of the magic sword, the graceful shadow of the dragon, Sunflower, slowly floated out and landed beside Xiao Se, affectionately embracing his arm. Well, if we hurry, it may take a few more days. But with purple cloud wings, as long as we cross the abyss ahead, we can leave the Warcraft Mountains directly before dark. Xiao Se smiled faintly and slowly rolled up the map, murmuring with a smile. Just as Xiao Se was about to include the map in his ring, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. The 1-month period has arrived. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an opportunity to exchange. System, just exchange this map in my hand for it. Holding the map in his hand, Xiao Se lifted it lightly and shouted in his mind. Xiao Se has always been a person who is strict with himself. After leaving the Warcraft Mountains, not far away is Blackrock City, and then taking a flying warcraft can reach the Taggart Desert. Therefore, this map is no longer useful. In the spirit of waste utilization, it is better to exchange it directly. Congratulations to the host for exchanging the small moon earth bag of Gu Suner in the sky-breaking world. The Xiao family in Wutan City. As evening approaches, the sun sets in the west, and the sunset glow in the west, like a girl's plain cloud-colored skirt, sways slightly in the wind. On the peaceful roof of the backyard, a beautiful and graceful curve stood gracefully. The gentle breeze blowing towards them made the 3,000 green threads sway slowly, and the hem of the skirt swayed tightly against the girl's graceful curve, appearing curvaceous and charming. The girl was dressed in a light purple long dress, calmly gazing at the sunset in the west. Her temperament was cool and elegant, like a blooming secular lotus, noble and not dusty. At this moment, the girl was slightly furrowing her black eyebrows, and a hint of sadness flashed in her beautiful autumn water eyes, as if she had something on her mind. After a moment of silence, Suner suddenly spoke up with a light and ethereal voice, giving people a feeling of being cleansed of their souls. Ling Lao, come out. As the girl's words fell, a black mist mysteriously emerged from the underground in the courtyard, and finally slowly condensed into a black shadow. This black shadow was none other than Ling Ying, who was responsible for secretly protecting Suner. Miss, looking at the graceful figure on the roof, Ling Ying knelt on one knee and spoke in a cold yet respectful tone. Ling Lao, how is brother Xiao Yan? Suner glanced coldly at Ling Ying and asked calmly, please redeem the old slave for his incompetence. We have not found a reason. Young Master Xiao Yan has been practicing for more than half a year, but he has always been stuck in the spirit of 3 stages of struggle, unable to make any progress. Ling Ying heard Suner ask Xiao Yan again, and her old face couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yeah, then you go down. To Ling Ying's surprise, Suner did not blame him this time. Old slave resigns. Ling Ying nodded slightly. Just as Ling Ying stood up and wanted to escape into the darkness, Suner's gentle voice sounded again, and so on. Miss, what are your instructions? Restoring the posture of kneeling on one knee, Ling Ying respectfully spoke. After hesitating for a moment, Suner slowly spoke up. How is cousin Xiao Se? Since more than half a year ago, when the Xiao family held a meeting and Xiao Se sat beside her humming an inexplicable nursery rhyme, Suner's heart had been completely in turmoil. Although she was unfamiliar with this nursery rhyme, it made her feel incredibly comfortable, as if she had heard it before. Bleak? Ling Ying frowned upon hearing this. When did her young lady become interested in someone other than Xiao Yan again? After hesitating for a moment, she truthfully reported that Xiao Se seemed to have left Wutan City. Have you left Wutan City? When did you leave? Where did he go? Upon hearing that Xiao Se had already left, Suner turned around and leaped lightly, her figure slowly landing in front of Ling Ying, and asked urgently. The old slave only found out a few months after he left, so he was not sure where he had gone. However, he learned from the guard at the east gate of Wutan City that about 6 months ago, a young man wearing a black robe and a half-face mask had gone there. His figure was very similar to that of Xiao Se, and the old slave guessed that he might have gone to the east of the Warcraft Mountains. Ling Ying shook her head and patiently explained. Warcraft Mountain? Has it been so long since he left 6 months ago? Suner's face was gloomy, and for some unknown reason, she felt a certain sadness in her heart. It's like losing something important. There's nothing else, you can go down. Sun Er raised her hand lightly, turned around, and walked into the house in a daze. Watching Sun Er's sudden transformation, Ling Ying sighed, and her figure turned into black mist, disappearing in place. In the boudoir, Sun Er's jade hand covered the slightly stuffy flower bud on her chest and slowly walked to the edge of the bed, just as she wanted to lie down and rest. She felt a chill in her chest, hard and uncomfortable. Sun Er was suddenly shocked, and then reached out to undo her waist belt, took off her shirt, and her pretty face turned pink with a brush. At some point, her cute Wen Yuexiong had turned into a piece of parchment. ID. Congratulations to the host for exchanging Sun Er's little moon earth bag. Holy crap, listening to the prompt sound of the system. Xiao Se cursed softly and didn't choose to take it out of the system warehouse and throw it away. Now, that lone Kuei is still by his side. He doesn't want to be misunderstood as a pervert. Before dark, Xiao Se smoothly left the eastern part of the Warcraft Mountains, rested for a night, and finally arrived at Black Rock the next morning. After paying the entrance fee and passing through the somewhat dark city wall passage, Xiao Se's vision suddenly became clear. After several months, Xiao Se returned to human society again. The noisy and piercing voices made Xiao Se's head slightly swollen. Brother, are we going to take the flying warcraft directly to the Taggart Desert now? In my heart, the soft voice of the dragon Sunflower suddenly rang out. Xiao Se shook his head and replied, first go to the Medicine Refiners Guild and get a second-class alchemist exam. To devour the strange fire, 3 things are needed: nascent spirit, 5th grade blood lotus pill, and cold spring. I have basically gathered all the materials for the blood lotus pill in the Warcraft Mountain, but I still need a 3rd level magic core. As for nascent spirit and cold spring, they have not been found yet. With the identity of an alchemist, collecting these things should be much easier. Chapter 51, Pharmacist Guild. He, brother, can even refine the 3rd grade Qi returning pill now. There must be no problem. Upon hearing that Xiao Se intended to take the alchemist examination, Long Kuei's enchanting eyes immediately glimmered with admiration. This was her brother, a prodigy who, at the tender age of not even 13, had already attained the rank of Dome Master and was capable of concocting 3rd grade elixirs. Smiling at Long Kuei's praise, Xiao Se Diman Saident, his rapid advancement in alchemical skills, without any guidance, could be entirely attributed to the memory of a 6th grade alchemist and the soul cultivation technique known as the return to origin soul decision. If, after breaking through to the Dome Master level, he could not produce 3rd grade elixirs, it would be better for him to perish. As he walked through the bustling streets, he inquired about the location of the Alchemist Guild. Upon learning that Xiao Se was headed there, everyone he encountered exhibited expressions of astonishment and envy, which only amused him further. After navigating through several alleys, Xiao Se soon halted in front of a building that resembled a medicinal cauldron, the Alchemist Guild. His gaze shifted to the golden plaque above the entrance, and he murmured to himself before stepping inside. Approaching the entrance, Xiao Se was predictably stopped by 2 fully armed guards. Young man, this is the Alchemist Guild. Do you possess a letter of introduction from a mentor? Xiao Se shook his head, extending his right hand, for which a wisp of purple-green flame elegantly rose. While I do not have an introduction letter, I possess this. The guards were taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief as they rubbed their eyes, their expressions quickly becoming vacant. I'm not a 4th grade alchemist. I merely wish to participate in the alchemist examination. May I enter now? With a casual flick of his wrist, he absorbed the beast fire back into his body and spoke with a calm demeanor. Of course, esteemed sir, please, the guards responded, snapping out of their stupor. They looked at Xiao Se with newfound respect and admiration, recognizing that the ability to condense real fire was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary alchemist. Xiao Se nodded slowly and proceeded into the guild. Just as he crossed the threshold, a melodious female voice echoed behind him, growing closer. Teacher, hurry up. You promised to take me to see the alchemist examination today. Oh, you impetuous girl, are you in such a rush to be reborn? Came the old man's teasing voice, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Xiao Se turned to see a portly elder accompanied by a charming young girl. The elder moved with a languid gait. Perhaps due to his considerable girth, he needed to catch his breath after every few steps. Yet, none among the passers-by dared to mock him. For a badge adorned with 4 silver stripes, a mark of a 4th grade alchemist, was displayed prominently on his chest. A 4th grade alchemist? Could this be Otto from the original story? Xiao Se pondered, momentarily surprised, before shifting his gaze to the impatiently urging girl beside the elder. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a fair and strikingly beautiful face. Though petite, her figure was well-proportioned, and while she might not surpass Long Kuei in beauty, she was undeniably captivating. Particularly, Her curvaceous form drew the attention of the surrounding males. Gradually withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Se showed no inclination to greet them and continued onward into the guild. The girl, noticing Xiao Se's scrutinizing gaze, was incensed when he averted his eyes without a second thought. How could someone disregard her beauty, which she took immense pride in? She quickly approached the guard at the entrance and exclaimed, "Hey, who was that kid who just went in? He didn't even acknowledge my teacher's presence." Miss Lin Fei, that gentleman just now is here to take the alchemist examination. We witnessed him condensing real fire, one of the guards replied. Despite the girl's brusque tone, the guards dared not retaliate, as she was the disciple of Otto, the vice president and a fourth-grade alchemist of the Black Rock City Guild. Real fire? Ridiculous. Only someone my teacher's caliber could achieve that. You must have been deceived by that boy. Lin Fei scoffed, dismissing their claims. Xiao Se appeared several years younger than her, and she believed it nearly impossible for him to condense real fire, let alone become a first-grade alchemist. Child, are you once again flaunting your authority? The portly elder finally caught up. Master Otto, the guards greeted him with a respectful bow. How could that be? Just a moment ago, these two claimed that the young man who entered could condense real fire, yet he looks no older than 15 or 16. It's impossible. Lin Fei shrugged disdainfully. Otto smiled gently at the guards before turning to Lin Fei, his tone earnest. One should not judge by appearances. If he truly can condense real fire, then even if he is not a fourth-grade alchemist, passing the examination will be well within his grasp. Oh, Lin Fei replied dismissively, clearly unconvinced by Otto's words. Otto was unperturbed. Facts would speak for themselves. If the young man indeed had the skill, Lin Fei would inevitably shed her dismissive attitude. He then affectionately ruffled her hair and stepped into the guild. Meanwhile, Xiao Se had entered the guild, guided by a woman in green to the registration counter. The woman retrieved a piece of yellowed parchment and, with a graceful grip on her pen, looked up at Xiao Se with a warm smile. "Sir, please provide your name, age, and your teacher's name for registration." Xiao Se, 16 years old. "My teacher is Old Luo," he replied after a moment's hesitation, opting to misrepresent his age. 16? The woman in green was visibly taken aback, impressed by his age, yet harboring no doubts. Although Xiao Se stood over 1.7 meters tall, his youthful visage could easily pass for someone much younger than 16. After contemplating for a moment, just as she was about to write, she realized that there was no record of an alchemist named Old Luo in the entire Jiamar Empire. She then awkwardly stated, "Sir, there is currently no alchemist by the name of Old Luo recorded within the Jiamar Empire. My teacher is modest and indifferent to fame. It is only natural that you are unaware of him. Is it not the case that one only needs to pass the examination to receive the alchemist badge?" Xiao Se feigned anger, furrowing his brow. Of course. The woman, Pan Duo, panicked slightly at his faux anger. Not having a teacher's name is acceptable. You only need to pass the examination. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se's expression relaxed, and he nodded with a smile, awaiting the next steps. Soon, Pan Duo completed the registration form with practiced ease, gathered the items on the counter, and respectfully led Xiao Se to the examination room, where he received his examination number before entering. Chapter 52. How infuriating. He has once again been tricked. Upon entering the examination venue, Xiao Se found the hall bustling with numerous people engaged in hushed discussions. At the front of the hall sat two elderly men, each adorned with a fourth-grade alchemist badge. One was Otto, whom Xiao Se had seen earlier, while the other was a leaner elder. Listening to their conversation, Xiao Se finally recalled the identity of this secondary character, Faklan, the president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild. Beside Otto, Lin Fei occasionally pointed at Xiao Se, prompting Otto to offer an apologetic smile, which left Xiao Se feeling rather exasperated. In the center of the grand hall, there were over 10 separate stone platforms, each adorned with an array of medicinal herbs and alchemical apparatus. At that moment, 5 eager young individuals stood within the confines of these platforms. Faklan, I hear you have recently taken on a disciple? Otto cast a friendly glance towards Xiao Se and turned to Faklan with a smile. "Huh, you old rascal have taken Lin Fei as your apprentice. Do you think I am not allowed to accept a student as well? Let me tell you, that girl Xiu Mai possesses remarkable talent. It won't be long before she surpasses both of us old fellows," Faklan replied, stroking his beard with a jovial demeanor. Surpassing is welcome. However, the Alchemist Guild in Black Rock City is currently in a transitional phase, relying solely on the two of us. I fear that the resources allocated from headquarters will dwindle further. Otto sighed, his gaze sweeping over the 5 individuals at the stone platforms, tinged with a sense of disappointment. When his eyes fell upon Xiao Se, his expression softened somewhat, silently hoping that this young lad might bring him some surprises. Noticing Otto's gaze, Xiao Se nodded slightly in acknowledgement, offering a smile in return. Lin Fei, standing behind Otto, observed the exchange between Xiao Se and her mentor and felt a surge of frustration. She pointed at Xiao Se and exclaimed, "Teacher, this brat pretended to be a fourth-grade alchemist and deceived the guild's guards, yet you still smile at him." Hearing the accusation of impersonation, Faklan set down the teacup he had just raised, furrowing his brow. The Alchemist Guild maintained a strict zero-tolerance policy towards anyone who impersonated an alchemist. He then coldly remarked, "Is it true that such a thing occurred?" Seeing his old friend's anger, Otto quickly interjected, "Faklan, do not heed this troublesome girl's words. That young man merely condensed real fire. He never claimed to be a fourth-grade alchemist." Realizing she had misspoken and nearly caused undue trouble over a trivial misunderstanding, Lin Fei promptly shut her mouth and refrained from further comment. Real fire? Faklan's brows relaxed, and his eyes sparkled with interest. He rummaged through the table until he finally located Xiao Se's file. Chuckling, "Xiao Se, just 16 years old. If he truly can condense real fire, even if he does not pass today's assessment, our guild in Blackrock City should still make an effort to recruit him." Naturally, Otto said, patting his round belly with a grin. Before long, the assessment time arrived. Otto glanced at the hourglass on the table, turning to Faklan with a serious expression. "President, the time has come." Faklan nodded lightly, rising in unison with Otto, proclaiming, "Now, I declare the first-grade alchemist assessment officially begins." With a resounding clang, Otto struck a nearby gong, then flipped the hourglass to start the countdown. As the assessment commenced, Xiao Se casually shrugged, walking towards his designated platform according to his number. He picked up the parchment on the platform, glancing at it to find a recipe for a medicinal concoction called Qi-enhancing powder, which could elevate the strength of a fighter in the Do Qi stage to that of a Do master for a short duration. Among first-grade pills, it was considered relatively easy to concoct. However, for a newcomer participating in the alchemist assessment for the first time, the difficulty was substantial. "Should I show off a bit?" Xiao Se mused under his breath, glancing at the 3 herbs on the platform. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, reminding himself to remain low-key and not to let a little prowess go to his head. He then placed his right palm over one of the fire ports of the cauldron, infusing it with Do Qi, his spiritual perception penetrating within. With a loud bang, deep yellow flames erupted from the cauldron, and he systematically added the herbs, which soon transformed into a medicinal liquid. From the prominent seats at the top of the hall, Otto and Faklan watched intently as the assessment unfolded, their focus fixed on Xiao Se. His adept control of the flames and the fluidity with which he handled the herbs made him appear as if he were a master alchemist with decades of experience. Marvelous. If this lad is not merely putting on a show, then Blackrock City has indeed struck gold, Faklan remarked, pinching his beard with an expression of enjoyment. For an alchemist, witnessing a master concocting pills could be considered a true delight. Indeed, but let us not forget that the young man has yet to utilize real fire, Otto interjected, patting his round belly with a smile. "Are you suggesting that Xiao Se is concealing his true capabilities?" Faklan asked, somewhat astonished. "Quite possibly. We shall see. If he can truly condense real fire, he will undoubtedly participate in the second-grade alchemist assessment," Otto replied with a grin. "Second-grade alchemist? I shall eagerly await that," Faklan laughed, falling silent as he continued to observe Xiao Se's alchemical process. Lin Fei, standing nearby, listened to the conversation between the 2 fourth-grade alchemists, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she pondered, could he truly be that impressive? Before long, the assessment concluded. As customary, Faklan and Otto, the guild as president and vice president, stood to examine the pills crafted by the candidates. As they had anticipated, none of the first 5 had succeeded in producing a pill. When it came to the 6th candidate, Xiao Se, the 2 men approached with trepidation, lifting the jade vial from the platform to inspect the potion he had concocted. Removing the cork, they tilted the vial into their hands, and Otto and Faklan's pupils dilated in shock as they exclaimed, "Xiao Se, Qi-enhancing powder, flawless." In an instant, the hall fell into a profound silence, the air thick with astonishment as all eyes turned toward Xiao Se, gazing at him as if he were a marvel. Even Lin Fei and the other candidates who had failed shared the same expression. It is well known that potions are categorized from 1st to 9th grade, and within each grade, there are further distinctions in quality: low grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and flawless. To concoct a high-grade potion signifies a pivotal achievement within the realm of alchemy, while flawless denotes perfection, the quality reaching an impeccable standard with a 100% efficacy. While creating Qi-enhancing powder is not overly difficult, as nearly every individual who holds an alchemist badge can do so with ease, Achieving a flawless quality is an entirely different matter. Even some third-grade alchemists would hesitate to claim they could produce a flawless qi-enhancing powder. This feat demands not only talent and skill, but also the passage of time and experience. Without these, even with the guidance of a renowned mentor, reaching such heights is an endeavor few can attain lightly. Chapter 53, Second Grade Alchemist, Part 1. Masters, may I inquire if I have passed the assessment? Xiao Se asked calmly, taking in the astonished gazes of those around him. Passed. Of course you have. If you had not, there would surely be whispers of corruption within the Blackrock City Alchemist Guild. Faklan responded, quickly rousing from his shock. Congratulations, Xiao Se. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as a first-grade alchemist. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted with looks of envy and admiration directed at Xiao Se. Achieving the status of a first-grade alchemist at such a young age was nothing short of extraordinary. Haha, well done, young man. It is rare to find an alchemist capable of producing flawless qi-enhancing powder. Even some third-grade alchemists struggle to achieve that, Otto said, shaking off his astonishment and clapping Xiao Se on the shoulder with hearty laughter. At some point, Lin Fei had moved beside Xiao Se, wrapping her arm around his, exclaiming, Xiao Se, you are truly incredible. At just 16, you've managed to concoct a flawless first-grade pill. This is a record that hasn't been seen in Blackrock City for a century. Feeling the softness in the girl's embrace and the subtle fragrance that emanated from her, Xiao Se couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, secretly lamenting in his heart how swiftly this woman could change her demeanor. Just moments ago, she had regarded him with suspicion, as if he were a charlatan. Now, in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a smitten admirer. Without lingering too long in the warmth of the girl's embrace, Xiao Se withdrew his arm and respectfully saluted Otto and Forkland, inquiring, Masters, may I continue my assessment for the rank of second-tier alchemist? As soon as Xiao Se's words fell, the entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Lin Fei slightly parted her alluring red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Who would have imagined that this youth, whom she had so openly doubted, and even suspected of being a fraud, not only effortlessly concocted a flawless first-tier elixir to pass the examination, but now also intended to apply for the second-tier alchemist assessment? What kind of monster had she encountered today? The term monster echoed, not only in Lin Fei's mind, but also in the thoughts of everyone present. A 16-year-old first-tier alchemist was already a rarity in the Gamma Empire, but a 16-year-old second-tier alchemist was nearly impossible to find even across the entire northwestern continent. The prerequisite for becoming a second-tier alchemist was to attain the rank of Battle Master. Even setting aside other qualifications, a 16-year-old Battle Master was truly a formidable existence. After a moment, Otto was the first to regain his composure, his expression a mixture of astonishment and pride as he turned to Forkland with a smile, saying, What do you think, Forkland? I told you this little fellow would certainly participate in the second-tier alchemist assessment. Indeed, Forkland nodded in astonishment, then turned to Xiao Se with solemnity. Do you genuinely wish to take the second-tier alchemist examination? The criteria for this assessment not only require the ability to concoct a second-tier elixir, but also necessitate that one's own strength reaches the Battlemaster level. Xiao Se did not respond verbally, but instead demonstrated his capabilities through action. Suddenly extending his right arm, he clenched his fist, and a thin layer of gauze-like energy enveloped his body, with wisps of purple flame occasionally flickering above it. The manifestation of battle chi as gauze confirmed his status as a powerful battlemaster. In the hall, gasps of astonishment erupted, and the gazes of all present shifted from admiration and envy to awe and reverence toward Xiao Se. Please follow me, my young friend, Forkland said, taking a deep breath and gesturing for Xiao Se to follow. At that moment, he seemed to foresee Xiao Se's rise to prominence, predicting that it would unleash a powerful storm across the Gamma Empire and the entire Duki continent. Then I shall trouble you, Master, Xiao Se replied, bowing slightly before following Forkland out of the hall. All right, although you did not pass the assessment today, do not be disheartened. Strive for success in the next examination to become a true first-tier alchemist. Otto encouraged the disappointed newcomers with a look of astonishment before also departing. Teacher, I will go too, Lin Fei exclaimed, hastily running after her departing mentor. As Otto walked with a slightly hurried pace, he reminded, You may go, but once there, do not cause any disturbances, and certainly do not speak. Otherwise, I will punish you with 1,000 repetitions of the alchemical formula. I know. Hurry on. Lin Fei pouted, playfully pushing Otto's plump figure as they hurried forward. Before long, they arrived at another hall, even more luxurious than the previous one. This will be your assessment content, Forkland indicated towards a stone platform ahead. Xiao Se nodded slightly, approaching the stone platform to examine the alchemical formula laid out before him. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The formula was for a second-tier elixir, the bone growth pill, known for its excellent healing properties. Xiao Se had already concocted a significant quantity of these back in the Monster Mountain range. Well then, Xiao Se, are you ready? Forkland inquired with a smile. Stroking his beard. I am ready at any time, Xiao Se replied. Having organized 3 sets of the necessary herbs and conducted a brief inspection of the alchemical equipment to ensure everything was in order. Then let us commence, Forkland declared, waving his hand. A protective barrier enveloped Xiao Se and the stone platform, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Otto. Otto nodded, producing a crystal hourglass that he set upside down on a nearby table, indicating that the assessment was about to begin. Xiao Se took a deep breath, raised his palm, and with a flicker of thought, a swirl of purple-green flames erupted from his palm. This was a newly formed flame, a fusion of the devouring purple fire and the fire of a 5th-tier devouring fire serpent. Its power nearly doubled compared to the original. Since he intended to acquire materials for the devouring exotic fire in front of Otto and Forkland, he had no need to conceal his strength. Boom! As Xiao Se's palm reached out, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, and the surging purple-green flames suddenly erupted from the cauldron. Under the control of his spiritual perception, the previously tumultuous flames within the cauldron quieted down, becoming remarkably gentle, devoid of their earlier ferocity. Outside the protective barrier, Forkland, Otto, and Lin Fei's eyes widened in shock the moment the purple-green flames soared from Xiao Se's palm. Although they had heard tales of Xiao Se's ability to conjure real fire, witnessing it firsthand left them utterly astounded. She can actually summon real fire. Lin Fei gasped, her captivating red lips parting slightly. Her gaze drawn back to Xiao Se's fair and handsome face, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Is this an exotic fire? Otto exclaimed, equally astonished. Forkland shook his head gravely, stating, no, this does not appear to be an exotic fire, but rather a type of beast fire. Have you forgotten? The young princess of the Gamma Empire also possesses a type of beast fire. But it seems Xiao Se's beast fire is even more powerful than that of Princess Yao Yu. Upon hearing this, Otto's eyes lit up with understanding as he focused intently on Xiao Se's fluid alchemical movements. Before long, the elixir was successfully concocted. Masters, it is ready. Xiao Se gently extracted the elixir from the cauldron, presenting it with his palm open before the two. Otto and Forkland rushed forward, their pupils contracting in astonishment as they exclaimed in unison, the bone growth pill, flawless. Xiao Se, would you be interested in joining our Black Rock City Alchemist Guild? Once you advance to the rank of 4th-tier alchemist, I will promptly hand over the position of president to you, Forkland said excitedly, grasping Xiao Se's hand. Indeed, joining our guild comes with numerous benefits, including access to herbs, magic cores, and alchemical formulas. Everything you could desire, Otto added with a goofy smile, pondering for a moment before moving behind Lin Fei, gently pushing her toward Xiao Se and suggesting, if you're looking for a girlfriend, how about my apprentice Lin Fei? With your outstanding qualities, it shouldn't be difficult to win her over. However, once you two are together, do not let your affection stray. It would be best to settle down quickly to avoid complications down the road. Teacher, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Fei exclaimed, her face flushed as she shot a reproachful glance at her unreliable mentor. Yet, beneath her scolding lay a hint of shyness and delight. Turning her gaze back to Xiao Se, she revealed a glimmer of hopeful anticipation. Observing the 2 elderly men overly enthusiastic, Xiao Se tugged at the corners of his mouth, a streak of black humor crossing his face as he waved his hand in refusal, saying, Masters, it is not that Xiao Se is unwilling to join Black Rock City, but I have made a pact with my teacher, and I must fulfill the trials he has set for me. Teacher? Otto and Forkland's eyes sparkled once more as they realized the significance of their mentor, known as Master Luo. Although there was no record of such an individual in the archives of the Comet Empire's alchemists, the mere fact that he could cultivate such an exceptional disciple kindled their curiosity, hinting at profound mastery in alchemy. I wonder where Master Luo is now. We at the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild would like to extend our hospitality, Forkland remarked in a tone tinged with reverence. To have trained such an outstanding disciple. Master Luo must indeed be a remarkably powerful alchemist. Perhaps he is even on par with the esteemed Dan Wanggu. Otto chimed in, a grin spreading across his face. That may be true, but he shuns the mundane and has made arrangements to meet me in the Tagore Desert. So he is not here, Xiao Se replied with a sheepish smile. He certainly couldn't disclose that Master Luo had already fallen. Upon hearing that Master Luo was not in Black Rock City, Both for Clan and Otto displayed expressions of regret, yet they did not press the matter further. Returning to the previous hall, they found that those who had failed the assessment had not yet departed, eager to witness whether this 16-year-old youth could indeed perform miracles. When they observed the beaming faces of Furclan and Otto, along with Lin Fei's adoring glances directed toward Xiao Se, they understood that he had succeeded. As they entered the hall, Furclan beckoned to a servant outside, who swiftly exited and soon returned with a delicately crafted black robe upon a jade platter. Furclan accepted the platter and proudly declared, "This is the uniform of a second-tier alchemist. It not only invigorates the mind and enhances an alchemist's control over fire, but also provides immunity to certain lower-grade toxins. Additionally, it boasts commendable defensive capabilities, surpassing that of ordinary armor." Listening to Furclan's extravagant description, Xiao Se was momentarily taken aback as he accepted the luxurious robe, smiling faintly. In his eyes, it was merely an ordinary garment. Aside from occasionally averting unnecessary troubles, it bore little significance. "Try it on, Xiao Se. If it doesn't fit, we can easily have another made for you," Lin Fei said, her face brimming with envy. Xiao Se nodded slightly, tossing the robe over his shoulder before donning it. To his surprise, it fit perfectly and was incredibly comfortable. Paired with his original attire, it accentuated his tall and slender physique exquisitely. What a handsome young man. It seems there's no need for a change. Wouldn't you agree, Lin Fei?" Furclan remarked, noting that no girl could resist an exceptional young man, especially one as accomplished and striking as Xiao Se. Even the astute Furclan could see Lin Fei's changing demeanor towards him. Unfortunately, it appeared that Xiao Se held little interest in Lin Fei, leading to the age-old tale of unrequited affection. "Indeed, it fits perfectly," Lin Fei replied. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Xiao Se, who appeared even more dashing in the alchemist's robe. Unbeknownst to her, she failed to grasp the underlying implications of Furclan's words, her eyes lingering on Xiao Se's handsome visage for just a moment longer. "Well then, the assessment has concluded. Everyone, return and strive for improvement." Furclan waved to the crowd in the hall, then turned to Xiao Se, saying, "Xiao Se, do you have a moment? I wish to discuss something with you." Xiao Se nodded slightly, responding, "Coincidentally, I have matters for which I seek your assistance, Senior." Lin Fei, you were granted a special exception to observe the second-tier alchemist assessment today, but do not expect such leniency in the future, Furclan said with a smile. Exchanging a knowing glance with Otto as they led the way out of the hall, Xiao Se shrugged and followed closely behind. Watching the trio depart, Lin Fei stamped her foot in frustration, pouting, "Fine, if they don't want to watch, then so be it. It's not like it's a big deal." Please. Take a seat," Furclan cheerfully invited as they entered a tidy and well-organized study, pouring each of them a cup of fragrant tea. Xiao Se casually settled into a chair, lifting the teacup but not drinking. He gently blew on it before stating directly, "If the two masters have something to say, please feel free to express it. Within the bounds of propriety, I will speak candidly." As he spoke, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. His standards had always been exceedingly high. What a cautious lad you are. You must not truly be 16, Furclan mused, taking a sip of tea. Taken aback, Xiao Se hesitated before fabricating, "The master possesses keen insight. I shall soon be 17. His blatant fib elicited a reaction from Furclan and Otto, who exchanged incredulous glances. Having lived for many years, they had encountered shamelessness, yet this level of audacity was unprecedented. Although Xiao Se's height was comparable to that of some 15 or 16-year-olds, his youthful visage betrayed him. If he were to be believed as 17, he might as well be 14. "Very well, let us settle on 16 then." With a resigned sigh, Furclan pondered for a moment before asking, "One final question. What is the nature of your flame?" "It resembles beast fire, yet seems to possess a strength surpassing that of ordinary beast fire. Even that wielded by the princess of the Kama Empire pales in comparison to yours." "Oh, that is the beast fire from the amethyst-winged Lion King of the Beast Mountain Range. It spat fire at me, nearly incinerating me, but fortunately, I dove into the water at the last moment, employing a life-saving technique to escape. When I regained consciousness, I found that I had gained a bit of purple fire within me." Xiao Se replied with a smile, spinning a tale. "The amethyst-winged Lion King, how unsurprising. That is a 6th-tier magical beast, and its flames can threaten even those of Emperor-level fighters," Furclan and Otto realized, enlightenment dawning upon them. Seeing that further inquiries would yield no fruitful results, Furclan chuckled and shook his head, sighing, very well. You are quite the tight-lipped little fellow. After all that questioning, it seems we have learned little. Now what is it that you require?" With a smile, Xiao Se parted his lips, fixing his gaze intently on the two men as he said, "Masters, I need 3 items, and I would be grateful if you could assist me in procuring them. I am willing to offer an equivalent exchange." "What items?" "A third-tier magical beast core, a nailing, and an ice spirit spring." The mention of the nailing and ice spirit spring caused Otto and Clan, who had just sipped their tea, to sputter it out in shock. Fortunately, Xiao Se's sharp senses allowed him to dodge the spray. "Cough, cough, Xiao Se, I hope I haven't drenched you," Otto said, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe away the tea on his clothes, looking somewhat apologetic. "Not at all," Xiao Se replied with a smile, shaking his head. Clan also wiped the tea from his attire, then turned to Xiao Se, his expression one of astonishment. "Young lad, while a third-tier magical core is not particularly difficult to obtain, the guild's treasury has some in stock. The nailing and ice spirit spring are exceedingly rare treasures, not something that can be measured by money. Furthermore, even if someone possesses them, they're unlikely to part with them easily. I implore you, just let me know who might have them. I am willing to negotiate in person. Should I fail, I shall harbor no regrets. For these items are of utmost importance to me," Xiao Se said, bowing slightly to the two men in earnest. Noticing Xiao Se's determination, Clan furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Otto before sighing. Very well, very well. I do not have the ice spirit spring, but I do possess a piece of nailing. I can give it to you." Upon hearing this, Otto's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed Clan's intent to part with such a valuable item. Clan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's of no consequence. After all, this item serves no purpose in my possession. At my age, rather than allowing it to gather dust here, it would be far more beneficial to bestow it upon a deserving young individual." Upon hearing Clan's intent to offer spirit, Xiao Se quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Clan." "Hold your thanks for a moment. My offer comes with conditions," Clan interjected, rising to steady Xiao Se's hand, a sly smile gracing his lips. Noticing the implications, Xiao Se furrowed his brow, quietly lamenting that fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. He managed a dry chuckle, replying, "Please, Master Clan, go ahead. Honestly, you must possess more than the mere ability to concoct second-tier elixirs," Clan queried, his aged face adorned with an increasingly mischievous expression. Xiao Se nodded, realizing that failing to provide an honest answer would mean losing the chance for the spirit. He straightened his posture and declared, "I can essentially refine potions up to the 3rd tier." Indeed, Clan mused, a sigh escaping him. He then continued with a serious demeanor. "In approximately 1 year and 2 months, the capital will host the Quadrennial Alchemist Conference. At that time, not only will all the young alchemists from the Gamma Empire gather, but participants from neighboring nations will also partake. This is a rare spectacle, and I wish for you to represent the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild in the competition." "The Alchemist Conference?" Xiao Se paused, his lips parting slightly as he contemplated the significance. The event, held every 4 years, coincided with the timeline of Xiao Yan's broken engagement, which was 2 years and 3 months away, and the 3-year agreement still had 5 years and 3 months remaining. The upcoming conference would be the very one in which Xiao Yan participated in the original tale. Noticing Xiao Se's intrigue, Otto encouraged. "This is an exceptional opportunity within the alchemist community. Not only can you earn substantial rewards, but you will also gain renown, attracting the attention of influential entities like the Imperial family and the Yunlan sect, who will regard you as a distinguished guest." "I can agree, but I hope both of you will help me conceal my identity, as I have my reasons for not wanting to reveal it to the public," Xiao Se replied cautiously. He mused that if Yun were to attend and recognize him, mistakenly perceiving him as an outstanding junior, it would complicate his efforts to pursue her. Such a revelation was simply unacceptable. Moreover, it was paramount to remain undetected by the Ancient and Soul clans, who were covertly monitoring the Xiao family. Escaping their scrutiny was crucial, and Xiao Se preferred that Xiao Yan take the brunt of any potential fallout from the Soul clan. "That is of no concern, as long as we ensure the integrity of the conference," Clan and Otto agreed, not giving it much further thought, considering Xiao Se's enigmatic reputation as an alchemist. "Here is the spirit for you," Clan said, painfully retrieving a jade box from his spatial ring. After holding it for a moment, he reluctantly handed it over. "The 3rd-tier magic core will be sent to you tomorrow. As for the ice spirit spring, I am afraid I cannot assist. Such a generous gift warrants no thanks. If Master Clan ever requires assistance within my means, I will not hesitate to oblige," Xiao Se stated, taking the jade box. Upon opening it slightly, he beheld a stone the size of a thumb, radiating a faint grayish light. This was indeed a spirit of considerable quality. He bowed in gratitude. Clan waved his hand, turning to stride heavily towards the back room. "Huh, It seems Faklan truly felt the pinch, Otto remarked, observing the old man's reluctant departure. However, you, my young friend, are destined for greatness. Receiving a spirit in exchange for a simple favor is hardly a loss. Master Otto, you flatter me, Xiao Se replied with a wry smile. Alas, I merely speak the truth. While spirits are precious, they hold little value for us old-timers. Otto reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Shifting the conversation, Otto inquired, are you truly intent on acquiring the ice spirit spring? Yes, I am in dire need of it, Xiao Se affirmed with a resolute nod, aware that Gu, the younger brother of Gu He, was about to make his appearance. Indeed, I know of someone who might possess it, but be prepared to pay a steep price. Otto stated with a resigned smile. I have long been ready for that, Xiao Se replied with a slight grin, stowing the spirit in his left-hand spatial ring. Chapter 56. The Ice Spirit Spring Secured. Upon exiting the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Se, guided by Otto, arrived at a peculiar and obscure building near the southern part of Blackrock City. This was the residence of Gu, a man with considerable alchemical talent who, for reasons unbeknownst to Xiao Se, was obsessed with collecting rare materials, causing his alchemical rank to stagnate at the 3rd tier. However, among all in the Gamma Empire, he was likely the most probable source of the Ice Spirit Spring. Let me remind you once more, prepare for a significant expenditure before you enter, Otto advised. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at the odd structure. Acknowledging this, Xiao Se nodded, aware that he could not ascertain whether Gu had indeed acquired the Ice Spirit Spring. If all else failed, he might have to seek his luck with Medusa. He vaguely recalled that in the original story, Medusa had amassed a vast pool of exotic flames to break through to the Dozone level. Now, several years ahead of that timeline, he wondered if she still possessed any. Following closely behind Otto, as soon as Otto pushed open the door, Xiao Se was met with a powerful gust of wind carrying a cloud of white dust. Master Otto, step back, Xiao Se warned, furrowing his brow as he instinctively leaped backward. Just some common trickery, Otto scoffed, seemingly unfazed. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he conjured an even stronger wind to disperse the dust. Let us proceed with caution. This old fellow is crafty, Otto said with a chuckle as he entered the room. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the floorboards suddenly gave way, revealing a deep pit. Otto stepped into the void, his rotund form plummeting into the darkness with a yelp. Seeing this unfold, Xiao Se's lips twitched as he activated his system's vision to assess the situation. Relieved to find the pit contained only a pool of foul-smelling water. While unpleasant, it seemed Gu still had some sense of decency and had not crossed any lines. Taking a deep breath with the aid of his enhanced vision, Xiao Se navigated through the building, deftly avoiding several traps until he reached the topmost level. Quite impressive. Young man, managing to evade all my traps. Come in. There are no more mechanisms here. A creaky voice echoed from the room at the end of the corridor, sending a shiver down Xiao Se's spine. Nodding slightly, Xiao Se remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with his enhanced vision. Once assured of the absence of traps, he stepped into the room, only to be greeted by a rather shocking sight. An unkempt old man, barefoot, was engrossed in the act of picking his nose. Suppressing his disgust, Xiao Se maintained his gaze, but when his eyes inadvertently drifted to Gu's trousers, his mouth twitched once more. Good heavens! To hide his treasures, he actually tied his spatial ring to that. Senior, I have come to barter for some items, Xiao Se said, bowing respectfully. Spare me the pleasantries. I'll let you in because you seem to understand mechanisms. Want to trade? I have nothing of value, nor do you possess anything that piques my interest, Gu replied, shaking his disheveled hair with impatience. What a pity. I had even requested a bottle of the accompanying amethyst essence from my teacher. Since you do not have it, I shall seek it elsewhere. Xiao Se feigned distress, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Accompanying amethyst essence? Upon hearing these 5 words, Gute sprang up from his disheveled seat, as if invigorated, appearing in front of Xiao Se in an instant, startling him with the swiftness of his movement. Hey there, young brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I just heard you mention that you possess the accompanying amethyst essence. Is it true? Gute chuckled, rubbing his grimy hands together, drooling in anticipation. Observing Gute's eagerness, a smirk crept onto Xiao Se's lips as he feigned caution. Of course it is genuine. However, I trust you understand the value of the accompanying amethyst essence. To exchange for it, one must possess the Ice Spirit Spring. Do you have the Ice Spirit Spring? Who says I don't? Before he could finish the words, Gute hastily covered his mouth, pausing for a moment. He scratched the back of his head and awkwardly smiled. Young brother, while I do not possess the Ice Spirit Spring, I have other treasures to offer. Look at these fire leaf flowers, blood crystal grass, and blue rock heartstones on the shelves. Each one is a rare gem. Since the elder does not possess it, I shall take my leave. Xiao Se had perused the medicinal materials in the room, and indeed, they were quite precious, some even suitable for 6th-tier elixirs. Unfortunately, he was not in want of medicinal materials, having spent 6 months in the Monster Beast Mountain, nurturing them with the celestial bottle-esque green liquid. He now had a plethora of millennia-old materials, even gathering most of the ingredients for the Fighting Spirit Pill and the Imperial Pill, only lacking the magic core. The truly valuable items Gute possessed were hidden within his spatial ring. Seeing that Xiao Se was genuinely about to leave, Gute could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Wait." Xiao Se turned around, his demeanor calm. "What is it, Elder? Have you found the Ice Spirit Spring? I ask you, do you truly possess the accompanying amethyst essence?" At this moment, Gute was internally conflicted. He had only acquired the Ice Spirit Spring a few months prior and had not yet warmed to it. He was reluctant to part with it. But the accompanying amethyst essence was exceedingly rare, one he had never even encountered before. Missing this chance would likely mean a lifetime of regret. "Of course I do." Xiao Se waved his hand, and a faint glow emanated from his spatial ring, revealing a jade vial that radiated a warm aura. Upon uncorking the vial, a wisp of purple mist wafted out, causing the temperature in the room to rise perceptibly. Is this truly the accompanying amethyst essence? Is indeed, just as that insufferable fellow described. Gute's eyes sparkled with gold as he prepared to snatch it from Xiao Se's hands. Xiao Se, quickly recapping the vial and employing the first layer of the ethereal step, effortlessly evading to Gute's rear. "Ah, Elder Gute, you have yet to show me your Ice Spirit Spring. If you do not possess it, I shall take my leave immediately." Xiao Se spoke without reservation, preparing to retract the accompanying amethyst essence back into his spatial ring. "Wait, I do have it." As Gute realized Xiao Se was resolute about wanting the Ice Spirit Spring, he ultimately succumbed to his desire for the accompanying amethyst essence and agreed to the exchange. Cradling the recently acquired accompanying amethyst essence with utmost care, Gute glanced at the Ice Spirit Spring in Xiao Se's hand, feeling a pang of regret. He raised his hand, pointing outside, and shouted, "Get lost. You take that Ice Spirit Spring and get out of here. I never want to see you again." Xiao Se chuckled, saying nothing further as he turned to leave. His objective had been fulfilled, and remaining there served no purpose. Before long, Xiao Se exited the building and spotted the filthy Otto, struggling to crawl out of a deep pit. "Master Otto, are you all right?" he inquired with a smile. "That damned scoundrel dug the hole into a sewage pit," Otto exclaimed, anger surging within him. Suddenly, a cacophony of curses erupted from the top floor of the peculiar building, causing Otto to momentarily pause in confusion. "Did you really manage to obtain the Ice Spirit Spring?" "By a stroke of luck," Xiao Se replied, nodding slightly. Chapter 57. The Strength of a Do Huang. The following morning, Xiao Se donned the 2nd-tier alchemist's black robe he had received the day prior and made his way to the central flying transport square of the city to meet with Otto and Faklan. "Xiao Se, over here." From a distance, he heard Lin Fei's lively voice, and he chuckled, shaking his head as he approached the source of the sound. However, he found that beside Lin Fei, in addition to Otto and Faklan, there was a striking silver-haired maiden, even more captivating than the former. This young girl, clad in a silver-fitted gown, appeared to be around the same age as Lin Fei, approximately 17 or 18 years old. She possessed a slender figure and exquisite features, with delicate willow-like brows and snow-white skin that contrasted beautifully with her silver attire. Her long, cascading silver hair gave her an undeniable aura of icy beauty. "Master Otto." "Master Faklan." A bit taken aback, Xiao Se nodded at the silver-haired girl, then saluted Otto and Faklan. "Hee, Xiao Se, allow me to introduce you to my disciple, Xu Mei. Though her talent pales in comparison to yours, she is not much inferior to that girl Lin Fei." Faklan chuckled, introducing her to Xiao Se. "Xue Mei. Don't you want to greet him?" "Hello, Mr. Xiao Se." Xue Mei, clearly a bit shy, nodded at Xiao Se. "Hello, Miss Xue Mei." Xiao Se responded with a smile, acknowledging her. Seeing that Xiao Se did not treat Xue Mei with the same distance as he had shown Lin Fei, Faklan thought to himself that perhaps there was potential here. He then cheerfully produced 2 magic cores, one purple and one white, both inscribed with magical runes. "Xiao Se, here are the 2 third-tier magic cores you requested." "Thank you, Master Faklan, for your generous gift." Upon seeing the 3rd-tier magic cores, Xiao Se let out a sigh of relief and offered another respectful bow in gratitude. "Hee, if you truly wish to thank us, Then strive for a commendable position for Black Rock City at the Alchemist Conference a year from now. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed. Otto chuckled, patting his round belly. Absolutely. Xiao Se nodded firmly. He had no issues concocting third-tier elixirs now, and he only needed to enhance his cultivation a few more stars before attempting to refine fourth-tier elixirs. If he could successfully absorb the Green Lotus Heartfire, successfully concocting fourth-tier elixirs would be merely a matter of time. Hey, Xiao Se, if you pass through Black Rock City again next time, be sure to come and play with me, Lin Fei said, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she saw Xiao Se preparing to leave. If the opportunity arises. With a faint smile, Xiao Se bid farewell to Faklan and the others, boarding the flying magical beast destined for the eastern border of the Jayamar Empire. Upon being welcomed by the attendants, Xiao Se was assigned to a room by the window. After closing the door and windows, he released the vast sea protection shield and retrieved the third-tier magic cores, ice spirit flame grass, blood lotus essence, and other materials for concocting the fifth-tier blood lotus pill from his spatial ring. His gaze shifted to the figure of Long Kuei, who had already seated herself at the table. Long Kuei, my current abilities are insufficient to refine fifth-tier pills. I will have to rely on you, he smiled. Rest assured. Brother, I am truly delighted to assist you once more. Long Kuei's eyes sparkled with crescent-shaped delight. Her long-standing dream had been to alleviate her brother's burdens. However, if you notice that the consumption of your soul power exceeds your capacity, you must stop immediately. Xiao Se nodded slightly, still feeling a tinge of concern as he cautioned her. Understood, brother. As she spoke, Long Kuei transformed into a streak of blue light, merging into Xiao Se's body. In an instant, a blue light emanated from Xiao Se's eyes, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, rippling through the air like a tidal wave of blue radiance. Were it not for the protective barrier of the Han Hai, one might fear that the entire flying magical beast would be overturned. The Do Emperor raised both hands, gazing down at his palms, while Xiao Se, in disbelief, clenched his fists. This formidable sensation left him utterly astounded. He never imagined that, having only been capable of withstanding the strength of 7-star Great Do Master during his initial stages as a 1-star fighter, he would now, having transcended the Do Master realm, suddenly harness the power of a Do Emperor. His soul force seemed to have reached the level of a 6th-tier alchemist, and this immense power truly felt magnificent, Xiao Se murmured to himself. He then retrieved his alchemical cauldron and commenced the refinement of the blood lotus pill. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days went by. Shielded by the Han Hai barrier, Xiao Se did not encounter the covetous glances that had plagued the original Xiao Yan. However, as this was his inaugural attempt at crafting a 5th-tier pill, despite some assistance from Long Kuei, which elevated his soul force to the 6th tier, it was still a first attempt. Although successful, the quality left something to be desired. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a 3rd-tier magic core from Forkland, and learning from his past experiences, the second attempt proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, yielding a blood lotus pill of commendable quality. Sighing, he reflected beyond the 6th tier, I shall have to rely on my own efforts to seek out alchemical formulas. Gazing at the high-quality blood lotus pill contained within the jade vial, Xiao Se felt a deep sense of nostalgia. When he had accepted the remnants of the 6th-tier peak alchemist, Luo Hansong, he not only inherited the memories of a lifetime dedicated to alchemy, but also received his collection of formulas. As a peak 6th-tier alchemist, his repertoire was undeniably vast. Within the 6th tier, aside from the foundational spiritual liquid concocted by the medicine elder and the soul-mending pill capable of fully healing soul injuries, both of which required exotic flames for their refinement, he possessed nearly every formula imaginable, even including the special 2nd-tier Peiyuan liquid that accelerated a fighter's training speed. Regrettably, the availability of formulas dwindled drastically beyond the 7th tier. The sole 7th-tier formula he possessed was the transformation pill, which held no value for him, let alone the indispensable formula for resurrecting Long Kuei, the blood fusion pill. Brother, we are nearing Mo City, came Long Kuei's light, melodious voice, breaking the silence. Indeed, Xiao Se replied, a faint smile gracing his face as he approached the window. Ever since acquiring the Han Hai Qiankuan shield, Long Kuei no longer needed to hide within a magic sword at all times. During breaks, Xiao Se would release the barrier, allowing her to emerge without fear of being discovered. Positioned at the window, he looked down from the flying magical beast, and the entirety of Mo City unfolded before him. His gaze casually swept across the landscape when suddenly, a peculiar small building on the southern edge of the city caught his attention. It was isolated, far removed from the bustling areas, and appeared extremely odd. Could this be the shop of that old rascal, Haibuodong? He pondered inwardly, quickly tidying up his belongings before addressing Long Kuei. Let us disembark here ahead of schedule. Understood, brother, Long Kuei responded, her delicate form shimmering as she transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing into the magic sword. Chapter 58, The Peak Match with Hai Buodong, Part 1. Having organized his belongings and ensured nothing was forgotten, Xiao Se slung the magic sword over his shoulder and approached the window. With a swift gesture, the violet cloud wings that had been pressed against his back unfurled gracefully. With a gentle flap of the violet cloud wings, Xiao Se leapt through the window. The fierce rush of wind sliced past his ears, and with a powerful stroke of his wings, the violet blue dough qi enveloped his form. He turned mid-air, floating in place, gazing at the colossal winged magical beast soaring above. A faint smile graced his lips as he paused for a moment before accelerating rapidly, transforming into a violet blue arc that disappeared into the horizon. A short while later, Xiao Se arrived above the peculiar building he had previously spotted. Upon seeing the ancient characters Gu Tu inscribed on the sign, he felt a sense of confirmation wash over him. Silently landing near the Gu Tu shop, a wave of warmth greeted him as he squinted against the sun, glancing towards Hai Buodong's residence. The corners of his mouth curled upwards as he murmured, "Fortune favors the bold. The remnants of the pure lotus demon fire. Here I come." With that, Xiao Se strode purposefully towards the Gu Tu shop. After a leisurely walk, he finally crossed the threshold into the establishment. As he stepped inside, his gaze discreetly scanned the interior until it fell upon an elderly man, head bowed, diligently sketching maps. A momentary surprise flickered across Xiao Se's face as he thought, could this be the Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong? The remnants of the pure lotus demon fire. Information on the blue lotus earth heart fire. What a tremendous opportunity. Suppressing the urge to seize the other half of the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire and the information on the exotic flames, Xiao Se prepared to search for the half map resting atop the counter. Just then, Long Kuei's voice echoed in his mind, "Brother, the old man drawing the map is no ordinary individual. According to this world's hierarchy, he appears to be a Dou Emperor. Yet it seems he is under some form of seal, which has suppressed his strength to the Dou spirit level." Her voice was ethereal and melodious, tinged with a hint of chivalry. It was unmistakably Long Kuei's tone. "Yes, I understand. Let us not startle the snake in the grass," Xiao Se mentally replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He then feigned nonchalance, allowing his gaze to wander across the myriad of maps displayed on the counter, picking up one after another with feigned interest. Before long, he finally discovered the half map placed upon an ancient wooden rack in the corner of the shop. Blinking, Xiao Se nervously grasped the tattered map, his breath quickening as he thought, "At last, I have found it, brother. This half map appears to originate from the same source as the one you obtained in the magical Beast Mountain range. It radiates a rich aura of soul energy." Long Kuei's soft voice chimed in again. Xiao Se smiled, his excitement bubbling beneath the surface, suppressing the impulse to directly store the half map in his system warehouse. He slowly approached Hai Buodong, stopping 5 meters away. At that moment, Hai Buodong had just concluded his work and, without raising his gaze, spoke in a calm and aged voice, "Are you here to purchase a map?" Hearing Hai Buodong's inquiry, Xiao Se raised an eyebrow, and after locating a suitable map, he nodded with a polite smile, saying, "Elder, I would like to acquire this map of the Tagore Desert and this half map. May I inquire about the price?" The half map? Upon hearing Xiao Se's question, Hai Buodong stiffened, his delicate drawing pen snapping in his grasp. His gaze shifted slightly to rest upon the half map in Xiao Se's hand, and a hint of melancholy crossed his aged face. Just as he was about to respond that it was not for sale, he caught sight of the second-tier alchemist badge on Xiao Se's chest. A flicker of surprise crossed his clouded eyes as he surveyed Xiao Se's youthful countenance, and the initial astonishment was quickly replaced by a profound shock. Taking a deep breath, he inwardly lamented, "What a young second-tier alchemist." After a brief moment of astonishment, Hai Buodong regained his previously placid demeanor, replying, "Young man, have you encountered this half map before?" Xiao Se smiled nonchalantly. "While I have not seen it before, I feel a certain affinity towards it. Should you be willing to sell, I am prepared to offer a substantial sum." With the words "not for sale," Hai Buodong slowly lowered his head, resuming his map drawing. Regardless of how young a second-tier alchemist may be, if he could not assist in refining the 6th-tier breaking calamity pill, then in Hai Buodong's eyes, he was utterly inconsequential. "Heh, elder, you haven't even inquired about my offer. Perhaps I might possess something that would truly pique your interest," Xiao Se remarked. Xiao Se had no intention of relinquishing the tattered map. Instead, he gently brushed off the dust upon it and smiled cheerfully. Hearing Xiao Se's laughter, Haibo Dong realized that the young man was resolutely determined to possess the half-drawn map. He waved his hand dismissively and said coldly, "Youngster, let me offer you one final piece of advice. Do not entertain any thoughts of seizing my map. Your ability to ascend to a second-tier alchemist at such a tender age is indeed remarkable, yet do not harbor any notions of forcibly taking it. The world outside is far more treacherous than you can comprehend. Indeed, before the formidable Do Huang, I am but a fledgling second-tier alchemist. However, what of the old gentleman, who is not nearing his end?" Exhaling slowly, Xiao Se uttered words that could provoke death without recompense. Crack! Another brush snapped in Haibo Dong's hand, and with a powerful slam of his palm, the wooden table collapsed. He suddenly fixed his gaze upon Xiao Se, his murky old eyes swirling with a hint of coldness, as if the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. "Who exactly are you?" A chilling aura emanated from Haibo Dong's feet, causing frost to rapidly form upon the ground. Just as the frost was about to encroach upon Xiao Se, a burst of azure-purple flames erupted from within him, surging outward and countering the frost conjured by Haibo Dong's icy intent. The azure-purple flames, could they be otherworldly fire? No, their power pales in comparison to true otherworldly flames. They bear a resemblance to the beast fire of the royal family's ferocious beasts, perhaps slightly stronger. Who exactly is this young man? Observing the sudden eruption of flames from Xiao Se, Haibo Dong was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Youngster, it appears you possess such extraordinary talent at your tender age. Who is your teacher?" My teacher prefers a life of solitude and does not wish for his name to be known." Shrugging slightly, Xiao Se was not foolish enough to reveal his secrets. He raised the half-tattered map with a smile and said, "Old sir, I am aware that due to certain circumstances, your cultivation has diminished from Do Huang to Do Ling. Therefore, I have no intention of making things difficult for you. I merely wish to know if you would be willing to exchange. Making things difficult for me, huh?" Upon hearing Xiao Se's words, Haibo Dong sneered coldly. When has the Ice Emperor Haibo Dong ever been pitted by others? Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped him, and a more formidable pressure than before surged forth from within. With a hint of anger curling at the corners of his mouth, he questioned, "So you believe you have me cornered?" Chapter 59. The Peak Match Against Haibo Dong, Part 2. Feeling the full force of Haibo Dong's aura, Xiao Se helplessly rubbed his forehead, stowing the map away in the system space. After all this commotion, it seemed a confrontation was inevitable. "Old sir, is there truly no way to resolve this peacefully? If possible, I would prefer not to engage in battle with you." As the smile on his face gradually faded into a look of resignation, Xiao Se spoke. He could sense the pent-up fury of Hong Kuei reaching its limit. If Haibo Dong continued to provoke him, he would surely end up beaten to a pulp by Hong Kuei. "Does your teacher possess otherworldly fire?" In response to Xiao Se's words, Haibo Dong evaded the question. The coldness surrounding him receded slightly, revealing a hint of apprehension in his brow. To be able to teach such a young second-tier alchemist, this mysterious alchemist might very well be of 6th-tier caliber. If he also possessed otherworldly fire, he could be the alchemist capable of concocting the elusive Paidan that Haibo Dong had long sought. "No, I came to the Taggart Desert specifically in search of otherworldly fire." Xiao Se shrugged and smiled. "None? Then return the map. Out of respect for your mysterious teacher, I shall not make things difficult for you." Upon realizing that Xiao Se's teacher lacked otherworldly fire, a deep disappointment flickered in Haibo Dong's eyes as he spoke coldly. "Apologies, but this item is of great importance to me. Even if you refuse, I will not relinquish it." A beating was now unavoidable. "With your beast fire? I was a Do Huang powerhouse decades ago, although I now live in seclusion for certain reasons. It is not your youthful self who can bully me." As he saw Xiao Se's adamant refusal to return the map, Haibo Dong's rage surged, and he conjured an ice spike as thick as a man's arm, thrusting it directly at him. Seeing the ice spike hurtling toward him, Xiao Se could only roll his eyes in exasperation. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he swiftly retreated outside the door. "Where do you think you're going?" Observing Xiao Se tempting to flee, Haibo Dong's anger intensified, his wrinkled face becoming increasingly menacing as he stomped the ground and pursued him. Outside, Xiao Se was already enveloped in a vestment of azure-purple flames, intently watching the enraged Haibo Dong approach. "Old sir, can't we come to an understanding?" Xiao Se's inquiry received no response from Haibo Dong, who instead unleashed a barrage of swirling ice spikes. As the ice spikes hurtled toward him, Xiao Se bent his knees slightly, and his purple cloud wings unfurled behind him. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky. "You little rascal. I never expected you to possess not only otherworldly fire, but also a flying combat technique. However, this does not change anything. You would do well to return the map." From beneath the swirling cold aura, Heaven-Defying glared at Xiao Se, who hovered above with his violet wings spread wide. Xiao Se shook his head, refusing to respond. He had never been one to take a passive stance. Aware that Heaven-Defying was about to strike, he tightened his grip on the magic sword in his right hand. Suddenly, he extended his left hand overhead, conjuring a basketball-sized azure-purple fireball in his palm. From his elevated position, Xiao Se clenched his fist, causing the fireball to split into 2, then 4, and in a matter of moments, it transformed into 16 smaller fireballs. Under the impetus of his battle aura, these fireballs coalesced along a vertical axis, forming a swirling circle of flames that ultimately morphed into 16 flaming swords. With a sweep of his magic sword, Xiao Se sent the 16 flaming swords hurtling toward Heaven-Defying. Crimson Flame Sword. With a roar from his heart, the flaming swords tore through the air, propelled by a fierce gust and an intense heat capable of melting gold and iron, hurtling toward Heaven-Defying. Xiao Se's unexpected attack momentarily caught Heaven-Defying off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and raised his hand to conjure a thick and heavy ice wall before him. As the flaming swords collided with the ice wall, a series of muffled thuds echoed through the air. Initially, the ice wall withstood the onslaught of the flaming swords effortlessly. However, as the relentless barrage continued, the high temperatures gradually melted the ice. Eventually, the ice wall could no longer sustain itself. With a sharp crack, a fissure appeared at its center, spreading outward and rendering the wall perilously unstable. Witnessing the ice wall's collapse, Heaven-Defying furrowed his brow. As he retreated, he conjured a large ice spear, deflecting the incoming flaming swords. However, the Crimson Flame Sword, a high-level fire control technique, was not so easily dismissed. After being deflected, it soared into the sky and arced back down toward Heaven-Defying. Gripping the spear, Heaven-Defying struggled to defend himself. Although he was weary from parrying, the flaming swords did not inflict any harm upon him. Mere tricks, and you dare to show off before me?" With a cold snort, he spun the ice spear in his hand, sending Xiao Se's flaming swords flying. He then planted his feet firmly on the ground, retreating to the rooftop of the ancient map shop. As he raised his right hand slightly, the ice spear shattered, transforming into countless small ice crystals that swirled around Heaven-Defying's right hand, forming 3 radiant rings of ice. At the moment the ice rings coalesced, dozens, if not hundreds, of swirling ice spikes materialized around Heaven-Defying. Profound ice dragon source. As the chilling voice of Heaven-Defying echoed, dozens upon hundreds of icy spikes coalesced into a dragon of ice, spanning 7 or 8 meters, that surged rapidly into the air towards Xiao Se in a fierce onslaught. Indeed, the Do Huang was no ordinary foe. Even with his cultivation diminished to Do Ling, he remained an almost invincible presence among equals. Were it not for the fused beast fire at his disposal, my attacks would likely have been utterly futile. Swallowing a chi recovery pill, Xiao Se gripped his magic sword tightly in his right hand, channeling his Do chi through the burning decision. With the roar of a lion, an energy lion engulfed in swirling purple and azure flames materialized, lunging ferociously at the ice dragon. Raging lion roar. Noticing the sudden counterattack from Xiao Se, even Heaven-Defying, who usually maintained his composure, could not help but display a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Yet, the thought of his painstakingly acquired fragment being thwarted by Xiao Se replaced that admiration with a chill. The ice dragon collided with the fiery energy lion, both forces nullifying each other and instantly producing a thick cloud of steam in the air. In an instant, a dense mist enveloped the space between Xiao Se and Heaven-Defying, obscuring their figures. Damn this flame. My proud technique, the Ice Dragon Ascension, failed to break through the fiery energy lion's defense and merely canceled out with it. Heaven-Defying clicked his tongue, his form vanishing into the mist. In the sky, as Xiao Se lost sight of Heaven-Defying, he furrowed his brow, activating his soul perception to probe the surroundings. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he spun around, gripping his sword defensively. Unbeknownst to him, Heaven-Defying had already appeared behind him, wielding the ice spear and striking down toward Xiao Se. With a resounding clang, the ice spear clashed against the magic sword. Under the immense force exerted by Heaven-Defying, Xiao Se was sent flying, skidding along the ground for dozens of meters before finally halting his retreat. Chapter 60. Heaven-Defying, no longer clear-minded. Kid, your perception is quite impressive. You managed to sense my sudden attack and react with remarkable swiftness. Hai Buodong floated above where Xiao Se had been, gradually descending to the ground. While a Douling could not manifest wings as a Douwang could, it possessed a brief capability for flight. Clearly, Hai Buodong had just employed the cover of the mist to conceal his aura and glide behind Xiao Se. Indeed, I owe thanks to your leniency, old man. Had you unleashed your full strength with both hands, I might not have emerged so unscathed. I could have sustained serious internal injuries, Xiao Se remarked, shaking his somewhat numb arm. He could not help but marvel at the might of a Douling, just in terms of speed and power. There existed a chasm that could not be crossed. Without special means, it was nearly impossible for a Doushi to triumph over a Douling, even a most ordinary of Doulings. No need for flattery. I merely took advantage of a sneak attack, Hai Buodong retorted coldly. If you do not surrender the fragment, I shall no longer hold back. With a smile, Xiao Se sheathed his magic sword, inwardly addressing Hong Kuei. This is your turn. Remember not to cause any fatalities. That fragment was only half. This old fellow should have the other half. Having already recognized the disparity between himself and the Douling, Xiao Se chose not to prolong this meaningless battle. His most formidable technique, the Crimson Flame sword breaking the extreme, wielded through beast fire, could rival low-grade earth-tier techniques. Yet, even so, Hai Buodong's techniques would undoubtedly be on par. In a situation where techniques were nearly equal, but with a two-tier difference in cultivation, he had no chance of victory. Leave it to me, brother. Hong Kuei, who had long harbored disdain for the old man, directly possessed Xiao Se's body. Instantly, Xiao Se's pupils transformed from pitch black to a dark crimson. What are you giving up? Seeing Xiao Se retract his weapon, Hai Buodong assumed he was prepared to return the fragment. If possible, he truly did not wish to oppose this remarkably gifted individual. However, before he could feel pleased, a ferocious aura that far exceeded his own suddenly emanated from the young man before him, stirring up a powerful gust of wind that lifted his robes and hair. The young man's handsome visage exuded an enchanting aura, leaving one at a loss to determine his gender. How is this possible? As he sensed the surging might within Xiao Se, Hai Buodong could no longer contain his astonishment. In the air, influenced by Hai Buodong's technique, icy energy permeated, surrounding them in a white fog that seemed endless. In the midst of the mist, Hai Buodong stared in disbelief at the escalating aura of Xiao Se. Finally regaining his composure after a moment, his expression gravely questioning, "Kid, what have you done?" In response, Xiao Se flashed a smile, a dangerous curve gracing his lips, and answered cryptically, "Bite down hard." At that moment, though the voice was still Xiao Se's, his body had already surrendered control to Hong Kuei. The beating that Hai Buodong was about to receive was inevitable. What? Hai Buodong clearly did not grasp the meaning of Xiao Se's words. The next moment, Xiao Se's figure abruptly transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing before his eyes. Hai Buodong felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and with a kick of his legs, he lost consciousness. In the secret chamber beneath the ancient map store, time passed without notice. Slowly regaining consciousness, Hai Buodong, his body wrapped in bandages, opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling adorned with a thin layer of frost. He immediately understood that he had been brought to his own secret chamber. "Ah, you're awake." A gentle voice from nearby suddenly broke the silence. Turning his head, Hai Buodong saw Xiao Se seated in front of an alchemical cauldron, refining pills. Just as Hai Buodong was about to rise, Xiao Se's voice rang out again. "Stay still. I've just set your bones. Once I finish refining this healing pill, you will recover within 3 days. Why didn't you kill me?" Delving into his body, confirming the fractures he had sustained were indeed just set, Hai Buodong ceased his struggles and spoke coolly. "Why would I kill you?" Taking out the freshly refined pill from the cauldron, Xiao Se replied with a question. Hai Buodong was rendered speechless by Xiao Se's inquiry. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a sly smile crept onto his lips as he coldly remarked, "You realize the fragment was missing half and want to find the other half, right? Don't dream. You've beaten me like this. Even if you kill me today, I wouldn't give it to you." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Se brandished another piece of the fragment, standing before Hai Buodong. "You're terrible at hiding things. This piece was just concealed in the secret compartment of your meditation mat, right? When I dragged you down, I didn't even search. I simply tossed you on top, and the compartment made a muffled sound." A quick rummage revealed it. Xiao Se shrugged, stowing the fragment back into the system's warehouse. Without a doubt, it was his perspective that had led him to find the fragment. "Since you've already acquired what you sought, why save me?" Hai Buodong's face twitched slightly, realizing he was increasingly unable to see through this young man. "Mutual benefit, that's all. From the very beginning, I stated my intention to trade with you. You insisted on fighting me, and under duress, I merely smiled. Xiao Se did not continue further. Hearing this, Hai Buodong shot him a glance, adding, "You only beat me to this state because you were under duress, right?" Xiao Se nodded slightly, openly admitting it. He Bodong felt a twinge of embarrassment, but after a moment, he exhaled deeply and said, "Very well, very well. You, young man, not only possess an array of extraordinary artifacts, but also wield a rather peculiar method of enhancing your capabilities. Being bested by you is hardly a disgrace. Do as you will, whether it be to slay or to torture." Hearing He Bodong's morose acceptance of his fate, Xiao Se rolled his eyes dramatically, casually glancing at the stone table nearby, which was adorned with various precious medicinal herbs. He remarked, "It appears that you are afflicted by some form of sealing within you, and this hidden chamber is stocked with numerous herbs for dispelling seals. I presume you seek someone to concoct a pill to release you from this binding, yes? Would you care to engage in a trade?" "What sort of trade?" He Bodong inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. "The elixir I require is the 6th grade breaking seal pill, and it necessitates the use of a rare flame for its refinement. While I acknowledge your impressive talents, do you possess such a flame?" "I do not, but it is precisely for that reason that I journeyed all the way to the Tagore Desert. I surmise that after your prolonged stay here, you might have gathered some intelligence regarding this desert," Xiao Se replied with a faint smile. Chapter 61. Journey to the Depths of the Desert. He Bodong nodded solemnly and stated, "Indeed, I have uncovered some information about rare flames. However, I doubt that your interest lies solely in this uncertain prospect. If that were the case, I fear my spatial ring would have long been in your possession, and there would be no need for further inquiries." Astute reasoning. Due to certain circumstances, I will be attending the Alchemist Conference in the Imperial Capital in a little over a year. Once you have regained your strength, I would like to request your services as a bodyguard until the conclusion of the conference. After all, having an ally is preferable to acquiring another adversary, is it not? Xiao Se remarked with a smile, appearing nonchalant. "To think a Dou Emperor would act as a bodyguard. You certainly have an imaginative mind," He Bodong sighed, contemplating for a moment before feeling inexplicably relieved. He forced a smile and said, "You have bested me. After all, I find myself without options, do I not? Then let us collaborate joyfully. The elixir contained within this jade vial is a pinnacle-grade, 3rd-tier healing pill, which is remarkably effective for treating bone fractures and ligament injuries. Consider it my earnest deposit," Xiao Se said, tossing the pill in front of He Bodong with a light-hearted chuckle. Upon seeing the pill, He Bodong could not suppress an eye roll, silently cursing. "Do you think I broke my bones myself? This is a map concerning rare flames, marking 3 potential locations where they may be found. I advise against venturing to the westernmost point, as it is alarmingly close to the territory of Queen Medusa." After consuming the healing pill, He Bodong regained a modicum of mobility and retrieved the map from his spatial ring to hand it to Xiao Se. Xiao Se accepted the map, scrutinizing it and noticing the 3 locations marked with flame symbols. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "In that case, I shall take my leave now." As he spoke, he turned it apart. "Wait," He Bodong's aged voice called out once more. "Is there something else?" Xiao Se turned around, feigning surprise. "The seal within me was imposed by Queen Medusa, and only the breaking seal pill can dissolve it. However, I lack an ingredient known as the sand mandrake, which can only be found deep within the Tagore Desert. Due to the seal, I would be detected by Queen Medusa the moment I enter the desert," He Bodong explained, feeling a flush of embarrassment. "Are you afraid of Queen Medusa? Do you think I am not? Xiao Se tortith, un impressive. To venture into the depths of the Tagore Desert to procure the sand mandrake for you entails considerable risk to my life." He Bodong's face twitched, and he said, "Once I have regained my strength, aside from protecting you until the conclusion of the Alchemist Conference, I shall owe you a favor. The goodwill of a Dou Emperor is certainly worth this much. Wouldn't you agree?" "Ha, well said," Xiao Se replied with a grin, turning to exit the chamber. Watching Xiao Se's departing figure, He Bodong's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he spat disdainfully on the ground, muttering, "Bah, truly a man who won to act until he sees the rabbit." After a moment of contemplation, He Bodong's expression grew serious. Yet, this young man appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old, a 2nd-tier alchemist of such youth, coupled with the sudden enhancement of his powers to that of a Dou Emperor. Who could his enigmatic mentor possibly be? Having procured the map regarding rare flames from He Bodong, along with the complete diagram of the pure lotus demon fire, Xiao Se left the ancient map shop, embarking on a new journey. "Brother, why didn't you simply kill him and seize his spatial ring? Why go through all this trouble? That Medusa sounds quite perilous." The gentle voice of Hong Kue echoed in his mind. "Ah, indeed it is perilous," She is a Picto emperor and has scarcely met an equal among her peers. Confronting her in your current soul form would indeed be a challenge, Xiao Se replied with a chuckle, nonchalantly. Then, why venture into danger to seek the Sandmandarin for him? If it's a matter of protecting you, Hong Kuei alone suffices. Hong Kuei pouted, showing her discontent. Noting Hong Kuei as apparent sulkiness, Xiao Se smiled and explained, Hong Kuei, sometimes it is not force that resolves issues. In this world, there exists a formidable race known as the Soul Clan, who scour the lands for souls to plunder their essence. If they were to discover you, it would undoubtedly lead to great trouble, and we would be left with no choice but to flee. My intention in seeking He Bo Dong is merely to avert unnecessary complications. Besides, having a Dou Emperor as a bodyguard, don't you think that's rather impressive? Even so, I remain wary of He Bo Dong. Brother, when you concoct the breaking seal pill, let me add a little something extra for him, Hong Kuei cautioned. Hong Kuei, what do you have in mind? Xiao Se asked, his eyes lighting up. His original plan was to incorporate a trace of the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire into the breaking seal pill as a precaution, but if Hong Kuei had a method, that would be even better. Back in the Locking Demon Tower, I once defeated a blood demon and learned a curse technique called Blood Curse from it. This technique poses little threat to most monsters in the Locking Demon Tower, yet it is lethal to humans. Once afflicted, the victim's blood will reverse flow to their head, leading to a gruesome demise, Hong Kuei explained with a smile. Indeed, that is most certainly the manner of demons. Xiao Se shuddered involuntarily at the thought of Hong Kuei's words. The image of blood rushing to one's head in such a manner was a horrifying one, and he could only imagine the agony involved, perhaps even leading to bulging eyes. Before long, Xiao Se arrived in the bustling district of Mo City. First visiting a pharmacy to procure some snake-repelling potions, then scouring various shops to purchase a substantial amount of supplies until his low-tier spatial ring was filled to the brim. Following the directions provided by passersby, he finally found a tavern to settle down in. This expedition into the Tagore Desert would not be a fleeting endeavor. It could span several months, or even a year and a half. To locate rare flames, one must prepare ample fresh water and provisions. Otherwise, one might perish from hunger and thirst before ever encountering the flames. As the long night dragged on, sleep eluded him, and he devoted himself to training as the darkness gradually dissipated. The fiery sun once again unleashed a powerful heat, enveloping the land in fervor. In the morning, Xiao Se awoke from his slumber, stretching lazily and rousing Hong Kuei from a rest. He stowed away the protective barrier of the vast sea and stepped out of the tavern. May everything proceed smoothly, he mused at the entrance of the inn, meticulously checking all his belongings to ensure nothing essential had been overlooked before tightening the grip on his demonic sword. Amidst the reverent gazes of the city guards, Xiao Se emerged from the desolate city, gazing upon the boundless expanse of golden sands. He inhaled deeply, donning his familiar black robe, and commenced his journey through the desert. Chapter 62. An unexpected encounter with a trafficker of serpent women. Time passed swiftly, nearly 20 days elapsed. In a vast desert, where the winds and sands wreaked havoc, the young man clad in black, bearing an unusual purple sword, trudged laboriously through the tempest. Behind him, the yellow sands were pressed into deep footprints, only to be swiftly concealed by the relentless gusts. Brother, perhaps we should rest for a while? Once this storm passes, we can continue our journey, whispered Long Kuei from within the demonic sword. Xiao Se shook his head, replying, This storm shows no signs of abating anytime soon. I cannot afford to squander precious time here. Moreover, traversing through this sandstorm is, in itself, a form of cultivation. Our immediate priority is to reach the next marked location on the map. Since departing from the desolate city, Xiao Se had activated his perspective eye, diligently searching according to the map provided by He Bo Dong, while also scanning for any deep caverns leading underground. Unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten the exact location from the original narrative, leaving him to search aimlessly. The harsh environment of the Tagore Desert was far more severe than Xiao Se had anticipated. Under the blazing sun, the yellow sand beneath his feet bore little difference from beans freshly roasted in a pot. The scalding grains whipped against his face, compelling him to envelop himself in a thin layer of fighting spirit to avoid disfigurement. His feet suffered greatly. Each step sent jolts of pain through him, causing Xiao Se's lips to twitch involuntarily. Fortunately, as an alchemist, he had prepared a special ointment to prevent burns before entering the desert, applying it beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been left with painful blisters on his feet. Of course, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. While the harsh conditions of the Tagore Desert were undeniable, the abundance of fire energy was remarkable, even surpassing that of the small valley in the Beast Mountain range, making it an ideal place for practitioners of fire attribute fighting spirit to cultivate. With the assistance of the accompanying purple crystal source, Xiao Se felt as though he was on the cusp of reaching the threshold of a 3-star combat master. Let us rest here for the night, he decided. Glancing up at the darkening sky, after ensuring no one was around, he activated the vast sea protection shield. He laid down a layer of sandproof matting and sat down, igniting a campfire. This was the greatest benefit of the vast sea chi shield. It allowed for camping in any location, blocking the sands while concealing his presence and form, alleviating any concerns of being ambushed. An essential artifact for any traveler. After consuming a modest meal, just as Xiao Se intended to settle down and restore the fighting spirit he had expended during his journey, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The month-long period has concluded, and the exchange opportunities have been refreshed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 exchange chance. Surprised by the prompt, Xiao Se murmured. Has a month truly passed so swiftly? He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that apart from the yellow sands, there was nothing of value to exchange. The herbs, elixirs, and survival supplies within his spatial ring were fundamental for his sustenance in the desert, and he had no intention of recklessly exchanging them. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a mischievous smile played at the corners of his mouth as he called out in his mind, "System. Exchange that foul egg I've kept hidden for over half a year." Previously, to spare Long Kuei from witnessing something repulsive, he had deliberately forgotten about it. Now, recalling it, it seemed fortuitous that it could finally be put to use, irrespective of whether it had spoiled. Ding, congratulations, host. You have exchanged for the Rui bag of Dugabo from the Doloa continent. In a certain cave within the sunset forest of the Doloa continent, Dugu Bo curled up in a rocking chair, his pallid visage drenched in cold sweat, his expression a portrait of agony. Damn it, when will this torment end? Gritting his teeth, Dugu Bo endeavored to endure the excruciating sensation, which could rival the pains of childbirth. After what felt like an eternity, the pain finally began to subside. At that moment, Dugu Bo found himself utterly drained of strength, collapsing into a stupor on the rocking chair. Time slipped away unnoticed until he finally stirred from his unconsciousness, only to detect a faint scent of blood wafting through the air. Though subtle, Dugu Bo's instincts kicked in, compelling him to follow the scent, which ultimately led to a shocking revelation at his waist. What the? Unbeknownst to him, the Rui bag capable of storing living beings had vanished, replaced by an irregular, bulbous mass of flesh, oozing blood and covered with a thin membrane, securely fastened at his waist. Ding, congratulations, host. You have exchanged for Dugabo's Rui bag from the Doloa continent. A Rui bag? Such a treasure. If memory serves, it can store living beings. Now, I possess both of Tang San storage artifacts, the second one even being exchanged for the egg of his most revered teacher. What a bargain. Xiao Se vaguely recalled that in the original storyline, Tang San utilized it to store numerous celestial herbs and the sacrificial Xiao Wu, who later mistakenly consumed the crystal blood dragon ginseng within the bag, restoring her human form. With a hint of amusement gracing his lips, Xiao Se secured the Rui bag at his waist before immersing himself fully in arduous cultivation. A night passed in silence. As dawn broke, Xiao Se slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his state of cultivation. Just as he intended to retract the vast sea protection shield, he faintly discerned several cold, impatient male voices nearby. Following the sound, he spotted a group of 7 or 8 rugged men, each brandishing a machete, escorting a horse-drawn cart that slowly approached. The cart bore an iron cage, shrouded in coarse cloth, from which the muffled cries of women could be heard. Boss, this damned sandstorm has finally ceased. We can go out now. With these serpent women, we're bound to strike it rich. Splendid. Once we're back, I'll take you all to the Salt City's fragrant pavilion for some fun to blow off steam. Thank you, boss, thank you. By the way, where's Tang San? He should be returning soon. Within the vast sea protection shield, Xiao Se observed everything unfolding before him. It was evident that he had stumbled upon traffickers of serpent women delving deeper into the desert. In both his past life and this one, Xiao Se harbored an intense disdain for human traffickers, considering them even more detestable than murderers, for they shattered countless families for their own gain. 3 4-star fighters, 2 5-star fighters, 2 6-star fighters, and 1 1-star combat master. Encountering me is truly your misfortune. There seems to be a fellow named Tang San. I'll allow you to live a little longer. With a sweep of his spiritual energy, Xiao Se quickly assessed the strength of the 8 men. Though he was not a saint, since he had come across this situation and possessed the capability to intervene, he would not stand idly by. As for whether the serpent women would express gratitude, he was utterly indifferent. He would save them if he wished to, following his own whims. Chapter 63. Green Scales? After waiting for about an hour, a rugged middle-aged figure appeared on the horizon, bearing a burlap sack. Boss, I'm back. In the midst of the rugged terrain, a burly middle-aged man caught sight of a group of 8 human traffickers, and a glimmer of joy illuminated his countenance as he hastily approached them. Tang San, what in the world have you been up to? You've kept me waiting for so long. Did you manage to capture the serpent woman? The leader of the traffickers, who had been referred to as boss by several others, could hardly contain his impatience. Upon the tardy return of Tang San, he unleashed his pent-up frustration with a resounding slap, sending Tang San, along with a burlap sack, crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of yellow sand. As he wiped the sand from his mouth, Lao Wu, his face marked with grievance, rose and attempted to explain. Boss, let me explain. Explain? What good is that? You made me wait this long, and you still haven't brought back the serpent woman. If you don't give me a satisfactory reason today, I will have your head. The trafficker leader seethed with rage, his patience wearing thin. After enduring the harsh desert winds for several days, he had now spent an additional hour under the scorching sun waiting for someone who had failed him. Tang San pointed to the burlap sack on the ground, grinning. Boss, look, but before he could finish, a violet blade pierced through his chest. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Se had already appeared behind him. The remaining 8 traffickers gaped in disbelief at the sight of Xiao Se, their mouths agape, their faces painted with shock. They were unable to fathom how this young lad had managed to materialize amidst such an open expanse, surrounded by so many people, without anyone noticing. Who are you? The leader of the traffickers, suppressing his fear, took a step back and drew his large machete, bracing himself for battle. Years of bloodshed had taught him that the figure before him was not to be trifled with. He sensed an overwhelming danger. If things went awry, they could all meet their demise today. The other traffickers, seeing their leader draw his weapon, followed suit, each brandishing their own blades, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Should their leader give the command, they would descend upon this audacious youth and turn him into minced meat. I am the one who will take your lives. Xiao Se kicked Tang San's body aside, flicked his sword, and with a swift motion, propelled himself toward the leader of the traffickers, his body erupting like lightning in the eyes of the onlookers. The leader was no pushover either. He deflected the corpse that Xiao Se had kicked aside with a powerful swing of his blade, enveloping himself in an aura of combat energy as he charged at Xiao Se with a vicious glare. The 6 other traffickers watched as the 2 figures intertwined in a deadly dance. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed through the air as the trafficker's head, his sword, and his lifeless body fell one after another to the ground. In a single move, the leader of the traffickers was dispatched. The brief skirmish, lasting mere seconds, had decisively determined the victor. As they beheld Xiao Se's effortless annihilation of their leader, the remaining 7 traffickers felt their hearts drop, their expressions transforming from astonishment to sheer terror. They stared fearfully at Xiao Se's silhouette, struggling to comprehend how this seemingly youthful boy, no older than 15 or 16, could harbor such formidable strength. The boss is dead. Run. One of the traffickers was the first to react, wishing for nothing more than to sprout extra legs and flee. The other 6 quickly followed suit, clearly accustomed to such dire situations, scattering in 7 different directions to evade their pursuer, greatly enhancing their chances of escape. Unfortunately for them, they were up against Xiao Se. With a sudden flick of his wrist, a burst of violet-blue flames erupted, swirling and igniting under Xiao Se's command. The flames coalesced into 7 fireballs that hurtled towards the fleeing traffickers. Just as they were about to evade, the fireballs transformed into flaming swords, piercing through their bodies. Screams reverberated through the air as the fire swords impaled them. They did not perish instantly, but were consumed by flames, writhing in agony as they succumbed to the inferno. Once he had dealt with the 7 scoundrels, Xiao Se approached the cart, lifting the burlap cover. Inside the iron cage, 4 serpent women were curled together, their faces etched with fear, too terrified to look up at Xiao Se. It was evident that they had witnessed the gruesome spectacle of the massacre through the gaps in the burlap. You may leave now, but do not allow yourselves to be captured again. Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Se waved his magic sword, reducing the iron cage to fragments that scattered across the ground. Upon completing this task, Xiao Se stowed his sword behind him, locking onto the 4 serpent women with his sole force to prevent any sudden attacks, and then turned without a backward glance towards the burlap sack that Tang San had brought back. Unquestionably, it contained a bound young girl. Seeing that Xiao Se had shattered the iron cage without inflicting harm upon them, the serpent women flicked their tails and leaped down from the cart. hastily retreating into the depths of the Tagore Desert. One of the younger serpent women, after putting some distance between them, turned to glance back at Xiao Se, bowing deeply before continuing her flight into the desert's embrace. It's all right now. Xiao Se retracted his menacing aura and untied the burlap sack. To his astonishment, the sack did not contain a serpent woman, but rather a human girl, her limbs intact. She was a filthy little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, her frail body wrapped in coarse burlap. Despite her dirted visage, her delicate features shone through, resembling a beautiful porcelain doll marred by the grime of the world, evoking a deep sense of pity within him. Hearing Xiao Se's warm words, the little girl timidly lifted her gaze, and upon realizing he was not the hulking man who had captured her, a sigh of relief washed over her. She knew she had been rescued. Thank you, thank you. The girl whispered her gratitude in a voice so soft it was nearly inaudible, yet she dared not meet his eyes again. Her tone bore a hint of appreciation, but was overshadowed by fear. Noticing her distress, Xiao Se understood that she had endured considerable suffering. His heart ached for her, and with a warm smile, he gently said, "It's all right. The bad guys have been dealt with. May I ask for your name?" At his inquiry, the little girl hesitated, then nodded after a moment, stammering, "My name is Qin Qin." Chapter 64. A fortuitous encounter with Xiao Li. Qin Qin? The moment he uttered her name, Xiao Se felt a jolt of surprise. His gaze shifted to her wrist, which, despite being caked in dirt, revealed a few emerald scales. As Qin Qin prepared to express her gratitude, she suddenly lifted her small face to find Xiao Se's intense gaze fixed upon her. Following his line of sight, she noticed the scales on her forearm, and her delicate features paled instantly. Attempting to pull at her tattered clothing to cover her elbow, she found it inadequate to conceal her scales. Desperate, she wrapped the burlap sack around herself, crouching down to expose only her small head, her petite frame trembling with fear. Soda. I didn't mean to frighten you. Please don't hurt me. Qin Qin pleaded, her voice quivering with urgency and fear. Xiao Se shook his head with a gentle smile, his large hands softly stroking her head. Do not worry, I will not harm you. Everyone is born equal, and there is no need for you to feel inferior. Those emerald scales are not frightening at all. Upon hearing these words, the expression of Qing Lin froze in fear. Since her birth, apart from her mother, no one had ever shown her any concern, even when there were fleeting moments of kindness. They quickly dissipated upon learning of her heritage as a half-snake being, leading to a barrage of insults and derision, culminating in deep-seated resentment. Those who treated her with even a modicum of decency merely turned a blind eye in the eyes of others. She was the abominable offspring of a human and a serpent, a pariah. After her mother's passing, she found herself utterly alone in this world, enduring an existence rife with suffering and torment. Had it not been for her mother's dying wish for her to live on, she would likely have lost all hope of survival long ago. Within her battered and fragile spirit, a peculiar sensation quietly began to surface. Raising her small face, her eyes shimmering with a strange allure, she timidly inquired, "Are you not afraid of me? I am the child of a human and a serpent." With a gentle smile, Xiao Se shook his head, his gaze resting on her somewhat ethereal emerald irises. In a fleeting moment, he perceived 3 tiny green dots within them, causing his spirit to momentarily waver, only to return to clarity when he looked again, finding the dots vanished. He mused to himself, is this the famed 3 flower eyes of the emerald serpent? Xiao Se. Do you have anyone else at home? He recalled that in the original narrative, Qing Lin first appeared as a maidservant for the Motai mercenary corps, seemingly taken in by a woman from that group. Thus, in the desert, having rescued her, he pondered further. With his spiritual awareness extending outward, he soon detected 2 figures, a man and a woman, hiding behind a sand dune several hundred meters away. They were remarkably cautious, not daring to make sound. At the same time, a voice echoed in Xiao Se's mind. Brother, a man and a woman we discovered half an hour ago seem to be approaching, currently hiding behind the sand dune to the west. One of them is a 9-star fighter. Although he may not be your match, please exercise caution. Understood, Lone Kue. Xiao Se acknowledged, his gaze softening as he regarded Qing Lin, patiently awaiting her response. Listening to Xiao Se's inquiry, Qing Lin quickly shook her head, lifting her gaze to meet his sincere and tender dark eyes, devoid of any pretense. A warmth flowed through her heart. I do not have a family either, but fortunately, I have a younger sister and several good friends. Would you like to join me and become my second sister? Xiao Se's face radiated warmth as he gently tousled Qing Lin's hair, contemplating for a moment before speaking. The sudden kindness from Xiao Se made Qing Lin's heart tremble. In that instant, Her battered spirit felt as though it had been miraculously healed. She softly replied, and with Xiao Se as assistance. She shed the burlap sack draped over her and stood up. Having soothed Qinglin, Xiao Se released a sigh of relief. Turning to the distant sand dune and calling out sternly, "Have you been watching for so long without revealing yourselves?" Upon hearing Xiao Se shout, the two figures concealed behind the dune realized they had been discovered. Exchanging glances filled with resignation, they rose and stepped out from behind the sand dune. Before them stood a pair of young individuals. The man, clad in mercenary garb, appeared to be in his 20s, bearing a striking resemblance to Xiao Yan, with a robust physique and powerful arms that exuded a feral aura. The woman, possessing a captivating allure, approached nervously, taking measured steps behind the young man. As Xiao Se observed the approaching duo, he speculated he bears some resemblance to Xiao Yan, but is he Xiao Ding or Xiao Li? He had only arrived at the Xiao family in Wutan City at the age of 6, and prior to that, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had scarcely spent time at the Xiao residence, leaving him unfamiliar with them. "It's Sister Xiaolan, the one who fed me," Qinglin exclaimed excitedly upon recognizing the alluring woman. Upon hearing her call, the woman named Xiaolan felt a wave of relief wash over her and halted alongside the young man 10 meters away from Xiao Se. "Qinglin, are you all right? I heard from the people in the slums that you had been abducted, so I specifically sought out our second captain for assistance." Qinglin smiled and replied, "Thank you, Sister Xiaolan. It was the big brother who saved me." Xiaolan nodded with a smile, casting a glance at Xiao Se. "That puts my mind at ease. I initially intended to bring you to our mercenary group, but it seems that will no longer be necessary." Listening to their exchange, Xiao Se understood that even had he not intervened, Qinglin would have been taken to the Thai mercenary corps as a maidservant, just as in the original story. As for how they would rescue her from the clutches of the human traffickers, that remained uncertain. "I am Xiao Ding, the newly appointed second captain of the Thai mercenary corps in Mo City, and this is my comrade, Xiaolan. It is a pleasure to meet you." The young man greeted with a respectful bow, surprised by Xiao Se's youth. However, he recognized that someone capable of effortlessly slaying those notorious for their misdeeds in the Tagore Desert and detecting their presence from such a distance must possess strength surpassing his own, evoking a sense of respect. Xiao Se nodded and calmly introduced himself with a playful moniker, Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua. Xiao Ding paused momentarily, taken aback to find another person bearing the Xiao surname. However, upon reflecting, he realized there was no one in the Xiao family by that name. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, "Might you also be from the Xiao family of Wutan City?" "No," Xiao Se replied with an air of tranquility. Xiao Ding stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. "I see. I was being presumptuous." Xiao Se shook his head, casually tossing a few jade vials. "No witties. Since you are here to rescue Qinglin, it would be remiss not to offer something in return. Here are 3 healing pills, whether ingested or crushed for external application. They will expedite the healing process. They will serve you well as mercenaries." Upon receiving the pills, Xiao Ding's eyes brightened with excitement. "Are you an alchemist?" Xiao Se nodded slightly, acknowledging the inquiry, then turned to Qinglin and gently said, "Qinglin, it's time to go." "Oh, all right." Qinglin momentarily dazed, then waved goodbye to Xiaolan. "Sister Xiaolan, goodbye." With that, Xiao Se embraced Qinglin's slender waist, lightly tapping the ground with his toes. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the sight of the two. Chapter 65. The Serpent Clan, Yume. "Big brother, I'm all cleaned up now." Within the protective barrier of the Han Hai, Qinglin emerged bashfully from the tent. At that moment, the grime that had marred her features had been washed away, revealing her delicate and fair oval face. The tattered coarse linen garments she had worn were replaced with Xiao Se's original azure tunic. Gazing at Qinglin, who had fashioned the tunic into a short skirt, revealing her fair calves akin to jade, Xiao Se was struck by a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a scene from a Japanese anime, where a young girl dons an oversized shirt. He silently repeated thrice, "I'm not a lowly enthusiast. I'm not a lowly enthusiast. I am not a lowly enthusiast." Then, with a gentle smile, he said, "I'm sorry, Qinglin, but I don't have any suitable clothes for you. Your attire will take a few more days." No, young master-esque clothing is wonderful. This is the finest outfit I have ever worn." Qinglin eagerly shook her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she murmured, "Moreover, it smells delightful." "Is that so? If it smells nice, I'll just give it to you," Xiao Se teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Qinglin, caught off guard by Xiao Se's keen hearing, blushed deeply and promptly retreated into the tent. Observing the bashful demeanor of Qinglin, Xiao Se chuckled softly and shook his head. He retrieved a package of dried meat and a jug of water from his storage ring, saying, "All right, you must be hungry. Come and have something to eat. No sooner had he spoken than faint sounds of grumbling echoed within the tent, prompting Qinglin to emerge, her small face covered with her hands. Here, eat, Xiao Se said, offering her a piece of jerky. This was the meat of a first-tier magical beast, the blue bull, which Xiao Se had seasoned with beast fire and stored in his system's warehouse for indulgent moments. Wow, this jerky is delicious, Qinglin exclaimed, her words muffled as she chewed. Is that so? If it's tasty, then eat plenty. There's more where that came from. With a smile, Xiao Se handed her the water jug and took a piece of the jerky for himself. In no time, Qinglin devoured the hefty half-pound piece of jerky, followed by a hearty swig of water, before exhaling contentedly and saying, "Young master, I'm full now." Good, that's what matters. Xiao Se smiled as he stored the remaining jerky in another storage ring and handed it to Qinglin, saying, "The desert is too harsh. Your delicate frame cannot withstand it. During our travels, I will keep you in a special pouch that can hold living beings. This ring contains sufficient food and water to last you for a while. You can take it out whenever you feel hungry." As he spoke, Xiao Se added, "Remember to wear it on your left ring finger." "Thank you, young master." Upon hearing this, Qinglin felt a sweetness in her heart. She smiled as she accepted the ring and adorably slipped it onto her ring finger. However, after donning the ring, a hint of melancholy crossed her charming face. "What is the matter, Qinglin? If you don't like it, you can wear on another finger," Xiao Se observed, noting the subtle change in her expression. Qinglin shook her head, her cheeks flushing a delicate red, and hesitantly replied, "Qinglin doesn't know how to use the ring." "You haven't practiced?" Realization dawned on Xiao Se. To use the ring, one must at least have trained in fighting energy. After all, Qinglin hailed from the slums, who would teach her to cultivate. Yes, Qinglin nodded slightly, her eyes filled with uncertainty as she asked, "Young master, am I very useless?" "It's all right. Not everyone is born knowing how to cultivate. You simply haven't had anyone to guide you." Ruffling Qinglin's little head, Xiao Se said with a smile, "I will teach you how to begin your training in fighting energy later." Upon hearing Xiao Se's words, a flicker of joy and gratitude crossed Qinglin's verdant eyes. "Thank you, young master," she replied with a beaming smile. With a cheerful nod, Xiao Se took out the map given to him by Heibadong and began to examine their next destination, the depths of the Tagar Desert, the holy city of the Serpent People. A soldier of the Serpent People, clad in armor, swayed her serpentine tail as she hastened toward the holy city. Shortly thereafter, she halted before an elderly serpent elder and an alluring serpent woman. "Elder Inshur, Commander Yume," the serpent woman bowed respectfully to the two. "What has transpired, Shui? Why the hurried demeanor?" Yume inquired, her brow furrowing. "Commander Yume, Miss Yu learned of our journey to the holy city and secretly followed us. But she was captured by humans along the way." The serpent woman spoke urgently. "Damn it," Yume muttered, her voice low as she raised her hand, saying, "Let us go. We must rescue her." Yu was the most gifted individual of Yume's tribe and her only disciple, as well as the successor Yume was nurturing for the tribe. Her safety was of utmost importance. "Understood." The surrounding serpent women straightened their bodies, their tails twitching in readiness. "Elder Inshur, I take my leave," Yume said, bowing respectfully to the elder. He was the oldest of the serpent people, having dedicated his life to their protection, earning the respect of even the serpent queen, Medusa. It was only natural for Yume to hold him in high regard. "Go. Rescuing her is paramount. I will explain to the queen." Elder Inshur waved his hand, sighing. At that moment, another serpent woman rushed in, exclaiming, "Commander Yume, Miss Yu has returned." At this news, Yume paused in surprise. How could Yu have returned before they even set out? She stood still, waiting patiently. Soon, a youthful serpent woman, her appearance still innocent and fresh, glided gracefully toward them, followed by 3 adult serpent women. "Teacher, I thought I would never see you again," the young serpent woman said, tears brimming in her beautiful eyes as she rushed into Yume's embrace. Yume had intended to scold her, but upon seeing the young woman's tears, her heart softened instantly. She gently stroked the girl's back and said softly, "Tell me, what happened?" Wiping her tears, the girl named Yu replied, her eyes red. "I learned from my kin that you were coming to see the queen today, so I secretly followed with several guards. Unfortunately, we encountered some vile humans along the way, and I and the guard were captured. How could you let such a thing happen? Do you think you can bear the consequences?" Yume's anger flared upon hearing Yu's words, and she scolded the 3 kneeling serpent women nearby. "Forgive us, Commander Yume, please forgive us." The 3 serpent women begged for mercy, trembling at Yume's wrath. "Teacher, please don't blame them. I snuck out on my own, and one of the captors was a fighter. They were captured while trying to protect me. You hastily defended the three. Chapter 66, Queen Medusa. Just as Yume was reprimanding the three serpent women and you was defending them, the grand doors of the serpent people's temple slowly opened. Under the gaze of all the serpent people, an exquisitely beautiful woman gracefully emerged from the temple. She was a woman of breathtaking beauty, adorned in a sheer red gold veil that accentuated her alluring curves, resembling a ripe summer peach, exuding a subtle charm. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders, evoking an enchanting aura. Everything about her appeared so natural, akin to a masterpiece of nature. Beneath her flowing red gown lay a delicate lilac serpent tail, gently swaying, evoking an inexplicable warmth in the onlookers. She was none other than the infamous Queen Medusa of the serpent people from the continent of fighting energy. Your Majesty. Upon her appearance, all the serpent people knelt in reverence. Yume, what is happening? Why the commotion outside? The alluring red lips beneath the sheer veil parted slightly. Her voice melodious, yet chilling, devoid of any warmth. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It is my failure to oversee matters, resulting in tribe members being captured by humans. They have just returned, and I am reprimanding them for disturbing Your Majesty, Yume said, bowing with utmost respect, her palms pressed against her shoulders. Upon hearing this, Medusa furrowed her brow. Nothing irked her more than humans capturing serpent women. She replied coldly, what good is reprimanding them, while those humans are still within reach? Send people to eliminate them. Yes, Your Majesty. Yume nodded and prepared to pursue them. Observing this, hesitated for a moment, raised her small face, and slowly spoke, Your Majesty, teacher, there's no need to send anyone. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Queen Medusa's captivating eyes. You do not be rude. Upon hearing this, Yume hastily grasped Yu's hand and gently pressed her head down, repeatedly apologizing to Medusa, beseeching the queen to forgive them. There is no need for such formality, Yu. Pray tell, why did you not allow Yume to pursue those humans? Medusa inquired. She had always been merciless towards humans, yet she exhibited a certain leniency towards her own kin. Yes, Your Majesty, Yu replied, lifting her beautiful face to gaze at Medusa with admiration and respect. She solemnly declared, we were rescued by human youth wielding a peculiar purple sword. Those slavers have already been slain by him. Oh, Medusa's interest was piqued as she inquired indifferently, pray, describe this human to me. What manner of person would dare to kill for the sake of a serpent maiden? This notion intrigued her, albeit only slightly. As Yu recounted the details of her savior, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. It transpired as follows. She narrated everything she had witnessed. Upon hearing Yu's account, Medusa's gaze fell upon her slightly flushed face, and she furrowed her brow, responding coolly, I understand. Since those rascals are no longer a threat, let this matter rest. Yu, regardless of whether that youth saved you, you must not entangle yourself with him should you encounter him again. Though Medusa had not experienced romantic affairs, she could discern the subtle affections flickering in Yu's heart. For she had just portrayed the boy who saved her as a divine savior of the serpentkin. It was evident that Yu had developed a tender infatuation for him, and this was not a promising sign. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing Medusa's decree against her association with the boy, Yu's countenance turned pale, and with a soft sigh, she wished to voice her thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. In a remote, flat area deep within the desert, protected by the vast sea barrier, Qing Lin exclaimed, Big brother, I have broken through to the third stage of fighting spirit. With a sudden sparkle in her emerald eyes, she leaped joyfully into Xiao Se's embrace. Is that so? Congratulations. Qing Lin, Xiao Se replied gently, stroking her head with a warm smile. I must become stronger quickly, so that I can protect Big Brother, she declared, her eyes shimmering like crescent moons as she giggled in delight at his praise. Indeed, now that you have achieved this breakthrough, we should proceed to the final location marked on the map. Nodding with a smile, Xiao Se rose to store the magic sword within his body and collected their camping supplies into his spatial ring. Qing Lin obediently entered the enchanted pouch. It must be said that the unique talent of the three flower eyes of the green serpent allowed for an effortless rise in cultivation, akin to the necessity of sustenance, and without any adverse effects, far surpassing the fearsomeness of the curse of the unfortunate. More than 20 days prior, Qing Lin had been an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. However, after Xiao Se assisted her in capturing several sand serpents, her prowess soared. It was indeed Xiao Se's deliberate guidance that enabled Qing Lin's three flower eyes to mature ahead of schedule. Naturally, Xiao Se himself had not remained stagnant. Amidst the abundant fire energy of the Taggart Desert, his training progressed at a pace even swifter than during his time in the valleys of the Monster Beast Mountains. Just a week ago, he had successfully broken through to the rank of a 3-star fighter. As he retracted the vast sea barrier, Xiao Se's body trembled slightly, and his purple cloud wings unfurled, propelling him into the sky. He soared upward, executing a graceful loop before transforming into a streak of azure and violet light, vanishing into the horizon. Half an hour later, Xiao Se finally arrived at the last point indicated on the map. Before him lay an expanse of sand dunes. Gazing at the seemingly endless flat terrain, he momentarily hesitated. Vague memories began to crystallize in his mind, recalling that in the original tale, Xiao Yan had discovered a cave within a similar sandy landscape. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Se swallowed a recovery pill to steady his breathing, slowing his ascent while employing the system's enhanced vision to scan the area below. As anticipated, he soon spotted a realm of magma beneath the sandy surface. After about an hour of flight, his breaths grew slightly labored as he declared, "Found it." With that, he dove towards the ground, halting 5 meters above a smooth rock surface. Gazing down at the dark passageway obscured by yellow sand, he raised his right hand, summoning violet flames that surged forth, coiling and burning, gradually forming a fireball the size of a human head. "Go!" He hurled the fireball directly at the sand-covered entrance. With a resounding boom that echoed like thunder, the dark mouth of the cave came into view. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Se plunged into the abyss. Within the pitch-black cavern, numerous forks appeared, yet with his enhanced vision, they posed no challenge for him. Before long, he emerged into a fiery world. Chapter 67. The Two-Headed Fire Spirit Serpent and the Vast Sea Barrier. Inside the massive cavern, an endless expanse of a magma realm flowed slowly. Vibrant red magma bubbling and occasionally releasing large bubbles that burst into dazzling sprays of molten rock, resembling beautiful fireworks. Standing at the end of the passage, Xiao Se was now cloaked in a fighting spirit garment, gazing at the tumultuous magma world, unable to suppress the excitement swelling within him. "At last, I have reached this point," he asserted, his fist clenched resolutely. "Brother, something is approaching from beneath the magma. It seems to be a magical beast." A soft voice echoed from within the magic sword, belonging to Long Kuei. This time, it was also Hong Kuei's voice. Perhaps aware of the perilous nature of Xiao Se's quest, Long Kuei had relinquished control of her body to Long Kuei since their arrival in the desert city. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se focused intently. Through the system's vision, he discerned a moving black dot deep within the magma, which rapidly expanded to reveal its form, a colossal serpent with 2 heads. "This is the Two-Headed Fire Spirit Serpent. Long Kuei, I will transfer control of my body to you shortly. You must help me subdue this giant serpent, but remember not to kill it. The extraordinary fire lies within the magma, and the vastness of this realm will determine our success in locating it." Xiao Se spoke slowly. "Brother, leave it to me," Long Kuei affirmed, nodding in readiness as she awaited the impending assault of the Two-Headed Fire Spirit Serpent. Meanwhile, the clan was also busy, releasing Qing Lin from the enchanted pouch. Gazing at the surrounding sea of flames, Qing Lin was both awed and apprehensive, swallowing hard. Xiao Se turned to her with a serious expression. "Qing Lin, I will explain the details later. A 4th-tier magical beast, the Two-Headed Fire Spirit Serpent, is about to arrive. I will subdue it. You must see if you can forcibly sign a contract with it, as you did with the serpentine magical beasts I previously captured." "I will do my best," Qing Lin replied firmly, nodding resolutely. The two fell silent, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Two-Headed Fire Spirit Serpent. Before long, even without relying on enhanced vision, Xiao Se's spiritual sense could perceive the presence of the creature. Similarly, Qing Lin, with her 3 flower eyes, sensed it as well. "Big brother, it's coming," Qing Lin exclaimed, gripping her skirt tightly, her emerald eyes fixed on the vast expanse of fiery magma. "Stay here and do not move. I will go and subdue it." Xiao Se nodded, his body trembling slightly. Ziyuni shot out from behind and flew out, shouting in his heart, "Dragon Kuei, please come next. Leave it to me, brother." As soon as Hong Kuei finished speaking, the originally purple wings behind Xiao Se suddenly turned into fiery red, and a strange layer of red light enveloped his body. The high temperature that had previously made him feel hot disappeared instantly, replaced by a sense of coolness. At the moment when Xiao Se flew out, the huge body of the Two-Headed Fire Spirit Snake also burst out of the magma, opening its sharp teeth and fiercely biting towards Xiao Se, who was coming towards it. Core death. Looking at the Two-Headed Fire Spirit Snake biting towards him, Lone Kuei controlled Xiao Se's body and condensed a huge blood-red sickle that was over 2 meters long. With a sharp, upward swing of the sickle, a blood-red light burst out and fiercely bombarded the position where the heads of the two-headed fire spirit snake met. How can a mere 4th-level monster resist the Red Kuei, who can unleash the peak power of the Emperor of Fighters? Under the impact of the blood-red light, its body is lifted up by the red light, and its entire massive body leaves the magma, fiercely hitting the ceiling of the underground cave. Boom! There was a sudden tremor above the underground cave, causing rocks to shatter and large and small rocks to fall into the magma. Red Kuei controlled Xiao Se's big hand and waved it. The blood-red sickle in her hand dissipated and turned into a long red energy ribbon, binding it towards the direction of the double-headed fire spirit snake. After a while, he brought the double-headed fire snake bundled into Zhongzi to Qinglin. Big brother, you're so beautiful. Qinglin stared blankly at Xiao Se, whose temperament had undergone a huge change, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Xiao Se tugged at the corner of his mouth and pointed to the two-headed fire spirit snake that was tightly tied down below, revealing only 2 pairs of big eyes. He said, Qinglin, give it a try. Qinglin nodded obediently, her eyes slightly closed. And her mind recalled the first time she unilaterally forced a contract with the sand snake. She silently recited in her heart, I want to help Big Brother. I can't let him down. The emerald green eyes suddenly opened, and 3 small emerald green dots appeared in each pupil. In an instant, Qinglin's skirt, robe, and hair tips disappeared without any wind. After a moment, Qinglin's small face showed a happy expression, looked up at Xiao Se and smiled, saying, Big Brother, it's already healed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se looked into the 2 pairs of snake eyes of the two-headed fire spirit snake. The cunning and fierce colors in the snake eyes disappeared, replaced by gentleness and loyalty. Immediately release your right hand, and the red energy ribbon will dissipate automatically. The two-headed fire spirit snake, which had regained its freedom, affectionately approached Qinglin, full of flattery. Qinglin, ask if it knows where the strange fire is? Xiao Se looked at Qinglin. Qinglin nodded and had a conversation with the two-headed fire spirit snake. She smiled and said, Xiao Hua said that the strange fire is under the magma. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se secretly thought to himself that it was indeed true. He immediately took out a medicinal fruit from the ring, wrapped it in the Hanhai protective shield, and threw it into magma. The imagined magma did not splash up. After a moment, Xiao Se withdrew the Hanhai protective shield, and the medicinal fruit inside the shield was intact. Fortunately, the Hanhai bodyguard ability to conceal one's body shape is effective. Even magma cannot reach it. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to step into this high-temperature magma of tens of thousands of degrees, let alone extract abnormal flames. After all, Xiao Se does not have the bone age and cold fire protection of medicinal aging, nor does he have an cold bloodline like Medusa, which can ignore the high temperature of magma. As for whether the dragon sunflower can withstand this temperature, Xiao Se dare not bet, because if he brings it up, even at the risk of damaging his vitality, the dragon Kuei will answer yes. Qinglin, please wait for me here for a moment. I will follow the two-headed fire spirit snake to search for the strange fire under the magma. Xiao Se rubbed his scaly head and said with a smile. He did not choose to put the green scales into the Rui treasure bag, which is located in the underground magma world. Fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. In the event of a violent battle, if the Rui treasure bag is knocked down and falls into the magma world, there will be no place to cry. Young master, be careful with everything. Qinglin nodded and then said to the two-headed fire spirit snake, Xiao Se, quickly take the young master to search for the strange fire. Don't play tricks, go early and return early. After spending more than half a month together, Qinglin also learned about the ability of Hanhai's protective shield, so she was not worried that Xiao Se would be swallowed by the magma if he entered. The hissing double-headed fire spirit snake seemed to understand Qinglin's words, and turned around and plunged into the magma, revealing a fiery red snake tail. Xiao Se's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He leaped forward and grasped the snake's tail, while releasing the Hanhai protective shield to wrap around his body. Then, together with the two-headed fire spirit snake, they completely sank into the magma. Chapter 68, Qinglian's Inner Fire. The Heavenly Snake Mansion is located in a spacious and bright hall. At the top of the main hall, there's a huge golden chair with 2 huge snake heads at either end. Above the snake head's eyes, there are 2 emerald green gemstones, each appearing uniquely beautiful. On the golden seat, leaning against an elderly man with white hair, the old man slightly closed his eyes and wore a green robe. Several large snakes crossed each other's feathers on the robe, giving people a feeling of immortal charm. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, and a terrifying gleam emanated from his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke up and said, "Someone." As the old man finished speaking, a ghostly black shadow appeared out of thin air in the center of the hall. "Elder." Black Shadow knelt down on one knee and respectfully addressed the old man. "Go and call White Fang and Green Man over." The old man said calmly, "Yes." The Black Shadow responded respectfully and transformed into a ghost again, disappearing into the hall. Looking at the disappearing shadow, the old man's murky eyes flickered with a strange radiance. Murmuring in the Taggart Desert, I finally sensed her exact location this time. The blue snake's three-colored eyes have reappeared in this world, and my heavenly snake mansion is about to flourish. Ha! At the end, only the laughter of the old man remained in the entire hall. On the other hand, led by the two-headed fire spirit snake, Xiao Se grabbed the snake's tail and had already penetrated deep into the magma world. Looking at the fiery red magma world around him, Xiao Se couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. With the swimming speed of a two-headed fire spirit snake, he had been in the magma world for almost an hour now. With his perspective eyes, he had not yet seen the inner fire of Qinglian. Glancing around at the magma again, Xiao Se's brow furrowed suddenly. He recalled his mind that the fire spirit snake in the original work seemed extremely cunning. He had beaten it so badly before, and it was hard to guarantee that this beast would not take the opportunity to retaliate and deliberately take a detour. Immediately, he shouted sternly at the two-headed fire spirit snake, "If you don't want to die, be honest and don't play tricks, otherwise I won't keep you." The desolate voice carried fighting spirit, passing through the barrier of the Han-Hai protective shield and magma, and reaching the ears of the two-headed fire spirit snake. As a level 4 warcraft, equivalent to a human spirit fighting powerhouse, the double-headed fire spirit snake already possesses a certain level of spiritual intelligence. So Xiao Se is not worried that it may not understand. The fire spirit snake was extremely afraid of the terrifying power that Xiao Se had previously displayed. Upon hearing the warning, it turned its head to the disappearing snake tail with a shy expression, full of flattery. Immediately, without hesitation, the frequency of body movements increased. There were a few hisses, and the diving speed suddenly skyrocketed. After about half a column of fragrant time, Xiao Se's perspective eyes could vaguely see the blue light emitted from the depths of the magma. The blue light became clearer and clearer, and finally a complete blue lotus flower came into view. "This is Qinglian Di Xinhua. Come closer to me with a nervous heart." Xiao Se Duki urged the two-headed fire spirit snake. Approximately 20 zhang away from the azure lotus, the fire spirit serpent came to an abrupt halt, its enormous eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation as it gazed at the cerulean flower, its body trembling with fear, unwilling to approach. "You may wait here for me," Xiao Se remarked, recognizing the serpent's apprehension towards the exotic flame. The fire spirit serpent nodded eagerly, obediently gliding to the side. With a slight tremor, Xiao Se's violet cloud wings unfurled, and with a powerful flap, he began to soar towards the azure radiance. Although activating the vast sea protective shield consumed a considerable amount of fighting spirit, the distance was not insurmountable, especially since he still possessed over 30 recovery pills. As he drew closer, Xiao Se finally discerned the complete visage of the azure lotus. Enveloped in a gentle azure glow, the lotus stood gracefully, adorned with 8 impeccably crafted petals, each one a paragon of natural beauty, resplendent and translucent, eliciting a sense of awe. At the heart of the lotus lay a small pedestal, measuring 2 to 3 feet, from which delicate orifices emitted flecks of luminescence. Central to the lotus was a fist-sized aperture, from which a ball of azure flame ascended slowly. This flame possessed a remarkable sentience, occasionally coalescing into the shape of a lotus, and at other times morphing into a slender azure flame serpent, playfully hovering at the center of the pedestal. "Heart of the azure lotus, I have finally found you," Xiao Se declared as he melded into the cerulean light, his gaze fixed intently on the azure flame. He refrained from approaching recklessly, recalling how the original Medusa had been grievously wounded for attempting to forcibly seize the flame. He had no desire to repeat that folly. He then withdrew his jade ruler, gliding beneath the azure lotus, intent on severing its roots. Once he possessed the pedestal, the exotic flame would pose no significant threat. As he beheld the slender, elongated root beneath the azure lotus, Xiao Se prepared to strike with his jade ruler. However, the heart of the azure lotus instinctively sensed danger. Beginning to writhe violently, the entire magma realm shook violently, as if on the verge of eruption, tendrils of azure flame shooting forth in an attempt to repel the intruder. Fortunately, encased within the vast sea protective shield, Xiao Se remained undetected, rendering the azure flame impotent in its fury. The tumultuous flames surged rapidly and subsided just as swiftly. After Xiao Se severed the pedestal's roots, he infused it with soul power to bind it, and tranquility soon returned to the magma world. The heart of the azure lotus was secured, in the holy city of the serpent people, within a spacious and luminous chamber. A colossal throne was positioned at the far end. Seated upon this throne was Medusa, her eyes gently closed, seemingly lost in contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and beneath the veil of red gauze, her alluring lips parted slightly as she uttered melodious words. Was it the essence of an exotic flame? Pausing for a moment, Medusa rose and leaped into the air, her crimson wings unfurling dramatically as she soared through the grand ventilation shaft of her chamber. In a town near the Tagore Desert, within a brightly lit room, a large medicinal cauldron stood in the center. A refined middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, his face alight with jubilation as he trembled. This is undoubtedly the aura of an exotic flame. I cannot be mistaken. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it is undeniably the exotic flame. After a brief surge of excitement, the man's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself. The aura of the exotic flame has vanished in the depths of the Tagore Desert, the territory of Queen Medusa of the Serpent People. I must gather more allies without delay. As he spoke, the refined man unfurled his fighting spirit wings and, with a powerful flap, sped towards the imperial capital. Chapter 69, Medusa Strikes. Deep within the caverns of the Tagore Desert, Qing Lin anxiously awaited Xiao Se's return, unaware that nearly an hour had passed without any sign of him. Furthermore, half an hour prior, the magma had erupted in turmoil, but thankfully it had quickly calmed. Otherwise, her delicate form would have surely been engulfed. Suddenly, a potent and unfamiliar aura surged into Qing Lin's consciousness, accompanied by a hint of bloodshed, indicating that its master had taken many lives, countless lives. As she sensed the rapid approach of the aura's master, Qing Lin was beset by a tumult of emotions. Yet utterly helpless, despair swelling within her. With merely 3 segments of fighting spirit, she was utterly immobilized in this magma realm. To retreat along the original path would place her directly in the path of the aura's master, a certain death trap. Moreover, she had a foreboding feeling that this formidable presence had already detected her. Big brother, please return soon. In her desperation, Qing Lin silently prayed, hoping that Xiao Se would return swiftly so that they might seek refuge within the vast sea protective shield, rendering them undetectable even to the aura's master. In the dark, smooth passageway, Medusa darted through the shadows with incredible speed. Her palace was not far, and she arrived within half an hour at the site where the exotic flame's aura had vanished. The convoluted nature of the dark passage assured her that even if someone had acquired the exotic flame, it must still linger within. Suddenly, Medusa paused momentarily, sensing a familiar aura, and murmured, "This is the scent of the serpent people. No, it resembles a half-serpent." With that, Medusa enveloped herself in crimson light, causing the surrounding space to warp mysteriously as she vanished from the dark passage. Meanwhile, in the underground magma realm, Xiao Se, having secured the heart of the azure lotus, grasped the tail of the 2-headed fire spirit serpent as he retraced his steps. As for the exotic flame, it could not be stored in his spatial ring, storage belt, or treasured pouch, so he wisely deposited it into the system's warehouse. Brother, we shall be free in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Red Kuei's gentle voice suddenly resonated in his mind, imbued with delight. Clearly, she was thrilled by his successful acquisition of the exotic flame. Just as her words faded, both Xiao Se and Red Kuei's expressions shifted to one of gravity. The former, through his vision, spotted a crimson dot approaching Qing Lin at an unfathomable speed, akin to spatial teleportation, while the latter sensed it through her soul power. Brother, trouble is upon us. A powerful presence is rapidly closing in on Qing Lin. Red Kui, within the magic sword, urged urgently. I sense it too. Dragon Kuei, please hasten and take me up. Xiao Se communicated to Dragon Kui. Leave it to me, brother. With those words, Red Kuei emerged from the magical sword's engraving on Xiao Se's right hand, wrapping her arms around his waist as they sped towards the exit, leaving the fire spirit serpent far behind. At this moment, both parties raced against time, vying to reach Qing Lin first. In the cavern, a delicate, melodious voice echoed suddenly. Little girl, what are you doing here? As the words fell, the space before Qing Lin at the end of the passageway began to twist ominously. Gazing upon this scene, the azure-scaled girl's emerald eyes widened in terror, instinctively retreating a few steps, only to stumble over a protruding rock behind her and fall to the ground. Her delicate hands bracing against the earth, her exquisite face etched with fear. Under the watchful gaze of the frightened girl, a graceful silhouette gradually emerged from the warped space, materializing within the cavern. The enchanting woman, with her flowing crimson robe, concealed beneath it a near-perfect physique, voluptuous and alluring, her form reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding a faint, enchanting allure. Beneath the robe, a purple serpent tail, emanating a subtle fragrance, swayed freely in the air, supported by the elegant wings of the woman. This was a woman whose beauty could only be described as mesmerizing, yet intertwined with an undeniable regal nobility. In that moment, even the azure-scaled girl could surmise the woman's identity, the Medusa queen of the serpent people. Medusa gazed impassively at the girl, who had fallen in fright, her beautiful eyes momentarily flickering with surprise. When her gaze fell upon the 3 small green dots within the girl's emerald pupils, her astonishment swiftly transformed into awe. No wonder she had survived as a half-serpent. It was revealed that she had awakened the 3 flower eyes of the azure serpent. However, it was regrettable that they were still too immature. Murmuring softly, Medusa disregarded the 3 flower eyes' influence over serpentine beasts and slowly approached the girl. Her jade hand gesturing as a crimson aura enveloped the azure-scaled girl, lifting her effortlessly to stand before the Medusa queen. "Little girl, I ask you who brought you here, and where did that person go?" Medusa inquired, her voice icy. As a pinnacle doe emperor, Medusa could easily discern the extent of the azure-scaled girl's power. With her almost negligible strength, it was impossible for her, even with the 3 flower eyes, to traverse the winding passage to arrive here. "I do not know." Despite her fear, the girl resolutely refused to betray the only person in the world who had treated her with kindness, who had regarded her as a normal being. Even as family, observing the girl's stubborn demeanor, Medusa's brows knitted slightly, and she spoke again. "Little girl, my patience is limited. Were it not for your half-blood lineage of my people, you would already be a lifeless corpse." I do not understand what you are saying." Lowering her emerald gaze, the girl stammered. A flicker of despair and reluctance crossed her beautiful eyes, having finally encountered someone who truly cared for her. She could not bear the thought of dying so soon. Beneath the lava, Xiao Se and Hong Kuei silently watched the unfolding events. Ultimately, he had arrived a moment too late. In terms of strength, the current Hong Kuei might be comparable to Medusa, but Medusa not only had a shorter distance to cover, but seemingly possessed some form of spatial teleportation technique, allowing her to appear before the azure-scaled girl in an instant. Though Medusa had been his goddess in a past life, he found little joy in the present circumstances. Drawing forth his magical sword, he glanced at Hong Kuei, who understood the unspoken cue, transforming into a red light that fused with Xiao Se's being. Xiao Se chose not to launch a surprise attack. Given Hong Kuei's abilities, a lethal strike would likely be unachievable, yet severely wounding Medusa was a distinct possibility. However, such an action would mean a relentless feud, potentially endangering the azure-scaled girl in the process. Chapter 70. The Transaction. At that moment, Medusa appeared to have lost her patience. Just as she contemplated taking the girl back to the serpent people and then returning to search for the strange fire, a strange male voice echoed from within the magma. "Medusa Queen, please do not make things difficult for the azure-scaled girl." As the voice faded, a figure abruptly leapt from the magma, landing gracefully in midair. "Big brother." Upon seeing the familiar figure, tears streamed uncontrollably down the azure-scaled girl's cheeks. Her heart a tumult of joy and anxiety, joyful that Xiao Se had safely emerged from the magma, yet anxious that the Medusa Queen stood so close by. Xiao Se nodded, offering her a reassuring glance. The boy in the black robe, wielding the peculiar purple sword, was indeed him. Medusa, taken aback by Xiao Se's sudden appearance, briefly displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Recognizing him immediately from the description provided by her kin, "You heir," Medusa knew he was the boy who had rescued her 4 compatriots. "Human, I shall ask you, did you not rescue several serpent maidens over half a month ago?" Medusa inquired, her gaze fixed on Xiao Se, her tone calm yet inquisitive. Startled, Xiao Se hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, Medusa Queen. This girl beside you is the one I saved along with those 4 serpent maidens. Might I request her return to my side? I shall depart and refrain from ever setting foot in the Tagore desert again." "Very well." To Xiao Se's astonishment, Medusa Queen agreed without hesitation. However, her next words extinguished any semblance of joy. "In light of your assistance to my kin, you may take her, but the strange fire must remain." A Xiao Se's lips twisted into a grimace as his expression darkened. "Medusa Queen, surely you jest. I possess no such strange fire. Human, do not test my patience." Though I am unsure of what means you have employed, I know you are also a pinnacle Do Emperor. Should we engage in combat, the outcome remains uncertain. Yet it appears this girl beside me holds significant importance to you. Otherwise, you would not have revealed yourself. Medusa pressed, her fingers gently resting on the azure-scaled girl's delicate shoulder, her tone growing impatient. Hey, isn't it rather cunning of you, as the queen of the serpent people, to threaten a child? Xiao Se retorted, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. Beneath her red and gold veil, Medusa's lips curled into an alluring smile. As the queen of the serpent people, cunning is merely a relative term to you humans. I shall count to 3. Should you not surrender the strange fire, I will simply crush her. 3, 2, wait. Xiao Se immediately raised his hand, calling for a pause. Then surrender the strange fire. Medusa extended her right hand, fingers clenched tight. Observing Medusa's fierce demeanor, Xiao Se's eyes flitzkeret. A smirk creeping onto his lips as a plan began to form in his mind. If I hand over the strange fire, you truly will release the azure-scaled girl and allow us to leave? He queried, locking eyes with Medusa. Indeed, Medusa affirmed, her expression serious. Big brother, do not give her the strange fire. You risked your life to obtain it. I would sacrifice everything for you. As Xiao Se seemed poised to relinquish the strange fire, warmth flooded the azure-scaled girl's heart. Yet a resolute glimmer ignited in her emerald eyes as she urgently interjected. Trust me, Qing Lin, I will ensure your safety. Do not utter such foolishness, Xiao Se reassured her as he conjured forth a shimmering azure lotus pedestal, upon which a swirling azure flame danced, radiating immense energy that all present could sense merely by standing nearby. Quickly, hand over the strange fire. Medusa's eyes lit up at the sight of the flame in Xiao Se's hand, beckoning eagerly. Xiao Se shook his head, retracting the strange fire back into the system's storage, sighing. As you can see, the strange fire is indeed with me, but it currently resides in a special space, from which no one but I can retrieve it. I shall say this one last time. Hand over the strange fire. Medusa's brow furrowed. Had it not been for the strange aura emanating from Xiao Se, she would have seized it already. Xiao Se oferda hesitantismide, exuding an air of composure as he spoke. This extraordinary flame is something I acquired through immense toil and effort. What if the queen, upon obtaining this flame, decides to discard me like a used tool? After all, I am a formidable Do Huang, faced with such a threat. I cannot guarantee that you 1T resort to any means to eliminate me as a potential danger. Upon hearing this, Medusa furrowed her brow, contemplating the matter for a moment before she responded slowly. I am a ruler of my word. Surrender the extraordinary flame, and I shall allow your departure. As long as you do not set foot in the Tagore Desert again, my serpent clan will never be your adversary. Ah, my esteemed queen, did you not just declare that cunning is a trait belonging solely to humanity? How quickly you forget. Should you later proclaim that cunning only applies to humans? Where would that leave me and Qing Lin? Xiao Se shrugged in resignation. And what is your proposal? Medusa replied coldly, with a chuckle. Xiao Se cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. In that case, let us speak frankly. As an alchemist, you are undoubtedly aware of the significance of the extraordinary flame to our craft. Both of us covet it fiercely, and now that it has been secured by me, if you were to wrest it from my grasp, even if you returned Qing Lin to me, I could not help but harbor resentment towards your serpent clan. Although I saved several of your kind, it was merely a reflection of my disdain for the vile actions of human traffickers. In the end, while I may be powerless against you, I could still hunt down a few of your isolated kin. You dare! Medusa erupted in fury, her sharp voice radiating an overwhelming presence as she advanced toward Xiao Se. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly neutralized her approach. Ah, please, let me finish. I have a mutually beneficial idea. Xiao Se interjected with an awkward laugh. Speak, Medusa commanded, her patience nearing its limit. Xiao Se grinned, as I understand it. Your serpent clan thrives in a cold environment, rendering the extraordinary flame ill-suited for you. Your relentless pursuit of it is not to tame the flame, but to utilize your clan's unique secret arts to ascend to the Do Zone. The general process appears to involve tempering your body with the flame, then leveraging the power of thunder to shed your original form, ultimately using your soul's energy to forge a true new body. And what of it? Medusa's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise at Xiao Se's insight into her clan's secret arts, yet her tone remained frigid. Xiao Se shook his head solemnly. I wish to propose a trade. Should you attempt to evolve by consuming the extraordinary flame, it would be a perilous endeavor. As an alchemist, I can concoct a special 5th-grade elixir known as the Soul Guardian Pill. Its sole purpose is to protect your soul from the damage inflicted during evolution, thereby increasing your chances of success. Even in the event of failure, your soul would merely weaken and enter a state of slumber rather than facing true death. With the healing elixir for your soul's injuries, you could restore yourself to your former state. Chapter 71. Two individuals with hidden agendas. Meanwhile, you may observe the retreating figures of the two, feeling somewhat bewildered. All she knew was that her queen seemed to have reached some sort of agreement with this unusually young human. Following Queen Medusa, Xiao Se traversed one of the corridors of the Medusa temple for about 10 minutes, until his gaze opened to a serene and clear lake. At the center of the lake lay a small island, surrounded by shimmering waters, devoid of any pathways. The medicinal herbs are on that island. Come with me, Medusa instructed, glancing at the isle before unfurling her crimson wings and gracefully soaring into the air. Gazing at the not overly large lake, Xiao Se wore a wry smile. Recognizing the enchantments in place and the toxic nature of the waters, this woman was clearly testing him. Brother, this small lake seems peculiar. Should you attempt to cross forcefully, you might be pulled into the water. I can use telekinesis to send you over. Hong Kuei gently cautioned within his mind. All right, Xiao Se nodded, then spread his wings, safely crossing the lake with the aid of Long Kuei's telekinetic support. Upon reaching the small island, Medusa, having noticed that Xiao Se had not employed any extraordinary means but had merely flown over, displayed a flicker of surprise. The herbs you require can be found here. For now, you may stay on this island. She gestured toward the nearby herb garden. Xiao Se nodded, approaching the garden. While collecting the herbs, he casually inquired, when do you plan to commence your evolution? Medusa hesitated for a moment before responding slowly, perhaps in 7 days. With that, Medusa's crimson wings propelled her into the air, and she departed from the small island. As Xiao Se surveyed the abundant rare herbs before him, a smile crept across his face as he extended his hand. With so many herbs, when Medusa undergoes her evolution, the entire island will likely be consumed by the extraordinary flame. I mustn't let this go to waste. Time swiftly passed, and in 7 days, drawing from his previous experience in concocting the blood lotus pill, Xiao Se successfully brewed the soul guardian pill on the first day. Thereafter, he diligently practiced each day, often battling the urge to consume the Qing Lian Earth Heart Flame, but ultimately refraining, considering the necessity of subduing the 7-colored devouring python. Chapter 72. The Uncommon Queen. Beep. The month-long period has concluded. The system is refreshing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exchange opportunity. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Xiao Se retrieved a blank scroll from his spatial ring and sketched some figures of men and women before exclaiming mentally, "System, exchange this scroll for me." As his cultivation level rose, Xiao Se felt that the combat techniques at his disposal were increasingly insufficient. Apart from the Crimson Flame Sword and Roaring Lioness chant, the 3 low-level Xian-tier combat techniques he had purchased from the Mitre auction house were becoming obsolete, while the swordplay of dominance remained timeless. It was primarily suited for close combat, necessitating the search for new techniques. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ninjutsu scroll of Uchiha Madara from the Naruto world, which has been automatically converted into a combat technique. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiao Se was momentarily taken aback. The Uchiha's ninjutsu scroll seemed to be pushing him towards a fiery path. With a flicker of ethereal light, he retrieved the scroll from the system's repository and opened it. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Level unknown. Expels a vast sea of flames forward, covering a wide area. Fire release. Great fire extinguishment. Level unknown. Releases a meteoric fireball toward the ground, which upon impact expands into a sea of flames capable of igniting a small forest instantly. With greater power than great fire annihilation. Fire release. Dragon Flame Song Technique. Level unknown. Unleashes 4 fire dragons from 4 directions, simultaneously targeting a single entity. Boasting a 100 hit rate with almost no means of evasion apart from direct confrontation. Fire release. Dust Concealment Technique. Level unknown. Emits a cloud of high-temperature dust forward. Once it settles, it spreads out, inflicting high-temperature damage on adversaries and ultimately exploding after a period. The user can use the dust to obscure their opponent's vision, thus concealing their presence. Seeing that he had acquired 4 techniques, a smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Se's mouth. He could finally alleviate the awkwardness of having an overly singular repertoire of combat skills. Brother, have you encountered something delightful? The voice of Hong Kuei suddenly chimed in cheerfully from within the magic sword. Xiao Se nodded slightly, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat solemn, and apologized. Dragon Kuei? I have wronged you recently and haven't been with you much. Red Kuei shook her head and carefully sensed her surroundings. After confirming that there was no one around, her figure slowly floated out of the magic sword and leaned into Xiao Se's arms. No. Lone Kuei knew that her brother was doing it for Lone Kuei's good, and he had already worked hard to revive Lone Kuei. I will definitely resurrect you. Xiao Se hugged Hong Kuei's delicate body and secretly swore in her heart. The two of them lingered for a while, but in order to prevent Queen Medusa from discovering, the dragon anemone returned to the magic sword again. As noon approached, Medusa finally returned. Where's my soul guardian pill? Medusa furrowed her eyebrows slightly and extended her jade hand toward Xiao Se. This time, because Xiao Se used the technique of suppressing qi, she did not see through Xiao Se's cultivation. Xiao Se gave a faint smile, took out a jade vase from his arms, and casually threw it out, smiling and saying, I'm already prepared. Medusa took the pill, opened the bottle stopper to confirm that it was the real 5th grade pill. An tempting smile appeared on her lips. But when she saw the small island garden turn into a barren patch, with only a dry little pool in the middle, Medusa's smile froze instantly. What happened here? A cold light flashed through Medusa's beautiful eyes, knowing that this was the medicinal herb she had painstakingly collected over the years. I estimated that you would choose to evolve here, and by then the island would probably become ruins, so I helped you keep those medicinal herbs safe in advance. Xiao Se awkwardly touched the back of his head and said with a dry smile. Upon hearing this, Medusa gave a disdainful glance. She had seen someone shameless before, but had never seen someone so shameless before. Fortunately, she had kept her guard and placed Ice Spirit Cold Spring on her. Otherwise, Ice Spirit Cold Spring might not have been able to protect her. However, the other party was not wrong. Things are unpredictable when things evolve later, and the entire island may really become a ruin. Take out the strange fire. The ceremony is about to begin, Medusa said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se's smile gradually faded, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said seriously, It seems like you're ready. I was prepared a long time ago. Medusa turned around and slowly swam to Little Tan, lightly tapping her finger to hold the ring. The ring was like a faucet, spewing out the icy spring inside. Xiao Se nodded with a serious expression on his face. He raised his hand and took out the lotus throne from the system space, sighed lightly, and said, Although it's just a transaction between us, I have to say that you are willing to fly into the flame to complete the feat of evolution and lead the snake race out of the predicament. Whether the evolution is successful or not, you deserve the title of Queen Medusa of the snake race. Upon hearing this, Medusa was slightly taken aback, with a soft smile faintly appearing at the corner of her mouth. She inexplicably thought to herself that perhaps this human was not as disliked as she imagined. Once the inner fire of Qinglian leaves the lotus seat later, it will completely lose control, and even I don't know what will happen. This is the blood lotus pill, which can condense a layer of blood crust on the surface of the body after taking it, isolating the invasion of foreign fire. It was originally prepared for myself. Although the quality is somewhat unsatisfactory, it can reduce some pain to some extent after you take it. As he spoke, Xiao Se threw out another jade vase. With her back to Xiao Se, Medusa took the jade bottle with her jade hand and smiled happily. Her smile was stunningly beautiful and naturally charming. Thank you. After you leave behind the strange fire later, stay away a bit. Although I can't see through you, even you can't resist the power of the strange fire and thunder tribulation. To witness the evolution of Queen Medusa, for once in my life, I have a way to protect myself. As you wish. Upon hearing this, Medusa furrowed her brows slightly and didn't say much. Under the drive of Xiao Se, the blue flames on the lotus platform left the lotus pedestal and slowly floated to the center of the island. In an instant, the flames in the center of the blue lotus lost their restraint, absorbing energy from the surrounding sky and earth, rapidly growing, and in an instant, transforming into a huge blue lotus with a diameter of several meters. The blue lotus rotated violently, its terrifying power seeming to dominate the world. Erupting into a violent blue wave, Xiao Se raised his hand and placed the lotus platform in front of him. When the air wave encountered the lotus platform, it was instantly suppressed and dissipated. Medusa stared blankly at the blue lotus fire in the center of the island, letting the waves of air beat against her. However, she remained calm and fearless. Her red robe danced fiercely, and she casually took off her crown. Without looking back, Medusa shouted to Xiao Se, You're right. For the snake race, I'm willing to do everything. Whether I succeed or not in evolution today, I am worthy of being the queen of the snake race. Chapter 73. Evolution begins. Outside the temple of Medusa, countless strong serpent figures stand there bowing and praying in their hearts, praying for the successful evolution of their queen. The ceremony begins. The elder of the snake clan, Xiao, looked up at the sun in the sky and raised his scepter. A dazzling red light radiated from the top of the scepter, embedded with a gemstone. Under the gaze of the three leaders of the snake clan tribes, Yume, Hua, Snake Air, and Mobas, the red light fell on an altar near the Medusa temple. The altar reflected a giant beam of light that was several times larger than before and landed on the spherical red gemstone at the top of the Medusa temple. Your Majesty the Queen. Upon hearing these words from the underworld, including Yume and Hua, Snake Air, all snake people knelt down and murmured their respectful words to Medusa. The underworld also stoops down and kneels down. Pray together with the people of the snake tribe for the safety of their queen. When the snake people were praying, two figures stood on a high mountain near the holy city of the snake people. Looking at the snake people kneeling down below, one of the rougher figures said to the other, I said, Green Man, what are these snake people doing? It's like crying and mourning. Another graceful figure shook her head and said, I don't know either. They seem to be performing some kind of ritual. Bored the rough madman sneered and sighed. If only I could see Medusa. After so many years, she must be even more beautiful. Upon hearing this, the graceful figure known as the Green Man furrowed her brow and whispered, White Fang, don't forget the mission entrusted to us by the elder to startle Queen Medusa and mess things up. You have her good fruit to eat. When it comes to the elder, Baya couldn't help but shiver, touched her chin, and chuckled. See you next time. See you next time. Green Man glanced disdainfully at White Fang, then suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of the Serpent Clan side hall. His eyes lit up and he found the Holy Maiden on the shimmering islands around. Queen Medusa is now facing away from the desolate, slowly taking off her dress. Blue like a waterfall, inadvertently revealing a slender snow-white neck like a swan. The skirt slowly fell off, and the pure and flawless jade caught the desolate eye. Like the dragon sunflower, Medusa's skin was perfect. There are no classes, no scars, no hair, and even no traces of insect bites. Like a butterfly spreading its wings and waiting to fly. The slender waist that could not be easily grasped against the backdrop of the skirt and robe was faintly visible through the sunlight, giving people a soft and hazy beauty. Under the slender waist, there is a purple snake tail emitting a faint fragrance, swaying freely and adding a touch of charm upon the diminutive isle of the lake. The breathtaking scenery that has ignited the yearning of countless compatriots from the continent of Do Chi gradually unfolded before Xiao Se, gazing at the enchanting vista. Xiao Se could not suppress a hearty gulp. One must concede that the allure of Queen Medusa was indeed formidable, intoxicating to the point of rendering one almost entranced. Xiao Se was certain that if Medusa were to turn around, he might unwittingly create a spectacle of himself. Brother, do not gaze. The voice of Han Kuei, tinged with a hint of jealousy, suddenly echoed in his mind. Rest assured, dear sister, I am not merely admiring. My vigilance is directed towards Medusa, ensuring she does not employ any tricks. Xiao Se replied softly, caressing the patterns on the magical sword in his right hand, his heart and mind in unison. Han Kuei pouted, her delicate face flushed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. In the heart of the isle, Xiao Se's reaction did not escape Medusa's perceptive gaze. She cast a sidelong glance at him, her lips curling into a subtle smile, before redirecting her attention to the enormous azure lotus suspended in the air. Its radiance exuding a terrifying heat, her exquisite eyes revealing a glimmer of determination and resolve. With a gentle sweep of her hair, Queen Medusa took a deliberate step forward, her slender hand lightly resting upon her fragrant shoulder. She bowed slightly to the azure lotus and murmured softly, O Medusas of the past, grant me your blessings to complete my evolution, to break through to Do Zone, and lead the serpent people out of the desolation of the desert. Upon uttering these words, Medusa retrieved the soul-guarding pill and blood lotus pill, swallowing them down, her delicate hands gradually forming various intricate hand seals. As these seals transformed, the energy of heaven and earth on the isle surged violently, converging towards Queen Medusa, swiftly coalescing into a massive whirlpool of energy. Observing the radiant figure of Queen Medusa enveloped in resplendent light, Xiao Se's eyes narrowed as he slowly spoke. Is it finally commencing? The energy whirlpool surrounding Medusa abruptly contracted, ultimately enveloping her entire form, obscuring her from view. With a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens and earth, the energy whirlpool expanded rapidly, emitting blinding brilliance. Instinctively, Xiao Se shut his eyes against the intense light, and when he opened them once more, he beheld a gargantuan purple serpent, approximately 10 yards long, its body shrouded in a thin layer of blood scabs, hovering majestically. The elegant purple serpent swayed gracefully, casting a glance back at Xiao Se and nodding affirmatively before spiraling through the air, issuing a crisp, low hum, then resolutely lunging toward the mysterious fire. As Medusa plunged into the mysterious fire, the blood scabs adhering to her skin played a significant role. Despite the excruciating pain, she remained within her threshold of endurance. However, as time progressed, the efficacy of the blood lotus pill gradually waned, and Medusa could no longer endure, releasing a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the serpent people's holy city. The sight left Xiao Se trembling with trepidation. He never imagined that Queen Medusa would be willing to risk herself, akin to a moth drawn to the flame, entering the fiery core even more scorching than a sword-forging furnace, all for the sake of leading her kin out of despair. Months passed, and the gentle voice of Long Kuei, in her true form as Blue Kuei, resonated once more, heavy with an undercurrent of sorrow. It was a strikingly similar scene. She had once leaped into the sword-forging furnace to reunite with her brother, Long Yang, sacrificing herself. Now, Medusa was willing to dive into the fire for the sake of her people, demonstrating her remarkable valor. Xiao Se gently stroked Long Kuei's jade-like hand, realizing that she had emerged from the magical sword at some point unbeknownst to him. Under the vigilant eyes of Xiao Se and Long Kuei, the scales of the purple serpent were gradually charred by the mysterious fire, slowly shedding away. In no time, Medusa bore countless wounds, blood seeping forth. As the blood evaporated steadily, the purple serpent's form shrank at a visible rate, soon transforming into a charred carcass that crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Has she succeeded? Standing upon the aisle, Xiao Se's gaze remained fixed on the now charred form of Medusa, his breath held, his heart racing. Outside the serpent people's holy city, atop a certain cliff, 3 figures, 2 large and 1 small, overlooked the holy city below. It appeared that Medusa was undergoing a form of evolution, which had seemingly failed. Upon hearing the cessation of the screams from within Medusa's temple, Green Man sighed, then turned to Qing Lin, asking, "What have you decided?" The fall of such a beautiful serpent woman was indeed lamentable. White Fang shrugged, then also addressed Qing Lin. "Little girl, have you made up your mind? If you join the heavenly serpent manor, our grand elder will spare no effort in nurturing you." Qing Lin remained silent, her mind flooded with memories of the past months spent with Xiao Se, moments filled with joy, devoid of insults or bullying. Xiao Se would tell her jokes, playfully tease her, pinch her cheeks, and roast meat for her. He had even taken her old clothes while she slept, crafting them into beautiful skirts for her to wear. After a prolonged silence, Qing Lin suddenly recalled the moment when Medusa had threatened Xiao Se. Although Medusa had been persuaded to resolve the situation without conflict, she wished to prevent such an incident from recurring. She desired strength to protect the one she cherished most. "I will go with you," Qing Lin declared, lifting her face, her emerald eyes brimming with determination. Having heard this, Green Man's face broke into a satisfied smile as she scooped Qing Lin up, exchanging a glance with White Fang. The two unfurled their Do-Chi wings and swiftly soared into the distance. Nestled in Green Man's embrace, Qing Lin looked back at the diminishing serpent holy city, silently promising, "Big brother, wait for me." Before long, however, the once clear skies above the serpent people's holy city grew dark and tempestuous, violent winds howling as dark clouds enveloped the sky. This sudden shift ignited a flicker of hope among the serpent people, who had just heard the cessation of their queen's screams, as they awaited news of her successful evolution. On the aisle, Xiao Se gazed up at the suddenly darkened clouds, his heart finally at ease as he murmured, "It seems she has passed the trial of the mysterious fire. What lies ahead is the true test, to shed her former form with the power of thunder and to condense a new body with her soul's essence." As he spoke, Xiao Se dashed to position himself beneath the mysterious fire, unfurling the Hanhai protective shield. The impending lightning tribulation would be overwhelming. The lightning dared not strike the mysterious fire. With the mysterious fire acting as a lightning rod alongside the Hanhai protective shield, he was assured of his safety. Amidst the tumult of the dark clouds, the thunder roared, a cacophony that shook the heavens. Suddenly, the sky lit up, silver lightning cascading down like azure serpents, striking the aisle relentlessly, transforming what had been a serene sanctuary into a wasteland. The thunder's rapid approach was matched only by its swift departure. The booming noise faded, the clouds dispersed, and the blazing sun once again illuminated the entire serpent holy city. As Xiao Se retracted the Hanhai protective shield, recollecting the recent cataclysmic events, He swallowed hard and approached the heart of the azure lotus, raising the lotus seat to gather the mysterious fire within its embrace. At this moment, the once charred body of the purple giant serpent nearby suddenly cracked with a resounding snap, releasing a vast and terrifying aura that swiftly engulfed the entire city before abruptly retracting. It drew the azure lotus seat along with the otherworldly flames into the system's repository. Xiao Se turned to face the source of the aura and tentatively called out, "Your Majesty? Queen? My esteemed queen?" After several calls met with silence, a long while passed before the colorful light contracted, revealing a diminutive snake, approximately 2 centimeters long, its body adorned with tiny, iridescent scales. Upon its initial arrival in this world, the little snake appeared visibly alarmed, gently swaying its tiny tail, its pale, purple eyes blinking as it gazed at Xiao Se, cautiously inching closer before hastily retracting its head, displaying a pitiful demeanor. It seemed that although it had successfully evolved, Queen Medusa's soul remained too weakened, plunging her into slumber. With a gentle smile and a shake of his head, Xiao Se retrieved a vial of accompanying purple crystal essence from his storage ring, uncorked it, and slowly extended it towards the colorful little snake, then stepped back a few paces, saying with a smile, "Go ahead, little one." The little snake hesitated momentarily at the sight of the jade vial, but then gradually approached, tentatively licking it with its tiny tongue. Instantly, its pale purple eyes brightened, and it began to fervently consume the essence. Before long, the entire vial was licked clean. After finishing the essence, the little creature appeared significantly less wary of Xiao Se, gradually swimming its petite body until it reached his shoulder, affectionately nudging its forehead against his cheek. "Little one, until the queen awakens, you shall accompany me." Gently patting the colorful snake, Xiao Se once again activated the protective barrier of the vast sea, enveloping the now severely damaged island within. He was about to commence the absorption of the otherworldly flames. The colorful little snake seemed to understand Xiao Se's intention and burrowed into his embrace, sequentially retrieving the blood lotus pill, the ice spirit spring, and the nascent spirit. Xiao Se meticulously examined each item, confirming their integrity before grasping the azure lotus platform containing the heart of the azure flame. He infused his soul power into it, separating the azure flames from the lotus seat. With a leap, he ascended onto the lotus platform and began the absorption of the otherworldly flames. "Master Yun, Old Lion, Feng Li, and everyone else, I entrust this task to you," Ancient River said while standing beside a medium-sized flying vessel, bowing to the group before him. "Elder Gu, there is no need for formalities. Your willingness to provide pills for Yanran is merely my way of repaying your kindness." Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, replied with a serene demeanor. Hearing this, Elder Gu managed a bitter smile, sighing softly, but ultimately refrained from further comment. The Lion King Yin Shi and the Windwalker Feng Li, aware of Elder Gu's long-standing affection for Yun Yun, quickly sought to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Elder Gu, you should hurry along. Don't be late. Someone has already snatched your otherworldly flame," the Lion King remarked, clapping Gu's shoulder to shift the topic. "Delay could lead to complications." Feng Li added. Elder Gu nodded and led the group aboard the flying vessel. Chapter 75, The Surge of Power. Within the consciousness realm of the burning decision, a slender figure of a youth drifted slowly. In this dark space, there seemed to be no concept of the 5 senses. His mind was muddled, unable to touch, hear, or see anything, rendering it quite desolate. Suddenly, a blue flame flickered into existence within the pitch-black space, dispelling the darkness entirely, ultimately transforming into a blue lotus flower in this illuminated realm. The blue lotus gradually enveloped the youth's form, then began to spin rapidly, shrinking until it vanished into specks of white light within the realm of burning decision. In the outside world, Xiao Se lay quietly nestled in Long Kuei's embrace, his pallid complexion gradually regaining its former luster. Red Kuei, who had been meticulously caring for him, noticed Xiao Se's color returning and tears of joy streamed down her beautiful cheeks. As the tears fell onto Xiao Se's forehead, his eyelids fluttered, and he finally opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was Red Kuei's tear-filled, lovely face. "Brother, you finally awakened. Please, don't ever leave Long Kuei again," her sorrowful voice echoed in Xiao Se's ears. He raised his hand to gently wipe the tears from her eyes and softly replied, "I'm sorry, Long Kuei, for worrying you." It must be said that the process of absorbing the azure heart flame was fraught with peril. Merely drawing the otherworldly flame into his nascent spirit nearly cost him his life. His meridians had been ravaged by the flames, leaving him in a dire state. Fortunately, The earth fire lotus seeds contained pure energy that repaired his meridians. Otherwise, he would have dared not directly operate the burning decision to absorb the otherworldly flames. Brother, how do you feel now? Red Kuei grasped Xiao Se's hand, her eyes glistening with concern. Xiao Se nodded slightly, rising to sit cross-legged, calming his mind to enter a state of cultivation. As he delved into his inner self, Xiao Se was astonished to discover that this time, the absorption of the azure heart flame had elevated the burning decision from high yellow rank to high profound rank, a significant leap. Moreover, his cultivation had soared from a 3-star dome master to a 6-star dome master, surpassing the original character Xiao Yan by an entire star level. Xiao Se smiled, saying, though the process was perilous, the rewards outweigh the risks. I have now broken through to 6-star dome master, and the burning decision has evolved from high yellow rank to high profound rank, a full tier of advancement. Brother, congratulations. Red Kuei exclaimed with joy upon hearing Xiao Se's breakthrough to 6-star dome master, especially considering the near-fatal risks he faced while absorbing the otherworldly flame. By the way, where's Queen Medusa? Xiao Se inquired, feeling his body and searching around, noticing the absence of the colorful snake. Brother, it seems that woman has already arrived, Red Kuei said, her brows furrowing slightly as she pointed towards the distant horizon, where a red light was rapidly approaching. Goodness, when did her soul power recover? As Xiao Se carefully probed with his soul energy and confirmed it was indeed Queen Medusa, he couldn't help but voice his disbelief. No sooner had he spoken than Medusa's graceful figure slowly descended before him. Human, it appears you have awakened, Medusa said with a smiling gaze directed at Xiao Se, sending a shiver down his spine. She then turned her attention to Red Kuei, chuckling softly. No wonder you possess the power of a peak Do Emperor at such a young age. It is because you are protected by such a formidable soul entity. During your slumber, she remained by your side, preventing anyone from approaching. Medusa, keep your distance from my brother, or I shall not hesitate to be unfriendly, Red Kuei declared. Standing protectively in front of Xiao Se, conjuring a blood-red longbow in her hand, drawing back the string to manifest a crimson blood arrow, its tip aimed directly at Medusa. Upon seeing the blood arrow, Medusa's brows knitted slightly, and a deep apprehension flickered in her eyes. Despite her successful evolution, she was still vulnerable, as she could revert to her ancient serpent form at any moment. However, as the queen of the serpent people, she would never back down in the face of any adversity or challenge. Just as Medusa was about to take a step closer, Xiao Se stood up, grasping Long Kuei's hand, and gently said, Long Kuei, put away. She won't harm me. After all, the illustrious Queen Medusa is not one to break her promises. Am I right, Your Majesty? With that, Xiao Se turned to Medusa with a cheerful smile. With a clear understanding of the original work, he knew that once the 7-colored sky-devouring python acknowledged a master, this body would no longer be solely under Medusa's control, perhaps due to the Blood Lotus pill and the Soul Guard pill. Medusa's consumption of soul power had been slightly less than in the original narrative. Nevertheless, Xiao Se was certain that Medusa's soul remained exceedingly frail. Thus he harbored no concerns about Queen Medusa turning against him. Instead, it would be prudent to offer her a graceful exit. Upon hearing his words, Medusa was momentarily taken aback, but then she seized the opportunity to gracefully concede, nodding in agreement. Indeed, though I hold no fondness for humans, I place great value on promises. Without your elixirs, even if I were to obtain the strange fire, success would be elusive. Thus, I shall not make things difficult for you. Xiao Se nodded in return, and then inquired, might the queen summon Qinglin now? This matter is settled, and we must take our leave. During your period of unconsciousness, the young girl has departed, leaving behind a letter, which I have entrusted to this lady and read by your side. At the mention of Qinglin, Medusa furrowed her brow, glancing toward Long Kuei. The latter, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure, retrieving the letter from her spatial ring and handing it to Xiao Se. Brother, this is the letter left by Qinglin. Taking the letter, Xiao Se glanced at it, then let out a soft sigh as he stored it away in his spatial ring. His premonition had indeed come to pass. However, at the very least, going to the Heavenly Snake Manor would provide her with excellent training, far superior to drifting aimlessly by his side. You seem unfazed, Medusa remarked, puzzled by Xiao Se's lack of anger over Qinglin's departure. Xiao Se nodded slightly, exhaling. Qinglin has merely gone to where she belongs. There, she shall experience rapid growth. I hope the queen will keep the matter of Long Kuei confidential. Farewell. As he spoke, Xiao Se withdrew the lotus platform into his spatial ring, unfurling his purple cloud wings, and with a gentle flap, he ascended swiftly into the sky. Hong Kuei transformed into a streak of red light, merging into the magic sword pattern on Xiao Se's right hand. Just as Xiao Se was about to depart the island, Medusa's form suddenly shrank, transforming into a luminous orb of 7 colors that darted forward, swiftly reaching Xiao Se's side. Observing the little snake within the radiant orb, Xiao Se chuckled softly. "Little one, do you wish to accompany me?" The diminutive, 7-colored snake nodded, its slender tail curling slightly before it sprang forth from the collar of his garment, nestling into Xiao Se's embrace. Chapter 76. Farewell, Hai Buodong. At the edge of the Tagore Desert, beside a colossal rock mountain, Xiao Se, wielding his magic sword and enveloped in azure flames, gazed at the towering rock formation ahead. Taking a deep breath, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. With the sword trailing on the ground, he lunged forward, his foot striking the earth with force, propelling his body high into the air as a nearly 40-meter-long azure flame sword aura enveloped his weapon. Red flame sword breakthrough. With a thunderous shout echoing in his mind, he brought the massive sword down in a vertical slash. The azure flame sword aura, infused with a terrifyingly high temperature that distorted the space around it, shot forward, transforming into a gigantic crescent-shaped blade of energy that struck the rock mountain fiercely. At the moment of impact, Xiao Se's purple cloud wings spread wide, momentarily pausing before he rapidly vacated the spot. The next second, the crescent sword aura collided with the rock mountain, surprisingly passing through it as if encountering no resistance, carving a deep trench several meters deep and 100 meters long into the ground before dissipating. Conversely, the rock mountain, upon the dispersal of the crescent sword aura, erupted with a resounding crash, splitting apart with a smooth, mirror-like cut before crumbling into countless fragments. In the sky, as Xiao Se flapped his purple wings, he stared in astonishment at the scene below, unable to stifle a sharp intake of breath, exclaiming, "Wow, this red flame sword breakthrough, executed with the heart of the azure lotus fire, is truly formidable." It cleaved a mountain in two, and the residual heat even evaporated the moisture within, leading to its collapse. This rivals mid-tier Earth-level techniques. It's simply astonishing. Brother, it seems that after consuming the strange fire, you have indeed grown significantly stronger. In terms of sheer power, even an average Do Huang would hesitate to withstand this strike. The familiar voice of Lan Kuei echoed softly in his ear. "Yes, I appreciate your efforts during this time," Xiao Se replied with a smile, addressing both Hong Kuei and the present embodiment of Lan Kuei. To refer to her simply as you would be to overlook Hong Kuei's silent contributions, Xiao Se had always kept their sacrifices in mind. Lan Kuei understood his sentiment and responded with a gentle smile. "Brother, I believe that little Hong will be very pleased to hear your words. Then I shall convey this directly to her next time." He chuckled, flapping his violet wings as he spiraled in the air before rapidly heading towards the ancient map store. Upon successfully entering the desert city, he descended slowly at the ancient map store, which remained as quiet as ever. Approaching the door, he kicked it open with a resounding thud, calling out, "Old Hai, come out and welcome your guests." With that single kick, the atmosphere within the room became instantly charged. Hai Buodong, who was holding a brush, appeared to be drawing a map as usual. Beside him knelt a striking woman clad in red, tears glistening in her eyes, her face alarmingly close to Hai Buodong's. From Xiao Se's perspective, the scene seemed rather peculiar. At that moment, the elderly man and the young woman gaped in astonishment at Xiao Se's sudden intrusion. I hope I'm not interrupting anything," Xiao Se said, raising an eyebrow. "Well, old Hai, I never anticipated that at your age, you still had such tastes. I suppose I'll come back later." With a wry smile, he turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong's face flushed crimson, and he hastily called out, "Wait." Xiao Se slightly nodded and leaned against the doorframe, his gaze teasingly fixed on Hai Buodong. Knowing the latter's penchant for peak competitions, he understood that the elder would never force the woman into anything. She likely had come to him seeking assistance. Detecting the playful glint in Xiao Se's eyes, Hai Buodong's face twitched as he casually tossed a scroll to the red-clad woman. "This scroll contains a mid-tier, Xian-level combat technique. You may leave now, as I will not accept you as my disciple, and convey my original words to your father." Continuing without regard for the woman, Hai Buodong approached Xiao Se, scrutinizing him closely. This scrutiny was startling. Compared to a few months prior, Xiao Se had undergone a dramatic transformation. He could vaguely sense something within Xiao Se that instilled a sense of fear. He was certain this was not merely due to some terrifying secret technique, but rather the presence of strange fire. Could it be that he had truly found a strange fire? Good heavens! The thought flashed through his mind, and upon looking at Xiao Se again, An unusual emotion flickered in Hai Buodong's murky old eyes. With a strange fire paired with a technique that could instantly elevate one, as cultivation, to Do Huang. Hai Buodong felt certain that he would never be able to avenge the beating he had received. Little brother, you've truly made me wait for a long time. I wonder if you have located the medicinal materials I requested? Quickly dismissing his unrealistic thoughts of vengeance, Hai Buodong chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, this is the sand mandrake you were searching for. I exerted considerable effort to infiltrate Queen Medusa's temple to procure it. Xiao Se nonchalantly retrieved the sand mandrake from his spatial ring. This is the very sand mandrake he had harvested from Medusa's small island mountain. Not to mention a mere sand mandrake with the medicinal herbs birthed from the beast mountain. He had even gathered the materials for the imperial pill and the spirit fighting pill. The only thing he lacked was the magic core. Truly remarkable. This young brother managed to procure a sand mandrake right under Queen Medusa's watchful gaze. He is undoubtedly the pinnacle among the younger generation of the Gamma Empire, or rather, the entire northwestern continent. Upon witnessing Xiao Se retrieve the sand mandrake, Hai Buodong's expression was akin to savoring the sweetest honey, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Heaven knows how long he had awaited this day. All right, enough flattery. I dare not contend with Queen Medusa. Are you still concocting pills? If not, I shall take my leave. Xiao Se waved his hand, expressing impatience. With Medusa as a formidable ally at his side and the fragment already in hand, he was reluctant to partake in such thankless tasks. Were it not for the desire to prevent Xiao Yan from reaping undue benefits and to secure an additional safeguard in the Gamma Empire. It must be noted that utilizing Long Kuei's power to concoct a 5th-grade pill without the aid of extraordinary healing herbs like the 7 Illusions Blue Spirit Saliva would deplete Long Kuei's soul power for an entire week, and for a 6th-grade pill, it would take at least a month. However, it seemed that he could now concoct the breaking pill without exhausting Long Kuei's soul power. Of course I will concoct it, young brother, please. Hai Buodong gestured for him to proceed, then turned to the stunning woman in red beside him, whose grip on the scroll had left her utterly dumbfounded. Why are you still here? If you don't leave now, I shall toss you into the Taggart Desert. Thank you, Elder Bing. I shall take my leave at once. The enchanting woman in red quickly bowed to Hai Buodong, clutching the scroll tightly as she hastily exited the ancient shop. Chapter 77. 2 Plays with Medusa. In the underground chamber of the ancient shop, gazing at the medicinal herbs on the stone platform, Xiao Se propped himself up on the surface, casually sitting upon the stone table. He picked up one of the herbs, tossing it lightly, then glanced at Hai Buodong with a teasing smile. Where's the recipe? I truly envy you alchemists. Back in the day, I endured countless hardships to obtain this breaking pill recipe, and now upon your glance, it has changed owners. Hai Buodong lamented, reluctantly retrieving a scroll of parchment from his storage ring, his heart feeling as if it were being sliced by a knife, dripping with sorrow. Xiao Se, hearing this, maintained a calm facade while his heart blossomed with delight. Not only could he acquire a breaking pill recipe for free, but he could also privately claim an entire set of 6th-grade pill materials, a tremendous windfall indeed. All right, you may leave now. An alchemist must not be disturbed in the process of pill concoction. Otherwise, failure may ensue. Do not blame me for not warning you. At that point, I can only forfeit this transaction, he said with a smile, accepting the parchment and feeling the intense soul fluctuations contained within before putting it away. He then turned his gaze back to Hai Buodong, cautioning him. Of course, Hai Buodong nodded and exited the chamber. Though he was quite curious about how 6th-grade pills were concocted, he had long awaited this day and could not allow such trivial curiosity to jeopardize his efforts. Once the stone door was closed and he sensed that Hai Buodong had moved far away, Xiao Se chuckled to himself, stowing the pills and herbs into his storage ring. He then activated the Sea of Clouds protective barrier, retrieving the 7-colored sky-swallowing python from his bosom. Your Majesty, can you hear me? The python blinked its light purple eyes in response to Xiao Se's inquiry. Its enchanting gaze filled with curiosity, and it affectionately nudged his palm. Seeing that Medusa had not acknowledged him, Xiao Se placed the python on the stone table and took out a vial of accompanying purple crystal essence, placing it before it. The little creature, upon seeing its familiar food, bloomed with excitement, its slender tail writhing joyfully as it coiled around the jade vial to lick it, all the while affectionately rubbing against Xiao Se's hand. A smile crept onto Xiao Se's lips as he turned and casually remarked, Long Kuei, attach yourself to me. It is a pity. I had initially planned to discuss a pill that could merge the soul and body, allowing for rapid recovery of soul power and complete healing of past soul wounds. Since the Queen shows no interest, we shall have to concoct the breaking pill ourselves. All right, brother, The blue-clad Long Kue smiled lightly, then slowly drifted out from the magical sword pattern on Xiao Se's right hand, speaking cheerfully. After a year of companionship, Long Kue knew her brother all too well. He was exceedingly cunning, and her instinct told her he was about to ensnare someone. Sure enough, no sooner had they finished speaking than the seven-colored, sky-swallowing python erupted in a dazzling red light. As the light faded, the figure of Queen Medusa, draped in a red gown, gradually materialized before them. Human, is that truly the case? Her alluring red lips parted, emitting a voice that sent shivers down the spine. In that moment, Queen Medusa was not wearing her veil, and Xiao Se was momentarily entranced by her breathtaking visage. Brother, how embarrassing, Long Kue, standing nearby, tugged at Xiao Se's arm, pouting in dissatisfaction. Xiao Se was jolted back to reality from his daze, clearing his throat nervously and nodding. This pill is called the Soul Fusion Pill, ranking as a 6th-grade pill. He extended his jade hand toward Queen Medusa, maintaining his usual assertive demeanor. I do not possess the recipe. Xiao Se shrugged, a sheepish smile on his face. Are you toying with me? Queen Medusa's brows furrowed tightly, her bright eyes gleaming with a cold gleam. Is it necessary? What cannot be obtained now may still be available in the future. To my knowledge, the Alchemist Guild headquarters in the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire possesses such a recipe. In less than a year, the capital will host an alchemist conference, and representatives from the Gamma Empire and several neighboring nations will come to compete. The ultimate prize for the champion will surely be a 6th-grade pill recipe. Given my current capabilities, even without Long Kue's assistance, with the help of exotic fire, concocting a 4th-grade pill should not pose much of a challenge. The championship is virtually within reach. Even if the champion's prize is not the Soul Fusion Pill recipe, I can certainly exchange the championship reward with the Alchemist Guild. Queen Medusa's sudden anger prompted Xiao Se to roll his eyes in exasperation as he explained helplessly. Then what? Upon hearing that she could obtain the Soul Fusion Pill recipe by participating in the Alchemist Conference, Queen Medusa's expression softened slightly, her demeanor becoming more indifferent. Let's make a trade. I will assist you in obtaining the Soul Fusion Pill recipe and concocting it, while you will perform a trivial task for me and protect me in times of peril before the Soul Fusion Pill is completed. Xiao Se grinned, proposing the deal. Isn't this girl beside you capable? Her strength would not be significantly weaker than mine at this stage. If she cannot handle it, I would be at a loss to help. Queen Medusa turned her gaze toward Long Kue, frowning slightly. For certain reasons, I cannot and will not expose Long Kue to others. Had I not anticipated your early awakening, you would not have known of Long Kue's existence. So what is your answer? Xiao Se explained. What is this trivial task of yours? Though Queen Medusa coveted the Soul Fusion Pill greatly, she would not easily agree without understanding the situation. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she had fallen into Xiao Se's cunning trap entirely. At the onset of their agreement, she had intended to eliminate the latter once her evolution was successful. Although the additional supply of blood lotus pills from the other party had swayed her from the notion of murder, that was a different matter altogether. Now, not only was she unable to kill, but the newly birthed companion spirit, the 7-colored devouring python, had also acknowledged the other as its master. As Xiao Se was about to depart from the sacred city of the serpent people, the 7-colored devouring python forcibly suppressed her soul, thrusting it into the embrace of its master. Xiao Se. Medusa's heart brimmed with tears as she realized she was becoming increasingly ensnared in Xiao Se's schemes. With a faint smile, Xiao Se reassured her, do not worry. This is but a trivial matter. That old sea dog was sealed by you, was he not? I trust you possess the ability to lift the seal. Shortly, I shall concoct a pill akin to the breaking seal pill, and you need only infuse it with your sealing release energy. Chapter 78. The Luxurious Breaking Seal Pill. Very well. Medusa did not refuse, as unsealing the serpent was an exceedingly simple task for her. Indeed, a trifling matter. Then it is settled. Xiao Se chuckled lightly, extending his right hand as azure flames flickered to life. He then retrieved a relatively neutral low-grade medicinal herb from his storage ring and tossed it into the azure flames, which transformed the herb into a pill almost instantaneously. Although this low-grade herb was neutral, its potency remained somewhat ferocious in the absence of other herbs to temper it. After all, that old sea dog had once been a Do Huang-level powerhouse. He should be able to endure a bit of pain. Saying this to himself, Xiao Se presented the pill to Medusa. Your Majesty, the choice is yours. Medusa, upon hearing this, cast Xiao Se a sidelong glance, realizing that this seemingly harmless youth was, in truth, quite devious. She then raised her delicate hand, flicking her fingers to release a strand of strange red energy into the pill. Do not forget your promise, and moreover, I must be present when you concoct the spirit-melding pill. With that, Queen Medusa transformed back into the seven-color devouring python and slithered into Xiao Se's embrace. The modified breaking seal pill was initially completed. Xiao Se's eyes glimmered mischievously as he turned to Lon Kuei, smiling. Just in case, it's up to you, Lon Kuei. Upon hearing this, Lon Kuei paused momentarily before her body erupted in a brilliant red light, and in an instant, Hong Kuei reappeared before Xiao Se. Brother, leave it to me. Hong Kuei also wore a wicked smile, her jade hands coming together as her hand seals shifted continuously. As she formed the seals, a small orb of strange, red energy coalesced at the fingertips of her right hand, slowly approaching the breaking seal pill before merging with it. The modified breaking seal pill was officially completed. Outside the secret chamber, Hai Buodong awaited anxiously. The formula and herbs for this breaking seal pill were painstakingly gathered over many years. If it failed, all his efforts would be in vain. Boom! After a long while, the stone door of the chamber creaked open, revealing the familiar silhouette of the youth. Before Xiao Se could step out, Hai Buodong rushed forward eagerly. Well, how did it go? Rest assured, I did not disappoint. Xiao Se casually tossed a jade vial to Hai Buodong. Upon receiving the vial, Hai Buodong hurriedly uncorked it, revealing a perfectly round pill resting inside, only to furrow his brow in confusion. Although the appearance matched that of the breaking seal pill described in the formula, this pill felt rather ordinary. Was it truly a 6th grade breaking seal pill? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the pill rolled into his hand, and Hai Buodong's body jolted as he distinctly sensed the seal within him loosening slightly. This pill is genuine. It truly is the breaking seal pill. A surge of joy flooded Hai Buodong's heart as, under Xiao Se's watchful gaze, he swallowed the pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, it transformed into a torrent of violent energy surging within him. Damn! Hai Buodong muttered under his breath, immediately activating his techniques to refine it. Simultaneously, the aura within him began to shift quietly, steadily ascending until it reached the level of Do Huang. Feeling the immense energy coursing through him after so many years, Hai Buodong's eyes flew open, and icy Do Chi wings unfurled from his back. He leaped into the air, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha! The damn seal has finally been lifted. Ha ha ha! I am once again a Do Huang powerhouse. After a brief moment of ecstatic joy, Hai Buodong's piercing gaze turned to Xiao Se below, his garments swirling without wind, exuding a chilling aura as the temperature in the chamber plummeted dramatically. As a Do Huang powerhouse, being toyed with repeatedly by a mere junior, especially after almost being paralyzed last time, had left him with deep-seated resentment. Facing Hai Buodong's furious glare, Xiao Se remained unfazed, a hint of mockery gracing his smile as he met the elder's gaze. A layer of azure flames quietly enveloped his body, the flames curling upwards, distorting the surrounding space with their intense heat, rendering it unclear. Exotic fire. Hai Buodong's pupils constricted sharply, and the chill around him gradually dissipated. He thought to himself, this young man is quite peculiar. Not only does he possess exotic fire, but he can also concoct 6th grade pills. It would be wise to befriend him. I cannot afford to offend him. Xiao Se had long anticipated this situation. He would not gamble on Hai Buodong refraining from attacking him. Thus, he had previously instructed Lon Kuei to weave a blood curse into the pill as a precaution. If the elder dared to strike, Xiao Se would not hesitate to ensure that the Jiama Empire lost a Do Huang-level powerhouse. Their gazes intertwined in the air, each discerning an unspoken meaning in the other's eyes. After a lengthy silence, Hai Buodong ultimately chose to retract his powerful aura, descending slowly beside Xiao Se, a smile illuminating his face as he praised. Hee, little brother, you truly keep your word. You have indeed crafted the breaking seal pill for me. Observing Hai Buodong's sudden change in demeanor, Xiao Se allowed a playful smile to emerge, feigning anxiety as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nonchalantly remarking, you startled me. I thought you were going to attack me, Mr. Hai. Seeing Xiao Se's relaxed expression and casual tone, Hai Buodong raised an eyebrow, a sense of relief washing over him. He realized that the composure displayed by the youth was genuine, not a facade. Hee, little brother, you jest. You have lifted a seal that has plagued me for over a decade. I am grateful. Not to mention, I would never harm you. Hai Buodong et lai. A hint of awkwardness in his smile. A wise choice. This is for you. Xiao Se nodded slightly, tossing a list of medicinal materials into Hai Buodong's hands. What is this? Hai Buodong asked, slightly taken aback as he received the list, confusion evident in his voice. Xiao Se smiled calmly, saying, "Now that the seal on you has been lifted, there is no longer any mutual benefit between us. It would be unrealistic to expect you to protect me until the Alchemist Conference concludes. Even if you were willing to honor your promise, you surely would not be fully committed. This is a list of the materials needed to concoct the 5th-grade spirit melding purple pill, which can fully restore the strength of those whose powers have waned due to seals or internal injuries. At the Alchemist Conference Finals, I will publicly concoct it, and I believe it will suit you perfectly, Mr. Hai." With over 10 months remaining until the Alchemist Conference, Xiao Se was confident he could produce a 5th-grade pill by then. Chapter 79. An Unexpected Encounter with Yun Yun, the spirit melding purple pill. In an instant, Hai Buodong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once a 5-star Do Emperor, his strength had been sealed for many years. Although the seal had been lifted, his cultivation had still diminished by several stars, and the prospect of restoration remained uncertain. Now, however, a mere pill could resolve his predicament, which was enough to elate him. "Rest assured, leave it to me. From now on, any matters concerning my little brother will be my responsibility." He chuckled, his face adorned with a flattering smile as he tucked away the list of medicinal herbs. Witnessing the previously imposing and aloof Hai Buodong transform into an eager sycophant caused a slight twitch at the corner of Xiao Se's mouth. He turned towards the exit of his secret chamber, casually remarking, "Now that Elder Hai's cultivation has returned to that of a Do Emperor, I presume you won't be opening this ancient store any longer. Let's take our leave. Shall we head directly to the imperial capital?" Hai Buodong inquired with a subtle nod. Xiao Se paused, shaking his head. "No, there is still ample time before the Alchemist Conference begins. First, I must return to Wutan City to attend to some personal matters, and then I will proceed to the imperial capital." On the flying magical beast en route from Mo City to Haiyan City, Hai Buodong lounged in a grand chair, his expression fraught with dissatisfaction. "This wretched flying beast is agonizingly slow. I truly fail to comprehend why, with your strength, you cannot simply fly directly. It wouldn't take much time at all. You've sparred with me. You must know that my actual cultivation is merely that of a Do master, which cannot sustain long-distance flight using Do techniques. Although I could elevate my power to that of a Do emperor through secret methods, such techniques severely deplete my soul energy. The preparation of the 6th-rank breaking pill has already consumed a considerable amount. If you no longer desire the revitalizing purple pill, we could simply fly there." Xiao Se shrugged nonchalantly. Hai Buodong's expression darkened, and he forced a smile. "Then it is better to remain on this flying beast. It is much more comfortable." "Very well," Xiao Se replied, slowly closing his eyes and lapsing into silence. After spending half a day aboard the flying beast, a sudden shadow darted across the sky. Xiao Se's eyes flew open as he approached the window to observe a massive airship, which seemed to rival the flying beast in size. He discerned a figure clad in black robes atop the vessel. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Se's features as he sensed an aura emanating from the figure that rivaled that of Hai Buodong. "That must be the airship of the Pill King Gu He. It appears they are headed to the Taggart Desert. The figure in black robes seems to possess strength not inferior to my own. A Do Emperor, accompanied by 3 Do Kings and numerous Do spirits. What would they be planning?" Meanwhile, Hai Buodong joined him at the window, contemplating the airship. "The Pill King Gu He? I suspect they are on a fruitless quest to seek out a rare flame." "Rare flame?" Hai Buodong's eyebrows knitted in confusion before he quickly grasped the situation, a smirk creeping upon his lips. "Then I suppose they will be making a wasted trip. For you have already refined that flame. How unfortunate." "Indeed," Xiao Se nodded lightly, not disputing the notion. If he was correct, the figure in black atop the airship was likely Yun Yun. At that moment, Xiao Se felt a sudden sharp bite at his waist, causing him to gasp in pain. Instantly, the delicate voice of Queen Medusa echoed in his mind. "Human, find a way to prevent Gu He and his entourage from reaching the Taggart Desert. Consider it a favor owed to you." Medusa was well aware of Gu He's grand expedition, suspecting that the rare flame had fallen into the hands of the Serpent People, and that he sought to reclaim it. Without her presence in the Serpent People's holy city, it would surely descend into chaos. "Your Majesty, next time just say something directly instead of biting me. Can we maintain some martial decorum?" "That hurt." Xiao Se lamenti telepatically. "Enough chatter, hurry." Medusa's voice urged with an edge of impatience. "Understood, but do remember that aside from protecting me when my life is threatened, you owe me a favor. And please refrain from biting me in the future. Just go already. Stop being so tedious." Xiao Se's face twitched at her words, silently vowing that once she grew legs, he would strip her bare and teach her a lesson. "Elder Hai, I recall you owe me a favor in addition to protecting me, correct?" he said with a smile directed at Hai Buodong. Hai Buodong nodded, then turned his gaze to the airship that was swiftly vanishing into the horizon, astonished. You don't intend to? Xiao Se chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Fear not. I lack the audacity to confront the Pill King Gu He. The rare flame has already been refined. I merely wish to prevent them from making a futile journey. Hai Buodong paused, pondering for a moment before reluctantly conceding. I truly do not understand you. You do not strike me as one who meddles in others' affairs. However, since I owe you a favor, we shall proceed. After all, it is not too difficult. With that, Hai Buodong leapt from the window, followed closely by Xiao Se, who donned a half-mast before following suit. When they reappeared, they had unfurled their wings, soaring high above the clouds. The duo transformed into two streaks of blue and green light, racing towards Gu He's airship. On board Gu He's airship, the black-robed figure suddenly opened his eyes, speaking in a cold, detached tone. Two individuals are pursuing us. One is a Dou Emperor, while the other appears to have employed some secret method to conceal his true power. A Dou Emperor? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Pill King Gu He, Lion King Yin Shi, Windwalker Feng Li, and the dozen or so Dou spirits aboard turned grave. Yin Zhongzhu, can you discern whether they are friend or foe? Gu He inquired, glancing at the black-robed figure with a serious demeanor. The figure replied with indifference. I sense no hostility. At this, Gu He and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. The presence of a Dou Emperor, coupled with an unknown individual, was not an ideal situation. Before long, Xiao Se and Hai Buodong gently descended upon the bow of the airship. Gu He cupped his hands in greeting towards Hai Buodong, stating, I am Gu He, Pill King of the Jia Ma Empire. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Shortly thereafter, aside from the black-robed figure atop the ship, Lion King Yin Shi, Windwalker Feng Li, and others all bowed in deference. A Dou Emperor warranted such respect. What's this? Gu He, Feng Li, Yin Shi. It has only been a decade or so since we last met, and you've all forgotten about me so quickly? Hai Buodong burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 80. The Misfortunes of Gu He. Who are you? The crowd paused, perplexed, even the black-robed figure's eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. The tone of this mysterious Dou Emperor suggested he was indeed from the Jiama Empire. Just then, an elderly Dou spirit stepped forward and asked, My lord, are you the Ice Emperor Hai Buodong? Upon hearing the elder's recognition of Hai Buodong, the assembly drew in a sharp breath, and after a moment of careful consideration, they recalled the long-lost Ice Emperor of the Middle family had resurfaced. Oh! Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise danced in Hai Buodong's eyes. His appearance had undergone a significant transformation over the past decade, rendering him considerably aged. Although the lifting of the seal was gradually restoring his youthful visage, he never anticipated that someone would recognize him at first glance. If I recall correctly, you are from the Middle family, am I right? What was your name again? It eludes me. By the way, how is that worthless middle Tang San faring? Upon receiving confirmation, the elder of Doling was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. You are indeed Elder Hai. The clan leader is in good health, and has even broken through to the Do Wong level. At least that brat didn't bring me disgrace. He mused, waving his hand. Let us not dwell on the past for now. He then turned his gaze to Gu He, or rather, he should now be addressed as Dan Wong. Haha, just call me Gu He, Elder Hai. I am unworthy of the title of Dan Wong. Gu He replied with a wry smile. When he was still a fourth-tier alchemist, the man before him was already a formidable Do Huang. Although Gu He, now a sixth-tier alchemist, was not inferior to a Do Huang, the requisite etiquette still needed to be upheld. Gu He it is, if I am correct in my assumptions. You intend to venture into the Tagore Desert in search of exotic flames, correct? Hai Buodong teased, licking his lips. Taken aback, Gu He momentarily faltered. He had not disclosed this matter to anyone beforehand. Not even those aboard the airship were informed until they gathered, leaving no opportunity for rumors to leak. Elder Hai, you possess remarkable insight. If you would be willing to lend Gu He a helping hand, I assure you, I shall provide ample recompense. Gu He admitted with a bitter smile. Hai Buodong shook his head with a smile. Perhaps you could offer me a reward that would pique my interest, but alas, you are likely to make the journey in vain. He then shifted his gaze to Xiao Se. Young brother, since the conversation has reached this point, it is your turn to speak. At his words, the assembly turned their attention to the masked youth beside Hai Buodong. Xiao Se nadis laitri, forgoing pleasantrius. With a flick of his right hand, a surge of azure flames erupted, imbued with an almost sentient quality. As the flames danced, they occasionally blossomed into delicate azure lotus flowers. The terrifying heat and oppressive pressure instilled a palpable fear within all present, even causing the cloaked figure at the top of the cabin to furrow their brow in concern. I have already refined the exotic flames. Anyone who ventures forth will find it a fruitless endeavor. Farewell." Casting a lingering glance at the cloaked figure, Xiao Se unfurled his purple cloud wings and, with a momentary pause, swiftly soared towards the direction of the flying magical beast. This left Hai Buodong and the bewildered assembly behind. "Ao De Hai? Who was that masked youth just now?" Gu He inquired, astonishment flickering in his eyes, tinged with a sense of dissatisfaction. They had yet to reach their destination, and someone had already outpaced them. "Just a little brother of mine," Hai Buodong chuckled, observing Gu He's expression as if he had just ingested something distasteful. With a grin, he unfurled his Doqi wings and pursued Xiao Se. The imposing Lion King, Lao He, approached Gu He with an air of awkwardness, patting his shoulder as if to offer consolation, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. At that moment, a silent lament filled the hearts of all present for Gu He. This duck had yet to be served at the table, yet it had already taken flight upon spotting a feather. Sighing heavily, Gu He waved his hand dismissively. "Let us return the way we came. I promise to fulfill the rewards I pledged upon our return." "Very well, I shall take my leave then." The cloaked figure above the cabin, upon hearing this, extended their pale azure Doqi wings, hesitated for a moment, and then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Watching the retreating figure, Gu He felt as though his already battered heart had endured yet another blow. As snowflakes drifted and the northern winds howled, the sentiment evoked by the song perfectly encapsulated Gu He's current state. Meanwhile, within the VIP quarters of the flying magical beast, Hai Buodong was in high spirits. "Ha! You should have seen Gu He's face just now. It was akin to a wife running off with another," he exclaimed, slapping his thigh with delight. "Perhaps the wife he envisions may indeed run off with someone else in the future." Xiao Se remarked with a light chuckle. "What do you mean by that?" Hai Buodong inquired, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated within Xiao Se's mind. "Brother, it seems the Do Huang from Gu He's ship has followed us." Upon hearing Long Kuei's whisper, a subtle smile graced Xiao Se's lips as he retrieved his mask once more, turning to Hai Buodong with an enigmatic remark. "Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear." No sooner had he uttered the words than a gust of wind, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, swept through the room, heralding the entrance of a graceful woman clad in black robes, who glided in with elegance. Elder Hai, her voice, akin to celestial melodies, resonated throughout the chamber. Though somewhat cool, it was laced with an unmistakable air of nobility and grace. Upon recognizing the mysterious Do Huang from Gu He's ship, Hai Buodong's expression shifted, and he inquired with surprise, "Who might you be?" In response, the black-robed figure cast a deep glance at Xiao Se before removing her hood, revealing an exquisite phoenix hairpin. She then lifted her veil, exposing a stunningly beautiful visage, her captivating eyes fixed upon Hai Buodong as she smiled gently. "I am Yin Yun, the master of the Yunlan sect. Many years ago, I had the honor of meeting Elder Hai on several occasions." Realization dawned upon Hai Buodong. So that is who the female Do Huang beside Gu He is. "I never expected that the little girl from Yunlan's sect would grow into a Do Huang." He gestured for her to sit. "Please, let's not be bound by conventions of seniority, for we are both Do Huang." "Then, I shall graciously accept your invitation," Yin Yin replied, elegantly taking a seat. Her gaze then turned to Xiao Se, and upon noticing the second-tier alchemist badge adorning his chest, a flicker of surprise crossed her features as she glanced back at Hai Buodong. "Elder Hai, may I ask who this young brother is?" Hai Buodong Baoset, realizing he had yet to learn Xiao Se's name, and promptly asked, "What is your name?" "Xiao Hua," Xiao Se replied, as nonchalantly as ever, providing his alias. "Your surname is Xiao?" Yin Yin mused, falling into contemplation. Her disciple, Nailin Yanran, had a fiancé with the surname Xiao. If she recalled correctly, Xiao Yan, was it? Could he also be from the Xiao family of Wutan City? After a moment's thought, Yin Yin ultimately voiced her curiosity. "Might you be from the Xiao family of Wutan City? It's merely a coincidence of surname." Xiao Se shook his head. Although he bore no ill will towards the Xiao family, he had not considered himself one of them since being turned away at their door at the age of 3. Yin Yin nodded slightly, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Had he been from a Xiao family, she would have needed to tread cautiously. Over the years, Nailin Yanran had expressed her dissatisfaction regarding her engagement, especially in light of Xiao Yan's recent loss of talent, which had transformed her discontent into a source of shame. Several times, she had contemplated requesting Yun Yun to annul the engagement, but refrained for fear of gossip regarding the Yunlan sect. After all, it would be questionable to withdraw only after his talent had faded. Upon discovering that Xiao Se bore no connection to Xiao Yan, Yin Yin directly articulated her purpose for visiting. To be candid, I have come to see Elder Hai and to extend an invitation for you, young brother, to join the Yunlan sect. Perhaps the young brother is not yet fully acquainted with the Yunlan sect. Take, for instance, the esteemed Pill King Gu He. When he first joined the Yunlan sect, he was merely a 4th-tier alchemist. Yet, in just over a decade, he has ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier alchemist. While this remarkable advancement can primarily be attributed to his innate talent and diligence, it is also inextricably linked to the unwavering support of the Yunlan sect. Should the young brother choose to join, given his tender age and his remarkable achievement of becoming a 2nd-tier alchemist endowed with the rare and extraordinary flame of anomaly, the Yunlan sect is prepared to offer terms far more generous than those extended to Gu He in his time, whether it be profound techniques or rare resources. Even the position of the sect's young master is on the table. The conditions presented by Yun Yun are undoubtedly lavish. The mere prospect of a young master position speaks volumes of its value. Beside them, Hai Buodong furrowed his brow upon hearing this. As it seemed, Yun Yun was resolutely intent on recruiting Xiao Se into the Yunlan sect. However, considering Xiao Se's prodigious talent, the role of young master would indeed be well within his grasp. He found himself eagerly anticipating Xiao Se's response. Apologies, sect master Yun, but I currently have no intentions of joining any sect. Compared to the constraints of sect rules, I find greater solace in traversing the Duki continent alone. To the surprise of both Yun Yun and Hai Buodong, Xiao Se declined without hesitation. I understand. However, should you ever wish to join, the doors of the Yunlan sect will always be open to you, Yun Yun replied, nodding gently. She then rose, casting a glance at Hai Buodong, and with a polite gesture said, Elder Hai, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Please, sect master, do as you wish. Hai Buodong replied with a faint smile. Yun Yun nodded slightly, turning to the window, unfurling her light azure wings, and gracefully exited the room. Once Yun Yun had departed, Hai Buodong turned to Xiao Se with a grin, saying, I truly thought you would accept. The position of young master in the Yunlan sect is scarcely inferior to that of a royal heir. Hee, Elder Hai, after spending these past few days together, do you truly believe I am one who covets power? Slowly removing his mask, Xiao Se shook his head in resignation. He held affection for Yun Yun. Yet it was not for the current high-ranking leader, the aloof sect master of the Yunlan sect, but rather for the future sight of Yunji, who would reveal her charming demeanor in the secretive cave. That is a valid point, Hai Buodong remarked with a smirk. By the way, you would happen to be called Xiao Huahua, would you? And your intention to visit Wutan City must be somewhat related to the Xiao family, right? Xiao Se shrugged nonchalantly, replying, my true name is Xiao Se. As for the Xiao family, I assure you, I have no connection to them, or at least, that is my belief. With that, Xiao Se slowly closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, rendering him silent. In Wutan City's Xiao family, at the Qingshi Square, Xiao Yan stood motionless, staring blankly at the 5 large characters on the testing stone tablet, unable to regain his composure. Xiao Yan, Duki 3rd stage, level, low. The middle-aged man overseeing the Xiao family's Duki testing cast a glance at the stone tablet, his expression one of indifference as he declared the results. No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd gathered in the square. TSK, indeed a 3rd stage Duki, how utterly pathetic. 13 years old and only at the 3rd stage. If this continues, he'll still be useless next year or the year after. The Xiao family has truly been shamed by him. I reckon he is nothing but a freeloader. If he weren't the family head's son, he'd have been kicked out long ago. Just wait, when the adulthood ceremony comes in 3 years, even being the family head's son 1T save him from being cast aside. Listening to the relentless mockery and disdain from the crowd, Xiao Yan felt a chilling sensation in his heart, akin to being doused with cold water or pierced by ice needles. How could these people be so cruel? Just a year ago, they had bowed and scraped before him. A self-deprecating smile crept onto his lips, mingled with disdain for those who ridiculed him. Under the scornful gazes, he slowly turned, dejectedly descending from the testing platform and retreating to the last row of the crowd, his solitary figure standing in stark contrast to those around him. Next, Xiao Se. The tester called out once more. Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Next, Xiao Se. Has Xiao Se arrived? The tester called out several times, but only received confused murmurs from the crowd, wondering who Xiao Se was or if there was even such a person in Xiao family. The tester then glanced towards the VIP platform where Xiao Zhan and 3 elders of the Xiao family awaited instructions. The eldest elder frowned, scanning the area but failing to spot Xiao Se, suddenly realizing he hadn't seen him in nearly a year. Ninger, have you seen Xiao Se? The elder inquired of Xiao Ning. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ning shook her head and replied, "Grandfather, I haven't seen him in almost a year either. Does anyone know where Xiao Se is?" The disappearance of an ordinary youth from the Xiao family was a matter of some significance, though not enough to warrant a full-scale search by the higher-ups. Nevertheless, it was still necessary to make symbolic inquiries. At the rear of the Qing Shi Square, Xiao Yan caught the name Xiao Se, which stirred a mix of familiarity and aversion within him. He momentarily paused, recalling the last time they had met at the back mountain of the Xiao family, a smirk of mockery appearing at the corners of his mouth as he mused. Could that kid have fallen off a cliff and perished? Just then, a light, melodic voice rang out from the crowd. Xiao Se's cousin has been out training for the past year. Chapter 82. Return to Wutan City. In the eastern outskirts of the Monster Mountain Range, above a vast basin, Hai Buodong flapped his ice-blue, dooky wings gently, glancing at Xiao Se, who was ascending gracefully from the misty valley below. Is the matter resolved? Yes. It has been taken care of. Let us proceed, Xiao Se replied with a subtle nod. During his passage through the Monster Mountain Range, he had made a special trip to the small valley where he had once lived with the Little Medicine Fairy, only to find no sign of her return. He left a letter in the valley's wooden cabin, informing her of his impending journey to the capital city to attend the Alchemist Conference. Sighing softly, he hoped that the Little Medicine Fairy would see his letter, at the very least to ensure her safety. With a determined flap of his wings, Xiao Se transformed into a streak of azure light, swiftly heading toward Wutan City, with Hai Buodong following closely behind. Damn it, we've finally arrived. Had I known back in the desert city, I would have simply flown you directly here, instead of taking several days on this arduous journey. Upon reaching Wutan City, Hai Buodong couldn't help but voice his frustration. As Xiao Se had previously noted, had their interests not been intertwined, Hai Buodong would have likely chosen to part ways without a second thought. It was precisely because of the revitalizing purple pill that Hai Buodong had patiently accompanied Xiao Se on this slow flight. Come now, spare me your complaints. I overheard you calling the current head of the Miter family a fool on Gu He's airship. I presume you must have some deep connections with the Miter family. Conveniently, there is an auction house in Wutan City owned by the Miter family, where a commercial genius from your clan resides, Xiao Se remarked with a playful smile, adjusting his mask. Oh, upon hearing this, Hai Buodong stroked his chin, visibly intrigued. If someone has earned your admiration, I must meet this individual. An elderly man and a youth strolled into the city of Wutan, their laughter and chatter drawing the attention of many passers-by. Particularly, the second-grade alchemist badge adorning Xiao's chest commanded both respect and envy from countless onlookers. However, due to the significant changes in Xiao's appearance and physique over the course of a year, coupled with his inherently modest demeanor and the mask he wore, even members of the Xiao family failed to recognize him. Upon reaching the end of the streets in Wutan, the duo soon arrived before the middle auction house, situated at the heart of the city. Compared to a year ago, the auction house had not undergone substantial alterations, yet as Xiao Se stepped inside, he was astounded by the bustling business, which far surpassed that of the previous year. The hall was teeming with guests, the air filled with the cacophony of bustling transactions. Observing the overwhelming crowd within the auction house, Hai Buodong nodded slightly, remarking, "It seems that the individual you mentioned indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. To manage a small branch of an auction house to such heights is truly impressive." Xiao Se, too, was taken aback by the transformation of the middle auction house. Logically, even during the 3-year agreement period of Xiao Yan 2 years hence, it should not have been this thriving. Let us depart. The crowd here is excessive, and the items for sale are merely mundane. We shall take the VIP passage to the auction hall. Perhaps we might find some materials to assist you in concocting the revival spirit purple pill. Xiao Se gestured towards the relatively quiet VIP passage and strolled over at a leisurely pace. Hai Buodong shrugged and followed suit. The entrance to the VIP passage was guarded by 2 fully armed sentinels, their cultivation levels approximating that of 5-star Dou fighters. Upon catching sight of the second-grade alchemist badge on Xiao Se's chest, they immediately stepped aside, not waiting for him to present the VIP card previously given by Yafei. My lord, your timing is impeccable. The auction hall is currently hosting the grandest auction event of the past year. It is said that the final few auction items will even tempt second-grade alchemists such as yourself, one of the guards said, bowing slightly and gesturing for Xiao Se to proceed. He then summoned a passing maid to guide the two. Xiao Se shook his head, declining the maid's offer, and confidently led Hai Buodong into the VIP passage. As they stepped inside, the raucous noise from outside seemed to be abruptly filtered away, plunging the world into an instant silence. After traversing several corridors, Their vision expanded into a vast space reminiscent of a miniature ancient Roman Colosseum. The area beneath the auction platform was nearly filled with spectators. Notably this time, the front row was not solely occupied by the heads of the three major families of Wutan, Jiaolai Ao, the Xiao family, and Ao Bapa, but also by four additional individuals, exuding an aura that suggested they were, without a doubt, Great Dome masters. It appeared they were the heads of families from several surrounding cities. On the auction stage, Yafei donned a vibrant red, fitted brocade robe, intricately designed to accentuate her alluring curves. Beneath the robe, her long, snow-white legs resembled jade, igniting a fervent desire in onlookers. With a smile gracing her delicate features, a hint of seduction and charm danced in her eyes, captivating the audience, who bid far beyond the actual worth of the items, all yearning for a mere glance from her. Leaning against the railing, Xiao Se could not help but let out a soft click of his tongue, internally lamenting her beauty. However, he had long since shed the bashfulness of his youth from year prior. Surely, you do not mean this enchanting maiden? Hai Buodong, also leaning against the railing, spoke slowly. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion, old Hai? Xiao Se inquired, his curiosity piqued. She is quite adept at leveraging her beauty for personal gain. Yet, I discern a subtle disdain, even revulsion, in her gaze towards others. She appears to be a woman of inner pride, yet one who understands the art of restraint. Hai Buodong remarked, his seasoned eyes piercing through Yafei's facade. An astute observation, Xiao Se sighed lightly, intrigued, and turned to ask, and what do you perceive me to be? Oh Hai, you? Hai Buodong pondered for a moment, a twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his thoughts. Cunning, yet seemingly imbued with a sense of justice. It is as if you possess foresight, standing before you feels akin to being utterly exposed, with no secrets to conceal. At this, Xiao Se chuckled silently, recalling how he had indeed used his perceptive abilities to scrutinize Hai Buodong's physique in his quest for the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire. Despite the discomfort it had caused, as the auction proceeded, Yafei, with her charming demeanor, finally declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of excitement has arrived. I assure you, the last 3 auction items will not disappoint." With a flourish of her delicate hand, a beautiful maid approached the stage, carrying a jade platter that cradled a square jade box, roughly the size of 2 palms. This is the purple spirit fruit, a crucial ingredient in the concoction of 4th and even 5th grade elixirs, as firmly asserted by Master Guanai of this auction house. If gifted to a 2nd or 3rd grade alchemist, the goodwill of a high-level alchemist could forge invaluable connections for one's family, Yafei announced, her voice delicate and enchanting, momentarily silencing the crowd. In a secluded corner of the hall, Xiao Se turned to Hai Buodong with a smile, saying, "Old Hai, it seems fortune favors you. You have fortuitously discovered a material for the revival spirit purple pill." Hai Buodong nodded slightly. After the crowd escalated the bidding to 200,000, the affluent Hai Buodong boldly raised the stakes by an additional 100,000, bidding 300,000. The sudden outcry from the corner startled the audience. Yet upon noticing Xiao Se beside Hai Buodong, they instinctively categorized Hai Buodong as Xiao Se's servant. Observing the unexpected bid from the secluded corner, Yafei's beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of seriousness. Astutely perceptive, she would not be foolish enough to regard Hai Buodong as merely Xiao Se's servant. The pride emanating from him was far beyond that of the 7 Great Dome masters present. Therefore, she surmised that he was at least a Do spirit-level powerhouse, and the thought of him being a Do Wang was beyond her imagination. However, upon seeing Xiao Se, clad in the 2nd grade alchemist's robe and mask, her brows arched in surprise. This mysterious alchemist evoked a sense of familiarity. As anticipated, the purple spirit fruit was sold to Hai Buodong for 300,000 gold coins. While the final 2 auction items, a 3rd-tier magic core and a high-level mystic technique consistent with the original Xiao Yu's Do-Chi attributes, were acquired by Xiao Se for 25,000 and 500,000 gold coins, respectively. Thus, the auction concluded successfully. Exiting the auction hall, Xiao Se and Hai Buodong were guided to the waiting room by the maid. Seated quietly, they savored the exquisite tea served by the maid. Xiao Se turned to Hai Buodong and remarked with a smile, "Old Hai, after the transactions conclude, I have some personal matters to attend to. I would appreciate your patience here at the middle auction house for a while. Should you sense any impending threats toward me, kindly come to my aid." Threats? Are we speaking of a Do Huang? Hai Buodong set down his teacup, his expression one of surprise. Xiao Se chuckled, shaking his head. "That remains uncertain. I can only tell you that the city of Wutan is far more complex than you might imagine. If it weren't for a personal matter, I might never return." As the two conversed, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. "Ah, gentlemen, My apologies for keeping you waiting, Yafei said with a delicate step as she gracefully entered the reception hall, instantly filling the room with a fragrant breeze. Behind her were 3 beautiful maidens, each carrying a silver tray laden with items purchased by Xiao Se and Heaven. The timing was impeccable. Xiao Se rose and casually retrieved a jade card from his storage ring, placing 2 of the items from the silver trays into the ring. Upon receiving the jade card, Yafei paused momentarily, a look of surprise crossing her features as she asked, "Mister, do we know each other?" With a subtle smile, Xiao Se replied, "Miss Yafei, with your keen intellect, why not take a guess?" At his words, Yafei scrutinized him closely. As her gaze fell upon the jade-studded belt at Xiao Se's waist, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "You are Xiao Se's younger brother?" Noticing her attention, Xiao Se couldn't help but smirk. In an attempt to conceal his identity, he had donned a mask and hidden the emblem of his magic sword, even concealing the mid-grade storage ring. He never anticipated that Yafei would recognize him solely from their brief encounter during the night of the 24 bridges under the moon. Seeing Xiao Se's reaction, Yafei covered her lips and chuckled softly. "Indeed, you are Xiao Se's younger brother. I never imagined that in just a year, you have not only become a second-grade alchemist, but have also grown so much taller. You used to be half a head shorter than I." While speaking, Yafei leaned closer to Xiao Se, gesturing to indicate their height difference. Nothing seemed to escape Miss Yafei's notice. Xiao Se slowly removed his mask, shaking his head in amusement. As she gazed at the now mature and handsome face of the young man, Yafei placed her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, her face less than a foot away from his. With curiosity, she remarked, "It seems that Xiao Se has truly grown up. This handsome visage makes it hard for even your sister to resist feeling a little flutter in her heart." Under her intense gaze, Xiao Se felt his cheeks redden, instinctively lowering his head to avoid her gaze, only to find himself ensnared by the sight of her alabaster neck, almost unable to escape. Struggling to divert his gaze from her flawless skin, Xiao Se took a few steps back, exhaling deeply to regain his composure, and awkwardly said, "Miss Yafei, please, no more teasing." Observing the fleeting shyness on Xiao Se's face, Yafei's smile widened, playfully saying, "Why so formal? Given our relationship, must we maintain such distance? Then perhaps Sister Yafei will suffice?" Xiao Se tentatively suggested. "That is much better," Yafei replied, nodding in satisfaction. She then turned her attention to the expressionless Heaven, quietly sipping his tea. Lifting the last silver tray, she placed the jade box beside Heaven's table and cheerfully announced, "Sir, this is the purple spirit fruit you purchased. As a fighter of the doling level, according to our auction house's regulations, you are entitled to a 30% discount. You only need to pay 210,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, Heaven's indifferent countenance briefly flickered with surprise. He could discern that Yafei was merely an ordinary fighter, yet her ability to perceive his extraordinary strength was indeed remarkable. "Please check if your auction house has any of the other medicinal herbs listed here," he said, as he stored the jade box in his ring and produced a list along with a purple gold card. Upon receiving the purple gold card and the list, Yafei was momentarily taken aback before gasping in astonishment. "This is a purple gold card, which can only be held by a Do Wong level expert. You are Do Wong?" "Do take a look at the list," Heaven said, neither confirming nor denying, as he continued to sip his tea. Yafei nodded slightly, lowering her head to examine the list in detail. After a moment, she shook her head apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, but the herbs on your list are exceedingly rare. Aside from the purple spirit fruit you've already acquired, we have none in our auction house as treasury. However, the Mitre headquarters does have 4 items in stock. If you wish, I can contact them, and they can deliver within 3 days. As for the missing herbs, I can request assistance from the clan leader of the Tang San family. Given the connections of Mitre Auction House, I believe they can locate them in no time." "Only 4 items?" Heaven sighed, shaking his head. "No need. I do not have the luxury of time. I will write a letter to that fool at Mitre Tang San, and you'll help me deliver it as swiftly as possible." Hearing this, even Yafei's calm demeanor faltered, her expression darkening. Had she not seen him produce the purple gold card, she might have thought him insane for daring to insult one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Jaimar Empire, Mitre Tang San, by calling him a fool. Respectfully returning the list, Yafei summoned 2 maidens, handing them Xiao Se's jade card and Heaven's purple gold card, whispering a few instructions in their ears. The 2 maidens hurried off at her command. Taking advantage of the brief interlude, Yafei pulled Xiao Se aside and whispered, "Xiao Se, could this Do Wong gentleman be your mysterious teacher? Such familiarity with our clan leader indicates they may know each other." Xiao Se chuckled, shaking his head. "He is merely a friend, not my teacher. As for whether he knows your clan leader, I cannot say." Yafei displayed no signs of disappointment upon hearing Xiao Se's response. She stepped back, arms resting at her waist, once again scrutinizing him before smiling brightly. It appears my little brother Xiao Se has become increasingly enigmatic. Not only has he become a second-grade alchemist at such a young age, but he has also befriended a Douang. Just fortunate, Xiao Se replied with a nonchalant smile, glancing at the maidens who had returned with the jade card. He then addressed Heaven-Defying, "Old Ha, I must attend to some personal matters. Please wait for me at the miter auction house." Heaven-Defying waved his hand dismissively. "Go on. Farewell." "Sister Yafei," Xiao Se said, offering a nod before turning to take the jade card from the maidens and exiting the reception hall. As he strolled out the door, observing Xiao Se's retreating figure, Yafei murmured to herself, 13 years old, a second-grade alchemist. If they knew that the darkness of the family had caused such a talent to lose all hope in the Xiao family, those old relics would surely regret it deeply. Since Xiao Se departed from Wutan City, Yafei had taken a keen interest in investigating him. Who would have thought that a once castaway of the Xiao family had unknowingly grown to a stature that even the entire Xiao family had to look up to? Upon leaving the auction house's reception hall, Xiao Se used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings, ensuring no one was paying him heed before slipping into a deserted alley. He stored his alchemist's robe and mask in his ring and then set off, retracing his steps back to the Xiao family. As he approached the gates of the Xiao family, he was, as expected, intercepted by 2 guards. "Young man, this is the Xiao family estate. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. If you seek someone, I can notify them for you," one guard remarked, noting Xiao Se's distinguished demeanor. Xiao Se shook his head, producing a common disciple token of the Xiao family and tossing it to the guard. "No need, I am Xiao Se, just returned from my training." The guard examined the token closely, confirming its authenticity before stepping aside to grant him passage. As Xiao Se walked further away, another guard could not help but inquire, "Hey, who is Xiao Se? Is there truly a person by that name in the Xiao family?" The guard shook his head, scoffing, "I have no idea. The younger generation of the Xiao family numbers in the hundreds. But who cares? As long as the token is genuine, that is all that matters." Walking along the small path of the Xiao family estate, Xiao Se reminisced about his 5 years spent within the family, shaking his head in resignation. With both his parents and the old steward now deceased, he felt utterly unanchored in the Xiao family. If there was anything that still tethered him, it would be Xiao Yu, his childhood companion who had spent 5 years by his side. His sole purpose for returning to the Xiao family was to see Xiao Yu, who had just returned from Canaan Academy after a year apart. Recalling the scene when Xiao Yu had clung to him, weeping at their farewell, a smile involuntarily graced Xiao Se's lips. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, this childhood friend had quietly transformed from a mere figment of his past into someone who had subtly nestled within his heart. "Xiao Se," a loud, carefree voice called out as he turned a corner, causing him to halt in his tracks. Turning his head, he recognized a familiar figure striding towards him with the swagger of a privileged youth, and he could not help but smile wryly. "Xiao Ning. Hey, is that really you?" Xiao Ning exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he approached rapidly, sizing Xiao Se up from head to toe. "I can hardly recognize you after just a year. You've grown so tall. Perhaps I just grew taller over time." Xiao Se shrugged nonchalantly. "Indeed, you are a sight to behold. No wonder my sister is so infatuated with you," Xiao Ning remarked with a tinge of envy, observing the handsome visage of Xiao Se. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's name, Xiao Se could not restrain himself from asking, "Is Xiao Yu back?" Xiao Ning nodded. "She returned last night and couldn't wait to find you, only to discover you had vanished for a year. Now, she locked herself in her room, probably in tears." "All right, I'll go find her," Xiao Se said, tugging at the corner of his mouth before turning to leave. "Wait a moment." Xiao Ning grasped his shoulder urgently. "What now?" Xiao Se replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. I just noticed you're back, and it's been a year since we last sparred. I'm curious to see how much you've improved while away." Xiao Ning grinned. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely overhead, and Xiao Yan, as was his custom, sought solace in the small woods on the back mountain of the Xiao estate, attempting to escape reality. Only here could he avoid the ridicule of others. This past year, his cultivation had stagnated at the 3rd stage of Do Qi, and no matter how hard he trained, the energy absorbed into his body would vanish without a trace, leaving him frustrated. "Alas, this wretched Do Qi, why must I be so unfortunate?" he lamented, ceasing his futile training and reclining on the soft grass. A beam of glaring sunlight pierced through the trees, causing a slight pain in his eyes. Xiao Yan did not shy away, squinting against the discomfort until his stomach grumbled, signaling it was time to eat. Rising to his feet and brushing off his hands, he made his way down the mountain. On his path to the Xiao family cafeteria, a raucous gathering of onlookers caught his attention, and driven by curiosity, he approached. Upon seeing Xiao Se at the center of the commotion, his pupils dilated in shock. It's him. At that moment, a few young women from the Xiao family beside him chimed in. Maier, who is Xiao Ning's opponent. I've never seen him before. He is quite handsome, but I wonder how strong he is. Xiao Mei shook her head. I don't know him well either. I think his name is Xiao Se. Xiao Se? The one who missed the Douqi test? From Xiao Ning's tone, it seems so. Then, who do you think will win? Having spent a year training outside and returning unscathed, he must have made significant progress. However, I favor Xiao Ning. You heard him. He is at the 7th stage of Douqi, which qualifies him to participate in the coming adulthood ceremony. The other girls nodded in agreement, convinced that Xiao Ning would prevail, viewing Xiao Se merely as an inconspicuous unknown, barely recognized due to his absence from the annual testing ritual. Let us begin. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Xiao Se waved impatiently at a now warmed-up Xiao Ning. It was evident to all that Xiao Ning intended to use Xiao Se as a stepping stone to showcase his prowess at the 7th stage of Douqi, asserting his status as the foremost among the younger male generation of the Xiao family. Xiao Se, though I'm unaware of what you've endured this past year, underestimating me will lead to your downfall. As the younger generation of the Xiao family gathered, Xiao Ning ceased his warm-up, grinning as he swiftly approached Xiao Se, raising a hand infused with a fierce wind to strike at his shoulder. Yellow-grade high-level Do technique, mountain splitter, familiar with Xiao Se's formidable strength. Xiao Ning did not dare to underestimate him, unleashing his strongest technique right from the start. Xiao Ning is so fast, someone in the crowd gasped, only to be left dumbfounded moments later. In full view of the spectators, Xiao Se effortlessly sidestepped Xiao Ning's strike, grasped his elbow, and flipped him to the ground, his knee pressing down on Xiao Ning's back with fluidity and precision. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, leaving Xiao Ning easily subdued. It hurts. Xiao Se, ikansid. Let me go. Xiao Ning winced in pain, his wrist caught in a painful hold as he quickly begged for mercy. Upon hearing the concession, Xiao Se casually tossed a jade vial to him, replying nonchalantly, Here, use this to tend to your injuries. You'll be fine by tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Among the crowd, Xiao Yan wore a similar expression of astonishment. Had this been before his Douqi had vanished, he would not have cared. However, after a year of stagnation, it seemed everyone, including the defeated Xiao Ning, had made marked progress while he remained trapped at the 3rd stage of Douqi. Particularly, Xiao Se exudait en infatigable aura, and Xiao Yan had a premonition that had he entered the fray, even without his Douqi vanishing, he would have met the same fate as Xiao Ning. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, seizing the opportunity to quietly slip away from the gathering before anyone noticed him. Xiao Yan's fingers grazed the ancient ring, and the ever-astonished Yao Lao, who had not been slumbering as frequently, pondered silently. This lad is indeed remarkable. He has neither employed Douqi nor the power of the soul. Yet he has subdued the little fellow named Xiao Ning solely by relying on his physical reflexes and exceptional dynamic vision. Let me see what you are truly capable of. As he mused, Yao Lao unleashed his soul energy to probe Xiao Se. Meanwhile, Xiao Se, having walked only a short distance, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he activated the return to origin soul technique, enveloping himself in a protective layer of spiritual energy. Yao Lao sensed this as well, and, just before his soul energy could make contact with Xiao Se's protective barrier, he withdrew it, a wave of admiration washing over him as he thought, What keen perceptiveness! Had I not retracted my soul energy in time, who knows what may have transpired? Brother, that old man in the ring has activated his soul energy to probe you again, but upon sensing your protective barrier, he retreated, whispered Lan Ilong Kue softly in Xiao Se's ear. Soon after, the voice of Hong Kue chimed in, Brother, the Do Huang lurking in the shadows is also monitoring you. Should I eliminate them? Xiao Se shook his head and replied, Not for now. That Xiao Sun from the Xiao family, like the soul clan I mentioned, is also a member of an ancient clan. The Do Huang is responsible for her protection. As long as you remain undetected by him, it suffices. She cares deeply for Xiao Yan. If we would act against that Do Huang or Xiao Yan, who knows what chaos that madwoman would incite? Furthermore, we will require Xiao Yan and that old man to divert the Soul Clan's attention while we quietly develop our strength. In the Xiao family's backyard, within Sun's courtyard, she sat in a pavilion, delicately sipping tea. Suddenly, a strange black mist coalesced at the edge of the pavilion, materializing into a human form. Kneeling before Sun on one knee. Ling Lao, what has transpired? Sun inquired, lifting her cup of fragrant tea and gently blowing on it. Miss, Xiao Se has returned, Ling Ying hesitated to say. With a crack, the jade cup in Sun Er's hand shattered upon hitting the ground. Under Ling Ying's gaze, a solitary tear silently traced down Sun Er's cheek. Chapter 86. Reunion with Xiao Yu. What troubles you, miss? Ling Ying furrowed his brow. Throughout their years together, this was the first time he had witnessed Sun Er cry. Even during the fierce outbursts of the Golden Emperor, she had never shed a tear. It's nothing. I merely broke the cup by accident. Sun Er shook her head, her mind elsewhere. Miss, it appears you've been crying, Ling Ying cautiously pointed out. Crying? Sun Er wiped her eyes, noticing the tears on her hand, lowering her head into silence. Upon hearing Xiao Se's name, it seemed that tears had truly flowed. Taking a deep breath, Sun Er's voice trembled slightly as she remarked, It's nothing, just the wind blowing into my eyes. Miss, it seems that young Master Xiao Se is on his way to meet that girl, Xiao Yu, and will soon pass by the courtyard. Would you like to see him? Hearing Sun Er's tears upon mentioning Xiao Se, for the first time, Ling Ying refrained from addressing him as that boy or Xiao Se, instead referring to him as young Master Xiao Se. Sun Er's current state was evidently a reaction to the return of someone she missed, although Ling Ying remained oblivious to why she yearned for Xiao Se. At his words, Sun Er's body stiffened momentarily as she rose to head for the courtyard, only to sit back down shortly after. What would it matter? Xiao Se has little regard for her. She had discerned that since their last meeting at the clan gathering. Besides, she believed her affections should lie with Xiao Yan. Why, then, should she seek to meet another boy? Was it merely because of an inexplicable nursery rhyme? Or because hearing Xiao Se's name had caused her tears to flow unbidden? Miss, you appear pale and burdened with thoughts. Ling Ying couldn't help but muse aloud. It's nothing, Ling Lao. Please leave me be. I wish to reflect, Sun Er said, walking to the edge of the pavilion. Turning her back to Ling Ying and speaking softly. Nodding slightly, Ling Ying bowed respectfully, gesturing to collect the shattered jade cup and gradually dissipating into the darkness. Once Ling Ying departed, Sun Er gazed into the distant horizon, murmuring, What transpired between the ages of 4 and 6? Why have my memories of that time become so hazy? Meanwhile, as Xiao Se passed by the entrance of Sun Er's courtyard, Long Kuei alerted him to Ling Ying's presence. Xiao Se suppressed the urge to have Medusa deal with him, hastening his steps toward Xiao Yu's residence. Pushing open the courtyard door, he navigated easily to Xiao Yu's room and gently knocked, only to be met with her furious voice. Xiao Ning. If you dare knock again, I'll castrate you. Xiao Se grimaced, his cheeks adorned with dark lines. Brother, is this the Xiao Yu you mentioned, your childhood friend? She indeed possesses quite the character. Long Kuei's light laughter echoed in Xiao Se's ear, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Xiao Se's lips twitched once more as he retorted, Long Kuei, you've gone astray. Be careful. I shall spank you. Upon hearing this, Long Kuei's fair face flushed crimson, rendering her speechless. It's me, Xiao Yu. Xiao Se knocked again on the door. As he did, he began counting in his mind. 5, 4, 3 with each number that dwindled, hurried footsteps echoed from within. When Xiao Se reached 1, the door swung open with a creak, a fragrant breeze wafting toward him, accompanied by a graceful silhouette that lunged into his embrace. You little rascal, you lecher. Why did you run off alone at such a young age? What would I do if you had perished? Xiao Yu clung tightly to Xiao Se's neck, her long, seductive legs wrapped around his waist, her form pressed against him, her voice choked with emotion. Such a heavy love. Feeling her softness and the faint scent of her body, Xiao Se's cheeks flushed slightly as he whispered, Xiao Yu, perhaps we should speak inside? You're a young lady. It wouldn't be proper if someone were to walk in and see us. I don't care, you little lecher, if you disappear without a word again. I want to let you off easily. As she spoke, Xiao Yu tightened her embrace. All right then, Xiao Se chuckled, shaking his head, and carried Xiao Yu's slender waist as he stepped into the room, glancing at the disheveled furniture that had been tossed about by Xiao Yu. Reluctantly, he laid her onto the bed. Did she want to see him carry her to the bed? A flash of embarrassment crossed Xiao Yu's mind, and her cheeks deepened in color. The moment Xiao Se set her down, she quickly released her grip and curled up under the blankets, exclaiming shyly, You little lecher. We promised to wait a few more years. Oh, come on. Xiao Se rolled his eyes, even if he found her body alluring. He wouldn't do so in front of Long Kuei and Medusa. He quickly clarified, What are you thinking? The furniture is all in disarray. I couldn't just leave you on the floor. Xiao Yu felt utterly mortified. After a brief interlude, Xiao Yu's earlier worries for Xiao Se dissipated. And at that moment, the two seemed to return to their childhood, their feelings pure and beautiful. Little pervert, after going out for a year. I didn't expect you to suddenly grow so much taller than me. To be honest, what have you been up to this year? Xiao Yu lay on the bed, as usual in Xiao Se's room, without any hesitation, with her slender hands resting on her neck. Xiao Se smiled and shook his head. To be honest, it's nothing. He just went to the Warcraft Mountains first, then ran to the Taggart Desert, and finally walked around before coming back. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yu's cheeks pulled out several black lines, and her jade hand quickly reached into Xiao Se's waist, twisting it hard. Without a good breath, she said, "Don't make a fuss. I want the truth." Well, actually I met a master who was amazed by my bones. He was born a martial arts prodigy and had a talent for alchemists. So he took me as his disciple. I have been practicing with him for the past year. Xiao Se got full. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up and she exclaimed excitedly, "So you're already alchemist?" "Well, I guess so." The face tugged, and Xiao Se couldn't help but sigh that nowadays lies are easier to believe than the truth. Immediately, he took out a jade box and a scroll and said, "No. I estimate that you have almost broken through to the 9th stage of Do Qi. This is the Qi gathering powder that the teacher has refined for you. And I have also helped you with some techniques. After you break through the Do Qi, check if the attributes are suitable. If they're not suitable, come to me again and I will find a way to help you replace them." Ju Qi San was developed by Xiao Se during his return journey on a flying monster to try and refine a 4th grade elixir. With the help of Qingyan Di Xian Hua, although he failed several times, he ultimately succeeded. The martial arts technique was recently purchased at the Maitel auction house as one of the 3 final items. Xiao Se saw that it was a high-level technique in the mysterious realm and had the same fighting spirit attribute as the original work Xiao Yu, so she bought it and gave it an excessive amount. Chapter 87. The First Battle with the Fighting Emperor. After handing over the martial arts and gathering Qi dispersion to Xiao Yu, Xiao Se stayed at Zhao's house for another 2 days. Xiao Yu spent a day adjusting her physical state to its peak, and with Xiao Se's help, she successfully broke through the dojo the next day, thus transforming her cultivation. Perhaps because Xiao Se easily defeated Xiao Ning as soon as he returned this time, he suddenly went from being unknown to being well known to the Xiao family. And coupled with Xiao Se's handsome appearance, many young girls from the Xiao family, led by Xiao Mei, secretly sent him hints. But all of this has nothing to do with Xiao Se. On the 3rd day, Xiao Se left some elixirs for Xiao Yu's cultivation and agreed to meet again at Canaan Academy. In Xiao Yu's reluctant gaze, he left the Xiao family. Dam Numans. How dare they treat this king like this? Walking on the path leading to the Maitel auction house, the voice of Queen Medusa suddenly rang out in Xiao Se's ears. As the voice fell, 2 small bite marks appeared on Xiao Se's waist again. Did the queen bite me every few days? Xiao Se rolled his eyes abruptly, clearly becoming accustomed to Queen Medusa controlling the rainbow, swallowing python to bite him. "Ask yourself what exactly you have done," Medusa said angrily. Xiao Se's face showed a hint of embarrassment. After staying at the Xiao family for 3 days, he naturally couldn't be idle. While practicing, he remembered the purple fire pill refined by Xiao Yan in the original work. He decided to learn and use it now. Took out a small half-cup of colorful swallowing python saliva and combined it with accompanying purple crystal sources and some fire attribute medicinal herbs to refine the purple fire pill. Who said there are too few tricks for him to truly surpass the enemy? The only thing that can be used is the red flame sword breaking extreme, which has been upgraded to a level comparable to that of a mid-level earth level through the use of strange fire. It's really shabby, and powerful moves like the Buddha's Fury Lotus cannot be studied and researched. Drop. System reminder. It has been detected that the host has not yet used the exchange frequency for the current month, and the exchange frequency will refresh in 10 days. Please use it in a timely manner. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Xiao Se was slightly stunned, and then recalled that he had been in a state of unconsciousness for a long time when he had swallowed the strange fire, and more than a month had passed unconsciously. System, exchange this fire attribute herb in my hand for it. Xiao Se casually took out a fire attribute medicinal herb left over from refining the purple fire pill from the Na Jia and shouted in his mind. This is a pattern he has discovered over the past year. Although exchanging items of the same type can increase the probability of exchange, the probability is pitifully small. The more freely prepared items are exchanged, the greater the probability of obtaining good things. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a dragon blood grass from the ruins of the ancient dragon cave in the world of swordsmanship. Dragon blood grass? Xiao Se was delighted in his heart. This was a good thing. As a loyal fan of the previous Blue Star novel, The Sword Art Sovereign, Xiao Se had read The Sword Art Sovereign several times. The dragon blood grass grew in the place where the dragon fell, transformed from the dragon's blood, and containing a trace of dragon power. If refined, it could transform that silk dragon power into its own strength. Being able to become a body-refining expert in a short period of time greatly enhances one's melee ability. In the original work, the protagonist, Yichen, only refined 3 or 4 plants to increase his strength by hundreds of thousands of pounds. Although it is inseparable from his cultivation level in the Spirit Sea realm, this also shows that the effect of dragon bloodgrass is powerful. Getting a dragon bloodgrass. Xiao Se's mood suddenly improved, and his pace couldn't help but accelerate a few points. Now his strength can be greatly improved. After walking for a while, Xiao Se gradually realized that something was not quite right. From his Xiao family to the Midder auction house, it was not too far. He only needed to bypass a few alleyways, turn onto the main road, and walk to the end of the main road to reach it. But now, he had circled this alley several times, and there seemed to be no sign of him going out. Dragon Kuei, Queen, do you feel that something seems off? Xiao Se shouted to the two in his heart. You just realized it, but the other party doesn't seem to have any killing intent. You can handle this small matter by yourself. In her heart, Queen Medusa's mournful voice slowly rang out, then fell silent. Brother, do you want me to interrupt Long Kuei's voice transmission before it's completed? Xiao Se interrupted her in his heart. No need, I think I've already guessed who it is. Don't expose yourself. If I can't defeat you, that old man from Heaven-Defying will come over. Not to mention the queen if I die. No one will help her get the Roamling pill. In the midst of a few people's heart-to-heart conversation, black mist quietly dispersed around the alley, blocking the surroundings and instantly enveloping the entire alley. At this moment, it was as if everything around had paused. The ribbons floating on the buildings stopped moving. The birds also stood still in midair, and the entire space was painted with a layer of gray-white. At the same time, the perspective eye and soul perception were activated. Xiao Se quickly found the owner of black mist on the rear roof, took out the magic sword with his right hand, gently swung it, and coldly said, "Come out, you sneaky guy." As he spoke, Xiao Se's left hand quietly touched his waist, and 3 small poison steel needles were squeezed between his fingers. While holding the magic sword tightly in the right hand and rapidly moving forward, 3 highly poisonous steel needles were quietly thrown out of the left hand, forming 3 arcs from different directions and attacking the Black Shadow behind. Black Shadow obviously didn't expect that Xiao Se could easily spot his position, so he couldn't dodge and had to pull out his dark curved sword from his waist to resist. Ding, 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 3 crisp collision sounds rang out in a row, and all the steel needles were bounced open. Knowing that they had been discovered, Black Shadow walked out of the black mist, stretched lazily, and said indifferently, "Kid, your perception is good. You can actually discover my hiding place." As the shadow finally revealed itself, Xiao Se's face grew solemn. Ling Ying could no longer restrain himself from making a move against him. Although it was merely a test, confronting a high-level Do Huang was indeed no trifling matter. "Who are you?" Xiao Se's eyes narrowed as he feigned ignorance. "Entrusted by another. I am here to take your life," Ling Ying declared, his form dissipating into a ghostly black mist, vanishing from Xiao Se's sight. A wave of terror surged through Xiao Se's heart as he realized that his soul power was utterly incapable of tracking his opponent's movements. Fortunately, with his perspective-enhancing eyes, he could still discern Ling Ying's presence. Clenching the magic sword tightly, he unleashed a formidable sword aura and lunged towards the area where the black mist was relatively thin. Clang! The magic sword clashed with the shadow's curved blade, generating a powerful gust that dispersed the black mist, revealing Ling Ying, clad in a black robe and wearing a mask. Chapter 88. The Semi-Peak Tournament of Haiba Dong. Within the narrow street, enveloped in thick fog, 2 figures, one black, one blue, darted swiftly through the mist, each collision producing a symphony of metallic sparks and shockwaves. Initially, Ling Ying approached the engagement with a playful demeanor, eager to gauge Xiao Se's capabilities. However, as the skirmish progressed, he realized that despite his considerable speed and strength, Xiao Se's extraordinary perception and skillful swordsmanship consistently allowed him to evade his attacks. This kid possesses some remarkable skills. It appears I must take this more seriously. This thought flashed through Ling Ying's mind as he sheathed his blade, regarding Xiao Se with an air of calm. "Young man, your soul perception is indeed impressive, but it has yet to reach the level where you can truly lock onto my form. You seem to be able to see me. Do assassins today engage in so much idle chatter?" Xiao Se retorted, flicking his magic sword and retrieving a purple fire pill from his waist, which he placed in his mouth with an indifferent expression. Indeed, with his rank 4 alchemist-level soul power, he could not penetrate Ling Ying's movements. However, thanks to his perspective-enhancing eyes, he could see through all obstacles within his line of sight. This meant that when fully activated, he could perceive every angle and direction of his body with clarity. "Very well, let me demonstrate what an unavoidable attack truly is." Unfazed Xiao Se's inquiry. Ling Ying slightly bowed, his hands reaching in his waist to grasp two curved blades. With a slight smirk, he murmured, "Do try not to die." As he spoke, countless doppelgangers emerged, which could be regarded as either illusions or real entities, as they were mere afterimages created by Ling Ying's rapid movements. Witnessing the swarm of Ling Ying's figures rushing toward him, Xiao Se allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He sheathed the magic sword and swiftly formed several peculiar hand seals. Fire release, great fire, annihilation. With a bellow resonating from his heart, a massive wave of purple flames, reminiscent of the sea, erupted from Xiao Se's mouth, instantly engulfing the entire street. This was the purple fire expelled from the purple fire pill. And although its power remained unchanged, its range had reached a terrifying degree under the enhancement of great fire annihilation. What on earth is this strange flame? Is fire meant to be wielded in such a manner? Ling Ying's lips twitched at the sight of the colossal purple flames barreling toward him, swiftly conjuring a dark shield before him to defend against the onslaught. In the next moment, the vast purple flames swiftly consumed the shield. At the top of the middle auction house, Yafei poured a cup of tea for Hai Ba Dong, smiling as she said, "Elder Hai, the patriarch of the Tang San clan has replied that the 4 medicinal herbs have been reserved for you. Additionally, he is tirelessly searching for the other missing herbs, and will do everything in his power to procure them as soon as he has news. Thank you for your efforts," Hai Ba Dong acknowledged, lifting the teacup with a calm demeanor. "You're too kind. As the supreme elder of the middle family, it is my duty," Yafei replied gracefully as she set down the teapot, her smile radiant. Since Xiao Se had referred to Hai Ba Dong as Old Man Hai before leaving, Yafei had taken note of it. After Hai Ba Dong finished writing his letter, she too penned one, sending them together. It was only then that she learned this elderly gentleman was the Ice Emperor of the middle family, who had vanished for many years. "Hey, young lady, no wonder that fellow said you have a knack for business. Just this ability to discern talent is exceedingly rare and precisely what the middle family needs. Moreover, through my observations over the past few days, this auction house branch is indeed being managed quite adeptly by you. Once that fellow concludes his affairs, you should accompany me back to the middle auction house headquarters. Remaining in this small place is a bit beneath your talents," Hai Ba Dong remarked with a light chuckle. "Thank you, Elder Hai," Yafei replied with a bittersweet smile, realizing that once again she had inadvertently received help from that little rascal. Suddenly, Hai Ba Dong's expression shifted dramatically as he set down his teacup. "This flame's aura. It seems that little one is in trouble." With that, Hai Ba Dong leaped through the window, his battle wings unfurling as he soared toward the source of the fiery aura, leaving Yafei standing in bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the alley, Xiao Se looked at the unharmed Ling Ying, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Ultimately, the purple flames were still somewhat lacking. Even with the enhancement from great fire annihilation, it merely amplified the area of effect. Against mere lackeys, it sufficed, but facing a true powerhouse, it was insufficient to even breach their defenses. "Kid, not bad for a flame, but regrettably still a bit lacking. Do you possess any stronger techniques?" Ling Ying observed Xiao Se, who remained composed, a hint of appreciation flickering in his gaze. Xiao Se's prowess exceeded his expectations, whether in combat ability, soul perception, or fire control skills. "Xiao Se chaque laitli, nothing. I do indeed. However, I doubt it would be sufficient to contend with a Do Huang like you, and my reinforcements are already en route." No sooner had he spoken than Hai Ba Dong's familiar figure descended from the sky, landing on one knee between Xiao Se and Ling Ying. The ground cracked, spiderweb-like, beneath him. "Elder Hai, I leave this peak match to you," Xiao Se said cheerfully, waving at Hai Ba Dong before leaping backward to the rooftop behind him. "That brat is once again spouting nonsense. Observing mis que diminuir, Hai Ba Dong's expression tweaked." He conjured a long ice spear over 2 meters in length, his gaze sharp as he looked at Ling Ying. "I may not know what grievances you share with this little rascal, but if he were to perish here, I would be quite troubled." As he spoke, Hai Ba Dong fully embraced his enthusiasm for peak matches, charging forward resolutely to confront Ling Ying, who was 6 stars above him in rank. Ling Ying, undeterred, drew his dark curved blade and surged forward as well. The two clashed, and within just 3 exchanges, they had both discerned the other's approximate strength. Indeed, a Do Huang. Both their expressions tightened slightly, choosing not to engage recklessly any further. "This shall be the end of today's encounter. Kid, consider yourself fortunate." Ling Ying cast a deep glance at Xiao Se, flinging a flurry of blade flowers before sheathing his weapon and departing with composure. As Ling Ying vanished, the black mist that had enveloped the alley quietly dissipated. "Little rascal, how did you attract such a formidable figure? Could it be that, like me, You were once threatened by him, and he has come seeking vengeance? Hai Buodong rolled his eyes at Xiao Se, speechless. I haven't offended him. I only discovered long ago that a Do Huang has been watching me. I called you here just as a precaution, never expecting to scare him off so easily. Xiao Se chuckled, shouting compliments. Come now, that person's cultivation level was above mine. If it had come to a real fight, I would undoubtedly have suffered a significant loss. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong couldn't help but twitch his lips, already regretting joining Xiao Se's escapades. Chapter 89. The Anomaly of Suner. In Xiao family. Within Suner's courtyard, Mississippi Ling Ying knelt on one knee before Suner, speaking respectfully. Elder Ling, where have you been? Suner tilted her head to glance at Ling Ying. Her voice cold. Please forgive me, miss. I took the liberty to probe young Master Xiao Se. At this, a flicker of anger and concern crossed Suner's beautiful eyes. What did you discover? His cultivation has reached at least Do Shi, and his soul perception is exceptionally strong, seemingly surpassing that of other alchemists of the same level. Even when I suppressed my cultivation to the great Do Shi level, I couldn't contend with him in close combat. Ling Ying reported truthfully. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Ying continued, Miss, it seems that young Master Xiao Se is about to leave Wutan City again. He may not return next time. Would you like to see him? In the VIP room at the top of the middle auction house, Xiao Se was bidding farewell to Yafei and Hai Buodong. Elder Hai, Sister Yafei, then I bid you farewell. Xiao Se clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Younger brother Xiao Se, I truly look forward to you winning the championship at the Alchemist Conference in 10 months. Yafei unexpectedly stepped forward and embraced Xiao Se. Feeling the softness of Yafei's figure and the faint fragrance emanating from her, Xiao Se's face flushed slightly, and instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her enviable waist. Coveted by countless men in Wutan City and even the imperial capital, at the moment his arms touched Yafei's waist, he distinctly sensed her body tense momentarily before returning to softness. Sister Yafei, are you not aware that such actions may easily lead to misunderstandings? Xiao Se gently patted her back, managing a helpless smile. Upon hearing this, Yafei's fair face flushed a shade of crimson. After a brief contemplation, she lightly released Xiao Se from her embrace and teased. Oh, so you dare to take advantage of your elder sister. Watching their playful exchange, Hai Buodong's aged eyes sparkled with a hint of wisdom. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Is it all right if I do not accompany you? What if that person returns? Xiao Se chuckled and shook his head. I believe, Elder Hai, you have discerned that he was merely testing the waters. Since he has already acted once, he is unlikely to do so again. Moreover, once I enter the magical Beast Mountain range, even a Do Zone would struggle to find me. Hai Buodong nodded slightly. In that case, we shall meet at the Alchemist Conference. I too am eager to see how much you have grown by then. Indeed. After bidding farewell to Hai Buodong and Yafei, Xiao Se departed from the auction house. With over 10 months remaining until the Alchemist Conference, the annual enrollment at the Jianan Academy had already concluded. Xiao Se learned from Xiao Yu that the next enrollment would occur after the Alchemist Conference, at which point he could directly register in the imperial capital. Thus, it was impossible for him to remain in Wutan City, following a mundane training regimen. He set off once more towards the magical Beast Mountain range. After all, the mountain range contained not only the cave housing the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Fire and the lair of the Crystal Wing Lion King, but perhaps other relics awaited discovery. Utilizing his piercing vision, he could effectively explore those seldom-trodden paths in search of opportunities while honing his skills. As he walked along the main thoroughfare of Wutan City, traversing the bustling commercial district, Xiao Se unexpectedly encountered someone he did not anticipate. Before him stood a girl of a similar age, with delicate features, soft lips, arched willow-like brows, and a pair of pitch-black, crystal-clear eyes that seemed to sparkle with life. Her skin was as white as snow. Clad in a light purple dress, her exquisite face and fair neck flawless, devoid of any blemish. As if she had stepped out of a painting. One could scarcely imagine how captivating she would become as she matured. At this moment, the girl had her slender, jade-like hands clasped behind her back. Upon seeing Xiao Se approach, her beautiful, fair face broke into a gentle smile. Cousin Xiao Se, long time no see. Xiao Se tugged at the corner of his mouth, bemused. What wind was this woman blowing? He had not made any advances towards his brother Xiao Yan. So why was she always fixated on him? Miss Suner, is there something you need? Why does cousin Xiao Se seem to harbor disdain towards me? Did I do something wrong? Suner's expression of disappointment did not seem to surprise Xiao Se, who merely maintained his indifference as she slowly approached him, pouting slightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se rolled his eyes internally, thinking, do you not have any self-awareness of your actions? Then he smiled faintly. Miss Suner, you jest. You are the pride of the Xiao family, second only to the once great genius Xiao Yan, adored by nearly all the males in the family. I merely wish to avoid any misinterpretations that may subject me to unwarranted scrutiny. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Xiao Se sidestepped Suner and walked directly towards the city gate. At his words, Suner lowered her head, her hair cascading down, casting shadows over her eyes. Just as their paths intersected, she abruptly extended her right hand, gently grasping the corner of his sleeve, lifting her gaze with glistening eyes filled with unshed tears. Her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Let me see you off," observing the expression of someone who appeared as if she had been abandoned by a lover. Xiao Se raised an eyebrow, but ultimately softened, giving a slight nod. The two walked side by side down the street. Deliberately slowing down. "If Miss Suner has something to say, please feel free to express it," he said, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Are you planning to venture out for training again, Cousin Xiao Se?" Suner asked, forcing a smile. "Yes," Xiao Se replied with a gentle nod. "Will you return to Wutan City?" Xuan E continued. "That is uncertain," Xiao Se offered a vague response. Suner nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and was about to say something else when Xiao Se's voice rang out again. "Miss Suner, we have arrived at the city gate. I shall part ways here." As he spoke, Xiao Se quickened his pace and stepped through the gates of Wutan City. Watching his receding figure, Suner sighed softly, suddenly struck by a thought, and hurried back to the Xiao family estate. Standing in the pavilion, Suner spoke urgently. "Elder Ling, come forth." "Miss, please speak." Linging appeared before her in an instant. Kneeling on one knee, speaking respectfully. "Do you remember why I had you investigate Cousin Xiao Se when I was 6? Sunat asked, staring intently at Ling. Ling shook his head. "I do not know, Mississippi." At that time, young Master Xiao Se had yet to return to the Xiao family. It seemed as if you had a premonition of his existence, and so you instructed this old servant to investigate. I found it rather strange, but after the investigation, you appeared to care little about it. Suner nodded slightly and continued. "I have always felt that the memories from the ages of 4 to 6 are somewhat hazy, as if I have forgotten something significant. Do you recall any specific events, or perhaps any unusual occurrences?" Upon hearing these words, Ling was momentarily taken aback, and then expressed her surprise. "Listening to you, miss, I do have a vague recollection. There was indeed a period when it seemed as though you had transformed entirely, as if what?" Suner's expression changed, and she raised her delicate face to gaze intently at Ling, pressing for more. Ling hesitated for a brief moment before solemnly stating, "As if you were a boy." At this revelation, Suner secretly took note and continued to inquire, "Aside from that, was there anything else? On the night of your 4th birthday, it appears that young Master Xiao Yan entered your room and was subsequently thrown out, bruised and battered. The exact details escape me, but I do remember that after you turned 6, your demeanor towards young Master Xiao Yan improved significantly.